The plane crashed, and Lu Tian and the beautiful passengers found themselves stranded on a deserted island. Initially, he thought various indescribable things might happen between them, but what followed completely surprised Lu Tian. The rescue team's plane mysteriously crashed. A sunken ship reappeared. Mysterious island writings were found in a cave. Hoarse roars echoed through the woods, and there were bizarre European-style buildings at the mountaintop. What do all these signs indicate? What secrets lie hidden deep within the island? Chapter 1. Plane Crash. My head hurts so much. A young man with an average appearance kept beating his own head with his hands, letting out a series of wails. After a while, he finally regained his composure. However, when he looked around, he was stunned. He was lying on a beach, the cold seawater washing over him, making him realize he wasn't dreaming. What bad luck. I went on a trip and ended up in a plane crash. Heaven, just kill me already. Indeed, he had encountered a plane crash. This man's name was Lu Tian, and his life was as miserable as his name suggested. A few days ago, his career was in trouble, and his love life was a mess, so he decided to travel abroad to relax. He never expected to end up in this situation. Fortunately, he had survived. He stood up to look around, trying to find any other survivors. "Hey, there seems to be someone over there," he exclaimed in surprise. About 100 meters in front of him lay a figure. He hurried over to check if the person was still alive. As he got closer, Lu Tian realized it was a woman, and a very attractive one at that. Lu Tian licked his cracked lips. Wow, this woman is definitely a stunning beauty. I wonder if she's still alive. It would be a shame if she isn't. He quickly turned the woman over. The woman's face was indeed beautiful, with long eyelashes and a cherry-like mouth, though her face was dirty with sand, adding a unique charm to her appearance. He quickly reached out to check her carotid artery for a pulse. The woman's neck was cold and smooth that a faint pulse reached his fingertips, and Lu Tian finally breathed a sigh of relief. Good, she's not dead. His gaze shifted downward, and he couldn't help but swallow. He suddenly slapped himself. Damn it, save her first. He pressed his hands on the woman's chest, forcing himself to refrain from thinking about anything inappropriate. After 2 rounds of CPR, the woman finally coughed up some seawater, and it was time for artificial respiration. Lu Tian slowly leaned closer to the woman's face. This was the first time he had the chance to admire such a beautiful woman up close. The poor guy like him would never have the chance to interact with someone of her caliber in his lifetime. But just as Lu Tian was about to press his lips against hers, the woman slowly opened her eyes, her big eyes staring at him. Suddenly, she slapped Lu Tian across the face. Smack! Lu Tian covered his face, looking at the furious beauty, and quickly began to explain. Hey, beautiful, don't misunderstand. I was just saving you. The beauty didn't believe him at all, covering her ample chest and slowly backing away, warily watching Lu Tian. Lu Tian felt helpless and was about to explain again, but the beauty started to scold him, her voice filled with great grievance. You pervert, beast, you actually tried to take advantage of me while I was unconscious. You scoundrel, stay away from me. Hearing her words, Lu Tian's expression darkened. Damn it, I saved you out of kindness, and now you accuse me of being a pervert. If I didn't have a conscience, I would have taken advantage of you right away. Lu Tian didn't explain further and walked away, covering his still aching cheek. Seeing Lu Tian actually walk away, the woman began to believe him a bit. Was he really saving me just now? Saving me? She suddenly realized that the situation was a bit off. She looked around and realized she was on a deserted island, and her heart began to panic. I remember the plane seemed to have crashed, and I ended up on a deserted island. She hurried to get up and followed Lu Tian. Gritting her teeth, she shouted at his back. I'm sorry, I didn't know you were saving me. The beauty was flustered, not knowing whether to cover her top or bottom, and upon noticing Lu Tian's gaze, she let out a sharp scream. Lu Tian reluctantly turned his head, the desire he had just suppressed almost getting the better of him. Damn, she's really tempting me to commit a crime. He moved forward without a sound, adjusting his posture to make it less obvious. Then he took off his t-shirt and threw it to the beauty. Put this on first, otherwise we can't communicate normally. The beauty took the shirt Lu Tian threw over, regretting having slapped him earlier. Could it be that he wanted to give me artificial respiration? But how could he? It turned out that when she called Lu Tian a pervert earlier, it wasn't without reason she had caught him in a physiological response. Forget it. Maybe I misjudged him. He might really be a good person. The beauty held the shirt but didn't put it on directly. Instead, she tore it in half, wrapping one piece around her upper body and tying the other around her waist to cover her important parts. A pleasant voice reached Lu Tian's ears. Lu Tian slowly turned around and saw the beauty's outfit. Feeling a bit disappointed, he thought that with just one t-shirt, it would be impossible for her to cover two areas at once. But the beauty was a bit smarter than he expected. However, this only made her more alluring. That vague feeling was the most deadly. Hide his gaze. Lu Tian awkwardly smiled and introduced himself. My name is Lu Tian. Lu for land, Tian for sky. What's your name, beautiful? The beauty forced a smile as well. My name is Xiao. Lu Tian couldn't help but click his tongue internally. Wow, Xiao, you're not that young anymore. After the introductions, the atmosphere fell into a bit of silence. Lu Tian kept swallowing. He had nearly gone 24 hours without any water. He looked at Xiao and suggested, "Are you thirsty? How about we go over there and pick some coconuts?" He pointed at a few coconut trees nearby. Xiao's lips were also somewhat chapped, though not as noticeably. Upon hearing Lu Tian's words, she realized there were coconut trees on this island. Coconut trees meant the island was located in the tropics, but her flight could not possibly have passed through the tropics. She couldn't help but feel a bit desperate. Which deserted island is this? If it's one of those uninhabited islands for decades, it means the rescue team will never find us. Right. The rescue team, as long as I can let them see there are people here, there will be hope. She picked up a stick and drew a big SOS and wrote the Chinese characters for help next to it. Lu Tian watched Xiao's actions and silently shook his head. This busted beauty was thinking a bit too simplistically. They needed to remember that their plane had crashed into the sea, and they had no idea if the wreckage could still be found. They had no idea how far they had drifted at sea before. Reaching this island, it was estimated that it would take at least 1 or 2 weeks for the rescue team to pinpoint this location accurately. Surviving on a deserted island for more than a week was quite difficult. He stopped looking at Xiao and thought to let her be. This foolish woman would naturally rest when she got tired. Lu Tian walked under the coconut tree and collected all the non-rotten coconuts into a pile, totaling more than 20. Lu Tian knew that on a deserted island, the most important thing was to replenish water. Once a person became dehydrated, death would not be far away. Chapter 2. Stranded on a deserted island. After an unknown amount of time, when Xiao Fan regained consciousness, he found himself lying on a beach, feeling pain all over his body. Struggling, Xiao Fan stood up and looked around but saw no one. However, the beach was beautiful, at least. Xiao Fan had never seen such clean and fine sand before. The beaches he had visited in the past were either littered with trash or crowded with people. The jungle at the end of the beach was less than 20 meters away, but it took Xiao Fan over 10 minutes to walk there. At the end of the beach were coconut trees, and beyond that was a patch of trees Xiao Fan didn't recognize, not tall, with many branches, somewhat resembling larger tea trees. When Xiao Fan reached the unknown trees, he was already exhausted and didn't know how many days he had lain on the beach. Now, he was both hungry and tired, but most importantly, he was thirsty, and the pain in his body had not lessened. After he could no longer walk, he found a large tree to sit under, feeling that if he continued walking without finding water, he would collapse from exhaustion before he could find help. After resting for half an hour, Xiao Fan felt somewhat revived, but the thirst was becoming increasingly severe, surpassing the pain in his body. It seemed that finding water had become more important than finding people. He had been walking inward for about 2 hours, but Xiao Fan estimated he had only covered about 1 kilometer at most. The deeper he went, the denser the jungle became, and sometimes he had to climb up and down. After more than 2 hours of walking, Xiao Fan felt a bit dizzy and often experienced blackouts. He knew these were serious symptoms of dehydration and lack of sugar. The usually optimistic Xiao Fan began to panic. He thought, what if I don't find anyone and die here? I'm still young, and I have a few thousand yuan left in my bank account. I can't let the bank benefit from my death. During his journey, Xiao Fan kept shouting loudly and occasionally yelled a few phrases in broken English, hoping to attract attention and see if any classmates were nearby. With so many people on the boat, it couldn't be that he was the only one who survived, right? The more he shouted, the thirstier he felt. If he couldn't find water soon, he would likely be found as a corpse. After insisting on walking for another half hour without finding water, he stumbled upon a fruit tree. The tree was not very tall, about 10 meters, but it was smooth and bare. There were a few dozen fruits hanging on it, about the size of ping pong balls, mostly green, with only 2 or 3 showing some yellow. Seeing this fruit tree, Xiao Fan was overjoyed. However, after 2 attempts to climb it, he slid down halfway the first time and only managed to get 20 centimeters off the ground the second time. These 2 attempts had exhausted his last bit of strength, and he could only sit under the tree in frustration. Who the hell said climbing trees is easy? Even if I were well fed and well hydrated, I probably couldn't make it up there. This damn tree is too smooth. Xiao Fan was born in a rural area and had done a lot of mischievous things like climbing trees to get bird nests when he was a child. So he was quite skilled at it. But now, at his age, he found it hard to climb. He blamed the tree for being so straight and smooth. Why couldn't it have some branches? If he had known he wouldn't be able to climb the tree today, he would have practiced climbing every day. Xiao Fan looked displeased. Unable to climb the tree and too exhausted to walk, Xiao Fan could only sit down and not get up again. The combination of hunger, dehydration, and the futile attempts to climb the tree made him feel his strength gradually fading, and his eyelids were getting heavier, almost wanting to close. But he knew that if he closed his eyes now, it might be forever. Just as the thought of giving up began to surface, perhaps the heavens did not want to accept his fate. His eyes suddenly caught sight of a reddish fruit on the ground. Using his last bit of strength, he crawled over, not caring if it was good or bad, poisonous or not, and grabbed it, shoving it into his mouth. He took a bite and swallowed it. Whether it was psychological or due to not having drunk water for too long, after eating this unknown fruit, Xiao Fan felt a warm flow in his stomach, and he instantly felt much better. He lay down and searched around, finding another 78 fruits, most of which were red and appeared ripe. However, the red ones had been eaten and were pockmarked with holes, and there was only one green fruit that had fallen and was intact. Perhaps even the insects overlooked it. Seeing that insects had ruined some of the fruits, Xiao Fan felt it was good news at least, as it indicated that the fruit was edible. And the worst thing was just a bit of a psychological barrier. He wiped each fruit with his clothes, not caring if there were insects inside, and began to eat them one by one. He realized he had probably eaten a lot of dirt with the first fruit, so now that he had some strength, Xiao Fan carefully wiped each fruit, as the taste of dirt was not pleasant. In less than a minute, Xiao Fan finished off the 78 fruits, only leaving the green one, which he bit into but found it too bitter to continue. After consuming the 78 fruits, he felt a sense of fullness in his stomach and didn't care about the last one anymore, although he still put it in his pocket, as he was terrified of hunger and thought it might save his life later. If he didn't mind being bitten by insects, these fruits were simply exquisite. They were not only sweet and tasty, but also juicy. Eating them made him feel less thirsty, and he even felt a bit of fullness in his stomach. After satisfying his hunger and thirst, Xiao Fan stood up and walked forward, thinking that the sooner he found people, the sooner he could escape this misery. If the sun set, and he still hadn't found anyone, he would be in trouble. After walking for more than an hour, he still found no signs of life. Not only did he not see anyone, but there were also no signs of human habitation. The ground bore no trace of human civilization. The only good news was that Xiao Fan found another fruit tree just like the first one, and he found a dozen more fruits on the ground. He used half to replenish his energy and stuffed the other half into his pockets. Although the jungle was not very dense, Xiao Fan could not be sure if he was still moving forward. After walking for almost 3 hours, he could still smell the sea, estimating that he was less than 2 kilometers from the beach. After thinking for a moment, Xiao Fan remembered that when he walked into the jungle, he had been facing away from the sun. He decided to walk towards the sun now, hoping to reach the beach. He realized that wandering aimlessly in the jungle was not as effective as following the coastline to find signs of human presence, as he would at least not lose his direction. Facing the sun, Xiao Fan walked for less than an hour before reaching the beach again. But it was no longer the same stretch of sand he had come from, and he didn't know where he had ended up. Turns out I didn't walk far at all. My sense of direction really is terrible. Xiao Fan threw himself into the sea, feeling utterly exhausted from the journey. Since starting work, he hadn't engaged in such intense physical activity, especially not on an empty stomach. He had no idea what time it was, but looking at the sun, it was about to set. Xiao Fan hurriedly chose a random direction and continued walking. Walking on the beach was much faster than in the jungle, and after a while, Xiao Fan stopped. It wasn't that he didn't want to walk anymore, but ahead of him was a large rock formation. Given the depth of the water from the shore, he couldn't go around it, and since Xiao Fan was not a good swimmer, he would likely drown if he tried to cross from the water. On the jungle side, he felt it would take a long time to get through. The rocks resembled the foothills of a mountain range, and to get past them, he would have to circle around, which would take at least several hours, assuming he didn't make any wrong turns. At that moment, the sun was about to set, and Xiao Fan had not found any signs of human activity. He had only eaten a dozen fruits all day, and his body was still injured. Xiao Fan felt he could barely hold on any longer. He walked towards the coconut trees, deciding to rest for the night and continue searching tomorrow. As for where to sleep at night, it seemed like there was only one choice: the ground. Chapter 3, The First Night. Xiao Fan found a slightly flat patch of sand about 10 meters away from the coconut trees, not very large, but enough for one person to lie down. Xiao Fan lay down directly on the ground to try it out, and found it uncomfortable on his back, clearly not as soft as the fine sand by the sea. Taking advantage of the remaining sunlight, Xiao Fan ran to the patch of trees he had previously discovered, unsure if they were banana trees or plantain trees. Intending to gather some leaves to lay on the ground, It was only a 5-minute walk to the sleeping spot, probably less than 100 meters. But the path was not easy to navigate, especially since Xiao Fan was barefoot. After rushing to the beach, Xiao Fan was left with just a short-sleeved shirt and a pair of shorts, and of course, his underwear was still intact. He also had a watch on his wrist, but it had stopped working, likely due to water damage, as Xiao Fan's watch was just a cheap one bought from a street vendor and was far from waterproof. His 10-yuan flip-flops had long since disappeared, and without any tools, Xiao Fan felt a severe lack of safety on the island. While exploring the jungle earlier, Xiao Fan had already injured his feet, and there were several places that had bled. Enduring the pain, he spent 10 minutes finally reaching the area with the unknown trees. When Xiao Fan passed by this place before, he hadn't looked closely. Now he scrutinized each of the 10 or so trees from top to bottom, hoping to find something. As he was hungry, after 10 minutes, he had good news and bad news. The good news was that he finally identified the trees. It was a banana grove. He also discovered that 4 of the banana trees had bananas hanging from them. The bad news was that all the bananas were still green and clearly inedible. Although green bananas can be eaten when roasted, Xiao Fan knew there was no chance of that tonight. There was no fire, and even if there were, he couldn't reach the bananas, as the 4 trees with bananas were too tall for his current strength. He found the shortest tree, where he could reach the banana leaves while standing. Xiao Fan tore off one leaf. Although the tree wasn't tall, the leaf was quite large, about 2 meters high and 50 centimeters wide. With his size, he figured he could make a mattress out of just 10 leaves. After tearing off one leaf, he used all his strength but couldn't break it. He tried spinning the leaf, which had some effect, but many fibers remained unbroken and connected. Xiao Fan found a thin stone and began his banana leaf cutting endeavor. Surprisingly, the stone was quite useful. He could cut through a leaf in under half a minute. No wonder the Stone Age people could survive for so long. However, the stone was hard to handle, and after cutting, his hands were sore, and he dropped the stone a couple of times. After 2 attempts, Xiao Fan brought 10 cut leaves back to his sleeping area. He folded each leaf along its vein and stacked 5 leaves on each side to form a makeshift bed. After laying it down, he noticed a significant improvement in his back. At least there was no more sharp pain. But he couldn't turn over because the central vein was still uncomfortable. Having set up his sleeping arrangement, Xiao Fan was too exhausted to look for food anymore. Throughout the day, he had eaten less than 20 fruits, but the energy expenditure was enormous. Even worse than hunger was thirst. Xiao Fan hadn't had a single drop of water all day and relied on the moisture from the fruits. Fortunately, the sun had set, and it wasn't as hot as before, and he was sweating less. Lying there, Xiao Fan, utterly fatigued, fell asleep. When he woke up, he found the sky filled with stars, just bright enough to see around him. Otherwise, he might have been scared out of his wits. Lying alone in an open space, having just experienced a life-and-death incident, no matter how brave he was, Xiao Fan felt fear at that moment. The ability to see clearly around him brought him a bit of safety. Besides the sound of the waves, there were calls from unknown animals in the forest. After waking up, Xiao Fan could no longer fall asleep. If he hadn't been so tired, he probably wouldn't have dozed off before. The sea breeze blew through the gaps in the coconut trees. This tropical place felt particularly cold at night, and Xiao Fan was hardly dressed. After some thought, he moved under a coconut tree, where the wind immediately lessened. Though it was still quite cold, it was much better than before. Lying under the coconut tree, his gaze inadvertently fell upon a cluster of coconuts. One reason Xiao Fan had avoided staying under the coconut tree was the fear of coconuts falling on him. If one hit his head, he might not die but would likely be severely injured, and in this place, a serious injury was almost equivalent to death. The wind showed no signs of stopping, making Xiao Fan consider moving deeper into the woods to find a tree to lie under. However, after thinking it over, he gave up because the dark forest was filled with too many dangers. Mosquitoes could drain him dry, not to mention the various bugs, and without any protective measures, he would likely be doomed. Moreover, Xiao Fan's feet had already been scratched during the day, let alone venturing out at night. Sighing, he decided to make a windbreak for himself. Xiao Fan took out 6 banana leaves from beneath him and collected many stones of various sizes from nearby, planning to use these to create a windbreak. Just finding the stones took him half an hour, although there were many stones nearby, and the moonlight helped him see things vaguely. He stuck the banana leaves into the sand as much as possible and surrounded them with stones for support. The 6 leaves formed a semicircle, and although it was a bit wobbly, Xiao Fan felt it should hold up for one night. After lying down, he found the effect quite good. The wind had noticeably lessened, reaching an acceptable level. Although it was still cold, fatigue ultimately overcame the chill, and Xiao Fan decided to get some sleep. However, less than a minute after lying down, a gust of wind blew, toppling all 6 banana leaves and burying Xiao Fan beneath them. Even the stones he had used for support fell over, but fortunately, they were far enough away to avoid injuring him. Without any support, the banana leaves were useless, While the stones provided some stability, they could only keep the leaves upright. As soon as a strong wind hit, everything fell down. Without a windbreak, Xiao Fan couldn't sleep. Looking at the fallen banana leaves, he pondered and finally came up with a good idea. He gathered all the banana leaves together, including a few beneath him, and tore each one in half along the vein, then removed the veins separately. The veins of the banana leaves were large, but not very sturdy, making them easy to bend. Xiao Fan thought he could use this method to get through the night. He selected 4 strong-looking veins and laid them on the ground parallel to each other, spaced 15 centimeters apart, then wove in the other 6 veins one by one. Like weaving a mat. Although it looked a bit loose when finished, it could still be lifted by both hands without falling apart. He propped up the banana leaf mat, secured it with stones, and finally hung the remaining banana leaves on top, creating a somewhat decent structure. Lying on the sand behind the mat, Xiao Fan lost most of his sleepiness. Although he hadn't done much work, it had still consumed a considerable amount of energy. The first day on the deserted island passed just like that. After a day of searching, Xiao Fan realized that the hope of finding any human presence on this island was quite slim. Throughout the entire day, he found no signs of human civilization. Whether it be footprints or signs of labor, not even a piece of trash. However, Xiao Fan surprisingly didn't feel too disheartened. Perhaps the pressures of real life had made him weary of city living, and he thought that this island could help him survive. He could consider it a vacation. If there were several beautiful women accompanying him, it would be even more wonderful. Little did he know that when this thought of Xiao Fan came true, it would mark the beginning of his troubles. He transitioned from a tourist state to a man bearing responsibilities. Previously, Xiao Fan had imagined a life of survival on a deserted island and had even searched for similar tour groups, but he never expected it to become a reality. Moreover, the island found by the tour group was not as beautiful as this one, showing no signs of human presence. Lying on the ground, Xiao Fan thought about some tasks he needed to accomplish the next day. First, he needed water. He was extremely thirsty today and must find a sustainable drinking source tomorrow. Otherwise, he wouldn't last long. Secondly, he needed to create some distress signals. Since there were no signs of human presence on the island, the chance for rescue might come from the sea or the sky, so he should make some distress signals on the beach. A few days of tourism would be nice, but if he had to stay on this island for a month, he estimated he would go crazy. Tomorrow, he also needed to tidy up the place where he would sleep at night. The banana leaves blocking the wind wouldn't hold up for long, so it was best to find some branches to secure it and use more banana leaves to block the wind more thoroughly. If he had time, Xiao Fan also wanted to find a way to make fire. If he had fire, he would have a sense of security, more food options, and it wouldn't be so cold at night. It could be said that with fire, Xiao Fan could survive in this place. Without fire, it was like living in a primitive society, while with fire, it was a civilized society. Of course, most of the time, Xiao Fan planned to explore the island to see if he could find any signs of human footprints and, by the way, look for other food sources, as the fruit tree wouldn't sustain him for long. He also hoped to find a more suitable place to settle down, preferably with water, food, and no wind. Xiao Fan thought happily. In this brainstorming session, Xiao Fan began to feel sleepy. To explore better tomorrow, he forced himself to sleep, starting to count beautiful women in his mind. 1 beautiful woman, 2 beautiful women. Drooling, Xiao Fan spent his first night on the deserted island. Although he woke up many times, his exhausted body finally had some recovery. Chapter 4. The Villa on the Beach. When Xiao Fan woke up, he found that the sun had already risen above the horizon. Considering it was the tropics, it was probably not yet 6 a.m. After a night of rest, Xiao Fan felt that his body was gradually recovering, and his feet didn't hurt as much anymore, so he thought he could get up and move around. The first thing Xiao Fan thought of was to quickly find water. It was alright for now, the weather wasn't hot, but if he didn't find a water source by noon, he probably wouldn't last long. Without food, one could survive for 7 days, but in this deserted island, with such hot weather and no water, Xiao Fan estimated he wouldn't last a day. As soon as he stood up, he accidentally knocked over the makeshift shelter made of banana leaves, and it all collapsed with a crash. It seemed he would need to repair his accommodation again today, otherwise, he would suffer again at night. Given the terrible condition of his feet yesterday, Xiao Fan wrapped them in several layers of banana leaves and then tied them with small tree branches he pulled down nearby. Although it wasn't very comfortable to walk now, he had no choice but to do this to protect the soles of his feet. He would see if he could improve it later. On a deserted island, even a small injury could be fatal, with no medical facilities or sterilization measures. He needed to avoid any open wounds as much as possible. He tried to walk a few steps and felt it was manageable. The pain in his soles wasn't as severe as yesterday, but the tied branches were prone to breaking. Xiao Fan found some more branches. This time he stripped the bark off and wove them together simply, resulting in a pretty decent-looking rope. He used the rope he made to retie his feet, and it felt good. At least it would last for a day or two, and since this material was abundant, Making a pair every day would be easy. Moreover, it was good news that even if he had to live on this island for a long time, he wouldn't have to worry about running out of rope. Simple bindings could use tree bark, and he could find suitable materials later for better results. As for securing larger items, he would likely find suitable vines easily. So it seemed he wouldn't have to worry about rope anymore. With the issue of shoes resolved, the most important task now was to find a stable water source. Of course, it would be even better if he could find signs of human activity. However, Xiao Fan already knew in his heart that there was a 90% chance that this island was uninhabited, and it might even be a virgin island that had never been stepped on by anyone. After a day of exploration yesterday, Xiao Fan estimated that this island must be several dozen square kilometers, and he had only explored one side of it yesterday, not even fully covering that side. Xiao Fan decided to try to explore all the areas he could today to see if he could find any signs of human civilization. Even if he didn't find anything, he hoped to discover various resources that could sustain him until rescue arrives. Today, he planned to start walking along the beach. This would also give him a sense of direction, allowing him to understand the size of the island and what was in each direction. Moreover, walking on the beach was easier than in the jungle, and it was easier to spot traces of civilization. He walked eastward, following the direction of the rising sun. Yesterday, he confirmed that not far to the west was a cliff, so he certainly wouldn't reach the other side by walking along the beach. And Xiao Fan was not a good swimmer. Xiao Fan collected all the dew around him, perhaps due to being near the sea. After about half an hour of collecting, he surprisingly didn't feel thirsty anymore. But this was just a temporary solution, as this little water would be gone once the sun became more intense. Walking along the beach, Xiao Fan kept an eye on the forest side for any signs of human civilization, while also looking towards the sea for traces of other boats. In short, he hoped to find something different from the beach and trees. Although Xiao Fan was very fond of coming to this island for a vacation, which was much better than that small spot on the yacht, he felt that if he were abandoned alone in this desolate place with nothing, he wouldn't last a few days. He had no idea how long he had been walking. He only knew that the sun was about to reach its highest point. Xiao Fan found a large tree that provided shade and sat down on the ground. He was simply unable to walk any further. As he moved forward, the beach had become very sparse, and it felt like he was approaching the foothills of a mountain. He could vaguely see that there was a cliff ahead, meaning there was basically nowhere to go forward. The sun was baking the beach intensely, with sand so hot it burned his feet, and after half a day, he hadn't eaten anything. Worse still, he had only had a little water in the morning, and now Xiao Fan's lips were cracked. Throughout this journey, whether on the sea or the beach, he hadn't found anything at all. He could only vaguely see some coconut trees and banana trees in the forest. Following the forest path, although it was not easy to walk, it became very cool, and Xiao Fan also discovered several fruit trees he had seen yesterday. Under the fruit trees, he found some fallen fruits. After devouring them, he felt his strength slightly return. In the forest, Xiao Fan also found quite a few resources that might be useful later, including a large area of coconut trees, but they were too tall to reach. Closer to the starting point, there was a banana grove. When Xiao Fan discovered this banana grove, he was exceptionally excited, thinking that he finally had something to eat. However, the outcome left him very disappointed. Some of the trees had bananas, and they were easy to pick, but they were all still green and looked inedible. Xiao Fan reluctantly tried one, and found it was completely inedible. After walking a lot in the morning, he spent quite a bit of time, covering only about 5 or 6 kilometers. He couldn't continue along the beach, as there was a large area of reefs. But it was clear that he could get through the forest. It just felt like the elevation was constantly rising. Xiao Fan used to take a nap every day at noon, and today was no exception. He found an unknown tree and, without caring about what was on the ground, lay down directly. He thought that if he fell asleep, he wouldn't feel hungry. However, Xiao Fan woke up feeling extremely hungry. He couldn't stand it any longer. He got up and found the fruit tree from yesterday, finishing off the last few fruits and replenishing some fluids. Remembering that he had slept too restlessly the previous night, Xiao Fan decided to build a simple shelter for himself before dark, primarily to block the wind. The wind by the sea at night was too strong, and without proper measures, it would be difficult to sleep at all. After searching the area for a while, he finally found what he thought was the most suitable spot. There was a relatively flat piece of ground between 2 trees that were more than 2 meters apart, each with a trunk about the size of a bowl. The ground contained a few stones, so Xiao Fan first picked up all the stones and tossed them aside. He didn't want to be poked by stones while sleeping at night. The 2 trees weren't very tall, and there were many branches over a meter high, which was why it took Xiao Fan so long to find them. With that, he just needed to find a branch over 2 meters long to support the entire shelter, resting it on the 2 trees. This way, the overall structure of the shelter would be complete. Without any tools, Xiao Fan could only find the most suitable place and use the simplest methods. Initially, he wanted to find a dead branch on the ground, but after searching for a long time, he couldn't find one. He found some dead branches, but they were either too small to support or too large to handle. It seemed he would have to cut a suitable one himself. Xiao Fan found several very suitable branches, both in size and material, perfect for making a beam. He approached a branch the size of a teacup, tried to break it with his hands, and soon realized it wouldn't break easily. Although the tree was small, it was quite resilient. It could bend, but not break. Xiao Fan found a relatively sharp stone and began cutting the bark with the sharpest part. After cutting around the bark, he started to hit it hard. In less than 10 minutes, he managed to break it. No wonder there was a Stone Age in history. Stones were quite useful, although holding them could be painful. He could consider making a handle later. The entire branch was about 5 to 6 meters long, and he solved the end at the top with the stone in 2 minutes. Xiao Fan then cut 4 smaller branches with the stone, tying 2 of them to the tree and the beam at right angles, and tying the other 2 together at a 45-degree angle. He called these 2 the house edges. Xiao Fan then tied the other branches to the house edges, parallel to the beam. With that, the overall structure of the house was complete, and it took him about an hour. According to Xiao Fan's plan, if he had a knife, he could finish it in 10 minutes. He also cut many banana leaves for future food, being kind enough to only take a few leaves from each tree. He spread the banana leaves one by one over the 3 horizontal beams and also covered the side space with banana leaves, creating a simple shelter. The overall shape of this shelter was a rectangular cuboid divided in half along the diagonal, with 3 walls made of banana leaves. On the side facing away from the sea, Xiao Fan also covered part of it with banana leaves. Testing the space and finding it was definitely enough to turn around inside. He shook it with his hands, and the sturdiness seemed acceptable, at least. Normal winds shouldn't blow it down. Since the banana leaves felt quite damp, Xiao Fan didn't lay them on the ground as a mattress. Thus, Xiao Fan's first shelter on this deserted island was completed. Chapter 5. Accepting Reality. The shelter was set up, but a few necessary conditions for survival remained: water, food, and fire. Xiao Fan thought that fire would probably be impossible for a while. As for food and water, he planned to finish eating all the fruit he could find on the ground first, estimating that the food situation would last for a day or 2. During his explorations over the past 2 days, Xiao Fan had discovered 5 or 6 fruit trees and had relied on these fruits for sustenance, which also satisfied part of his body's water requirements. Although the fruits were small, they were quite juicy, with 1 fruit equivalent to half a cup of water. Xiao Fan spent over half an hour collecting all the fruits and storing them in the shelter. There were still many fruits left on the trees, most of which were green, although some were red. However, they were all too high up, and Xiao Fan hadn't climbed trees since he was a child, so that skill had long since faded. He could only wait for the fruits to fall to the ground, and it seemed he would have to check every day from now on. He couldn't let a single one go. Xiao Fan thought. The remaining fruits could probably only sustain him for 1 more day, and by tomorrow, there would likely be nothing to eat. Moreover, the main issue was water. Without a fixed water source, no one could last long. It seemed that food could be postponed for now. The most pressing issue was water. Xiao Fan thought while lying in his little nest. Dew should be a good option. The coastal area was quite humid, and it seemed he could collect a lot of dew in the morning. From now on, the first thing every morning would be to look for dew. Without a container, he would treat the morning dew as his first meal. Xiao Fan began planning how to get water. The banana trees should be rich in moisture, so he needed to come up with a way to extract some water from them tomorrow. He had his eye on that patch of banana trees. That's right. He could cut the tree open and use a simple device to collect some. Without further ado, Xiao Fan quickly walked into the banana grove, found a tree without bananas, and looked for a branch about 1 centimeter in diameter. He inserted one end of the branch into the banana tree about 20 centimeters above the ground, with the branch angled downwards. According to Xiao Fan's understanding, moisture from inside the tree should flow along this inserted branch. He then broke off a piece of banana leaf and placed it directly under the branch to catch the dripping moisture. He dug a small hole in the ground, and with the banana leaf underneath, he created a simple water collection device. Following this method, Xiao Fan made a dozen or so simple collection devices. If he was right, these should be able to provide him with at least 1 liter of moisture. Xiao Fan thought happily that 1 liter of water would definitely be enough for half a day. Tomorrow, he would think of a way to go deeper into the forest to see if there was a water source since the grove seemed quite dense. After finishing these tasks, the sun was about to set. Although the nighttime light wouldn't affect walking as it had the previous night, Xiao Fan decided to rest, lying in the shelter and considering what to do next. Through 2 days of exploration, although more than half of the island had not been explored, Xiao Fan knew that this island was indeed a deserted one, likely never inhabited by anyone. It seemed he could only wait for rescue. So many people had gone missing at sea, the government should act quickly. Besides him, the others were flowers of the motherland, and their families wouldn't sit idly by. It seemed a few among this group had quite good family backgrounds. Xiao Fan realized that the core issue now was to ensure his survival. He didn't need to be comfortable, just to stay alive. He estimated that someone would find him in a few days at most. Food, water, fire, and shelter. The shelter issue had been resolved. Although the wind-blocking effect was average, it should be fine to sleep for a few days, as long as there is fire. Xiao Fan believes that food problems can be easily solved. At least, in that banana grove, even if there are no ripe bananas. Roasting some can last for a few days. Moreover, yesterday Xiao Fan discovered many shell-like objects on the rocks to the west of the shelter, which should also be edible. He is hesitant to eat them raw, but once cooked, wouldn't they become seafood? The water problem hasn't been fundamentally solved either. Xiao Fan thinks that relying on dew and the moisture from the banana trees can only keep him alive temporarily. If he wants to live better and have the energy to do other things, he must find a water source. Through investigation, Xiao Fan knows that there must be a water source in the forest because the sounds of animals he hears and the density of the trees all require water support. He also found several low-lying areas where there used to be flowing water, but for some reason, it is gone now. However, if he goes further in or digs a pool in the low-lying area, he should be able to find something. The water problem already has solutions. At least there are several directions he can work towards, and no matter the outcome, he can at least give it a try, to ensure that rescuers can find him. Xiao Fan decides to create some distress signals tomorrow. The shape he arranged with stones on the beach on the first day may not have a good effect, as he feels it's unlikely to be seen from a plane. The best way is to create a signal fire. Usually, when a rescue plane flies over, Xiao Fan should be able to hear it, and the rest is to make sure the plane can spot him. A signal fire is the best method. Fire becomes the main focus of effort tomorrow, whether for food, purifying water, or creating a signal. Fire has become an essential factor. Lying in the shelter, thinking about the tasks for tomorrow, Xiao Fan doesn't feel too sad. However, as his mind becomes empty of other thoughts, an indescribable fear gradually spreads within him. In a place where no one has ever set foot, the surrounding environment feels quite eerie, and the sounds of the wind and unknown animals make Xiao Fan curl up his body. Plus, having not eaten real food for 2 days, he feels like he wants to die. The more afraid he is, the more he thinks, reminiscing about the air conditioning in his dorm, the food in the cafeteria, and his parents at home. Only after losing something do you come to cherish it. This saying is absolutely true. Sigh, in this information age, I'm sure my parents know that I'm missing, but I wonder how worried they must be. In the past, Xiao Fan used to think that being alone on such a deserted island was quite nice. But only when he truly faced it did he realize how precious ordinary days were. He has no idea what happened to the others on the boat, whether they survived or not. Guahong and Lu Ting, he wonders how they are, and if they are alive. However, with a life buoy, the chances of survival should not be small. Xiao Fan thinks of a few familiar kids who are probably crying out of fear right now. Although Xiao Fan usually doesn't talk much in class, being alone for a couple of days is a first. Having someone to argue with would be nice. No wonder in that famous movie, the protagonist talks to a soccer ball. He must have been driven mad. The more he thinks, the clearer his mind becomes. Xiao Fan used to go to bed late every night, but now it is probably only 8 or 9 p.m., and he finds himself wide awake. After lying down for so long, he feels this shelter is much better than the one yesterday. However, the wind still seeps in frequently. Xiao Fan gets up and, taking advantage of the moonlight, lays out some leftover banana leaves, then sits inside. It seems he needs to find a softer plant to dry out and use as a mat on the ground tomorrow. Otherwise, he will wake up with a sore back. Xiao Fan decides to fill his daily schedule with tasks so that time passes quickly and he doesn't overthink things. After just 2 days, Xiao Fan is struggling to handle being alone. When he has things to do, it's fine, but when lying in the shelter or having nothing to do, he inevitably overthinks. At this rate, even if his body holds up, his mind won't be able to take it anymore. Sitting under the shelter, looking at the starry sky, an idea suddenly pops into Xiao Fan's mind. He hasn't seen stars in a long time. If he weren't alone, living on this island could actually be quite nice. After a tiring day, Xiao Fan forces himself to lie down and starts counting sheep. Maybe he is just too exhausted, as it doesn't take long before he falls asleep. Due to the strong wind at night, Xiao Fan doesn't know how many times he woke up. This place is clearly tropical, although it's unbearably hot during the day. At night, when the sun is gone, the sea breeze makes Xiao Fan shiver. He only has a pair of shorts and a short-sleeved shirt, not even any socks. If he doesn't start a fire tomorrow, he might freeze to death. If he has a fire, the entire living environment will change dramatically. Xiao Fan decides to make starting a fire his top priority tomorrow. Chapter 6. Fire. Xiao Fan gets up early, not because he doesn't want to sleep, but because he is too hungry and too cold. The first thing he does after getting up is eat half of the fruits he saved from yesterday. Then he goes into the jungle to gather dew. Unexpectedly, he finds that he is full from drinking the dew. Xiao Fan thinks, it seems that the water problem can be put on hold for now. He walks over to the banana grove to check the effectiveness of the water collection device he set up yesterday. Upon closer inspection, he finds that not a single banana leaf has even a cup of water. The combined amount from over a dozen trees is probably less than a bottle of Waha water, but it should be enough to last the morning. Perhaps it hasn't rained in the past few days, resulting in low moisture levels in the banana grove. Otherwise, a dozen trees should have yielded at least a liter overnight. In this weather, the sun is scorching, and with a full day of work ahead, he needs to ensure at least 2 liters of water to keep his body at a healthy level. Xiao Fan doesn't have any containers to collect the water, and once the sun rises, this little water will evaporate quickly. He has no choice but to drink all the water he collected. This is probably the fullest he has been in a while. After drinking, Xiao Fan decides to search for firewood to dry out in the sun, preparing for later ignition. He finds many small branches in the forest, which are mostly quite dry, and also collects some fallen leaves. Near the beach, he finds a dry coconut. He places all these items on a rock in an open area where they can get some sunlight. With these preparations made, Xiao Fan decides to venture deeper into the forest, primarily to find water and see if there is any food. Based on his explorations over the past 2 days, this island seems to be a volcanic island, but the volcano isn't very tall, probably less than 100 meters high. Following the beach, Xiao Fan reaches the end. Both the west and east sides are blocked by reefs, making it impossible to cross. The only hope of getting a view of the entire island is to head deeper into the forest. Xiao Fan believes that if he climbs to the highest point of the volcano, there should be a lake there. Otherwise, the island wouldn't be so lush and green. In a forest, the biggest fear is getting lost. Although every place on this deserted island is unfamiliar to Xiao Fan, he doesn't want to lose that shelter. As he has started to feel somewhat familiar with it, he walks for over an hour, and since the coastal area is filled with shrubs, making the path difficult to navigate, he estimates he has covered less than 1,000 meters in that hour. However, there were a few good pieces of news along the way. Xiao Fan found an unknown fruit that looked a bit like a persimmon. It was very bright and appeared very appetizing. But Xiao Fan didn't dare to try it because there were no insects on these fruits, and the few that had fallen to the ground hadn't been eaten by any animals. After considering it, Xiao Fan decided against eating it until he was almost starving. Nevertheless, he made a note of the location. Another good piece of news was that Xiao Fan discovered animal tracks. There were several obvious footprints in the forest. He followed these tracks, which were likely made by a relatively large animal. Xiao Fan suspected it could be wild boar. Following the footprints, he found a low-lying area, which seemed to be a dried riverbed. In the lowest part, there were clear signs of water, suggesting that there had been a water source there a few days ago, and animals had come to drink. However, it seemed that the recent lack of rain had caused the river to dry up. Xiao Fan picked up a thicker branch and walked to the lowest point, feeling that his foot was about to sink in. He then began to dig with the branch. In less than 10 minutes, he had dug a hole about 20 centimeters deep, and water was slowly seeping out of the hole. After about another 10 minutes, the water in the hole was over 10 centimeters deep, although it was very muddy. Xiao Fan was pleased, feeling that he no longer had to worry about the water source. Although it was muddy, he believed he could find a way to deal with it. But the distance to his shelter was too far, and he had no means to carry water. Xiao Fan began to secretly despise the unfairness of nature. It seemed he would have to find some other way to gather water. For now, he would just leave things as they were. Finding a water source was certainly a reason to celebrate. After locating the water source, Xiao Fan headed back to the shelter. He decided that he had to start a fire that afternoon. The firewood he had dried in the morning was already very dry, and he believed that if he had a lighter, he could start a fire in just 5 seconds. Even if given a flint, it would only take 10 seconds. Unfortunately, aside from his hands, he didn't even have a knife. Xiao Fan chose a straight branch about 1 centimeter in diameter from the sticks he had collected in the morning to use as a drill. He found another larger, drier branch and rubbed one end against a stone until it was nearly flat. Usually, on TV, people can start a fire in just a few minutes. But when Xiao Fan tried this method, he faced constant problems. To put it simply, drilling for fire involves generating enough heat through friction to ignite wood shavings. However, his attempts at drilling wood were fruitless. The best he managed was a little smoke, but there were no embers at all. He couldn't tell if it was the quality of the drill wood or the wood below that was the issue. Despite having a deep hole, there was no sign of success. Xiao Fan decided to take a break and look for other types of wood to try. He suspected that the wood he was using was too soft and lacked the necessary strength. After eating the last few fruits he had saved, Xiao Fan went into the woods and found several kinds of drier wood. He endured the pain and tested them out, pleasantly surprised to discover a type of wood that appeared quite hard. He could generate smoke in just a few minutes, but he still couldn't see any embers. Every time he felt close to success, his hands would hurt too much to continue, and he noticed that the blisters on his hands were close to bursting. Just touching them was painful, let alone rubbing them. Xiao Fan chose the 2 types of wood that generated the most smoke. He shaped one end of one piece against a stone at a certain angle, while he flattened the other piece on a stone. This work took him nearly an hour. and he blamed his lack of tools. If he had a knife, he could have completed this in just a few minutes. After working for nearly half a day, the only achievement was finding the most suitable firewood, while also ruling out 2 methods. It wasn't that the methods didn't work. They just weren't suitable for Xiao Fan at that moment, as his tender hands couldn't handle the friction. Xiao Fan then thought of a more complicated method, similar to the first one, but using some other apparatus to free his hands. He found a branch with an angle on the ground to serve as a bow. It didn't need to look good, nor did it need to provide force, just enough to create a gap in the bowstring for the stick to fit into. He found several smaller, seemingly damp pieces of wood, which were more like vines than trees. Xiao Fan sat down in the shelter and gathered all the tree bark in front of him. He tore off the rough outer layer, leaving a thin inner layer, which he then tore into thin strips. He took 3 of these strips and braided them into a rope over 50 centimeters long, testing its strength and finding it sturdy enough to hold a few kilograms. He first carved notches at both ends of the bow he had found using a stone, then tied the braided rope to both ends, creating a simple bow. The bowstring was tied tightly. If it was too loose, it wouldn't be able to move the fire stick. He wrapped the fire stick in the bowstring, then pressed one end down with a rock and placed the other end on the prepared wood, which he had also notched with a stone. Finally, the fire was ignited. Xiao Fan threw in some larger firewood he had prepared, and as the fire grew larger, he was extremely happy, feeling that the afternoon had not been wasted. Having fire meant he could have more food and wouldn't feel so cold at night. He found several large stones and built a semicircular fire pit in front of the shelter, moving the fire into it. Chapter 7. Finally, a feast. Speaking of starting the fire, although Xiao Fan spent nearly half a day on it, he felt lucky overall because at least he managed to ignite it. He summarized his successful experience, noting that the key conditions were met very well. He had dried all the necessary materials beforehand, making them highly flammable. Just a small spark was enough to ignite them. Secondly, he had tried many methods. The first method using his hands took the longest time and was the most painful. Although it didn't succeed, it helped him identify which types of wood were most suitable for starting a fire. After trying several methods, he finally succeeded. Xiao Fan neatly stored the bow, fire stick, and firewood he had used to start the fire in the shelter. He decided to sleep with them for the next few days, as these were the first tools he had made himself since being stranded on the deserted island. He also gathered some tinder materials and placed them in the shelter, knowing that no one could predict when the fire might go out or when it might rain. If he waited until then to search for these materials, he would probably not find them. Now that he had started a fire, Xiao Fan decided to look for something to eat. He had been living on those few fruits for the past couple of days, which provided little nutrition. After exploring for a few days, he had found several edible items and planned to gather them all for a well-deserved meal. However, as he prepared to leave the fire, he faced a significant problem. There was no one to tend to the fire, and Xiao Fan had no idea how long it would last. If the fire went out while he searched for food, he would be devastated. Xiao Fan didn't have a particularly good solution. He could only look for the largest dead trees he could manage to carry, hoping they would burn for a long time. After considerable effort, he found 3 fallen dead trees that he could carry. The diameter reached about 15 centimeters, and the longest one was nearly 2 meters. Xiao Fan decided to save the longest one for the evening and first test the 2 shorter ones during the day. He put one of the shorter pieces into the fire, and after a while, it caught fire. Xiao Fan didn't pay attention to it anymore. After more than half an hour, only the larger piece of wood was still burning, and it looked like it could last another hour or 2 without any problem. Xiao Fan simply moved the fire out, then gathered a lot of stones to build the fire pit up to about 40 centimeters high, leaving a gap on the side facing the shelter, and also leaving a long, narrow area next to the gap for placing longer wood, surrounded by stones. Overall, it looked like a spoon, with a diameter of about 70 to 80 centimeters. Xiao Fan moved the fire back in, added some firewood, and then walked towards the beach. He remembered seeing some shellfish on the rocky area on the west side of the island. Previously, he didn't dare to eat them raw without fire. But now that he had fire, the first food that came to mind was those shellfish. Unlike fish, which may not be easy to catch, the shellfish would still be there as long as the tide was out, so Xiao Fan would definitely be able to collect them. He tossed the bananas aside and quickly wove a simple basket from the banana leaves he had torn off, then used the leftover string from making the bow to secure the loose parts a bit. Later, Xiao Fan planned to find some smaller vines and add branches to weave a sturdier basket, which would be very necessary for carrying things or for future outings. After tidying up the fire a bit, Xiao Fan arrived at the rocky area by the sea that he couldn't cross. He was pleasantly surprised to find that it was just low tide, and it must have just receded, as there were still wet marks on the rocks. This large area was all rocky, with parts still submerged, but the exposed parts looked like there were plenty of good things. There was still quite a bit of water left in this rocky area, and Xiao Fan estimated that after the tide went out, there would definitely be a lot of aquatic life left in the water, like crabs and even fish. However, this time, Xiao Fan's target was not those hard-to-catch moving creatures, but rather the shellfish, which were the easiest to collect. After not eating anything substantial for several days, Xiao Fan no longer had the energy to chase those creatures. Approaching the rocky area, Xiao Fan found a large number of oval-shaped black shellfish, each less than 8 centimeters long and less than 3 centimeters wide, growing in the crevices of the rocks. He tried to pry them off with his hands, but they wouldn't budge. He found a stone by the sea and began to smash the ones that looked easy to break off, one by one. In less than 10 minutes, he filled the entire basket, estimating that even the smallest meat inside each black shellfish would be enough for him to have a meal. After all, they were all right there, so he could come back to collect more whenever he needed to eat. What made Xiao Fan happy was that he also found a bit of sea salt on the higher rocks, which must have been left behind after the seawater receded and dried out in the sun. He carefully collected all the sea salt with the black shellfish. This trip probably took less than an hour. The fire was still going well, although only that one piece of wood was burning and there were no visible flames. It reignited easily when Xiao Fan added some more firewood. After setting aside the collected black shellfish, Xiao Fan first broke off about a dozen bananas and tossed them to the edge of the fire. Green bananas are hard to eat raw as they are too astringent, but after being roasted over the fire, they become edible. Xiao Fan had eaten grilled bananas at barbecue restaurants before, but they were always already ripe bananas that were just grilled for flavor. This was his first time trying to roast unripe green bananas. Sitting in front of the fire, watching the flames and the bananas roasting, Xiao Fan felt particularly satisfied. It had been 3 days since he arrived on the island, and although he hadn't seen any boats or planes, now that he had fire, and with plans to find some water tomorrow, he believed he could survive until rescue arrived. He felt confident that food would no longer be a problem, whether from the banana grove or the black shellfish, both of which were enough to sustain him for over 10 days. The banana grove should have at least a dozen bunches of bananas, with each bunch containing dozens of bananas, which would be enough to replenish his energy daily. As for the black shellfish, although each one had only a little meat, there were so many of them, probably thousands in that rocky area alone, and there should be more black shellfish or other shellfish in other places as well. After thinking about it, Xiao Fan realized that the only limiting factor for his survival at the moment was water. Although he had found a low-lying area that should have some water, he couldn't be sure if it would suffice for daily consumption. Even if it was enough, he didn't know how to drink it. He couldn't just lie down and suck it up every day. If the weather didn't cooperate and there was no rain, that small pit probably wouldn't last long, and not only would he need water, but any animals would probably get to it before he did. It seemed that tomorrow he would need to look for other water sources to see if there were any small streams or anything. Xiao Fan knew in his heart that the island must have small rivers, otherwise there wouldn't be such dense forests and various animals thriving. As he thought about this, the bananas roasting in the fire started to turn black. Xiao Fan used a stick to pull one out and placed it at his feet. Looking at the blackened banana that looked like charcoal, he didn't hesitate at all, brushing off the ash and peeling it without caring how hot it was. After peeling, the banana, which had already been small, was now about the size of a thumb, with white flesh that resembled a baked potato. Xiao Fan took a bite. It didn't really taste like banana, but it had a slight sweetness. It wasn't necessarily delicious, but it was very filling and satisfying. This was the first hot food he had eaten in several days, and its taste was somewhat similar to that of potatoes, with a nutritional profile that seemed comparable as well, likely containing starch. Xiao Fan ate several in one go, but as he continued, the taste became increasingly mundane. After all, eating several baked potatoes in a row would probably make anyone feel they weren't that tasty anymore. Finally, Xiao Fan remembered the sea salt he had found on the rocks and tried dipping the banana in it, which gave it a unique flavor. After finishing about 10 bananas, he had a few left, but he really didn't want to eat anymore. The taste was okay, but the more he ate, the thirstier he felt. Feeling full, Xiao Fan tossed all the black shellfish, about 30 of them, into the fire. Less than a minute after throwing them in, the black shellfish began to release some water. Xiao Fan knew that once they were fully opened, it would be time to eat. After a while, all the black shellfish opened their mouths one by one. Xiao Fan used 2 long sticks to make a pair of long chopsticks. He tried several times before finally managing to grab one black shellfish from the fire. In the past, Xiao Fan wasn't particularly fond of seafood, thinking all seafood was fishy. But on this deserted island, seeing these black shellfish, his only thought was to eat them all. He picked one up. Although it looked quite large on the outside, the actual meat wasn't much. After removing some of the dark internal organs, the meat of one black shellfish was only about the size of a marble. He tried it and couldn't say it was delicious, as it was pure seafood, and he still found it a bit fishy. But at least it had more flavor than the bananas, and it had a nice chewiness. It felt like he was eating meat, and it had a bit of moisture. So it didn't make him feel very thirsty. After extracting all the black shellfish, he ate them one by one. The taste wasn't great, and Xiao Fan didn't particularly like seafood. But Xiao Fan felt an unusual sense of satisfaction. For once, his stomach was full. Although he didn't want to eat the last few bites, he forced himself to finish them to avoid wasting food. After all, even the tastiest food can become a bit nauseating if eaten too much, especially since it wasn't something Xiao Fan particularly liked. Chapter 8. Desperately Searching for Water. After a busy day, Xiao Fan lay down in the shelter, reflecting on his life over the past few days, and felt an inexplicable sense of dread. If it weren't for this island, he probably would have died by now. He might have already become fish droppings. Xiao Fan remained optimistic because he knew he was still alive, though he didn't know how many of the others from the boat were still alive. He placed the longest stick into the fire pit and lay down. With the fire, Xiao Fan felt that even the bugs had decreased, and it gave him a great sense of security. Throughout the night, Xiao Fan slept fitfully, partly because he was afraid the fire would go out and partly because there were still quite a few bugs. Frequently, he would wake to find an unknown bug crawling on his face, and his uniform response to such bugs was to swat them dead and throw them into the fire. Early in the morning, he rearranged the fire pit and found some black charcoal, which he took with him as he walked toward the sea. To regroup, Xiao Fan decided to take a bath and brush his teeth first thing in the morning. Arriving at the beach, the sea breeze was still quite cool. He placed the charcoal on a rock and then shouted as he ran into the sea. In reality, he only ran a few meters into the water, which didn't even reach his waist, not because he didn't want to go further, but simply because he was not a good swimmer. Closing his eyes, he submerged his head in the sea, and it instantly awakened him. After a quick wash, focusing mainly on his backside, since he had no toilet paper and had been using leaves for the past few days, he felt that area needed special attention today. Xiao Fan walked to the shore and used a stone to crush the charcoal as finely as possible. Just like how Indians never use the same hand for eating and using the toilet, he thought. He might not pay attention to this aspect later, but since he had just washed his backside 2 minutes ago, he thought it was worth being mindful of hygiene, even in harsh conditions. After cleaning himself, Xiao Fan went to the banana grove to find the water collection devices and discovered that compared to yesterday, there was even less water. However, after drinking what he found, he felt somewhat satisfied. It seemed he would have to search for more water today. The morning was manageable with banana water, and it wasn't too hot. But by the afternoon, there would be no water to drink, and it would get very hot, just like the past few days. Xiao Fan decided that his main task today was to find water. Before searching for water, he gathered some firewood and placed it on the beach, then used stones to cut a patch of green grass to lay on top. Finally, he added some flammable materials to the bottom, creating a fire pile that could be ignited quickly. The layer of green plants would help produce black smoke. If he saw a ship or plane, he could quickly light a signal fire after grabbing a fire source from the shelter and running to the beach. Xiao Fan estimated it would take about 5 minutes to produce black smoke. While it might be a long shot for planes, it should be enough for ships. This was the best plan he could come up with. Returning to the shelter, Xiao Fan tidied up the fire and sat down to assess his current situation. Although Xiao Fan was an ordinary person, he was good at summarizing and discovering problems through reflection. Otherwise, he wouldn't have passed the graduate entrance exam. Looking at what he had, all he had from civilization were a short-sleeved shirt, a pair of shorts, a pair of underwear, and a watch. This was everything he had from civilization. Xiao Fan sighed, wishing he had a Swiss Army knife with him. Then he could do whatever he wanted. Now that he had fire and a shelter, he had enough food for the time being. Bananas and shellfish should last for several more days. The core issue now was water. Rainwater was unreliable. He didn't know when it would rain, and he had no containers to collect it. Even if it rained, he could only manage to drink for one day. Xiao Fan thought that he would have to rely on groundwater. Looking at the surrounding environment, groundwater seemed more reliable. However, the river he had previously found was quite far from the shelter, and it would take about half an hour to reach. Most importantly, Xiao Fan didn't have anything to carry water in. Moving the shelter closer to the water would make it too far from the coast, making it harder for rescuers to find him, and it would also be too far from the banana grove where he could easily find food. This idea flashed through Xiao Fan's mind and was quickly dismissed. It seemed he must find a container to hold water. Xiao Fan had a few backup plans in mind. The easiest option was to find some large shells, estimating that each shell could hold about 100 milliliters of water if he could find a few that didn't leak. Although he couldn't swim, he thought he could probably find a few near the shore. He decided to look for black clams next time he went to the beach. Another method was to make a container out of plants, with bamboo being the best option. Using bamboo, he could create a convenient bamboo tube, suitable for holding water or other items. However, Xiao Fan hadn't discovered any bamboo on the island in the past few days, and even if he found some, he didn't have a knife to cut it down. He could also use banana leaves to make a simple water container, but it would only hold water for a short time, and if he had to travel a long distance, there wouldn't be much left by the time he got back to the shelter. Xiao Fan didn't care about how nice it looked. He just needed it to be watertight. Once he succeeded, he wouldn't have to worry about containers anymore. Sighing, He thought it was better to check the pit he had dug earlier to see if it was effective. If there was no water, then thinking of a container would be pointless. Xiao Fan found a relatively thick branch and spent about 10 minutes smoothing it on a large rock to create a simple shovel shape. When he reached the low area, he saw that the pit he had dug last time was still there, and it appeared very damp inside, with visible watermarks at the lowest point. Seeing this, Xiao Fan knew there was still hope. He could definitely find water here. He used the branch to expand the water pit, deepening it to about 70 centimeters and making it as wide as a bucket. Fortunately, the soil in this area was very soft. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to complete this large water pit with just one stick. Even though the soil was soft, it still left Xiao Fan exhausted and thirsty. To prevent animals from stealing his water source, he gathered many branches and surrounded the pit, also using mud to secure the bottoms of the branches to prevent small insects from falling into the pit through the gaps, which would contaminate the water. To prevent evaporation from the sun and to keep flying insects from falling into the pit, Xiao Fan also found some large leaves to cover the water pit. Tomorrow, he planned to weave a lid from banana leaves, which would be perfect. For now, it could already be called a simple well. Over the past few days, both mentally and physically, Xiao Fan felt very tired. He hadn't eaten well, and his hydration had not been very proactive, leading to signs of weakness in his body. It seemed he would have to go find black clams. Although they weren't to his taste, they were certainly more nutritious than roasted bananas. He decided to take a break first, rest well, and then go look for food. After eating a few bananas, Xiao Fan lay down in the shelter and began his afternoon nap. Lying on the ground, it was certainly a lie to say it was comfortable. The stones beneath him and various small animals made it difficult for Xiao Fan to fall asleep. However, at this point, things were already much better than when he had first washed up on the deserted island. He now had a place to stay, although it wasn't very comfortable. And there was food available, even if it wasn't to his taste. Moreover, he had found a water source today, although it was a bit far and limited. But this was survival, not a vacation, and with these things, Xiao Fan was already quite satisfied. In fact, the chances of rescue were greatest during the first week after going missing. The later it got, the smaller the chances of being saved. After all, it was impossible to conduct an unlimited search and rescue operation for just a few people for an extended period of time. He didn't know how the media reports were going or whether the incident had been publicized. If it received enough attention, the chances of being rescued could increase significantly. After lying down for a while, Xiao Fan sat up and decided to do something. If he didn't keep himself occupied throughout the day, he felt he might end up committing suicide before dying of thirst. It's no wonder that the old man in the novel talked to a soccer ball. Perhaps in a few days, Xiao Fan would find himself chatting with the ants on the ground. He got up and went to the beach, only to find that the tide was still quite high and the wind was strong. He figured that finding clams would be quite difficult. Thinking of that taste, Xiao Fan decided to look for some bananas to eat first. Previously, he hardly ate crabs and really couldn't stand the taste of clams. Plus, every time he had them, they were barbecued, and the fishy smell was unbearable. Arriving at the banana grove, Xiao Fan first counted the number of bananas he had temporarily stored. There were none that could be eaten directly, 3 bunches of small ones that could be roasted, and about a dozen bunches that were too small to eat. Each bunch could probably sustain him for a day. If he couldn't find any other food, he would run out of things to eat in 3 days. Aside from the clams. Chapter 9, Making Slippers. The slippers he had made before were already worn out. So Xiao Fan decided to make a better pair before heading to the beach to check things out. Based on yesterday's tide, he estimated that in another half an hour, it would be easy to collect clams. First, he needed to find materials. The issue of rope had already been resolved. After testing fire, he found that the inner bark of tinder branches could be woven into quite good rope. For the sole of the shoes, Xiao Fan decided to use thin rattan to weave it, following the method used for weaving mats. He just needed to find some softer rattan, which would be easy to weave. Once he finished weaving the sole, Xiao Fan planned to twist the side rattan up, binding the 2 sides together, which would basically form the shape of a shoe. He also left some of the rattan at the front of the sole, twisting it up and securing it with the side rattan. This way, the front of the shoe was taken care of. He would later use rope to securely tie the necessary places and add a few banana leaves inside as insoles, completing the project. Without further ado, Xiao Fan planned to find suitable materials first, starting with the easiest to find for making rope. Tinder branches were everywhere, and the bark of the rattan was also very suitable for making rope. He took a sharp stone and quickly found plenty of materials. The remaining task was weaving. As for the material for the shoe sole, the most suitable was very thin rattan, but after searching for a long time, he couldn't find any. There was plenty of rattan, but they were all quite large. If he used those to weave a pair of shoes, they would probably weigh over 10 kilos. As a fallback, Xiao Fan found a similar type of softer small branch that he felt would work just as well as the thin rattan. After collecting all the materials, Xiao Fan realized that a lot of time had passed. Mainly, he had to walk carefully, One wrong step could cut his foot. With only one stone and no tools, even a simple task like cutting branches took a lot of time. Walking on the rocks was incredibly painful. They were slippery, and he had to be careful not to get cut. As for walking underwater, Xiao Fan thought better of it. It wasn't worth the risk of walking barefoot on the rocks under the water for something so trivial, as the risk of injury was too great. After searching for quite a while, aside from the initial clams he found, Xiao Fan only discovered a large conch. However, he was still quite happy. At least this conch would make for a substantial meal. After eating the conch meat, the shell would also serve as a good tool for drinking water. Back at the shelter, Xiao Fan first went out to gather enough firewood for tonight. He threw the clams and conch into the fire and began weaving rope with the rattan he had found earlier. Time passed quickly while working as he wove the rope. It gradually got darker. By this time, Xiao Fan was extremely thirsty. He took the clams out of the fire and started eating them directly. He found that the more he ate, the salter they became, making him thirstier. Reluctantly, he drank some of the water he had boiled from the conch. Though it was scalding hot, it at least alleviated his thirst somewhat, but it was still very salty. In the past few days, Xiao Fan had not drunk much water. The only time he had sufficient water was in the morning from the banana tree, while he hadn't replenished enough moisture in the afternoon and evening, leading to his increasing weakness. He thought that no matter what, he had to replenish enough water tomorrow. Using a small twig, he picked out the conch meat. But it was so tough, he couldn't bite through it. He wasn't sure if it was overcooked or if this type of conch meat was just not suitable for eating, as it felt a lot like rubber. Xiao Fan used a long branch to skewer the conch meat and began to roast it, hoping that after further cooking, it would taste a bit better. Eating clams every day was almost making him sick. While waiting for the conch meat to cook, Xiao Fan started weaving the rope again. The process was simple, but each step required precision. Relying solely on his hands, Xiao Fan's progress was slow. It took him half a day just to strip all the bark and select the usable inner fibers for weaving. The subsequent rope weaving went much faster. Xiao Fan also thought of a method to make the bindings tighter. He moved a large stone over, tied the rope to it, and began weaving, applying pressure to make the rope tighter. No matter how large the rope needed to be in the future, this method could be used for weaving. In fact, drying the bark in advance would likely facilitate the weaving process and improve the rope's quality. This time, Xiao Fan decided to give it a try. It wasn't necessary for a pair of shoes to be perfect. With enough rope made, the next task was to weave the shoe sole, which was a technical job that directly determined the success and comfort of the shoe. Originally, Xiao Fan intended to weave the sole into a shape that fit his foot, similar to the shoes bought in stores. However, the final outcome showed that weaving a rectangular shape was the simplest and most achievable. Weaving to fit the shape of the sole required too many considerations, and the material didn't support that method very well. In the end, Xiao Fan wove a rectangular sole, leaving some parts unwoven around the edges, intending to twist them up to form the shoe's back. After struggling for half a day, he still couldn't manage to tie it into a shoe shape. It sounded easy to say, but it was genuinely challenging to do. Ultimately, Xiao Fan could only wear the sole and then tie the rope around his foot. To his surprise, even after tying it, his foot could still awkwardly slip out of the shoe. Finally, after testing it out, he found that as long as he tightened the laces a bit more, it could be considered a reasonably fitting pair of grass shoes. He thought he could come back later to optimize them further. He placed the shoes on the side away from the fire and picked up the conch meat to eat. This time, it didn't have the rubbery taste. It was just very chewy. When he put it in his mouth and kept chewing, he found it surprisingly sweeter. It was likely because the conch was quite fresh. He had eaten conch meat at home before, but it usually had a bitter taste. This time, it was an unexpected delight. On this island, it feels like there will never be a shortage of ingredients. Whether one can eat well and be full depends on whether Xiao Fan can find the best ingredients and the best cooking methods. However, given the limitations of tools and ingredients, it is estimated that simply being full would be quite good. As for enjoying gourmet food, Xiao Fan does not set high expectations. Lying in the shelter, with a fire nearby, Xiao Fan feels very safe. To avoid the problems caused by insects that hindered his sleep last night, Xiao Fan collected a lot of banana leaves to seal the shelter tightly, leaving only an opening near the fire for himself to enter and exit. To prevent small crawling insects, Xiao Fan also dug a trench outside the shelter, resembling a moat. He initially planned to fill it with seawater, but found no suitable container for holding water. Moreover, even if he poured water, it would probably seep into the ground in no time. Xiao Fan had to place some firewood in the trench and light it, hoping that the smoke could serve some purpose, at least providing some psychological comfort. Overall, today was quite rewarding and fulfilling, and he made himself a pair of shoes, which would likely make his search for water tomorrow much easier. Tomorrow, he planned to look for bamboo, which is a more suitable material. Xiao Fan wasn't sure how to cut the bamboo to make a suitable container, but he thought it was better to find it first. Another option was to make a simple pottery. From Xiao Fan's memory, it just required soil and water to shape it, and then put it in the fire to bake. However, it would likely require a lot of attempts since he had only seen it done before but never tried it himself. Lying in the shelter and thinking about the days ahead, he realized he wouldn't starve now, and the waterhole should keep him from dying of thirst. Moreover, Xiao Fan believed that this island must receive frequent rain, otherwise it wouldn't be so lush and green. The next task was to live better and then explore the entire island, hoping to find traces of humanity. At least Xiao Fan believed that he couldn't be the only survivor from the shipwreck. There should be many life rings, indicating that several people could have survived. The nights these past few days have been filled with stars, and Xiao Fan could barely recognize the North Star, which would help him with navigation. The nights on the island are still quite cold, and he needs to keep adding firewood to the fire. Xiao Fan has been sleeping intermittently all night, but compared to before, there's been significant improvement. Xiao Fan had once heard advice from a survival expert to keep oneself busy during survival. This way, one would not feel lonely. Striving for progress each day in living conditions would provide the motivation to continue living. Chapter 10, Pottery Testing. Waking up early. Although he had a watch, it was damaged after being soaked in water, and now Xiao Fan didn't know what time it was. It felt like the sun had just risen. Considering he was in the tropics, it was probably around 6 a.m. Wearing the newly made sandals, he felt quite comfortable, and there was no longer any pain in the soles of his feet while walking. He brushed his teeth with charcoal, soaked his head in the water to wash his face, and washed his hair as well. A brand new day had begun. The first thing he did was run to the banana grove to drink the collected water, which filled him about halfway. Considering sustainability, Xiao Fan moved all his water collection devices to a different tree, so tomorrow there might be a bit more water, and it wouldn't cause the banana trees to die from lack of water. These banana trees were Xiao Fan's treasures, providing food, drink, and materials for the shelter. Breakfast was still bananas and black clams, simply to fill his stomach, but now just seeing these two items made Xiao Fan feel nauseous. After putting on his newly made shoes and becoming familiar with the path, Xiao Fan reached the waterhole in less than an hour. When he uncovered the leaves covering the waterhole, he was pleasantly surprised to find that it indeed contained water, and quite a lot at that, at least 10 centimeters deep. Estimating around 5 liters of water, enough for a day's supply. However, there were still a few issues. First, the water was quite dirty. Although Xiao Fan had done a good job protecting it from debris, the water was murky, likely due to the shallow depth and the surrounding mud. There wasn't a good solution to this problem. For now, he could only let it settle and see if that improved the quality. However, the settling effect in the waterhole wouldn't be particularly good, and the best approach would be to find a filtration method. Xiao Fan estimated that using some charcoal and sand should yield good results. However, none of that could be implemented at the moment. The immediate issue was how to transport the water back to the shelter. All Xiao Fan had was a conch shell. After pondering for a while and not finding a suitable method, he decided to try using the shell, just to drink something, as he was close to dying of thirst. It was dirty, but the water animals often came here to drink, so it shouldn't pose a significant problem. Xiao Fan scooped some water with the conch shell and tasted it. It tasted like water, with no other flavors, just a bit astringent, likely due to the dirtiness. This was good news. This could become a stable water source in the future, and once he had this, it wouldn't be too difficult to find another one elsewhere. How long this waterhole would last, Xiao Fan didn't know, but based on the terrain and soil moisture, it should last about a week without any issues. Xiao Fan believed there would definitely be rain within that week, considering it was the tropics. However, what Xiao Fan didn't expect was that the rain would come quickly and heavily, leaving him with nothing. Xiao Fan drank a bit more water to ensure he wouldn't need to replenish fluids again in the morning, then covered the waterhole with large leaves again, hoping the water quality would improve after a morning of settling. After drinking, he started searching for suitable soil to make pottery. Eventually, he found what he believed was the best soil near a river by a large tree, feeling that it had good adhesive qualities and contained fewer impurities. Xiao Fan decided to try with this first and would look for other suitable materials if it didn't work. Yesterday, he had also found a large stone slab, which he could use as a workbench today. The next task was for Xiao Fan to sift through half a basket of soil, removing all the stones and impurities, ultimately leaving a mound of soil about the size of a basketball. Xiao Fan planned to first make a simple, smaller pottery piece to test the waters, deciding to create a teacup. With this amount of material, he intended to make 3 different versions. The other steps would be the same. Xiao Fan planned to make one out of pure soil, one with some dried leaves mixed in, and one with some firewood ash included, ultimately seeing which one performed best to adopt the most suitable method in the future. Taking a piece of soil from the stone slab, Xiao Fan began making his first pottery by kneading it like dough until it had a good texture. He thought that if the bottom were flat, it would likely tip over easily, so he ultimately chose a hemispherical bottom for the teacup. Gradually adding soil from the bottom up, the shape of a teacup quickly emerged. However, Xiao Fan soon realized that the walls of the teacup seemed prone to collapsing. After thinking it over, he decided to roll the soil into long strips the size of chopsticks, and then wrap them around from the bottom up. After wrapping one circle, the height of the teacup increased by about a centimeter, and then he used his hands to bond the upper and lower layers together, resulting in a teacup that looked much sturdier. Following the example, Xiao Fan made 3 teacups, but during the process of kneading the clay, he added a small amount of crushed dry leaves and ash from firewood. Later, Xiao Fan wanted to add some fine charcoal ash to see if the effect would be different. He placed the 3 teacups by the fire pit, intending to dry them out, and then went to find firewood for subsequent use. Ideally, they should be air-dried, but since Xiao Fan wanted to see the results quickly, he had to use fire. The work was not very complicated, but there were many materials to gather, and without suitable tools. He used stones to cut several suitable vines, and quickly wove a backpack that could carry 2 basketballs in size. In no time, the teacups were almost dried out. They no longer felt like clay when held in hand, and they had a distinct ceramic smell, becoming quite hard. Xiao Fan first added some large firewood, and once it burned down, there would be good charcoal. He placed the teacups on the charcoal and then added a lot of firewood around and on top, almost entirely covering the teacups with large, solid pieces. Next, he just had to wait for the firewood to burn out. Xiao Fan also wanted to make a dedicated kiln for pottery. This time, the temperature did not seem particularly high, so the results probably wouldn't be too good. If he wanted to create better pottery in the future, having a kiln was essential. After finishing lunch, which consisted of grilling leftover black clams and some bananas, the fire was almost ready. The burnt charcoal completely covered the teacups, and when the temperature dropped a bit, Xiao Fan found a branch to pull the teacups out. Once they had completely cooled down, Xiao Fan picked up the 3 cups and found that one had already lost a large chunk and was basically unusable. To distinguish the 3 different teacups, Xiao Fan had intentionally left different marks at the bottom of each cup. He immediately recognized that the unusable cup was the one with leaves added to the clay, while the best one was the one with plant ash added. When he took them to the seaside to test them with water, he was very pleased with the results. Aside from the broken one, the other 2 could hold water without leaking at all, and it seemed these 2 pieces of pottery could last for quite some time. They were not easily breakable. This made Xiao Fan very happy, as it not only brought hope for water-holding devices, but also for future cooking and storage needs, basically allowing him to bid farewell to primitive society. The afternoon's task was to make 23 larger containers capable of holding water. But the difficulty of firing pottery increased exponentially as the size grew, and Xiao Fan felt that the failure of the previous firing was likely due to insufficient temperature. He went back to the water pit and discovered that the water was still deep, but it looked a bit clearer than when he came in the morning. Xiao Fan took a few sips of water from the fired teacups and did not find it particularly disgusting. After drinking, he used his basket to collect different types of soil from various spots along the riverbed, deciding to choose the most suitable one for making the important water tank. After another round of firing, Xiao Fan found the most suitable soil, a darker soil found on the riverbed. Although the fired pottery looked quite ugly, it felt very substantial when lifted, producing a crisp sound, suggesting that he should be able to make larger pottery. Xiao Fan had discovered the best soil and gained some understanding of the firing process, believing he could make a relatively good water tank today. He once again took his basket and backpack, along with the small teacups, to the water pit. Chapter 11. Finally found fresh water. Returning to the shelter, he found that the 2 cups of water were completely gone, which was expected. Xiao Fan began the pottery-making process. This time, since he was making containers for holding water, he was particularly meticulous. Just preparing all the clay took him 2 hours. Originally, Xiao Fan intended to make flat-bottomed containers, but considering that flat bottoms could easily detach from the walls, he ultimately chose a conical bottom, planning to make a stand for it later. In the end, he shaped all the clay into 3 vessels, each capable of holding about 4 liters of water. Xiao Fan felt that 1 vessel would be enough to drink for a day. It was already getting late when he finished, so he had some more black clams and bananas. This time, he genuinely started to feel nauseous about these foods, and eating the same thing repeatedly was not good for his nutritional balance. Now that the water issue was almost resolved, Xiao Fan planned to take a walk tomorrow to see if he could find something else to eat. After finishing the meal, the 3 vessels were almost dry, and they would need to be sun-dried to see if that would be better than using fire. Xiao Fan planned to try that later. This time, he found a lot of firewood, many of which were quite large, aiming to fire the pottery better this time. He first produced a good amount of charcoal, then placed the 3 vessels in the fire, continuously adding firewood to keep the fire strong. He reserved what he needed for the night and burned the rest. The fire continued until Xiao Fan felt sleepy, and to prevent the vessels from cracking when suddenly removed, he decided to leave them in the fire until morning. By then, the fire would likely have died down, and the pottery would be finished. After a quiet night, the first thing Xiao Fan did upon waking was to pull the 3 water tanks out of the fire and set them aside to cool. He then went to the seaside to brush his teeth, bathe, and wash his hair, feeling very refreshed afterward. When he went to the banana grove for some water, he unexpectedly found that one bunch of bananas on a tree had started to turn yellow. It seemed he would soon be able to eat real fruit. After having more black clams and bananas, Xiao Fan felt that the water tanks had cooled down sufficiently. He took the 3 cooled water tanks to the seaside and was pleasantly surprised to find that 2 of them did not leak at all and appeared very sturdy. Using them as water tanks should pose no problem for a while. The only drawback was that they were a bit heavy, each weighing around 45 pounds, mainly due to the thick walls. This aspect could be optimized in the future, but if the walls were thinner, they might crack more easily. So he decided to leave them as they were for now and think of other solutions later. The other tank had a small crack at the bottom, allowing water to seep out. Originally, Xiao Fan thought of throwing it away, but then he saw the charcoal in the shelter and had a brilliant idea. Considering that there shouldn't be too much water in the water pit and that one tank's water would be enough for a day or two, Xiao Fan took 1 water tank, a teacup, and a basket to fetch water. Along the way, he kept an eye out for other edible items in the forest, as he really didn't want to eat those 2 things anymore. Arriving at the water pit, Xiao Fan found that the water level was quite decent, and he estimated that 1 tank could be filled. He carefully used the teacup to transfer all the water into the tank, filling it nearly to the brim, likely around 4 to 5 liters, so it seemed he wouldn't have to worry about water for the next few days. And he didn't believe it wouldn't rain on this island. Returning to the shelter, he noticed that a significant amount of water had spilled, probably over a liter. It seemed he would need to make a lid in the future, otherwise, it would all go to waste. The water was still quite murky, so Xiao Fan planned to let it settle first before filtering it. If that didn't work, he could boil it in the water tank, which would effectively kill off bacteria. Finding a large piece of charcoal, he crushed it into granules about the size of sand. Xiao Fan was ready to make a water filter. He first laid a layer of granules at the bottom of the cracked water tank, followed by a layer of charcoal, then another layer of granules, and continued layering until it was just 2 centimeters from the top, pressing it down with his hands. A water dispenser has been set up, and all that's left is to make a base for it, as Xiao Fan doesn't want to hold it with his hands all the time. The base Xiao Fan made was particularly simple. He tied 3 thick firewood sticks together with vines, binding them at about 1/3 of the length of the sticks. By spreading out the tied sticks, it formed a simple tripod, on which he placed a cracked water tank, while another complete water tank was placed on the ground. In this way, a base was completed in less than half an hour. The main time was spent looking for wooden vines. Otherwise, it would have only taken a few minutes. After testing with the cracked water tank, he adjusted the tripod according to the dimensions and then secured it to the ground, which basically meant inserting the sticks as deeply as possible into the ground and using some stones to slightly stabilize it. The tripod was already quite stable, and adding weight on top further enhanced its stability. After finishing the entire water filtration setup, Xiao Fan planned to let the water settle in the tank for half a day before filtering it, which should yield good results. The water issue has been perfectly resolved. The remaining problem is food. Over the past 2 days, his vine shoes have been worn out, so Xiao Fan meticulously crafted a sturdier pair of shoes. Wearing them, he intended to thoroughly explore the island today, with the main goal being to find food. A few days ago, he had already explored the beach, with cliffs on the east side being impassable and the west side where he gathered black clams being a rocky area. If he needed to cross, he would have to climb over the rocks or go around, and going around would require swimming, which Xiao Fan unfortunately couldn't do. During low tide, he had observed that the water was still about 1 to 2 meters deep, so he didn't dare to risk crossing. Climbing over the rocks would require a vertical ascent of 3 to 4 meters, and he was uncertain about the situation on the other side. If he climbed up and couldn't get down, it would be awkward, and currently, he had no means to climb over. He decided to try making a ladder when he had time in the future. As for venturing into the woods, the direction was hard to control, and it felt like the elevation was increasing, suggesting there might be a mountain. Today, Xiao Fan planned to climb to the highest point to see if he could find a way over and hopefully discover signs of human activity. Before setting off, Xiao Fan made sure he was well fed, although it was still bananas and black clams. This time he used another water tank with a little clean water to boil the black clams, which tasted much better than when roasted. The tank was indeed a bit large for cooking, but fortunately, its bottom was conical, or he would have wasted a lot of water. After eating and drinking enough, Xiao Fan took a short rest before planning to set off. He planned to walk along the ridge on the east side until he couldn't go any further. Chapter 12. Searching the Jungle. After eating and drinking enough, Xiao Fan first walked east along the seaside. The beach was very easy to traverse, and the grass shoes were quite effective. In less than 20 minutes, he reached the edge of the cliff. This time, Xiao Fan carefully observed this section of the cliff, which had a drop of more than 10 meters on the seaside, close to a 90-degree angle, making it impossible to go up or down from this side. Moreover, Following the ridge into the woods was also very steep. At least in Xiao Fan's line of sight, it was impossible to climb up. He could only walk along the mountain's trend into the woods. Once inside the woods, the path became difficult. It was either blocked by stones, or the jungle was too dense to pass without a machete. While walking along the ridge, Xiao Fan hoped to climb up the mountain to reach the highest point of the island, so he could have a panoramic view and better spot signs of human presence. However, after several attempts, he found that he couldn't climb up from this ridge at all. Countless large stones and cliffs blocked his way. Each time, he could only go as far as he could reach, and along the way, he didn't find anything of value. From a survival perspective, this area felt desolate, and he decided he wouldn't need to return here in the future. At least he wouldn't have to come back here again, as there was nothing useful. Eventually, Xiao Fan arrived at a relatively open area, where a huge rock stood ahead, looking very damp. It seemed this used to be a waterfall, and probably had flowed not long ago. Xiao Fan quickly made his way to the bottom of the rock, and was delighted to discover that the impact of the waterfall had created a small puddle below. Still holding some water, Xiao Fan had found another excellent water source, which cheered him up considerably, making him feel that survival was still possible. Both sides of the waterfall were sheer cliffs, and on the side he came from, there was no more area to search. Upon reaching the other side, he found that the hope of climbing up from here wasn't very promising either. First, the cliff was higher than from where he came, and at this point, he had a basic understanding of the island's terrain. There was a large mountain in the northeast corner of the island, estimated to be over 200 meters high. Xiao Fan couldn't determine the exact height, but felt that this should be the highest point of the island. Moreover, he sensed that it was very likely a volcanic island, formed by the impact of a volcanic eruption that created the cliffs on the northeast side. Along this mountain, there was a ridge extending east and west, and so far, Xiao Fan hadn't found a way to cross this ridge. At least from the east side of the waterfall, he had already explored. The cliffs made it impossible for him to climb up, preventing him from seeing the world on the other side. To the west of the waterfall, in his line of sight, there were large stones and very high cliffs. And it felt like the ridge of this mountain directly extended to the area where Xiao Fan had been gathering black clams. He decided to explore along the small river formed by the waterfall's impact first. If he wasn't mistaken, following the river should lead to the seaside. And once he reached the seaside, he would know his position. Xiao Fan walked downstream along the dry riverbed. On the right side of the river was a place he was somewhat familiar with, which he had explored in the afternoon, while on the left side of the river, or the west side of the river, he felt there wasn't much hope, as it looked like the elevation was not low. He decided to come back tomorrow to explore this area further, to see if there was hope of climbing over or finding other useful things. After walking along the river for only about 10 minutes, Xiao Fan discovered a pleasant surprise, a tree, and most importantly, it had fruit hanging from it. Over the past few days, he had already exhausted the fruit trees he previously found, and there were no edible fruits left on the ground. However, he couldn't reach any of the fruits on the tree. Quickly arriving under the fruit tree, Xiao Fan recognized it, a mango tree. It seemed he was already in the tropics. Xiao Fan had never seen a mango tree before, and he also didn't understand why the mango tree was so tall. Just like the previously discovered fruit trees, he had no way to obtain the fruit from this tree either, but compared to others, he felt there was a chance to climb up this mango tree since it had many branches. He should be able to climb up, but he didn't need to. Ha ha ha. Because Xiao Fan found fallen mangoes under the tree, yellow and ripe, not many and not large, but altogether enough for him to eat for 2 days. He loved picking things to eat, no need to climb trees, and they were ripe. While the ones on the tree were all green. Xiao Fan immediately took off his only short-sleeved shirt and packed all the mangoes, smiling as he walked away. All the way, Xiao Fan was extremely happy, as he wouldn't have to eat bananas anymore. He planned to eat mangoes today and nothing else. After walking along the river for less than half an hour, Xiao Fan discovered a familiar sight, a pit, one he had dug himself. This is the water source of Xiao Fan, a water pit. When Xiao Fan opened the cover, he found that there was some water in the pit again. It seems that water is no longer a concern. If this runs out, he can just dig a pit at the bottom of the waterfall. After putting down the hard-earned mango, Xiao Fan went to gather firewood and reinforce the shelter a bit. These are all daily routines and tasks that Xiao Fan set for himself, aimed at keeping himself busy and preventing any idle thoughts. After a tiring day, he could only rest well at night, like a pig, in a way that he wouldn't think at all, since he planned to eat mangoes tonight. Xiao Fan didn't gather black clams and bananas anymore. Otherwise, those would also be things he needed to do every day. Xiao Fan placed the broken water jar on the tripod and the other jar at the base of the tripod to start filtering water. He carefully poured a cup of water into the filter with a teacup, and after a long wait, he noticed drops of water trickling down from the gap. From the water that dripped down, Xiao Fan didn't notice any difference from before. The drops looked the same. It took Xiao Fan about half an hour to filter half of the water, and at this point, his arms were already tired and sore. Mainly because he was afraid to add too much water at once, fearing it would overflow and waste it. Xiao Fan tried the difference between the 2 buckets of water with a teacup and found that the filtered water was noticeably clearer. The unfiltered water had small specks resembling plankton, making it look murky. However, after filtering, it was different and had a fresh taste. Though it might just be a psychological effect for Xiao Fan. By this time, it was getting late, and while eating mangoes by the fire, Xiao Fan occasionally added a teacup of water to the filter, planning to filter all the water. The mangoes he picked were all yellow, but actually, half of them were not perfect. They were either eaten by insects or damaged when they fell. Nevertheless, Xiao Fan ate each mango until he couldn't eat anymore. After several days of the same food, and never feeling full, Xiao Fan had a deep respect for food, and indeed, these mangoes tasted quite good. After finishing the mangoes, the water was almost fully filtered, and Xiao Fan used an empty teacup to boil himself a cup of hot water. To prevent ash from falling in, Xiao Fan dug a small pit next to it, laid some charcoal, and placed the teacup on top. Perhaps the teacup was too thick, and the water didn't boil easily. So Xiao Fan added charcoal several times until the teacup finally boiled. When he intended to drink it, Xiao Fan realized a problem. The teacup had no place to hold, making it impossible to bring it to his mouth. It was just too hot. With no choice, Xiao Fan had to wait for it to cool down before drinking a bowl of lukewarm water. Chapter 13. Caught a fish. That night, Xiao Fan had a very comfortable time. Now he not only had food, but he could also have different meals, alternating between bananas and mangoes. There was a bunch of bananas that were about to ripen, and the mangoes would also ripen one after another. The water he had made was more than enough. That water pit could support Xiao Fan's daily consumption, and he could also deepen the pit or dig another one under the waterfall. The water issue was resolved. Moreover, Xiao Fan could now drink a cup of boiled water. Perhaps in the future, he could make a real teacup or a spoon, so he could drink tea, if possible. Xiao Fan even wanted to drink soup. It was unlikely to find tea trees in the tropics. Otherwise, he could really enjoy a cup of tea. Food, water, shelter, and fire. The 4 essential elements of survival. Xiao Fan had them all. The only thing lacking was the shelter. After several days, Xiao Fan found that the shelter was livable, but he himself didn't believe it could effectively shield from wind and rain. The food was not very abundant. It could only ensure that Xiao Fan wouldn't starve. And the daily food consisted of mangoes, bananas, and black clams. In truth, Xiao Fan hadn't had a satisfying meal in these days. Despite this, Xiao Fan was still energetic, which should be attributed to the black clams. Although they weren't tasty and were quite small, they looked very nutritious. No matter how abundant the food became, he still needed to regularly supplement with black clams. Time to sleep. Tomorrow's task was to explore the area west of the river and see if he could reinforce the shelter a bit more, and of course, it would be best to catch some other food. Xiao Fan thought happily. Early in the morning, Xiao Fan indulged himself with a bowl of tea. There were no tea leaves, but the warm water instantly filled him with energy. Mangoes, bananas, and black clams. That was Xiao Fan's breakfast, which was already quite unappetizing. First, he went to the water pit and saw that the water level was basically the same as yesterday, indicating that the underground water on this island was very abundant. At least he wouldn't have to worry about drinking water in the future. Returning to the waterfall, Xiao Fan didn't stop and directly began his exploration along the ridge. Just like yesterday, this time, the results were similar to yesterday's exploration. He couldn't get through. However, as he got closer to the seaside, the height of the cliffs gradually decreased. The lowest point was where Xiao Fan picked black clams by the sea, but it was impossible for him to pass through empty-handed. During his exploration, Xiao Fan made some discoveries, first noticing many wild animal trails. Although he wasn't a professional hunter, he could still recognize many hoof prints. Most likely, they were wild boars, and judging by the tracks, they seemed quite large. Xiao Fan knew that he had no hope of dealing with wild boars, so he didn't follow the path to investigate. When he returned to the seaside, Xiao Fan realized he was basically trapped on the northern side of the island. It seemed that there was no hope of searching the entire island anytime soon. Just then, the tide was receding, and Xiao Fan planned to gather some black clams for today's food. On the way to collect black clams, Xiao Fan noticed some ripples in a crevice between the rocks, which immediately struck him as unusual. When he approached the crevice, he was pleasantly surprised to find a small fish, white with black and white stripes, about 10 centimeters long, probably weighing less than a pound. Xiao Fan was empty-handed and could only try to catch the fish with his bare hands. It was nearly impossible to catch a fish swimming in the water, especially since Xiao Fan was barefoot, without a net or a fish spear. Even with a fish spear, it would be difficult, as fish swam too quickly during the day. Catching them at night with light was more promising. This time, Xiao Fan planned to block the fish when it reached the rock crevice and then try to grab it with his hands. He didn't know if it was because there had been no human presence on this island for a long time. But the fish wasn't afraid of him and swam freely. Xiao Fan had no choice but to get into the water and start chasing it. When it reached a rock crevice, Xiao Fan quickly blocked both sides with his hands and slowly moved forward to catch it. However, while the intention was good, reality was harsh. Just as he was about to grab it, the fish slipped out from the side and seemed to mock Xiao Fan from a short distance away. After several attempts, Xiao Fan finally managed to catch a fish that was only 10 centimeters long in a rock crevice. This fish should weigh around 1 pound. Although it wasn't very big, it looked somewhat meaty, resembling a crucian carp, but with black and white stripes on its body. He quickly ended the fish's life with a stone and placed it away from the seawater, then began searching for a second one. After more than an hour, Xiao Fan successfully caught 3 fish, all about the same size, feeling that one person could have a satisfying meal. He initially wanted to catch more, but the tide had risen, and the chances of catching fish at this point were low. Spending too much time trying to catch more would not be worth it. It seems that from now on, every time the tide goes out, I will have to go catch fish. Even if I only catch 3 fish a day, it will still be a significant supplement. Xiao Fan plans to add a regular task to his daily routine. He found a large rock by the sea and smashed it against another rock, using the sharp stone shard he found inside to start his fish-killing work. With no place to put the fish, Xiao Fan had to store them in the remaining water tank, thinking he should make more various types of pottery in the future. He wasn't sure if lunchtime had passed, but he felt it was around 3 p.m. After being excitedly busy catching fish, he now felt very hungry. Finding a branch, he skewered the fish onto it, then gathered some charcoal, placing the fish over the fire, and began the long wait. Originally, Xiao Fan planned to find some banana leaves to reinforce the shelter, but fearing it might affect the quality of the grilled fish, he fixed his gaze on the fish. Perhaps the charcoal fire was strong enough. Before long, the fish began to turn yellow, and oil started to drip down. This was the first time Xiao Fan had seen oil in a week. Continuously turning the branch, the fish gradually cooked. During the grilling, he sprinkled some sea salt on it. Since it was ocean fish, he wasn't sure if salt was necessary, so just to be safe, he added a little bit. It could always be adjusted later. When the fish was finally ready, Xiao Fan couldn't wait to take the branch and started tearing into it with his mouth. Although it was very hot, he wolfed down the entire fish in under a minute, leaving only the bones behind. The fish looked like it was a decent size, but there wasn't much to eat after grilling. After removing the entrails, bones, and head, he only had a mouthful of meat. After that bite, Xiao Fan felt even hungrier. After supplementing with some black clams and bananas, he decided to save the other 2 fish for dinner. Chapter 14. A heavy rainstorm. After eating and drinking well, Xiao Fan took a good rest and had his usual afternoon nap. He also visited the banana grove and picked a bunch of ripe bananas, which had turned mostly yellow and numbered at least 50. This bunch of bananas could sell for 100 yuan in the supermarket, and they weren't as fresh as these. It was indeed better to eat fruits at their source. Xiao Fan happily carried the bananas. Together with the remaining 2 mangoes, he had 4 dishes for dinner: fish, mango, banana, and black clams. Although the remaining 2 fish were small, Xiao Fan still planned to prepare them as 2 dishes, one grilled like at noon and the other as a soup. This was also a way for Xiao Fan to pass the time, keeping himself busy while hopefully making himself happy. First, he skewered one fish on a wooden stick to grill it, then washed a large water tank, filled it with some water, and placed a small fish inside. It was a large tank capable of holding 5 liters of water, and with 1 small fish in it. Xiao Fan had no idea what the outcome of the fish soup would be. Fortunately, the bottom of the tank wasn't too deep, otherwise it would be hard to find the fish. With the fish grilling and the soup simmering, Xiao Fan started to prepare the fruit. The bananas didn't need to be grilled. He could just peel them open and eat. Xiao Fan tried one, and, unsure if it was just in his head, felt it was the best banana he had ever eaten. As for the mango, this time he carefully peeled the skin off and placed it on a banana leaf, planning to have it for dessert after his big meal. While waiting for the fish to grill, Xiao Fan decided to make himself a spoon. The beach was littered with shells, and he found one that was just the right shape, perfectly resembling a spoon and not leaking at all. All that was left was to make a handle for it. With no better alternatives, Xiao Fan had to use a branch. He split one end of the branch with a stone, then inserted the shell into the gap, creating a spoon, and tied it tightly with a piece of rope at the end of the branch. It wasn't very sturdy, but it should be enough for one use. And while he still had time, Xiao Fan made spoons out of all the shells he found, ultimately producing 3. At least this way he could have fish soup. Tomorrow he would make a few smaller ones, hoping to have some tea. Life was getting better day by day, and Xiao Fan felt more at ease. At least surviving was no longer a problem. As time passed, the grilled fish was nearly done. Since it was ocean fish, Xiao Fan didn't add anything. And despite its small size, the meat was indeed not much. Now it was time for the fish soup, which was the food Xiao Fan was looking forward to the most. Without a lid for the pottery, He used a piece of banana leaf to cover it. When he opened it, he was surprised to find there was indeed a fish soup aroma. Xiao Fan took a sip with his newly made spoon. The color of the soup looked similar to that served in restaurants, but aside from the fishy taste, there was no other flavor. It was basically inedible. Ultimately, Xiao Fan added the collected sea salt to the soup, which improved the taste slightly, but the fishy smell still lingered, making it only just edible. Far from what Xiao Fan had expected. To avoid waste, he drank all the soup without leaving a drop and finished every bit of the fish meat. Although the taste wasn't particularly good, at least it was better than grilling, and there was much less waste. Plus, after drinking the soup, he felt warm all over, relieving some of his fatigue. The preparation process was also simple. He didn't have to worry about burning it, just needed to add water and fish. Xiao Fan decided he should eat more stewed fish in the future and consider finding other ingredients to add to see if he could eliminate the fishy taste. For dessert, he had mango. Using a small branch instead of his hand, Xiao Fan ate this time particularly gentlemanly. After a hearty meal, Xiao Fan lay down, satisfied, and began planning for tomorrow, to see if he could find more fish and other animals to supplement his protein intake. He also needed to look for starchy foods similar to potatoes. As long as he found those plants, he should be able to find quite a bit. He also had to fetch water and see if he could make a lid for the water tank to facilitate stewing food. Xiao Fan thought of many things, with the goal of eating better tomorrow than today and living better than today. He also wanted to build a better shelter. This one only allowed him to lie on the ground, which meant he couldn't avoid many insects, and it didn't provide much protection from wind and rain. As he pondered, Xiao Fan fell asleep. During the days on the island, he had been going to bed early, without the activities of the civilized world at night. There was basically nothing to do but stare at a pile of firewood. In the middle of the night, Xiao Fan was startled awake by the sound of wind. Just a few hours after he lay down, a strong wind began to blow on the island. Waves crashed against the beach in succession, and various trees swayed violently. Within 2 minutes of Xiao Fan getting up, the shelter was blown away by a gust of wind. And what scared him the most was that the fire was also flickering dangerously in the strong wind. Xiao Fan quickly added some firewood to the pile. With the wind's assistance, the flames grew larger, but the firewood was burning quickly. He wasn't sure if the firewood he collected during the day would last until the end of the night. The shelter had basically been blown down, leaving only a pile of banana leaves on the ground, indicating that he wouldn't be able to rest tonight. The wind blew for more than half an hour, and soon thunder rumbled in the distance, followed by flashes of lightning, making Xiao Fan feel a sense of despair. Xiao Fan's first action was to tear down the materials of the shelter, intending to protect the fire. As for whether he would get soaked in the rain, that was no longer something Xiao Fan could consider. Before he could take any real action, the heavy rain arrived in an instant. Unlike the rain in the south, the rain on this deserted island poured down like a waterfall, and within a minute, the fire was extinguished. The moment the fire went out, everything around him turned pitch black, and the moonlight above was lost under the cover of dark clouds, making it practically impossible to see anything. Since arriving on this island, Xiao Fan had never felt so scared. Standing alone in the heavy rain, apart from the sound of the waves, there was only distant thunder. He could only see a little during flashes of lightning, but for most of the time, he couldn't see anything at all, even with his eyes wide open. In this pitch darkness, Xiao Fan didn't dare venture deeper into the forest, even though he knew the winds might not be as strong there. It seemed he had gotten a bit too carried away in the previous days, not considering the possibility of such a stormy weather. It should be noted that this was a tropical island, and heavy rain could come at any moment. At this moment, Xiao Fan felt a bit desperate. Standing still, not knowing what to do, just helplessly standing there. Seizing a moment of lightning, Xiao Fan grabbed a few banana leaves from the shelter and sat under a coconut tree. After a strong gust of wind, he didn't believe he could be hit by a coconut while sitting there, as it had already been windy for quite some time before the rain started, and the wind was no longer as fierce as before. Sitting under the coconut tree provided some shelter from the rain, and leaning against something gave Xiao Fan a slight sense of security. He curled up and held the banana leaves over his head, hoping to block some of the rain. At this point, Xiao Fan had no better options. If it were daytime, he might find a place to take cover. But now he could only hope the rain would pass soon, and for everything else, he would have to wait until the next day. He endured for over an hour, and gradually the rain lessened until it finally stopped. The dark clouds in the sky also dissipated quickly. Not long after the rain stopped, the moonlight emerged. Perhaps he had already adapted to the darkness, but at that moment, the moonlight made Xiao Fan feel like he could do quite a few things. Soaked to the skin, Xiao Fan had no idea when the next rain would come. Taking advantage of the moonlight, he gathered the remaining bananas and took a water jug, planning to head to the place where he previously harvested black clams. During his previous attempts at harvesting black clams, Xiao Fan had noticed that a large rock had naturally formed some cavities that could provide shelter from the rain. Although there was only moonlight, It was enough to see the ground clearly. Fortunately, Xiao Fan had become quite familiar with this path over the past couple of days. Otherwise, he might not have been able to navigate it at all. After the rain, the ground became quite damp, making walking less easy than before. After taking a few steps, the shoes he had made fell apart, forcing Xiao Fan to go barefoot to the seaside. When he finally arrived at the rocky shore in the dark, Xiao Fan estimated he had spent at least an hour getting to the place where he would harvest black clams. Luckily, this area had plenty of cavities, so he randomly chose one and sat inside, planning to wait until dawn to figure things out. This short journey was the hardest one Xiao Fan felt he had ever taken in his life, and it was his survival instinct that pushed him to keep going until he finally found a cave to sit in. Chapter 15, Finding Humanity. Painful times always seemed to drag on, and that night, Xiao Fan felt as if he had experienced a century. He didn't know how long it had been when the sky began to lighten. Once it was light enough to see, Xiao Fan emerged from the cave, only to realize that it wasn't a true cave at all. It was merely a hollowed-out pit. He believed that if it rained again, this cave would offer little protection. However, upon exiting, Xiao Fan was pleasantly surprised to find that the rocky area he couldn't pass before now seemed possible to navigate around. He wondered if it was due to the high tide, as the water appeared to be below his chest. Regardless, since he had nothing to lose, he thought it would be better to go check it out. Perhaps there was a resort over there. Optimistically, Xiao Fan decided to first see if he could find anything useful at the original shelter and then wade through the water to explore further. Upon reaching the shelter, it was essentially a disaster scene. Xiao Fan thought there probably wasn't anything usable left. After searching for a while, he found a water jug that was still intact. However, the fire-making materials he had stored well were ruined, and only the fire drill remained. The bow had somehow broken, rendering it useless, so Xiao Fan discarded it. He figured he already knew which types of wood were easy to ignite, and he could find plenty when needed. Picking up the remaining water jug, which still had more than half a jug of water left, Xiao Fan didn't plan to waste it. Who knew if he could find water over there? When he reached the rocky area, Xiao Fan found the water was shallower, likely only up to his waist. Without hesitation, he waded in, smoothly making his way along the edge of the rocks to the other side. Once he went around the rocks, Xiao Fan was surprised to find that this side was also filled with rocks. Watching the rising tide, he decided to keep moving forward. As he saw a large expanse of beach not far away, he just needed to navigate around this cluster of rocks, and paradise lay ahead. About half an hour later, feeling the tide starting to rise, Xiao Fan finally emerged from the rocky area, revealing a small stretch of beach. Across a stretch of about 200 meters of sea, there was another large beach. Xiao Fan walked along the beach, and the distance to the opposite beach grew shorter, resembling an inverted V shape. He was walking into the mouth of the V. Eventually, the two stretches of beach were only about 10 meters apart, and as Xiao Fan looked upstream, he clearly saw that it was a river as vast as the sea, with a mouth about 10 meters in diameter. Approaching the riverbank, Xiao Fan discovered that the water in the river was vastly different from the seawater. Wasn't this a freshwater river? If he went upstream, he could probably drink the water directly. Xiao Fan felt immense regret for not having survived on this stretch of beach. He wouldn't have had to worry about water at all. He could drink it for a lifetime. Sitting by the riverbank, he set down the water jug, intending to rest for a while before exploring the surrounding environment. He planned to build a shelter by the river's edge later on. Looking into the forest, Xiao Fan vaguely discovered a path. He jumped up in excitement, as he felt this path was likely not made by wild animals. Typical wild beasts wouldn't leave such a noticeable trail. Approaching the path, Xiao Fan increasingly felt this must be a sign of human activity. Following the path, he arrived at a large cave, realizing that it should not be a sign of human civilization, but rather evidence of fellow survivors from the same ship. Is anyone there? Xiao Fan shouted into the cave. Lianggu, there's someone. Quick, listen. Someone is calling us. We're saved. We're saved. A sharp voice from inside the cave responded. Just as the voice finished, Xiao Fan saw several people rushing out. Seeing their surprised expressions, he could only put on what he thought was his best smile, though inside he was extremely happy. After all, this was the first group of living people Xiao Fan had encountered on the island. He hadn't seen another human in almost a week. Is it you? Aren't you that transfer student from our class, Xiao Fan? The benefactor of this trip, Chun Liang, spoke up. Yes, it's great to see you all alive. Xiao Fan replied, unsure whether he should resent Chun Liang. After all, if it weren't for Chun Liang spontaneously organizing this trip, Xiao Fan might still be lying in his little cabin right now. A total of 4 people came out, 3 of whom Xiao Fan knew. One was Chun Liang. Another was Guahong, who were the ones he interacted with in class, and the last one was the class flower, the beautiful Lu Ting. There was another person whose name Xiao Fan didn't know, but she seemed to be involved with Chun Liang, as he had seen them sneaking off to the restroom together on the boat. Hello, Xiao Fan, do you remember me? I'm Lu Ting, and the gorgeous lady next to me is Xie Fangmei. You should know these two guys. Lu Ting warmly introduced Xiao Fan, probably noticing that he didn't recognize many people. Of course I know him. Isn't this my big brother Xiao Fan? Always copying my homework. Guohong exclaimed as she gave Xiao Fan a big hug. I can't believe you guys are still together. I've been living alone for a week. Come on, let's go inside and check out where we live. With one more person, we have more strength. Chun Liang called everyone to enter the cave. Upon entering the cave, Xiao Fan found it to be very large, probably around 100 square meters. There were two entrances to the cave, one on this side and a smaller opening on the other side. Additionally, there was a gap at the top where sunlight was streaming in. It was simply a natural living space. How did you find this place? Compared to where I live, this is like a villa. Xiao Fan envied their luck. Just last night, he had been caught in the rain while they were living in this cave, likely without getting wet at all. It's really frustrating to compare myself to others. Xiao Fan felt quite imbalanced inside. In the deeper part of the cave, Xiao Fan also noticed several sleeping spots, which were covered with many leaves, looking much more comfortable than his own setup. I was in your northern area before. The tide receded significantly today, and I went around the rocks looking for signs of human activity, which is how I found you. You guys seem to be living well. Your complexions look good. At this moment, Chun Liang, taking on the role of the head of the group, stepped forward and said, We all woke up at the river mouth and found this cave shortly after waking up, and we've been living here ever since. There are many fruit trees behind the cave, including mango, banana, papaya, and a few orange trees. We discovered them in the past few days, and we've been surviving on the fruits. Lu Ting looked a bit thinner, but her complexion was still decent. We've explored almost all the accessible areas in the past few days. The upstream of the river leads to a large lake, surrounded by cliffs on three sides. So we can't get through. North of here, there's a ridge, but we couldn't find a way across. Guohong swam across the river once, but she didn't dare to explore further. There probably aren't many people over there. It was clear that Chun Liang was the leader of this small group. Guohong and Xiafeng Mei were silent, appearing somewhat desolate, feeling little hope for survival. You guys are luckier than I am. I got drenched in the rain last night. And over there, there's no water, just a few banana trees, which can only keep me alive. Then you should stay with us, with one more person. We have more hope, and being together gives us a sense of security. Lu Ting's words made Xiao Fan feel particularly warm. Did you make this yourself? It looks like we won't have to go to the river for water anymore. Xiafeng Mei spoke for the first time upon seeing the water tank. Although the living conditions here were much better than what Xiao Fan had, he noticed that they hadn't made a fire. They were just eating fruits to fill their stomachs. It seemed their main energy was spent exploring the island, as the area they were covering was far larger than the place Xiao Fan had lived in. Chapter 16, Rekindling the Fire. Now we have 5 people, and through our explorations in the past few days, there are basically no signs of civilization on this island. We've been living off fruits, and our main goal now is to improve our living conditions. Everyone should be prepared to stay here for a long time. But don't worry. My dad won't give up. Even without government support, he will definitely find us. Chun Liang's good upbringing led him to make the best choice and motivate everyone through his words. At this moment, everyone nodded, recognizing the reality of the situation and planning to survive well here for now. We need a fire. I made one over there before, and I believe I can get one started quickly. Really? That would be great. It gets really cold here at night, and there's nothing to keep us warm. Xiafeng Mei appeared to be quite optimistic, but perhaps the experiences of the past few days had gradually made her lose confidence in surviving. Now, seeing signs that could change their lives, she was becoming more optimistic. All right, Xiao Fan will be in charge of making the fire, and I'll go look for more food while you guys tidy up the cave and make a bed for Xiao Fan. After Chun Liang finished speaking, he took Xiafeng Mei out. It was evident that this small group revolved around Chun Liang, and even though Xiao Fan had joined, this was implicitly accepted. At least Xiao Fan felt that life was much better than before. He didn't have to worry about getting rained on, didn't have to worry about fresh water, and it looked like food was also plentiful, at least enough to sustain him. Most importantly, he now had a few people to talk to, which made him feel much more at ease. Seeing everyone getting busy, Xiao Fan also planned to start the fire-making process. After Guohong helped him prepare his bed, she came over to assist him. In fact, preparing the bed just involved clearing some stones from the ground and laying down some banana leaves. Since it had rained last night, Xiao Fan felt that the chances of starting a fire in the morning were slim, as all the firewood was wet. If he had been here earlier, he would have prepared a set of fire-starting tools and stored them in the most sheltered spot of the cave, including firewood and so on. In short, there was hardly any need for them inside the cave because it wouldn't get wet at all and the fire wouldn't go out. Xiao Fan planned to go out and find some suitable firewood, then leave it in the sun to dry all morning, which would greatly increase the chances of starting a fire. Leaving the cave, Xiao Fan went to a grove behind the cave, discovering many banana trees, mango trees, and a few papaya trees, with several large mangoes hanging, some of which were even ripe. It's really frustrating to compare myself to others. I have nothing. And you guys have more than enough. Haha, we only have fruits to eat. We've been eating fruits for days, and we're getting sick of it. Guahong and Xiao Fan had a good relationship, especially on this deserted island where they had to rely on and care for each other. Xiao Fan found suitable wood for making a bow, and then found a piece of wood for drilling. Although it was wet from the rain, he was 100% confident that he could start a fire after drying it in the sun for a day or half a day. When he first met the others, he noticed that they were all wearing shoes. Although Guahong wore flip-flops, Chunliang, Xiafangmei, and Lu Ting were all in sneakers, with Xiafangmei even having shoelaces. Xiao Fan had long-eyed that shoelace. Having it would definitely improve his chances of starting a fire. The most crucial and precise material for starting a fire with a bow drill is actually the bowstring, while the drill and bow can be found anywhere. He placed the materials he found in the sun to dry, and then went to look for some tinder, which were just some small twigs, also left to dry in the sun. As for firewood, it was everywhere, and it should be dry enough by afternoon. Returning to the cave, he saw that his sleeping area was covered with green leaves. Xiao Fan planned to collect some dry leaves so that he could be more comfortable at night. Still couldn't find anything else to eat, so let's make do with this for lunch today. At least there's plenty of it. After finishing lunch, the few people on the deserted island gathered again to discuss their plans for the afternoon. Xiao Fan, how's the fire going? Can you get it started today? Chunliang was quite concerned about starting the fire. Don't worry, once the tinder and tools are dry, starting the fire shouldn't be a problem. But shouldn't we set up some survival signals? I mean, if we stay in this cave, we won't even know if a boat or plane passes by outside. Yeah. After all, getting discovered by others is the key. Finding someone on this island seems unlikely now. Xiao Fan, you're really smart. Guahong was the first to respond enthusiastically. Yes, indeed, we should make some markers. How about this? In the afternoon, Xiao Fan will be in charge of starting the fire. And the rest of us will go to the beach to make a marker with stones, then pile some wood together to create a signal fire. Once Xiao Fan starts the fire, it will be the most effective. What does everyone think? Chunliang displayed his usual quality, quickly and effectively distributing tasks. Brother Liang, whatever you say, that's what we'll do. It seems Xiafang may trust Chunliang quite a bit. Perhaps we can keep one person at the beach to observe the sea. Since there isn't much else to do right now, said Lu Mainv. That's a good idea. It should increase our chances of being rescued. Xiao Fan also supported the decision. Everyone got to work, and indeed, many hands make light work. In less than an hour, everything was ready. After leaving Guahong at the beach, everyone came to watch Xiao Fan start the fire. Xia Mainv, can I borrow your shoelaces? What do you need my shoelaces for? I only have this one pair of shoes. Don't worry, I promise to return them. Look, I don't even have shoes. All right then, but please don't break them. Xiafangmei said as she loosened her shoelaces and handed them to Xiao Fan. Xiao Fan took the shoelaces and expertly tied them to both ends of the bow. This time, considering that someone could help, he deliberately left the bow a bit longer. Luckily, Xiafangmei's shoelaces were long enough. Otherwise, he might have had to tie two pairs together. The drill would seem to be dry as well. The tropical sun was no joke. Xiao Fan wrapped the drill wood around the bowstring and prepared the friction wood, placing it on the ground. He even placed a lot of dry grass and wood under it since there was plenty lying around from their beds. Xiao Fan then picked up a smaller piece of wood to place on top of the drill wood, intending to apply pressure when pulling the bowstring to increase friction at the contact point. Chun, come over and help. After trying several times, in less than 5 minutes, smoke started to rise. Xiao Fan carefully placed the wood shavings into the prepared tinder, slowly blowing air into it, and within seconds, a small flame emerged. Everyone was particularly excited that the fire was lit. Even Lu Ting, who was usually very aloof, couldn't help but shout. They all knew their lives would change qualitatively from now on. Chapter 17, A Perfect Day. With fire, everyone had higher expectations for their future survival. Everyone wanted something warm to eat, as they had started to lose weight over the past few days. There aren't many black clams here, and catching fish is not easy right now. Let's go to the beach and see, Xiao Fan thought. I'm going to the beach to see if there's anything to eat. And I'll swap places with Guahong. I'll go with you. I need to clear my head. Lu Ting stood up and requested to go out with Xiao Fan. Upon arriving at the beach, the sun was still quite strong. Lu Ting wore a hat she made herself, which seemed to be woven from leaves, adorned with a few flowers on top, looking very delicate. Nice hat, very crafty. Xiao Fan started his awkward small talk. Since he was bored, he might as well give himself something to do. What are you doing over there all by yourself? What else can I do? I'm busy looking for food and water. Unlike you guys with all sorts of food. It's just fruit every day. I'm almost sick of it. You brought us fire, which is no small feat. Guahong said, confused. I just came from there. As long as the tide is high, we can get across. There are many shells to eat on the shore I came from. Let's go take a look. The three of them arrived at the rocky area, and as the tide receded, Xiao Fan found that the rocks were similar to those on the other side, just without any black clams. Everything else was about the same, and Xiao Fan estimated he could find some fish. In the rocks exposed by the tide, Xiao Fan quickly spotted several fish using the method he learned yesterday. Excited, the three of them worked hard for over half an hour in the rocky area and caught 3 fish of the same size as yesterday, which made Guohong and Lu Ting very happy, mostly because they were having fun together. Poor Xiao Fan, who had been barefoot for half an hour catching fish with them, finally couldn't take it anymore and found a large rock by the sea to sit down on. Unexpectedly, he discovered some sea salt on the stone, which he could use for tonight's grilled fish. Everyone would probably be averse to stewed fish. Xiao Fan desperately wished he had a fishing rod. If he did, he'd have enough food for a while. Just eating fish every day would be sufficient. With regret, Xiao Fan left, thinking he'd find a way later. With the sea salt in hand, he called them to leave the rocks. After so much effort, catching only 3 small fish made Xiao Fan feel it wasn't worth it. However, Lu Ting and Guohong still felt they hadn't had enough, but followed Xiao Fan's suggestion to leave. When Chunliang and the others saw Xiao Fan bringing in 3 fish, they were incredibly surprised, not expecting him to catch fish with his bare hands. Even though they weren't big, they could still enjoy a taste. Xiao Fan quickly made a simple grill and pulled out some charcoal from the fire to start grilling the fish. Everyone put down their work and gathered around, eagerly watching Xiao Fan grill the fish. This group probably came from the city. They weren't like him, who had played with these things since childhood. Xiao Fan knew he was the most adapted to this environment among them. Growing up in the countryside, he was used to living in the wild, making him feel right at home in this situation. When the fish was almost cooked, Xiao Fan sprinkled some sea salt on it. He felt the fish he ate yesterday was a bit bland, and after several days without salt, he wanted to compensate them. Once the fish was cooked, Xiao Fan first gave one to Lu Ting and Xie Fangmei each, and the last one to Chun Liang. Brother Chun, there's only one left. You and Guohong can share it. Thank you. And please stop calling me Brother Chun. We're all stranded on this broken island now, so we're all family. You're a few years older than me, so just call me Liang. Chun Liang said as he took the grilled fish from Xiao Fan. Yes, Brother Fan. Just call me Xiao Mei. You can call the class flower Ting Ting. Sounds nice, right? I'd rather call you the class flower, huh? Saying Ting Ting is a bit hard to say. As soon as those words were spoken, Lu Ting rolled her eyes. Everyone started to gobble down the fish, and Chun Liang kindly gave half to Guohong. After Lu Ting ate half, she handed it to Xiao Fan. You should eat some too. You caught this fish. You eat it. I was sick of fish from eating them for the past few days. All right then. After finishing the fish, Chun Liang took out some fruit for everyone, treating it as dinner. Some papayas and bananas were quite high up and not easy to pick. Everyone pondered what to do. Chun Liang voiced his concerns. Tomorrow, let's all go catch fish to replenish some protein. How does that sound? Xie Fangmei seems to think the fish is pretty good and suits her taste. Well, that's one way to go about it. Tomorrow, we can explore this side of the river thoroughly and see if there are any good ways to cross. I estimate there must be plenty of resources on the other side of the river. Xiao Fan plans to explore well tomorrow to see if he can find some good stuff. While it's still not dark, Xiao Fan decides to get some more activity in. Let's go together. The 2 beautiful ladies can prepare the fruits for later, while the 3 of us men go out to gather firewood. The firewood collected in just over an hour should last us several days, mainly because there is a hillside right behind the cave, and there are quite a few dead trees that we can pick up from the ground. When they returned to the shelter, Lu Ting and the others had already cleaned up the fruits and placed them on clean banana leaves. The variety of fruits made Xiao Fan very hungry. Gradually, it got darker. This was Xiao Fan's first night spent with everyone after being stranded on the deserted island. While chatting with everyone, even without other entertainment activities, he didn't feel lonely or hopeless like he would if he were alone. Survival. Although it is said that as long as you gather the 4 essentials, water, food, fire, and shelter, you can survive. Often what ultimately kills a person is loneliness. Living alone for a long time can drive one insane. In a cave without the worry of rain, with fruits and fire, Xiao Fan felt that tonight would definitely be a happy and fulfilling night. Chapter 18, A Painful Night. Xiao Fan spread the dead leaves he collected in the morning on his sleeping spot and tidied it up a bit. Since he had no pillow, he could only find a suitable piece of wood to replace it, which probably wouldn't be very comfortable. Guohong, did you feel cold when you slept before? Should we move the fire pit closer to where we sleep? Definitely. It was pretty cold the past few nights, especially last night when it rained. It really didn't feel like tropical weather. We almost froze to death at night. Guohong agreed wholeheartedly. They moved the fire closer to where they would sleep and dug a fire pit to keep it from going out during the night. I used to wake up several times at night, and after getting up, I'd add more firewood so that the fire wouldn't go out by morning. If you don't add any, it probably won't go out, but it gets really cold in the middle of the night, and there will basically be no flames left then. Xiao Fan reminded everyone based on his experience. Don't worry, you won't sleep through the night. Trust me, there will be plenty of chances to add firewood. Chun Liang said with a sly smile, and Xiao Fan noticed the others looking awkward as well. Xiao Fan was confused. He had initially planned for everyone to get a good night's sleep, and he would just wake up once in the middle of the night to add firewood. It seemed that wouldn't be necessary now. With no entertainment activities at night, everyone decided to go to sleep directly, not like at home where they would do various cleaning. They just went out to relieve themselves and then lay down. When Xiao Fan went out to relieve himself, he discovered that they hadn't really tidied up the shelter. They had actually created a toilet area, not only with a pit on the ground but also surrounded by a layer of banana leaves, making it so that when you were inside, you couldn't see anything outside. It seems that having women around makes a difference. Even this fancy setup is available. Xiao Fan shook his head, not understanding why they didn't tidy up the cave properly. As soon as he lay down, Xiao Fan realized that his makeshift pillow was not suitable at all, completely useless. Lying down made his neck hurt, and he estimated that by the end of the night, his neck would be ruined. Without hesitation, Xiao Fan threw the broken pillow away. Noticing that the others had only slightly raised their sleeping spots with leaves to serve as pillows, the 5 of them slept at the deepest part of the cave, with Lu Ting lying at the innermost spot, followed by Xie Fangmei, Chun Liang, and on the outside was Guohong. Since Xiao Fan arrived, he automatically became the outermost layer. Not bad. This position is quite good, at least warm, with the fire pit right outside, as long as he doesn't get burned. It will be fine. Xiao Fan was quite satisfied with his sleeping arrangement. At least there were people around to chat with occasionally. Xiao Fan and Guohong talked a lot, from their respective lives over the past few days to various embarrassing stories from their school days. It had been a long time since Xiao Fan had talked to anyone, and the more he talked, the happier he became. However, considering that everyone was gradually falling asleep, Xiao Fan forced himself to start sleeping. He didn't know how long he had been asleep when he suddenly felt something damp on his face. Automatically, he reached out to slap himself, only to find he had hit something soft. With a loud smack, Xiao Fan jumped up. He had never encountered such a soft creature before. By the light of the fire, Xiao Fan discovered it was a frog, a very ugly frog. His sudden shout woke everyone up. Guohong said to him, "Brother, can you keep it down? What's the big deal? This is just the beginning. What you encountered is actually quite cute compared to other things." What Xiao Fan didn't know was that the others had a worse experience on their first night. They spent the whole night in fear without any fire, even more scared than him. They hadn't slept at all that night, especially the 2 girls. Xie Fangmei had been shivering all night while hugging Chun Liang, and even the usually cool Lu Ting had to squeeze in with everyone. As a result, they were all exhausted the next day and couldn't effectively explore, and they hadn't come up with any particularly good plans in the following nights either. However, over the past few days, everyone had gradually gotten used to it and could manage a few hours of stable sleep at night. "I can only say you guys are really tough. I can't accept this kind of thing." Xiao Fan was not like Bear Grylls, who could accept all sorts of disgusting things. "What can we do? People have to sleep at night." It was clear that waking Chun Liang made him very unhappy. After saying that, he just lay back down. The others also lay back down, leaving only Guohong sitting up and chatting with Xiao Fan by the fire. "Aren't you going to sleep?" "It's fine. I already took a nap this afternoon while watching the boat by the sea." Guohong seemed quite pleased. "You were supposed to watch for boats, which could be a lifesaver, and you fell asleep." "Xiao Gu, give it up. I feel like finding a boat is a long shot. It's been so long, and no one has found us. This island is probably very remote. You might not know, but Chun Liang's family is really wealthy, probably among the top 10 in the country, and he's their only child. They won't give up on rescuing him. The fact that they haven't found him yet just means the place is too remote. Let's just wait and hope his family can find him. Even so, we still need to do something ourselves. We need to make our survival signals more obvious. Plus, since we live in a cave, if a boat really passes by, we wouldn't even know. If nothing else, we should still go to the seaside. Chatting is better than nothing." "Okay, but we can only see a small section of the sea from there. This place is a bit of a depression, so even sitting by the sea, we can only see part of it." "That's true, but there's nothing we can do. This place is probably the best for us right now. We have water, a cave, plenty of food, and the fire won't go out. It's already pretty good. Yeah, surviving isn't a problem, but eating bananas, mangoes, and papayas every day is starting to wear me out. Let's go fishing tomorrow." "Is that for real?" "But Xiao Gu, you brought us fire and a few small fish as soon as you arrived. I believe you. Chun Liang can manage the work well enough, but he really knows nothing about survival." The 2 continued chatting for a long time, discussing everything from trivial matters to more serious topics, even quietly mentioning how Chun Liang secretly went to the toilet with Xie Fangmei in the middle of the night and Lu Ting's figure, until Guohong couldn't hold on anymore and had to go to sleep. Under Xiao Fan's strong insistence, Xiao Fan and Guohong switched positions and slept in between Chun Liang and Guohong. Xiao Fan felt that at least having one more person as a barrier would help keep the frogs and other nuisances at bay, and he thought he should focus on disturbing Guohong first. Throughout the night, there were several disturbances, most of which woke Xiao Fan up. It was either frogs or grasshoppers, all of which Xiao Fan disliked, and there was even a time when a mosquito bit him, leaving a big bump on his face. The mosquitoes in the jungle were particularly vicious. Xiao Fan had previously lived by the seaside where there were fewer insects, but sleeping in the woods, even in a cave, still meant frequent mosquito encounters. According to Guohong, that night was relatively better. Before the storm arrived, there were particularly many mosquitoes in the cave, making it nearly impossible to sleep. They had endured such a painful night just the day before. Xiao Fan hardly got any good sleep that night, tossing and turning the whole time. He resolved to solve the sleeping issue properly the next day. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to sleep at all. Xiao Fan planned to do no work tomorrow. Even if there was a heavy downpour, he would focus on resolving the sleeping situation. Chapter 19. Fish is still fish. Early in the morning, before dawn, Xiao Fan got up and went to the seaside to clean himself. He noticed that the tide seemed to be receding, but it wasn't particularly suitable to catch fish near the rocks as the water was still quite deep, and he probably wouldn't catch much. However, Xiao Fan still intended to check out the rocky area to see if there was a suitable spot to set a trap. When the tide goes out, fish would be trapped in the trap, making them easier to catch when the water level lowers. Moreover, this trap could be used long-term. If fish entered it during high tide and couldn't escape during low tide, or if bait was added after a certain point of the tide, it could lure fish in and block their exit, allowing for fishing after the tide fully recedes. The main issue now was finding a suitable location, preferably one that already had a puddle and a certain elevation difference with the surrounding area, making it easier to block or unblock the fish's entry and exit, ideally with just one rock. Xiao Fan planned to catch some bait first, and then set the trap when the tide receded to a certain level, as the water was currently too deep to see the bottom rocks. Back in the cave, Xiao Fan had some fruit and noticed that everyone else was still sound asleep. He added some firewood and found a suitable piece of wood for making a shovel among the firewood pile, then set out to find his target. This time, Xiao Fan's target was simple and something he often used while fishing before: earthworms. Xiao Fan knew where to find them, having searched for them often as a child, and he was always successful, managing to find the required amount in a short time. Arriving at the banana grove, he found a shady spot and began digging. The soil looked like it might have earthworms, but since his shovel was just a stick, the digging process was slow, and he only managed to create a small hole after a long time without finding a single worm. After persevering for a while, Xiao Fan stayed put, not leaving because he noticed quite a few holes where earthworms had emerged. He knew that this spot definitely had some. Hard work pays off. After about half an hour, Xiao Fan finally found a large earthworm, the biggest he had ever seen, about 15 centimeters long and nearly a centimeter in diameter. He figured this one would be enough, and since he didn't have the strength to dig for another, he planned to head to the seaside to see if there were any other shells or sea snails that could serve as bait. At the seaside, Xiao Fan discovered that the area was quite barren. Where he previously lived, there were at least some shells, which, although not tasty, would have been sufficient for fish bait. The tide was gradually receding, and Xiao Fan, holding the earthworm, began searching for a suitable puddle to set his trap. The rocky area was quite large, extending about 200 meters along the coast, with over 100 meters being suitable for fishing. Upon closer inspection, Xiao Fan found several places where traps could be set, and with some minor modifications, he could create a decent trap, though they varied in size. Xiao Fan found a particularly good spot that measured about 3 to 4 square meters, surrounded by a cluster of rocks forming a natural depression. Even better, the side facing the sea had high rocks, and there were 2 gaps resembling pathways, making it a perfect trap. Xiao Fan first cleared the pit, blocking any potential exits for the fish with small stones, and tossed a few stones into the puddle to give the fish a place to stay. He also cleared the paths for fish entering and exiting the trap, found 2 suitable stones to serve as barriers, and temporarily left, planning to return later to see if any fish had entered the trap. As long as he saw fish entering, regardless of their size, he would seal the entry and exit points to check if he could catch them once the tide fully receded. According to Xiao Fan's understanding, there were 2 high tides and 2 low tides every day. During high tide, there was basically no hope of catching fish in this rocky area due to the deep water. Only during low tide could he hope to catch small fish that hadn't retreated to the sea in time. Catching larger fish was unlikely. Based on his previous fishing experiences, the chances of catching fish during high tide were far less than those after the tide began to recede. Xiao Fan had also gone to observe the large rock they had occupied the day before. He found that the water was still quite deep due to the significant drop in the rocks, and there were many aquatic plants, indicating a good number of fish, some of which looked quite large, likely over a pound. If he could make a fishing rod, he would have a good chance of solving the protein deficiency issue, which would be a long-term solution. After observing for quite some time, Xiao Fan decided to check on the trap to see how effective it was, and if he could successfully catch a small fish. Approaching the trap, Xiao Fan carefully looked around but found no signs of fish, and the earthworm looked exactly the same as when he had placed it. Just then, Chun Liang and the others came out together, seemingly intending to go fishing as a group. Xiao Fan wondered how they knew it was low tide at this time. They must have done some summarizing, at least knowing when the tide receded each day. It seemed like everyone thought yesterday's grilled fish was great. So today everyone was out to catch fish? Did you lock the door? Xiao Fan teased them. Lock the door? There's no door. What have you been doing all this time? One of them responded. Of course, I was checking if there were any boats on the sea, unlike you guys. Sleeping so late. Xiao Fan didn't want them to know that his fishing plan for today had failed, so he seized the perfect excuse. Looking at the somewhat awkward expressions on the faces of the others, he could tell they believed him, except for Guohong, who looked quite surprised since they had just discussed this issue last night. Come on, let us go fishing together. At least we should each catch one. Chun Liang began to rally everyone. It turned out that having more people made a significant difference. Within just over half an hour, they had caught 3 fish. One for each of the 3 guys. This proved that males were indeed more skilled at fishing than females. Damn it, how did he find out? I wanted to check it out myself, Xiao Fan thought, but at least it proved that the trap had some effect, even if not much. He could only think awkwardly like this. In the end, the 5 people caught 8 fish. Xiao Fan and Guohong each caught 2. Chun Liang even caught 3. And Xie Fangmei had 1, while Lu Ting returned empty-handed. After catching the first fish, Xiao Fan realized that they hadn't brought any tools to carry the fish, so he had to find a forked branch in the woods to impale the fish from gills to mouth, letting it fall and be held by the fork at the end, a simple yet practical device. If it weren't for making this thing and helping you all carry the fish, I would have caught more than you. Xiao Fan thought silently when he saw that Chun Liang had caught more than him. Chapter 20. Delicious Fish Soup. After returning to the cave and tidying up, everyone began preparing lunch. Today's lunch consisted of fruit and fish, but the quantity of fish had greatly increased. Seeing that Xiao Fan had brought a pottery jar, everyone planned to grill 5 fish while using the rest to make soup. You guys should grill 4 fish and use the rest for soup. I didn't catch any fish, so I don't need to eat grilled fish. I'll just have some soup later. Lu Ting felt guilty for not catching any fish and was embarrassed to eat what everyone had caught. Now we are a family. There's no need to consider these things. We must help each other or no one will survive. Besides, haven't you done a lot of things? Look how much cleaner this cave is compared to when we first arrived. That's all thanks to you. Chun Liang acted as a leader should. Yes. We don't need to be so polite. Everyone comforted and persuaded her. All right then, thank you all. I will definitely work hard in the future. Don't worry. It's easy to catch them. I'll teach you after the tide goes out this afternoon. Xiao Fan secretly said to Lu Ting, thinking that since they were bored on the island, it would be better to teach the beauty how to work. After all, wouldn't it be less tiring to work with a man and a woman? Everyone was already quite adept at grilling fish. So Xiao Fan didn't take the initiative this time, allowing everyone to get familiar with it for their future survival. Are you sure you want to eat stewed fish? To be honest, this sea fish will have a bit of a fishy taste when stewed. I've tried it before, and unless there are particularly good ingredients, I suggest we stick to grilling it. Xiao Fan still remembered the stewed fish he had eaten before. Don't worry, I'm known as a little chef. What delicious food can a big man like you make? Unexpectedly, Xie Fangmei was so confident in her cooking skills. Fine, I'll just wait to eat delicious food. I'll go clean the fish and then bring you a jar of river water. You can stew the fish to your heart's content. Xiao Fan thought he wouldn't have to cook anymore. Holding the basket woven by Lu Ting, he went to the river to clean the fish. Looking at the exquisite basket made by Lu Ting, Xiao Fan couldn't tell how long it took her, but it was very delicate and could practically be sold. Unlike Xiao Fan's, which was sturdy enough but really ugly to look at. However, Xiao Fan had always been a pragmatist, believing that as long as something was useful, its appearance didn't matter, especially when surviving on a deserted island. The cave was about 100 to 200 meters from the river and required crossing a small hill. The pottery jar that Xiao Fan brought greatly facilitated everyone's need for water. Last night, they boiled water, and everyone had a cup of warm water that had been sterilized at high temperatures, which was a great morale booster for those who were physically and mentally exhausted. When we have time, let us find some clay to make more pottery. This might be the most advanced thing we have now, and it was made by Xiao Fan himself. Xia, the water has been fetched, and the pottery is cleaned up. It's your turn to perform. Xiao Fan, well done. Just leave it. I'll come over to stew the soup for you. Although Xiao Fan was not happy about the title Xiao Fanzi, everyone unanimously agreed to this decision, planning to call him that from now on. It would be best to have an iron pot, then some oil. It should be fried first, and then water added to stew the soup. Now, we can only stew the fish in plain water. Should I bring you a spatula and some ingredients? Don't we need some vegetables too? Xiao Fan obviously wasn't particularly satisfied with his nickname and wouldn't miss any opportunity to retort against Xie Fangmei. I don't have other ingredients, but I did find a type of vegetable, and we also have sea salt. It should taste pretty good. Chun Liang mentioned that he had unexpectedly found several chili trees while exploring a couple of days ago. Here's the plan. You all grill the fish while I go get the chilies. The sea salt should be enough? If not, Fan Gu can go get some more. Liangzi, I'll accompany you. We should avoid going out alone on this deserted island. After Xiao Fan finished speaking, he went out with Chun Liang. It was indeed best to minimize solo outings on the deserted island. And Xiao Fan also wanted to take this opportunity to explore and see if he could find any useful resources. Have you explored most of this island these past few days? Pretty much, except for places I can't reach. I've walked through almost all the accessible areas. I haven't gone beyond the ridge. I should be able to climb over, but I haven't taken the risk. It's good that you didn't take the risk. The other side of the ridge is quite steep and difficult to descend. When I was there, I basically covered all the reachable areas and didn't find any passage to your side. Moreover, in some places, the woods are too dense. And I didn't dare to go in, fearing I wouldn't be able to get out, and my sense of direction isn't very good. So I was afraid I'd get lost. Upon hearing Chun Liang's words, Xiao Fan had to admit that there weren't many people with a good sense of direction these days. No one dared enter overly dense woods. Liangzi, I estimate that we might have to stay on this island for quite a while. We may need to figure out a way to draw a map in the cave. Wandering around aimlessly isn't efficient. Yeah, let us get this done in the next few days, draw the map, and mark where everything is. It will make it easier to find things later. After walking for less than half an hour, they found the chili trees under Chun Liang's guidance. No wonder Chun Liang was able to discover them. Xiao Fan saw them from a distance. About 3 or 4 chili trees clustered together, each quite large, entirely overturning their perception of chili plants, which looked more like small trees. Last time, Xiao Mei tried them. They were quite spicy and tasted pretty good. Xiao Fan and the others picked over a dozen red chilies, and there were about 100 small chilies still hanging on the trees, though small. They had plenty of flavor. Upon returning to the cave, they found that the other 3 had started eating grilled fish. Chun Liang and Xiao Fan sat down by the fire and began tearing into the fish. The fish is already stewing. How are your chilies? Xiao Mei was now recognized as the chef of this small group, and even the grilled fish tasted better than others. Seeing Chun Liang take out the chilies, Xiao Mei quickly grabbed them and carefully added one to the pot. After tasting the soup, she decisively added 5 more chilies, asking, "Can you all handle spicy food? This has quite a strong fishy taste, and since there is no cooking wine or ginger here, we'll have to use the chili flavor to cover it up." "I can." Chun Liang seemed to be able to eat spicy food as well. "I'm from Hunan." When it was Xiao Fan's turn, he mentioned his hometown, which was known for its ability to handle spice. "I can manage. Although eating chilies gives me acne, I don't really care." After adding half the chilies, Xiao Mei tasted it again, then added a few more chilies before telling everyone to let it stew for another 10 minutes before serving. 10 minutes later, everyone took turns tasting the fish soup. Since Xiao Fan had only made 2 spoons, they could only have one for the ladies and one for the men. When it was Xiao Fan's turn, he found the soup incredibly delicious, spicy, and with a bit of freshness. Although there is still a bit of a fishy smell, it no longer affects the deliciousness of the dish. It can be said that this is the best food Xiao Fan has eaten on this island. I suggest that we drink more of this fish soup in the future. Later, I will make a spoon for each person and give everyone a pair of chopsticks. Under the care of Miss Xia, I feel that we will all get fat. Xiao Fan praised this bowl of fish soup endlessly. As long as you have the raw materials, I can make delicious food for you, and it won't be repetitive. Brother Fan, don't just make spoons and chopsticks. How about making a bowl for everyone? That way, drinking soup will feel more special. Absolutely. In the afternoon, I will make pottery. This is actually quite simple. You just need to fire it. Although it may not look good, it's enough for drinking soup. At this moment, Lu Ting walked over to Xiao Fan and secretly said to him, "Can you teach me how to make pottery? I see everyone has something to do, and I'm the only one who hasn't contributed anything, but I'm afraid I won't be able to learn it. However, I have made cups and things like that in some pottery workshops before. Don't worry, it's very simple. Anyone can do it, and you're so smart, you'll definitely learn faster." Xiao Fan was of course happy to have a beautiful girl accompanying him, and he wasn't particularly interested in making pottery. Having one more person learn would also lighten his workload. Chapter 21, A Fulfilling Day. Xiao Fan finally understood why everyone chose to take a nap after lunch yesterday. It turned out that everyone hadn't slept particularly well at night. After eating their fill, everyone began to lie down and prepare to sleep. "Xiaohong, won't there be any more strange things happening during the noon nap?" Since he got the nickname Xiao Fanzi, Xiao Fan also gave Guohong an elegant name. "Much less, and it's warmer during the day, so I used to sleep until almost dusk." Soon, Guohong began to fall asleep. Seeing that everyone was starting to sleep, Xiao Fan was indeed also sleepy. After all, he hadn't really slept at night, so he lay down and planned to think about the other work for today later. He slept until he couldn't sleep anymore, and his head was a bit sore before he got up. He saw that everyone was also getting up one after another, except for Guohong, who was still sound asleep. As expected, there were almost no bugs during the day, and he hadn't woken up in between at all. However, napping during the day did feel like reversing day and night, and his body was still quite unaccustomed to it. At least everyone felt a bit of a headache and a bit nauseous when they got up, though Guohong might have been an exception. Xiao Fan also called Guohong up, planning to discuss some things they needed to do this afternoon. The afternoon's goal was to improve the dinner and sleeping environment for the night. Considering that it should be around low tide now, Xiao Fan and the others planned to go to the seaside to see if they could catch some fish or find some shells like they did in the morning. Before setting off, taking advantage of the remaining sunlight, Xiao Fan suggested that everyone place some banana leaves under their beds, clear away various leaves, and burn anything that couldn't be used, while sun-drying other usable materials. When they took things out, they indeed found some small animals hiding under the beds, including quite a few bugs. Seeing that they had been sleeping in such an environment, everyone hurriedly burned everything they had used as bedding. I will never sleep on this thing again in my life. It's truly disgusting. Xiao Fan couldn't take it anymore. If I sleep directly on the ground, I'll probably not get up the next day. I think everyone should think of a way to find suitable materials. Xiao Fan knew what it felt like to sleep directly on the ground and get up the next day. We can dry or roast the banana leaves, and then place them underneath. That should be a bit cleaner. Lu Ting proposed a constructive suggestion. Not bad. That's a good idea. However, time is already tight. So here's the plan. I'll go with the two beautiful ladies to see if we can catch some fish, as I'm good at this. Brother Xiao, you and Guohong see if you can gather more banana leaves from the banana trees and try to dry them as much as possible. That way, we can sleep a bit more comfortably at night. Oh, by the way, you might as well gather some chili peppers. I estimate we should be able to catch fish. And we can have fish soup for dinner. After Chun Liang finished speaking, he took the two beauties out. This guy really knows how to find himself good work. With two beauties accompanying him, Guohong was obviously not particularly happy that she could only work with Xiao Fan. Fine, let's go. This is also for our own comfort while sleeping at night. After speaking, Xiao Fan led Guohong out of the cave. They planned to go to the chili field first, and then try to gather as many banana leaves as possible. Arriving at the chili trees, seeing the peppers on these trees, and thinking about Xia Fangmei's big hand, Xiao Fan realized that these peppers wouldn't last for many meals. Probably less than 10 meals before they would be finished. It seems we need to make long-term plans to see if we can keep some seeds, and try to see if we can grow chili trees ourselves. Don't be discouraged. It's good enough to be alive. Among so many people on the same boat, maybe only a few of us will survive. Let's go find a sharp stone. I know where to find one. Brother Xiao, what do you need the stone for? Are you planning to go hunting? Guohong looked at Xiao Fan with excitement. What are you thinking? You want to use a stone to hit a wild boar for me to see? Are you planning to tear down the banana leaves by hand? Stones are very useful. You know our ancestors went through the Stone Age. Brother Xiao, how do you know everything? Previously, we tore them by hand, and it was indeed very hard to pull down. We even killed several banana trees just to get some leaves. Wasteful. Xiao Fan found a suitable stone, then struck it hard against a big rock. The next step was to find the sharpest piece among the fragments scattered on the ground. Xiao Fan also experimented many times to know which stones produced the sharpest fragments and were easy to break. This was all forced out by necessity. As the saying goes, the environment breeds people suited to it. Each person found a few suitable shards and arrived at the banana grove. Be careful, this stone shard is still very sharp, and the banana leaf stem is not easy to break. You need to be careful. There's no way to disinfect you here, and we're not in a hurry. Let's gather as much as we can. Xiao Fan had to remind Guohong. Finding some short banana trees, the two began their grand task of pulling banana leaves. Only take a few leaves from each banana tree. Don't kill them. Don't worry, Brother Xiao, I got this. The two worked efficiently, and the stone shards were also very useful, but holding the stone shards hurt a bit, and it was easy to accidentally cut their own hands. In the end, Xiao Fan wrapped his hands with banana leaves before continuing, which slowed them down a bit, but at least it wouldn't hurt their hands as much. Not knowing how long they had been busy, Xiao Fan and Guohong felt they had gathered enough, at least about 50 banana leaves. Considering there was basically no sunlight left now, they directly moved the banana leaves into the cave. Just moving these banana leaves exhausted all their strength, and fortunately, the distance between the cave and the banana grove wasn't far. Otherwise, they would have really struggled. That works. Let's all do it together. Xiaomei will be in charge of preparing food, and the rest will help with drying. Liang Ge, no way, you have to find someone to help me kill the fish. I won't do the killing. I'll do it. I'll also teach you. It's best if everyone knows how to do this, so we can better allocate manpower. Xiao Fan planned to train another girl who could kill fish, so he wouldn't have to do it himself in the future. Arriving at the riverbank, they found a suitable place to kill fish, and Xiao Fan began to teach Xia Fangmei the art of fish killing step by step. They still used the stone shards. Fortunately, the fish weren't big, so it wasn't too complicated to kill them. They just needed to clean out the guts. Even just using hands to clean up is simple. Under Xiao Fan's guidance, Xia Fangmei quickly mastered this skill. Although she still found it a bit disgusting, There weren't many choices on this deserted island. Everyone had to contribute to the team, and since she wasn't particularly fussy, she learned quickly. Just be careful not to cut yourself on the sharp stones. They are actually very sharp. Also, remember to find a way to knock the fish out before killing it, whether it's a stone or a stick, so the fish won't escape and you won't have to worry about getting hurt. Okay, got it. Don't worry, I can do it. Chapter 22, Making a Fence. Looking at the banana leaves, Xiao Fan took one and held it up to the fire, planning to see how it would roast. After several minutes, the banana leaf began to change, gradually turning a bit yellow. Everyone saw that the effect was good, so they all picked up a leaf to start roasting. A banana leaf is about 2 meters long, although its width isn't very wide after being opened, only about 30 centimeters. Holding such a large piece and keeping it up is still quite tiring for one person. Moreover, they could only roast 5 leaves at a time since there were only 5 people. Seeing the pile of firewood, Xiao Fan thought of a good idea. He found a few straight branches and forcefully stuck them into the ground, then used some stones to secure them. He placed a thin stick horizontally on the 2 upright sticks, creating a simple clothes rack. A few banana leaves were placed on it. Although it wobbled, it wouldn't fall over immediately since banana leaves are quite light. The main issue was that the 2 upright sticks couldn't be secured well, and the crossbar wasn't very stable either. Around the fire, Xiao Fan made 2 more simple clothes racks, which could now roast about 10 banana leaves at once without needing someone to hold them up. They just needed to be turned occasionally. And by the end of the night, all the banana leaves should be dried. However, after looking at all the banana leaves, Xiao Fan found that after removing the stems, there weren't many left. It seemed that everyone could only lay down about 3 or 4 layers at most, and since the leaves weren't very thick, their effectiveness wouldn't be substantial. Let's go pick some more banana leaves in the morning and see if there are any other materials more suitable for making mattresses. Today's supply might barely be enough. Xiao Fan was very concerned about sleeping conditions because only by sleeping well could they have the energy to accomplish things the next day. After finishing everything, Xiao Fan's meal was ready, which was still fish soup with fruit, and there was also a fish that had been roasted separately. Xiao Mei, be careful with that chili. It's not enough for a few meals. Xiao Fan reminded Xiao Mei. Then collected 3 of the largest-looking chilies and placed them on a high spot, planning to dry them for seeds for sustainable development later. The fish soup was very delicious. Even though it only had a bit of chili for flavor, the soup was very fresh, likely due to the fish being quite fresh. The roasted fish was also okay. Although there wasn't much, everyone was somewhat satisfied. The rest was made up with fruit. However, Xiao Fan had his own concerns. If they needed to survive long-term, such food would definitely not be enough for everyone. Fish were no problem. There were plenty in the sea, but fruit was a big issue. It was getting increasingly difficult to find ripe fruit, and chilies were even more problematic. Without chilies, everyone would have to keep roasting fish day after day. Xiao Fan felt the biggest problem was that there was no food storage at all. If the weather was good, it was fine. But if the weather turned bad and they couldn't catch fish, then eating would become a big problem. It seemed they still needed to find a way to fish or cross the river to see what was on the other side, which looked like a much larger area. Xiao Fan thought they should be prepared for emergencies. After dinner, everyone planned to tidy up their sleeping area. After last night's experience and seeing various small bugs under the bed today, everyone was a bit overwhelmed. The sleeping area was already quite flat. Any slightly raised areas were quickly leveled out, and all the stones, big and small, had been picked up. The sleeping area was already quite flat and clean. They cleaned the sleeping area thoroughly before sleeping, and the newly laid banana leaves were also very clean. The only uncontrollable factor was that bugs might enter from outside at night. To prevent this, Xiao Fan suggested making a barrier to keep small bugs out of the sleeping area. Xiao Fan proposed several methods. One was to create a large ditch like a moat, which could help if water was added. However, this method was a bit difficult to implement now. First, there were no suitable tools, and if they used branches to dig a ditch, it would take an unknown amount of time to complete. Plus, the soil inside the cave was quite hard, making it a task that couldn't be finished quickly. Additionally, the moat would require a lot of water. Xiao Fan also lacked suitable tools and had to consider whether water would seep into the soil, which might require hardening the soil. Without testing, they wouldn't know if this method would work well, so everyone found it difficult to implement. Chen Liang suggested using fire or charcoal to create a barrier. Although this could be easily achieved, it would require constantly adding firewood throughout the night, and sleeping too close to the fire at night wasn't particularly safe. They also needed to consider the sleeping environment, as the smoke wouldn't be suitable for sleep. When Xiao Fan saw the leftover banana leaf stems, he thought of a simple method, to use these banana leaf stems along with some straight wood to create a simple fence. To ensure the bottom of the fence was sealed, Xiao Fan suggested using yellow mud to fill in the small gaps. There was plenty of yellow soil in the cave. They just needed to fetch some water from the river to make a decent sticky clay. Once the clay dried, it should work well. If it didn't dry in time, Xiao Fan planned to roast it over the fire. After all, pottery had been made before, so using yellow soil to fill gaps should yield good results. Once they reached a consensus, everyone began to take action. Many hands make light work. Xiao Fan found some loose yellow soil in the corner and piled it up, while Guohong brought over a jar of water from the river. Seeing that others were still tidying up the leaf stems, Xiao Fan didn't rush to make the clay. It was better to finish all the work before making it, as watering too early could turn the clay into clumps. Noticing Chunliang trying to insert all the leaf stems directly into the ground, Xiao Fan quickly ran over and said, "That doesn't seem feasible. The banana leaf stems are too brittle to insert into the soil, and even if they do go in, they'll likely fall over in a few days. What should we do? We have nothing but some broken yellow soil, and we don't even have tools or ropes." Chunliang felt that this task was impossible. "Let's take advantage of the remaining light and find suitable materials first. If we wait any longer, we won't be able to go out." "Okay, Xiaogu. You say what we need. We'll do as you say. We all trust you." Guohong was indeed the most supportive of Xiao Fan. Seeing that others had no objections, Xiao Fan said to everyone, "First, we definitely need ropes, and we'll have to make them ourselves. Didn't you all see how I made them yesterday? Later, Guohong and I will go look for some vines. If we find some that can be used for ropes, that would be perfect. If not, we'll weave them ourselves. Secondly, we also need a lot of relatively straight branches, preferably larger ones. We need the branches to support these banana leaf stems, and I feel like these stems might not be enough. Let's make a rough structure tonight, and then we can refine it tomorrow when we find suitable materials." "All right, let's do that. You two go look for vines, and the three of us will look for suitable branches and also gather some firewood. We don't know when it might rain, so it's better to collect more." After saying that, Chunliang took the two ladies outside. "This guy always works with beautiful women. Why can't I get a turn? It's really frustrating. I also want to work with beautiful women. Enough talk. Let's go look for vines. Let's gather more of them. This thing will be very useful later, and I know where to find it. But we need to go a bit deeper into the woods, so let's hurry up." It was obvious that the three of them spent quite a bit of energy. First, we set up a few vertical poles according to the length of the banana leaf stems, leaving a small gap between the two poles so that the banana leaf stems can fit through. We inserted the banana leaf stems horizontally into these poles. And after inserting them all, we tied the two vertical poles together with rope. "Guohong, go find a suitable stone to use as a hammer. And you two ladies can make the rope. The crafting work will be up to you. Chunliang and I will prepare for this." At this moment, Xiao Fan also felt there was no need to be modest. Since they had no experience, he would have to take on the role of a leader. Once Guohong found a suitable stone, Xiao Fan and Chunliang also found a dozen suitable branches to use as vertical poles. And they had marked the spots for the poles according to the lengths of the banana leaf stems and the bed. Xiao Fan and Chunliang quickly worked together to hammer the poles into the ground with the stone. Although they weren't particularly sturdy, it was already the best they could do. After setting up the poles, the three of them began inserting the banana leaf stems one by one into the poles. Since the banana leaf stems were thicker on one end and thinner on the other, they could generally ensure a good seal after arranging them in an alternating manner. Although it wasn't completely airtight, larger animals couldn't get in. After placing all the leaf stems, Xiao Fan noticed that about 50 banana leaf stems had reached a height of around 50 centimeters. The bed area was relatively large, and although only 2 walls were needed, each wall required 2 banana leaves for sufficient length. Seeing that the height wasn't particularly satisfactory, Xiao Fan felt there was nothing more he could do. They would have to settle for this for now. After tightening the top of the poles, the entire fence still had a certain sturdiness, forming a hole that wasn't easily toppled. The main thing was that there was basically no wind inside the cave, so the possibility of it being blown down was non-existent. On the beach, it probably wouldn't last 10 minutes. At the contact points between the walls and the banana leaves, Xiao Fan applied some clay he had prepared to prevent insects from entering their sleeping area through the gaps. After spending more than 2 hours, Xiao Fan and everyone felt it wasn't particularly satisfactory, mainly because it was too low. It was likely that frogs and such wouldn't be blocked. And although they had applied clay, there were still quite a few gaps. Moreover, this fence really couldn't be touched. If anyone turned over while sleeping, it might just collapse. It seemed like a waste of everyone's time. This thing might have a small effect. Xiao Fan's idea was followed, but the result wasn't particularly satisfactory. Fortunately, everyone was still understanding. After all, it's not guaranteed that everything will go well the first time. It's pretty good. At least the wind won't be as strong, right? Plus, having something like a fence separates the sleeping area, which makes everyone feel more at ease. Chunliang's words made Xiao Fan feel very happy. This little group seemed to be unbreakable. Chapter 23, Sudden Heavy Rain. The fence was completed, and the banana leaves being roasted by the fire had turned yellow. Everyone laid the banana leaves on the ground. Although they weren't particularly thick, they would still serve some purpose. As for pillows, that depended on everyone's creativity. Xiao Fan simply folded one banana leaf to use as a pillow, as he himself didn't like particularly high pillows. The others saw him do this and followed suit. resulting in 5 banana leaf pillows. After a tiring night, everyone planned to go to sleep. When Xiao Fan was about to go out to relieve himself, Chunliang stood up and followed him out. Let us walk together. I have something to discuss with you. Once they stepped out of the cave, Chunliang said to Xiao Fan, Xiao Gu, since you came, our lives have indeed improved a lot. You need to lead us more in the future. No way. I'm a newcomer. How can I say I'm a leader? We help each other. Let us discuss things together in the future. I don't think my dad will find us anytime soon. And the two ladies look like wealthy young ladies, while Guahong seems quite down to earth. We should still discuss things together in the future. Yes, everyone's goals are the same. Look, aren't we doing better and better now? Yes, but there's still a problem. Our food is still very scarce. Although we caught some small fish today, it's still not enough. And mature fruits are basically nowhere to be found. Even if we find fruit trees elsewhere, there will always be a day when they run out. The time for the fruit to mature is much longer than our time to eat it. Plus, we urgently need to supplement our protein. I'm afraid everyone will get tired of eating fruit every day. Yes, I've considered this problem too. Tomorrow, we should continue to catch fish. And I will explore the whole island again to see if there's any other food. I feel like our food will ultimately depend on fish. Only fish are inexhaustible. Right, but we don't have tools, so it might not be easy. The fish in the sea and the river are not easy to catch. If only I had a fishing boat. Just one net would be enough for the 5 of us to eat for a year. Ha ha ha, Xiaogu. I didn't expect you to be so humorous. This experience of urinating together made the 2 pillars of this small group become more familiar with each other. That night, it was unclear whether it was a psychological effect or if the fence indeed had a certain effect, but everyone slept quite soundly. Even Xiao Fan was only disturbed a few times by mosquitoes at night. Otherwise, he slept relatively well. Upon waking up, everyone reported that the fence might not be very effective against insects, but it did give the area a feeling of a bed, preventing them from feeling empty inside and providing a sense of security. Everyone unanimously decided to make the fence a bit higher today. Even if it wasn't to keep out insects, it would still create a bedroom for themselves. However, as soon as they stepped out of the cave, they found that the weather today was not very optimistic. The sky was not particularly clear, and the wind had become unusually strong, indicating that a storm was about to arrive. We need to act quickly today. Everyone should go gather some firewood first. I estimate that it might rain at any moment. And after it rains, it will be quite difficult to find dry firewood. Xiao Fan felt it was time for action. Xiao Gu is right. You all go get firewood. And I'll go gather some fruits. There's almost nothing to eat in the cave, and if it suddenly rains, everyone will go hungry. After Chunliang said this, he walked towards the fruit trees behind the cave. Xiao Mei, hurry and follow Chunliang. It's best that we avoid acting alone on this island. It's always better to have 2 people in case of any accidents. Xiao Fan urged Xiao Mei to follow along. This is the last bunch of ripe bananas. It will probably take about 3 days for the next batch to ripen. There are no ripe papayas left to pick, and mangoes are mostly unripe. We've consumed quite a bit these past few days. Chunliang delivered the worst news. 5 people sat around the campfire, and everyone quickly urged Chunliang and Xiao Mei to dry their clothes. The 2 of them felt a bit awkward. Chunliang was okay since he still had a short-sleeve shirt and shorts on, and it seemed he was also wearing underwear. The most awkward was Xiao Mei, who was already dressed very lightly, with just a tank top and hot pants, likely because she wore less on the yacht, now stranded on this deserted island. She had no spare clothes. Fortunately, she still had one outfit, but now that her tank top was soaked, it was basically see-through, and it was pink. What are you looking at? Haven't you seen anything before? Hurry up and let me warm up. I'm freezing. Xiao Mei began to act more boldly. On the yacht, everyone generally wore less, mainly short sleeves and shorts. Even Lu Ting, the cold beauty, was in denim hot pants and a white short-sleeve shirt. However, her short sleeve had turned a dingy yellow, with several tears, and her hair hadn't been tidied up for a long time, not to mention any makeup. Plus, she had always been malnourished, making her look particularly haggard. Stranded on this deserted island, the hardest part for the 2 beauties to accept might be not being able to take care of themselves, having no spare clothes, and no chance to shower. Living every day in dirtiness. When they were over by the mountains, Xiao Fan often went to the sea to bathe, then dried all his clothes before putting them on, as he didn't care about anything being alone. But after coming here, Xiao Fan hadn't washed at all, and his clothes had never been cleaned or changed. He wondered how the other 4 managed to wash. They couldn't have gone days without washing or changing clothes. Xiao Fan thought mischievously. Seeing that Chunliang and Xiao Mei's clothes dried quickly, Xiao Fan thought of a good idea. What are you afraid of? Who hasn't seen it? I don't care, just do what you need to do. Xiao Mei started to get bold again. Xiao Fan first took off his short sleeve, then went to the cave entrance to wash it with rainwater before tossing it to Guahong. Xiao Hong, help me dry this, I'll go wash first. You can come later. Xiao Fan directly went to the hole at the back of the cave. Then wearing only shorts, he stepped into the rain to wash himself thoroughly. After washing his hair, Xiao Fan simply took off all his pants and began enjoying a natural shower in the rain. After washing his body, he also cleaned his shorts and underwear, then returned to the cave entrance. Just at the entrance, there was a depression where people inside the cave couldn't see him. And he wouldn't get wet from the rain either. Xiao Hong, is my short sleeve dry? Bring it over. Xiao Gu, if you call Xiao Hong again. Your short sleeve is going to fall into the fire. No, Guadage, you're my real brother. Hurry and bring it over. I'm about to freeze. Seeing Guahong approach with the short sleeve, although it hadn't been drying for long, Xiao Fan had already wrung it out before, so it was almost dry now. Ladies, please don't look. Kindly avert your eyes. Xiao Fan tied the short sleeve around his important parts, looking around and finding that if one didn't look closely, he could still protect his privacy. I can't take it anymore. I'm going to wash too. Xiao Gu, help me dry my short sleeve. Guahong took off her clothes and stepped out of the cave, washed her short sleeve, and tossed it to Xiao Fan. As soon as Guahong stepped out, Chun Liang immediately stood up, washed his clothes, and threw them to Xiao Fan as well. Seeing the two of them go out, Xiao Fan burst into laughter but still responsibly dried their clothes. Following Xiao Fan's process, the two quickly changed into clean clothes. At this point, Xie Fangmei on the bed said to Lu Ting, I can't take it anymore. How long has it been since I showered? But they were still there, and they didn't have extra clothes, so how could they shower? Lu Ting still couldn't accept showing her intimate clothing in front of the current male companions. You guys should wash too. Go out from this cave to wash. We three can go to the back cave entrance and make a fire. That place where we just changed can accommodate the three of us. After Xiao Fan finished speaking, he took some fire starters and asked Guahong to bring some firewood as they headed to the back cave entrance. Thank you, Xiao Gu. Xie Fangmei's tone became exceptionally sweet. After the three of them went out, the two began their washing. However, it probably took them over half an hour to shower. And Xiao Fan guessed they intentionally sped things up because although the three had a fire, the wind was too strong and they were freezing. Chapter 24, Searching the Deserted Island. Everyone suggested that Xiao Fan consider making a bathing area. Since it was raining this time, it was convenient for everyone to shower. But if it didn't rain, there wouldn't be a suitable place to bathe. Let us prioritize solving the food issue first. We can think about other things later. Since it's raining now and it probably won't stop for a while, I'll teach everyone how to make pottery. I just don't know if the yellow clay in the cave is good. I used to use some black soil by the river. However, the previous red bricks were made from this yellow clay, so it should be worth a try. Later, everyone can find other suitable soils to make better things. The process is the same, but everyone can think of other good methods when they have time. After Xiao Fan finished speaking, he shared the entire process he used to make water jars. Everyone was quite interested, and each began to learn and try. In the end, they produced some oddly shaped items. It was their first time making pottery. Although they weren't particularly good looking, they successfully made 3, which could at least be used to hold water. It should be that the firewood's temperature isn't high enough, and the soil wasn't sifted very finely. I remember when I made it before, I used mud. Unfortunately, our current conditions don't allow for that. Lu Ting was very interested in the pottery process, and the pottery she made was the prettiest and largest, almost catching up to Xiao Fan, the veteran. You've learned the craft. You can do more of this in the future, like making spoons or teacups for everyone, and you can test which soils are better for making pottery. You could also see if some other materials, like charcoal, could be added to the soil. As for the fire temperature, I'll find a way to see if we can make a kiln. Xiao Fan felt Lu Ting was suited for this work, and she enjoyed it, which could bring many practical items to everyone in the future. Thank you, Xiao Fan. I finally found my value. Lu Ting looked very happy, almost bouncing up. This rain lasted a long time. After Xiao Fan and the others finished making pottery and had lunch, the rain began to taper off. Given the weather, today's fishing activity would probably have to be cancelled, so they hoped to have a chance to catch some fish in the afternoon. After this meal, fruits became hard to obtain easily. That patch of forest had sustained these few people for 10 days, but it had now run its course, and they would have to wait for it to mature again. The most important task facing everyone was to find food, otherwise, they would go hungry at night. Perhaps only eating a few mangoes. After discussing, they decided that when the tide went out in the afternoon, they should hurry to catch fish. As with time passing, there would likely only be one opportunity to fish during the day. Xiao Fan, we can't be so leisurely. It feels like we've been a bit too casual these past few days. Our supplies aren't particularly sufficient. Luckily, we replenished some firewood yesterday, or we would be in trouble today. Without fire, the wind keeps blowing in. I'm feeling cold even now, let alone at night. Chun Liang directly voiced his concerns in front of the campfire. Yes, let us not forget that we are surviving on this island, not on vacation. In the future, we all need to take action. At least for the resources we can obtain at the moment, we need to ensure that we collect as much as possible. Regarding this suggestion, Xiao Fan particularly agrees. Once the rain stops, Xiao Fan plans to set out to find food and also conduct a thorough search of the island. Considering the tide, Chun Liang and the others plan to set off with Xiao Fan. They head from the cave towards the beach, while Xiao Fan and another person head from the cave towards the mountain. Once Chun Liang and his group reach the beach, they should be able to start fishing. Xiao Fan thinks this is a good idea, exploring the entire island on this side of the river today, and in the evening, everyone can gather to draw a simple map to facilitate various plans for tomorrow. Similar to the exploration on the ridge, Xiao Fan walks east along the ridge. He feels he can climb over to the area where he previously survived. But he worries about descending and that there might not be any resources he particularly wants over there, just some black clams which could be a long-term food source. Unless absolutely necessary, Xiao Fan doesn't want to take that risk, especially since he doesn't know if it would be easy to get up there. If he goes over and can't come back, it would be awkward. He walks north for about 20 minutes and continues east along the ridge for over an hour without discovering anything valuable. Although the elevation is gradually increasing, he estimates it will take some time to reach the summit or an inaccessible area. Speaking of valuable things, Xiao Fan finds some feces, which he believes is left by a fairly large animal, though he doesn't know exactly what kind of animal it is. At least it indicates that there are large animals on this island, and he can vaguely hear their calls at night. Xiao Fan perks up and continues walking east. The most uncomfortable issue is his shoes. They are still made from the old vines. Although they are an improvement over the last pair, they still can't compare to proper mountaineering shoes. After walking for a while, he has to stop and adjust them. Walking and stopping like this, Xiao Fan finally arrives at a cliff. This cliff blocks his path eastward, and it appears to be the place where he previously discovered the waterfall. The shape is not much different, and standing here, he can still hear the sound of the waterfall. Xiao Fan quickly heads north to see if he can spot the waterfall. After climbing over several large rocks, he finally sees the waterfall through the trees. However, he can't proceed any further. It looks like a sheer cliff ahead, so he can only admire it from a distance. Not wanting to rest for too long, Xiao Fan and Guohong plan to find the river, ideally locating its source to see if there's a way to cross over. More importantly, if there is human civilization on this island, it should be reflected along the riverbank. It looks like a volcanic island, and the position Xiao Fan has reached should be at the base of the volcano. Now, he can't climb to the crater anymore. After walking along the base of the volcano for a while, Xiao Fan hears the sound of water. This prompts him and Guohong to quicken their pace. And suddenly they arrive beside a cliff. Ahead is a small lake, and downstream from the lake is a river flowing downwards. This should be their mother river. On the other side of the small lake, there is also a waterfall, which is still flowing down. It seems there is a larger lake above the small lake. But due to the cliff, Xiao Fan can't see it. Even at the small lake, Xiao Fan can't go down. The only way down is to jump. But he still can't swim. For the first 100 meters, they walk alongside the cliff. Thankfully, the path hasn't broken off, allowing them to walk to the riverbank. When they reach the river, Xiao Fan can touch the water, and the path becomes easier to walk. Although they still don't discover anything, Xiao Fan at least knows one thing. The subsequent food supply is likely to depend on this river, as he sees a lot of fish, and they are quite big. Chapter 25, Discovery of Cassava. By the time they return to the cave, it is already quite late. Xiao Fan feels that he has spent at least over 5 hours exploring this afternoon. The daytime on this tropical island should last about 15 hours. Did you find anything? A bad piece of news for everyone. Today, due to the strong winds and waves, they only caught a small fish. So it seems there's no need to make fish soup. Chun Liang and the others stand up and make room in front of the fire for Xiao Fan and his companion. We didn't find any food, but we walked all over this side of the river. There is a small lake upstream, and above that, there is a larger lake. But it is too high to see, and the water flows down through a waterfall. Moreover, we found that it is quite difficult to get to the area where I previously lived from here, and crossing this river seems to be the only option left. Upstream should be impassable. So what do we do for dinner? It seems that my role as the chef has no room to play. By the way, Liangzi, you said the ripe bananas are gone, right? Are there any that are about to ripen that we can pick? Xiao Fan can only think of using roasted bananas to solve one meal. You plan to roast bananas, right? You two sit down, and I'll go get some. There are still quite a few unripe ones. After Chun Liang finished speaking, he went out, and Xiao Fan didn't compete with him, as he was really tired after running around all afternoon. He quickly threw down a whole bunch of bananas. The wild bananas are not that big and not that many. One bunch can basically only satisfy this group of 5 for a meal, and even then, it would only be half full. Unlike before, when Xiao Fan was alone. One bunch of bananas was enough for him to eat for a day. Although there are more people working, they also eat more, leading to the current food issue becoming the most urgent problem. Roasted bananas are naturally not as good as roasted fish and fish soup, but they can fill their stomachs enough so that everyone won't go to bed hungry tonight. After eating the bananas, Xiao Fan and Chun Liang gather to summarize everything they discovered today, and ideally, they can draw a map on the ground when discussing their findings. Both of them generally feel that the riverside is quite barren. Aside from the fruit trees they have found, there is really very little else. Oh, by the way, you just mentioned that there is a patch of low shrubs leading towards the sea. There seem to be traces of animals digging in there. Yes, and I saw that the animal was not small. That patch of shrubs is also very large. Did you notice the color of the shrub stems? I didn't pay attention. I was too busy looking at the dug-up holes. Chun Liang didn't understand why Xiao Fan had to ask so specifically. Maybe we'll have to solve our food problem in that area for the next few days. I'll go take a look tomorrow. All right, let's draw a simple map first. Let us go to that open space and draw something with sticks. The conditions don't allow for anything elaborate. The two of them went to a place, cleared everything away, and began to simply sketch out the places they observed today on the ground using sticks. Although it wasn't very precise from this drawing, Xiao Fan immediately saw the patch of shrubs that Chun Liang mentioned and also figured out how to reach that area tomorrow. That's the purpose of drawing this map. In the evening, seeing Lu Ting still studying pottery alone in a pile of yellow earth, Xiao Fan walked over. What are you still studying so late at night? I want to make a spoon for everyone, but I haven't succeeded each time. Where's the problem? The front of the spoon is easy to handle, but the handle keeps breaking. After being burned, it snaps. If the handle is too short, it won't be meaningful. It's probably that the fire temperature isn't enough, and thin things are prone to breakage. Forget it. I'll make a bowl for everyone first. That should be easier. Yes, but don't stay up too late. Make sure to get some sleep. By the way, maybe you can change your approach. You don't need to make a long spoon handle. Just make the front part of the spoon, leave a hole, and then use a stick to insert into it to serve as the handle. All right. Why didn't I think of that? Xiao Fan, you're so amazing. I'll try it out in a bit. Lu Ting looked at Xiao Fan with admiration. Yes, you can try it first, but it might not be very useful, and that hole might break easily. By the way, when making the spoon, it's best to roll it into thin strips first, and then coil it from the bottom, just like making the previous jars. That way, it won't break easily. Yes, I'll follow the method you taught me. Look, I've made quite a few jars to hold water using your method, so everyone can wash their hands and feet before going to bed tonight. There is plenty of water, and it's already been brought in. Awesome. I'll go wash up and then head to bed. I'm really exhausted today. Yes, you should get some good rest. I feel like you'll be busy again tomorrow. You'll still have to take care of the food. By the time he lay down, Guahong was already asleep. He was also worn out today, running around all afternoon without properly replenishing his energy. Even an Iron Man would collapse. Early in the morning, Lu Ting shared some good news with Xiao Fan. Following Xiao Fan's suggestion, she successfully made several spoons, all with stick handles. Your skills have surpassed mine. It seems you're going to become a pottery master. Xiao Fan felt it was absolutely the right decision to let Lu Ting do this. Her spoons looked much better than his. I'll make a kiln when I have time so you can fully utilize your talents. Considering that future tools for eating and holding things will rely on pottery, Xiao Fan planned to make a kiln specifically for firing pottery later on. Xiao Fan didn't tidy himself up either. He called Guahong and took a suitable stick for digging to check out the shrubbery that Chun Liang mentioned last night. Following the map drawn yesterday, Xiao Fan reached the area described by Chun Liang in less than 20 minutes. It was a place that resembled a reed marsh. But instead of reeds, there were small saplings, about a meter tall. Seeing the reddish color of the branches, Xiao Fan knew he had found the right place. And most of their future food would depend on these, especially the demand for starch. This area was about 200 square meters, and he noticed a path where a wild animal had passed. Xiao Fan hurried over and squatted by a pit dug by the animal. Brother Fan, what are you doing? You can't catch animals like this, and it's clearly a large one. It's definitely not in the hole. I'm not interested in the animal. I'm sure it's a wild boar. Just look at the hoof print. Then we should hurry and catch the boar, if we catch one. It'll probably be enough to eat for half a month, and I haven't tasted meat in a long time. You think wild boars are easy to catch? Don't end up getting yourself hurt without even catching one. Wild boars aren't as gentle as domestic pigs. That's not what I came here for. Xiao Fan pointed to some plant roots sticking out of the dirt. You've eaten sweet potatoes, right? This thing is similar to sweet potatoes and is found on most tropical islands. I just didn't expect to find such a large patch here. This thing is called cassava. You can tell its taste from its name. Really? We found sweet potatoes? With such a large patch, we can eat it whenever we want. Cassava, not sweet potatoes, but the taste is similar. We five eat quickly. Don't be fooled by this big chunk. The roots might not be plentiful. And if you eat too much, you'll get tired of it. But do keep looking for more. Pay attention to similar ones. Its main characteristic is that the leaves and stems have a bit of red. Awesome, Brother Xiao. With you here, we definitely won't go hungry. The two of them worked hard for over half an hour and finally dug up a very small root. Right in front of them was a cassava root about 6 centimeters in diameter, but they just couldn't get it out. Guahong dug for a while and found a smaller sapling nearby, planning to pull it out directly to see if they could bring the cassava root out. Calling Xiao Fan over, they both exerted their strength, and while they managed to pull the sapling out, the cassava stayed in the ground, causing both of them to fall over. Realizing they couldn't take shortcuts, Xiao Fan and Guahong worked for another half hour and finally dug out the large cassava root. Sure enough, it looked similar to sweet potatoes. It seems that roasting it will be the same. Brother Xiao, you saved everyone's lives. Chen Liang happily told everyone after eating the cassava. Perhaps because everyone was very hungry and it was the first time they were eating cassava, everyone's reaction was quite positive, unanimously agreeing that cassava could be relied upon as a staple food in the future. But don't be too optimistic. Although there seem to be a lot of cassavas, they are hard to dig out, especially since we only use sticks. Guahong and I spent over an hour digging out just these two. Plus, if everyone eats too much, they might get tired of it. Xiao Mei, you can study some recipes for using cassava later. If we only eat roasted cassava every day, everyone will probably get sick. Xiao Fan has always been a person who thinks ahead. He used to be someone who only reported good news and not bad. Don't worry, just leave all the cooking to me. Once the roasted cassava was done, everyone happily used the chopsticks and spoons that Lu Ting had made over the past few days to share, and in no time, they finished the whole cassava. Chapter 26, Making the Big Door. Seeing that everyone still seemed unsatisfied, Xiao Fan decided to take advantage of the time before fishing to lead everyone to dig up more cassava. After digging up the cassava, they would conveniently go to the seaside to catch fish, which should basically solve their food needs for the day. Xiao Fan picked some branches for everyone to use as digging tools and reminded Guahong to bring 2 baskets, one for fish and one for cassava. After joining this small group, Xiao Fan no longer had to do any manual labor. The 2 ladies were very proactive in taking on these tasks. Now, the entire cave was filled with many baskets, and Lu Ting even made a backpack that was much better than the one Xiao Fan used to carry clay. The 5 of them arrived at the cassava field, and following the method Xiao Fan taught them, they each found a cassava and started digging. As the saying goes, many hands make light work. With the efforts of the 5 of them, they managed to dig up almost half a basket of cassava in just one morning, which should be enough for the day. After digging up the cassava, Xiao Fan led everyone to the rocky area. At that time, the tide had just gone out, and they set down the cassava to start catching fish. Xiao Fan was still unwilling to give up on the trap he made earlier. The first thing he did was go check it out. Even though he hadn't put any bait in it, Xiao Fan still hoped to catch a fish. When he reached the trap, he found that inside, apart from stones, there was just water, not even a shell. To avoid embarrassment, Xiao Fan didn't tell anyone and quietly left, joining everyone to start fishing. This time, they decided who could catch fish based on luck. Everyone's skills had improved significantly, and as long as they spotted a fish, it was unlikely to escape. The first fish caught belonged to Chen Liang. This guy's luck is truly remarkable. He won several million in a long-distance running competition and was reborn into a wealthy family. Now he always catches fish first. He really is the chosen one. Xiao Fan whispered to Guahong. Chosen one, my foot. If he were really the chosen one, how could he end up in this broken place? No food, no drink, and no place to stay. True, his situation is just like ours. Xiao Fan thought about this and immediately felt happy again. From time to time, everyone received good news, and even Lu Ting successfully caught a small fish. During the process of catching fish, they also discovered a large fish that they had never seen before, which weighed about half a pound. With everyone's teamwork, Xiao Fan and the others successfully captured it. Before starting the fish catching, Xiao Fan sat on a large rock again and found quite a few large fish swimming back and forth, but he didn't have a suitable way to catch them. In the afternoon, he planned to try making a fishing tool, but the tide was already going out, and the chances of catching fish in the afternoon were slim. He decided to prepare the fishing gear and give it a try tomorrow morning. Xiao Fan couldn't let go of the thought of those large fish. There wasn't a particularly good method to catch fish in the river at the moment, so it remained to be seen if they could catch any. For lunch today, they had grilled fish, and it was quite a big one, weighing half a pound, making it the largest fish they had eaten. The second dish was fish soup, and the third dish was roasted cassava. Everyone was excited to see so many ingredients for lunch. Xiao Fan felt very happy to have so many raw materials. Not bad. This should be our most sumptuous meal. Whenever it came to food, Guahong was particularly happy. We can also stew cassava. It's similar to potatoes, Xiao Fan suggested. Just stew cassava? Or should we stew fish with cassava? I don't think fish goes well with that. It might affect the taste. Xiao Fan felt it wasn't particularly reliable. Well, we already have enough for lunch today. Let's leave it at that. Ultimately, this small group decided to finish lunch first and consider improving the menu later. Let's save 3 fish for dinner. I don't know if we can catch any fish this afternoon. If not, we'll only have cassava. Xiao Fan thought that every meal should have some meat to replenish energy, so a few fish were essential. After lunch, it started to rain again, accompanied by lightning, thunder, and strong winds. This island either doesn't rain or experiences heavy storms. Everyone decided that since it was already raining, they might as well take a good nap and think about the afternoon issues once the sky cleared up. To create a better sleeping environment, Xiao Fan and the others decided to properly handle the two openings of their cave. As for the hole above, there wasn't much they could do. Since it was far from where they slept, and even if it rained, not much would leak in. The back opening was better. It led to the fruit grove, which was at the back of the cave, and the sea breeze couldn't blow in through that opening. However, the front opening was a disaster area, with strong winds continuously blowing into the cave, forming a natural ventilation corridor with the back opening. Although they had avoided the most severe area for sleeping, they could still feel the chilly sea breeze blowing towards them. Last time it rained, everyone had to huddle in front of the fire. After heavy rains, the front opening was muddy everywhere. Although only a little rain could drift in, it still made the ground at the cave entrance very muddy, as if their own doorstep was flooded. Taking advantage of the abundant firewood inside the cave, Xiao Fan and the others decided to simply block the opening with some wood to prevent the wind from blowing in recklessly, making it easier to sleep in the afternoon. They found some relatively straight pieces of wood and stood them at the cave entrance, then used stones to secure them a bit. Everyone felt that it was basically good enough. It didn't take much time, and it was unrealistic to seal the opening completely in one go. The opening was about 3 meters high and about 5 meters wide, so they used some wood to block one side. It was a bit scattered, but better than nothing. After washing up again, they lay down to sleep. This time, everyone felt refreshed after bathing, and with part of the opening blocked, they felt the wind had lessened significantly, and they all slept very happily. Xiao Fan felt cold and thought he hadn't slept long, so he added some fuel to the fire. He planned to think about how to make a fishing rod that could catch fish. First, the fishing rod and fishing line were easy to solve. Xiao Fan intended to use a straight branch to make the fishing rod since the rock was close to where the fish were swimming. Although there was a certain vertical distance, he planned to weave a fishing line from the skin of vines, with a length of about 2 meters, which was also very easy to manage. The main problem Xiao Fan faced was making a fish hook. Over the past few days, he had quietly observed that there was nothing suitable for making fish hooks among what everyone had kept, except for a ring on Lu Ting's finger that caught his attention. However, the thought of asking someone for a ring to make a fish hook, not knowing if it would even work, made Xiao Fan hesitate to bring it up. Even if Lu Ting gave it to him, he wouldn't know how to turn the ring into a fish hook since he had no tools. He also thought that even if he had such a fish hook, he couldn't guarantee it wouldn't be lost one day while fishing in the sea. He didn't know when the line would snap or when the hook would suddenly disappear. He still had to think of a way to make a fish hook using materials that could be found on the island, which would be more sustainable. Xiao Fan set a tone for his fish hook project. After thinking for half a day, he still didn't know what materials to use. The resources available on the island were shells, stones, and various trees. He thought shells were too brittle, although it was easy to shape a fish hook from them. They would likely break easily. Stones were definitely hard enough, but shaping them into a fish hook wouldn't just take time. Xiao Fan didn't even know if he could achieve it in a year. As for branches, it should be possible to shape them into a fish hook, but he feared that when stabbing a fish, they might not penetrate. After considering for a long time, Xiao Fan realized that if he wanted to create a fish hook shape, branches were probably the easiest to work with, and he could look for some thorny or hooked branches, making it even easier. Chapter 27, Cassava Stewed Fish. Right? Why do I have to make a fish hook shape? Who says it has to be a round hook to catch fish? Can't I make something odd-shaped? Suddenly, Xiao Fan had a flash of inspiration. Since this broken island doesn't allow for a conventional fish hook, why not think of other methods? All he needed was something to catch the fish. Moreover, sea fish are generally fierce and will usually swallow food whole. So he just needed to think of a way to ensure that after the fish swallowed the bait, something would catch it. It didn't matter which part of the fish was caught. As long as the fish couldn't escape the line, there was no need to make the hook particularly sharp. The size just needed to match the bait. As long as the fish swallowed the bait along with this hook-like object and it got stuck inside the fish's body, he wouldn't need to pursue the shape of the hook. Considering this method, Xiao Fan's first choice was a stone. It wouldn't break easily and could be sharp. He planned to finish the fishing line first, as it was a time-consuming task, and he had materials available now. He could make it while everyone was sleeping, especially since it was raining outside, making it inconvenient to find suitable materials for the fish hook and rod. Following the method Xiao Fan had previously used to weave rope, he was already quite skilled at it. He quickly gathered a lot of raw materials. Considering it was for making a fishing line, he didn't make it particularly thick, as he knew he wouldn't be able to catch particularly large fish with it. However, given the difficulty of making the hook, he still made the fishing line with a diameter of about 2 millimeters. During the process of making things, Lu Ting also sat down in front of Xiao Fan. Seeing Xiao Fan making ropes, she didn't ask what the ropes were for and just started helping him work. Unexpectedly, she was fortunate enough to sit together with our campus belle to make a handicraft. Really surprising. Since there wasn't much to talk about, Xiao Fan started his rant. What campus spell? That's just a boring title chosen by you nerds, and we're all living on this broken island now. It's different, no matter where you are. You're still the campus belle. No, now we can call you the island belle. Keep talking. I didn't realize you were so talkative before, so slick with your words. Clearly not a good person. You're wrong about me. I'm a true gentleman. Come on, by the way, what are you making the rope for? There are some ropes I made yesterday over there. You can just use those. It's a secret for now, you'll find out later. The ropes over there are a bit too thick. I'll make one quickly myself. The two of them worked very efficiently. And soon they finished a fishing line over 2 meters long. After an afternoon of rain, the ground became even harder to walk on, and the cassava field was particularly muddy, basically turning into a quagmire. However, there was a benefit, although it was a bit dirty. It made it much easier to dig up the cassava. After digging up some cassava, a group of people went to the seaside and saw that the tide had started to recede. It was estimated that it would be nearly out in about an hour. So everyone began to wash the cassava clean by the seaside, and then started fishing. At this time, Xiao Fan went back to that big rock, and just like before, he found many fish. Perhaps due to the recent rain, this time there were even more than in the previous attempts, indicating it was an excellent fishing spot. It was uncertain whether the fish were particularly abundant after the rain, or if everyone was just lucky today. But they managed to catch more than 10 fish in the afternoon. If it weren't for the late hour, they probably could have caught even more. Adding the fish left over from the morning, they counted and found they had 17 fish. They planned to grill 5, one for each person, and then use most of the remaining 12 to make fish soup, along with a cassava fish stew. After preparing the grilled fish and fish soup, they had the cassava fish stew, but Xiao Fan really didn't know how to start. Normally, you would fry the fish first, and then add the cassava to stew. But here there was no way to fry the fish. Xiao Fan felt quite helpless. Just stew it in plain water, add everything in, and at the end, just add some salt and chili. Xiao Fan had no better ideas either. The grilled fish and fish soup were still delicious, just like before. Even though they had eaten it many times, this time each person had one grilled fish, and everyone had a generous bowl of fish soup. This time, everyone had a bowl made by Lu Ting and a pair of chopsticks made from tree branches, and there was a special ladle for the pot. Plus each person had a separate spoon for the soup. These were all results of Lu Ting's efforts over the past few days, significantly improving everyone's quality of life. After finishing these delicacies, everyone was not very interested in the cassava stew. Without a lid, they could see that the cassava fish stew had nearly turned into a porridge. The starch content of the cassava looked even more than that of potatoes, and after stewing in the soup, it had basically become a mush. With a few white fish rolling around inside, everyone didn't have much appetite, possibly because they were already full. If it had been on their first day, they would probably have competed to eat it. All right, everyone, give it a try. I won't eat it. The first bite nearly made me sick. But after adding some salt and chili, the taste improved a little, Xiao Fan said with a disgusted expression. Everyone tried a bit with their spoons, and after Lu Ting tried it, she immediately put down the spoon and sat aside, clearly not planning to try a second bite. Xiao Fan also tried a bite, then sat down expressionlessly, with no intention of eating a second bite. After trying it, Xiao Fan realized this could be considered the most disgusting thing he had eaten on the island. Even though the best raw materials were used, it felt sticky in the mouth, like eating a big chunk of lard. Although Xiao Fan didn't have the courage to try again, he thought about how he had suggested making this food, and given the lack of resources on this island, nothing could be wasted. Encouraged by Xiao Fan, he called Chun Liang and Guahong to join in, of course, using the national principle. Chairman Mao told us that food cannot be wasted. After various expressions of struggle, the three finally finished the entire pot of cassava fish stew. After each had a cup of hot water, their expressions improved slightly. But everyone knew that this menu would forever leave them. Chapter 28. Making fishing hooks from stones. After a dinner that could be described as very sumptuous and filling, especially for Xiao Fan and the other two men, they felt incredibly full, enough to make them feel nauseous, a memory they would never forget. After dinner, everyone started working according to the previously assigned tasks. Since there were no entertainment options on the island, and chatting all night was quite awkward, Xiao Fan and the others had already discussed that if everyone wanted, they could do some work within their capabilities at night. Lu Ting was still there studying her pottery, while Xiao Fan was making some ropes, which would be essential resources for whatever they did later. Chun Liang was tidying up the beds and repairing the fence. With his efforts, the fence became taller and more stable. Guahong lit some campfires in various corners of the cave, planning to gradually tidy up the cave, and if possible, fill in some areas that needed it and make necessary adjustments. For Xiao Fan, he had more freedom. It was previously agreed that he could arrange his tasks more freely, helping others or doing things he wanted to do himself. Considering he had more experience and knew how to survive on this island, Xiao Fan planned to make a few fishing hooks tonight. hoping to try catching some fish when everyone went fishing tomorrow morning. After breaking the stones, it was best if they broke into small pieces, which required the stones to be relatively loose and layered. If they were round or blocky, it would be difficult to shape them into a fish hook. Although Xiao Fan did not pursue a perfect curve like a fishing hook, he wanted to make something similar with a hooking function. If it were made into a conical shape or just a stone tied to a fishing line, it would certainly be less effective than a stone piece shaped like a hook. Xiao Fan also knew that the lure fishing method was somewhat similar to this. Although it lacked a hook, it relied on the edges of the stone piece. Xiao Fan also planned to make a hook similar to an arrowhead shape, which should also work as a fishing hook and was relatively simple to make from stone. People in primitive times used stone arrows to hunt prey. Xiao Fan already knew which type of stone would be suitable for smashing into a stone piece. The stones at the cliff's edge, weathered by wind and sun, were easier to break into suitable pieces, while the stones in the river, washed by currents, were generally harder and unsuitable for smashing. However, their hardness was sufficient for making tools like stone axes. Today, Xiao Fan found many stones weathered by wind and sun, and after smashing them on a stone slab, many small stone pieces indeed popped out. After smashing all the stones, he found suitable stone pieces for making fishing hooks, mainly about the size of a coin, thin and seemingly not easily broken. A suitable stone for making arrows was also picked up. This stone already had the shape of an arrowhead and only needed slight polishing. The remaining task was the polishing process, which Xiao Fan found to be not as difficult as he had imagined. Perhaps it was because he had already chosen the right stone, and it didn't need to be polished to perfection. Just enough to create a groove to tie the fishing line or to make a hole directly would suffice. While shaping the fish hooks, Xiao Fan greatly missed having a pair of pliers, as this would allow him to easily trim away unnecessary stone, making the polishing much simpler. After a night of polishing, Xiao Fan ended up with 6 fishhooks and 2 arrowhead-shaped hooks. Although they did not resemble traditional fishhooks, this was the best he could do without tools. He had little hope of improving this method unless he stumbled upon a more suitable shape while breaking stones. Ideally, he would directly find a fishhook. Seeing that everyone had basically stopped working, they planned to clean up a bit and then go to sleep. Over the past few days, Lu Ting had made a lot of pottery, and during the day, Guahong had fetched a lot of water from the river. So now everyone could wash their faces before going to bed. Carefully, he used a teacup to store all the fish hooks, since both the fishing line and hooks were ready. Tomorrow he just needed to find a suitable branch, and the main material for a fishing rod would be complete. Lying in bed, Xiao Fan thought about his recent plans. The most important thing was to find a long-term source of protein, which should come from fish, whether river fish or sea fish. Although he had been hearing animal sounds in recent days and had found footprints in the cassava field, Xiao Fan knew that there were at least wild chickens and wild boars on this island. However, he had not actually seen these animals, only made inferences based on the footprints, sounds, and some feces. Moreover, he currently had no way to catch these land-dwelling beasts on a deserted island, even if animals existed. Resources were limited, unlike fish, which were a virtually endless source of survival resources. He just needed to find a suitable method to catch them. Xiao Fan felt that catching fish was easier than catching wild animals. After all, water was the basis of survival for fish. If he could think of a way to remove this necessary condition for fish survival, he could easily catch them. This method of separating fish from water would require Xiao Fan to come up with a solution on his own. If he could think of a suitable way, he could continuously obtain resources for survival. Currently, he did not have a particularly good method, but at least he could try to see if he could catch fish. For now, he decided to wait until tomorrow to see if he could catch any fish. Upon waking up, he would dig for worms and look for suitable branches. And when they went fishing at noon, he would try fishing. With these thoughts, Xiao Fan dozed off. Chapter 29. The first fishing trip on the deserted island. Early in the morning, filled with hope, Xiao Fan woke up especially early, partly because it was too cold. On this desolate island, it was very hot during the day, and the sun shone intensely. In the past few days of fishing, everyone had gotten quite sunburned. Especially the 2 ladies, who were not dressed warmly, had delicate skin that turned red after just one day in the sun, and now they were almost like black pearls. To avoid direct sunlight damaging their eyes, Xiao Fan taught everyone to apply charcoal ash under their eyelids, which solved the problem well. Now, everyone was less concerned about their appearance and focused on comfort. They roasted 2 cassavas for breakfast, and when everyone got up, they found that there was nothing particularly urgent to do. The most pressing task was to obtain protein, but it wasn't yet time to fish, based on yesterday's timing. It would probably be noon before they could start. There wasn't much that could be done to optimize their lodging. They had already prepared enough firewood for about 10 days, and they had several sets of fire-starting tools ready. Before fishing today, they decided to explore the river on the island again. The last search had been quite vague, and they hoped to discover something new today. Even if they found nothing, they could still update the map. Xiao Fan suggested they mobilize everyone. If they remained idle, survival would become problematic. Keeping everyone busy would help them focus on their tasks and reduce fear. Oh, by the way, does anyone know how long we've been on the island? Suddenly, Guohan's question made everyone fall silent. They had been on the island for over 10 days. And everyone knew that the hope of rescue was slowly dwindling. The possibility of human presence on this island was becoming smaller, and they might have to rely on themselves to get off the island. As for the exact number of days, Xiao Fan didn't know. But weren't they getting better day by day? Xiaomei, please keep track of the dates. Let's consider today the 10th day and note the date we were shipwrecked. Each day we should record it so we don't forget the time. Chun Liang had a broader perspective. Upon seeing everyone feeling down, he encouraged them and led everyone to continue exploring the island for other survival resources. Xiao Fan also suggested they enjoy the scenery while walking. This time, everyone was not particularly anxious. At least they were still alive. Since they were on this island, they might as well treat it as a vacation. Happiness is also a way to live, and sadness is also present on this island. Xiao Fan encouraged everyone to spend each day on the island happily. With this mindset, they looked at the island and found it to be truly beautiful. Whether it was the distant mountains or the nearby flowers and grasses, everything seemed particularly fresh and clean, uplifting their spirits. The air quality in this place was also excellent. At night, they could see many stars, and the moon appeared brighter than usual, making walking by moonlight quite easy. The seawater was exceptionally clear. Xiao Fan had never seen such clean water before. If it weren't for the salt content, it could almost be consumed directly. Finally, they arrived at the cassava field, planning to dig up some cassava for storage, just in case, to be prepared for any situation. This time, everyone was becoming quite skilled, and digging was becoming second nature. However, the lack of proper tools limited their progress, no matter how fast they were. They couldn't dig much without the right tools. If they truly wanted to use cassava as a long-term food source and a strategic reserve, tools for digging cassava were urgently needed. During the digging process, they also discovered a few worms, which Xiao Fan collected, saving them the time of looking for worms. Since the materials were readily available, Xiao Fan found some branches and directly tied the fish hooks to create a simple fishing rod. When everyone saw this peculiar item, they gathered around. They admired the fish hooks Xiao Fan had made, but they also expressed concerns, believing it would be difficult to catch fish with these hooks. I'm just going to give it a try. The results may not be good, and anyway, I won't be of any hindrance while you all fish. I'll try it when you go fishing. If it works, we'll have another resource for survival. Xiao Fan still held some hope for his fishing rod since sea fish could be quite fierce. With the fishing rod and worms in hand, Xiao Fan planned to set off early. Considering the tide had begun to recede, as long as people could climb onto the rocks, they could start fishing without waiting for the water to fully recede, which would decrease their chances. After the tide completely receded, Xiao Fan could join the fishing crowd. So both fishing and catching fish wouldn't be delayed. When he reached the rocks, he discovered that there were still many fish swimming below, indicating that this place was likely a hotspot for fish, or that the island was rich in resources, as he often saw a few fish swimming underneath the rocks. Next, Xiao Fan encountered a big problem. He didn't know how to hook the earthworm onto the fishing hook. The fishing hooks he had bought before could simply pierce through the worm, but that method was clearly unsuitable now, as the hook was too wide and much larger than the worm. In the end, Xiao Fan didn't have a particularly good solution, so he could only wrap the worm around the hook, tying a knot directly with the worm on the hook. The earthworm he dug up was already quite large, and tying a knot made the hook with bait become extremely huge. Fortunately, sea fish generally have larger mouths. If it were river fish, it would probably take several pounds to swallow this bait. After casting the hook, Xiao Fan could clearly see his hook and the worm from the rocks due to the clear water. He adjusted his position and height, placing the bait in the area where fish frequently appeared. Xiao Fan lay on the rocks, watching to see if any fish would bite. But the sea fish weren't as ferocious as he had imagined. Several times they approached the worm but never took the bait. They would just sniff and swim away. Was it possible that sea fish didn't eat earthworms? Wouldn't that mean his efforts today were in vain? Xiao Fan began to consider whether it was an issue with the bait. Previously, he had used small shrimp for sea fishing, and this was the first time using earthworms. Moreover, the only bait he currently had was earthworms. If he could catch some fish when the tide receded, he had to keep one as bait since these fish should be carnivorous. Xiao Fan thought of another method. It might also be the way the bait was hooked that was causing the problem, but he couldn't think of any other good solutions for now. Without changing the shape of the hook, it would be challenging to hook any bait onto a stone. Chapter 30. Harvesting fish on a deserted island. After lying there for quite a while, Xiao Fan still hadn't seen any fish come to bite. However, there were still many fish around, and several times the fish had already reached the bait but didn't bite, only sniffing and swimming away. After a long time, Xiao Fan finally saw hope. A large black fish finally took a bite of the bait. Xiao Fan pulled hard on the fishing rod, only to find the hook was empty. It might be that Xiao Fan couldn't apply much force while lying down, so he didn't hook the fish, Or perhaps the hook was just by the fish's mouth, and it wasn't particularly sharp, so it failed to pierce the fish. However, this was good news for Xiao Fan, as it at least indicated that the earthworm bait was attractive to the fish, and there was no need to rush to change the bait. After reorganizing the bait, Xiao Fan placed the hook back in the area where fish often appeared. This time, he didn't lie down to watch. He sat on the rock and relied entirely on the sensation in his hand to feel if a fish was biting. This is also a normal method for rock fishing. Xiao Fan had used this fishing method before. Unlike river fishing, rock fishing mainly relies on hand feeling to determine if a fish is hooked. This is because sea fish bite fiercely, and once they bite, it usually translates clearly to the wrist without needing to rely on the fish's swim bladder. After repeating this several times, Xiao Fan still hadn't successfully caught a fish. However, the good news was that the frequency of fish biting was increasing. Xiao Fan analyzed that it might be due to the tide. Fishing might be related to the rise and fall of the tide, and the relationship could be significant. Watching the number of earthworms decrease and the frequency of bites increase, but still unable to reel in any fish. The closest he got to success was bringing a colorful large fish to the surface, which looked like it weighed at least a pound. Switching to a new hook, Xiao Fan hooked the remaining few earthworms and began fishing again. This time, Xiao Fan changed his strategy. Whenever a fish bit, he would pull the fishing rod back hard, hoping to use the rod's force to throw the fish directly onto the shore, as long as the fish was on land. It didn't matter if it came off the hook. Xiao Fan was confident he could easily handle any fish as long as it was out of the water. After changing his strategy, he managed to pull several fish out of the water, but unfortunately, they all got away. Just like in a TV show, when he had only one bait left, Xiao Fan finally pulled a fish out of the water. The fish, under the tension of the fishing line, arced beautifully before landing on the rocks. Due to the cliff behind the large rock and some small reefs and gravel in between, once the fish was tossed to this spot, it was doomed. Just like in a TV show, as soon as Xiao Fan caught this fish, Chun Liang and the other three came over to fish, just in time to see the process of Xiao Fan catching the fish. Without any hesitation, everyone rushed over to Xiao Fan. Guohong even snatched the fish from Xiao Fan's hands, cradling it like a treasure. You really caught a fish. This one is quite big, at least over a pound. However, it was dark and unclear what kind of fish it was. Xiao Mei was very pleased to see she had a brand new ingredient. It felt quite small when swimming below, but after reeling it in, it's still pretty large. And it seems to have a good amount of meat. Xiao Fan was also very happy. Awesome, Fangu. Looks like we won't have to worry about fish in the future. I didn't expect this broken fishing rod could actually catch fish. Fangu, can you make me one of those fishing rods tonight? I want to try my luck at sea fishing tomorrow. It sounds really fun. Chun Liang planned to try his luck the next day to see if he could also catch some sustainable fish. I want one too. Xiao Gu, I'll be in charge of digging earthworms from now on. Can you make me a fishing rod too? Guohong quickly chimed in, wanting a Xiao Fan version fishing rod. Can you make one for me too? Lu Ting's tone was still so flat. Don't worry, everyone will get one. Guohong, help me find some fishing rods today. You guys can weave your own fishing lines, and I'll help you make the hooks. Tomorrow, when we dig cassava, we can pay attention to the earthworms. Xiao Fan planned to make a fishing rod for everyone to see if they all had a knack for fishing and could find more resources. Alright, everyone go catch fish first. Today's meals depend on how many fish we can catch later. After all, we only caught one big fish today. And with the tide fully receded, based on my experience, it might not be suitable for fishing. We can talk about fishing tomorrow, but if anyone is interested, we can come together in the afternoon when the tide comes back up to see how I fish, so everyone can have some experience for tomorrow. Xiao Fan also reminded Guohong to catch more earthworms tomorrow. Today, they caught 8 fish under the rocks, which could only be considered mini fish compared to the one Xiao Fan caught, but they made up for it in quantity. At least lunch was settled today, and Xiao Fan deliberately kept one fish, planning to try using the fish meat in the afternoon to see if he could catch fish and compare the effectiveness with earthworms. After returning to the cave and finishing lunch, Xiao Fan laid down to rest for a while. The morning had been very fulfilling, and he had gained a lot. The one fish he caught was not just a meal, but proved that the hooks Xiao Fan made were effective, providing a stable source of protein going forward. Moreover, this source wasn't particularly difficult to obtain. Fishing used to be a leisurely activity, but now it could bring a steady income to this small group. Xiao Fan planned to fish whenever he had spare time in the future. If time and resources allow, Xiao Fan plans to further optimize the fishing rod. If there is really no way to optimize the fish hook, at least the fishing line and rod can still be made more perfect. Xiao Fan also wants to see if he can catch fish in the river. There are definitely fish there, as discovered during the last exploration. Fishing in the sea is greatly affected by the tides, but river fish are not influenced by this, and their taste is different, providing an opportunity to improve everyone's meals. However, Xiao Fan knows that river fish are much harder to catch than sea fish. Firstly, river fish are not as dense as sea fish, and it's impossible to see where the fish are from the shore. Moreover, river fish are likely to be gentler and not as fierce as sea fish. Xiao Fan is uncertain if his homemade fishing rod can catch river fish. If he wants to catch river fish, he might need to focus on traps instead of fishing. As the hope for fishing seems slim, Xiao Fan plans to look for opportunities to use traps to catch some river fish later. Chapter 31. Everyone goes fishing. After increasing the height of the fence, the number of bugs that can crawl onto faces at night has decreased significantly, and everyone is starting to adapt to this issue. Xiao Fan doesn't have a good solution for the bed situation either, as there are no tools or materials available, so he can't do much for now. During high tide and low tide, the peak high tide period generally sees low fish activity, making fishing hopes slim. Finally, everyone decides to dig for cassava first, taking along the fishing rods and a small fish left by Xiao Fan as bait. Since the cassava field is between the fishing area and the cave, it makes sense to dig for cassava, and by the time they finish, it will be about time to fish. Additionally, while digging for cassava, they can also look for some earthworms to compare the effectiveness of the small fish and earthworms as bait. The cassava digging is still very difficult. Although Xiao Fan suggested starting to dig from the edge of the cassava field, they are still using branches, which leads to very low efficiency. A suitable tool must be made, otherwise, everyone will end up breaking their hands. Using branches is not a sustainable method. Xiao Fan has made up his mind to create a tool. After digging a basket of cassava, Xiao Fan realizes that they have dug approximately 5 square meters over the past few days, and the cassava they have harvested will only support their consumption for 2 days. It is estimated that this patch of cassava can last them about a month, and they need to think of a solution, or they will run out of food. Xiao Fan is always thinking ahead and has shared this information with the others. Can we grow this ourselves? In the tropics, crops should be plantable at any time. Lu Ting, as a city kid, is already doing well to know that cassava can be grown by themselves. It's worth a try. I remember seeing my dad plant sweet potatoes when I was young, and I feel like these two are probably similar. Xiao Fan plans to try it when he has some free time. By the way, Brother Fan, we could actually cross the river to take a look. I estimate there might be more cassava over there, or perhaps other better resources. Not now. You are the only one who can swim. And we are not at the point of desperation yet. It's too dangerous for you to go alone. Let's wait until we really have no other options. Considering that only Guahong can swim and that Guahong is not very reliable, Xiao Fan decides not to go to the other side of the river immediately. Everyone knows that there are no signs of human activity on the other side, so no one is particularly eager to go. Since there is still some cassava left in the cave, Xiao Fan is not in a hurry to clean it, as washing it would not be beneficial for preservation. Xiao Fan also plans to make a cellar to store the cassava if the yield increases, preventing future food shortages. When they arrive at the fishing spot, Xiao Fan plans to teach everyone the correct way to fish. Although everyone has fished to some extent, this is the first time using such a primitive fishing rod, and it is different from traditional fishing methods. Xiao Fan intends to give a detailed explanation today. The more challenging part is how to attach the bait to the hook. This homemade hook is not like the ones you buy. The hook cannot pierce the earthworm, so we can only wrap the earthworm around the hook. How to do it is not important. As long as you can securely attach the bait to the hook, it's fine. Sea fish are relatively foolish. As long as the bait doesn't fall off, you can basically attract fish. Xiao Fan first introduces how to attach the bait, which is something the two ladies find quite unpleasant. The rest requires us to place the bait in front of the fish's mouth or in areas where fish are abundant, as this greatly increases the chances of fish biting the hook. Since there is no float, everyone needs to keep holding the fishing rod, keeping the bait at the fish's active water level. I don't know if there will be any fish biting when the hook reaches the bottom, but everyone should try to follow my lead first, and later you can do as you wish. Our goal is to catch fish, no matter how you catch it. Even if you go down to grab it, no one will object. When you feel a fish biting, just pull back with force. This is very different from your usual fishing. Since the hook can't really pierce the fish, it can only hold on. So you have to throw the fish onto the shore as quickly as possible. Xiao Fan hands over all the fishing-related items to them and then begins to wait. This time, Xiao Fan also discovers that the effectiveness of using earthworms and small fish as bait is about the same. He estimates that only shrimp would have a better effect, and if possible later, he might catch some shrimp to test their effectiveness. After finishing a dinner similar to yesterday's, but with the addition of the fish Xiao Fan caught, this fish is indeed different from the fish caught by hand. The meat is very firm, and eating it brings a strong sense of happiness. After the meal, Xiao Fan and everyone made fishing rods together. Others made fishing lines while Xiao Fan worked alone on the hooks. Soon, 4 fishing rods were completed, and Xiao Fan also made several hooks, preparing everything needed for a day of fishing tomorrow. Considering the risk of broken lines, Xiao Fan specifically asked everyone to make 2 more fishing lines. The materials are ready, and it only requires some effort, which can also give everyone a sense of accomplishment. Xiao Fan also placed the cassava harvested today in a corner of the cave. planning to make a cellar later when there's more cassava in time. Currently, the amount of cassava is not enough for tomorrow's consumption, and making a cellar now would serve no purpose. Chapter 32. Choosing materials to make a stone hoe. Looking at the stones found by the river, Xiao Fan decides to polish them first to see if they can be shaped as needed. The raw material is definitely stone, but Xiao Fan is still unsure which type of stone to use. The stone used for making the fish hooks is definitely not suitable. It would probably break after just a few strikes. The stones just found by the river are hard enough, and due to the impact of river water, they are basically unbreakable on the stone slab. Xiao Fan is concerned about whether these stones can be polished well. They are already quite smooth and have a very high density, making him feel that the chances of successful polishing are low. Xiao Fan first brings some water, as often wetting the stone while polishing can improve efficiency. This is experience he learned from watching his dad sharpen knives. Brother Fan, what are you doing? Polishing back and forth. What are you making? Guahong comes over. Well, I was planning to make a stone axe, but this stone is too hard. I guess making a stone hammer would be feasible, but I can't polish a stone axe, Xiao Fan replies, throwing the stone he got from the river away. Don't throw it away. Making a stone hammer is fine too. We can use the stone hammer to drive wooden stakes. By the way, since you are here, let's go out and find some stones. Let's go to the place where I found this stone slab before. It's very close. The moonlight is bright right now, and we can also take a burning piece of wood as a torch. After saying this, Xiao Fan picked a thicker burning piece of wood and walked out of the cave with Guahong. When they arrived at the place where they discovered the stone slab last time, Xiao Fan saw many stones scattered all over the hillside, varying in size. Xiao Fan selected a few stones that were about the size of his palm, mostly shaped like large mangoes, one end larger and the other end narrower, and not very thick. There were many stones on the slope, and to reduce the workload of later polishing, Xiao Fan tried to find those that were already close in shape and size to a hoe. These stones would definitely replace the iron part of the hoe, and then he would find a wooden handle. However, unlike an iron hoe, which has a hole specifically for the wooden handle, the stone hoe couldn't have a hole carved out. That would require too much effort, and it was uncertain whether it would succeed. Xiao Fan could only think of other ways to fix the stone to the wooden handle. Actually, it was also possible to work without a wooden handle, directly using the polished stone for various tasks, but that wouldn't demonstrate the utility of the stone tool. Holding it by hand would not only be tiring, but also limit the force applied. Adding a wooden handle would allow the weight of the stone to leverage gravity, thus reducing the force exerted by the user, greatly increasing work efficiency. Furthermore, using a wooden handle would free up both hands. When Xiao Fan previously used a stone flake to cut banana leaves, he realized that holding the flake was quite dangerous, as it was easy to cut oneself if not careful. The main problem now was how to fix the stone and the handle together. As for polishing the stone, Xiao Fan had already attempted that. It could be done on the stone slab, but it would take a considerable amount of time. Moreover, the polished stone still had a certain degree of hardness, so there shouldn't be much issue with digging. As long as it wasn't a hard clash against another stone, the hoe made of this stone should last a long time. If a stone axe were to be made, the wooden handle could be a straight stick, with a hole carved out in the middle to fit the stone snugly. The hole just needed to match the size of the stone, and preferably, one side of the hole should be larger than the other. This way, when the stone axe struck a tree, it would actually cause the stone to fit even tighter on the handle. As for the hoe, Xiao Fan planned to find a branch that naturally formed a 7 shape with a fork in the main trunk, allowing him to control the lengths in 2 directions to create a wooden hoe. Then, he just needed to replace the fork with the stone hoe. He could shave off the upper half of the fork and tie the hoe to the protruding part of the other half. The reason Xiao Fan didn't consider carving a hole in the wood like he did for the axe was mainly due to the larger size of the hoe's stone. To create a stone axe, he would need a very thick branch, ensuring continuity in the handle after carving out the hole, which would make the hoe too heavy. For now, Xiao Fan decided not to think about the handle and to focus on shaping the hoe tonight, as it would take quite a bit of time and effort. He planned to enlist Guahong to help. Chapter 33. Making a stone hoe for digging cassava. During this process of striking, Xiao Fan also thought about making a few specialized tools for processing stone tools, such as a hammer and a drill. With these tools, subsequent stone processing would be much easier. After alternating efforts with Guahong, Xiao Fan spent about an hour continuously pounding and polishing the stone until it resembled a hoe, almost achieving a perfect rectangular shape while being not too thick, but still appearing quite hard. In fact, it wasn't necessary to polish it to such perfection. At least that's what Xiao Fan thought. A rough shape would suffice. However, since Xiao Fan had nothing else to do that night, he and Guahong worked on it until it was very well done. After all the manual polishing, this was the best result they could achieve. Brother Fan, shouldn't we polish it a bit more? It doesn't seem very sharp, Guahong said, panting. The subsequent sharpening work would mainly be completed by Guahong. That's enough. We're mainly using it to dig, so it doesn't need to be particularly sharp. We can make the stone axe much sharper later on, and the sharper it is, the easier it becomes dull. It's all about how one manages it. I feel that for a hoe, this sharpness is sufficient. Let's go try it, Xiao Fan said, taking the stone and heading towards the place where he had previously dug yellow soil to test it out. Since there was no wooden handle yet, he could only hold it in his hand and strike it into the soil. It sank about 7 or 8 centimeters into the ground. Despite the disadvantage of not having a handle to exert force effectively, of course, the loose soil could also be a factor. At least, this hoe seemed to be quite successful, and he just needed to find a suitable wooden handle tomorrow to complete Xiao Fan's first stone tool. Even if the sharpness was insufficient or it became dull later, it could be polished again after completion, though it wouldn't be as convenient. After finishing these tasks, Xiao Fan didn't know what time it was. Lu Ting had finished studying pottery and had started to sleep, while Chun Liang and Xie Fangmei were already nearly asleep. Xiao Fan was starting to feel drowsy as well, so he washed up and lay down. Early the next morning, everyone began their work. Since they could all try fishing today, everyone was in high spirits and particularly energetic. While everyone was preparing breakfast, Xiao Fan took the finished hoe and went out with Guohong to look for a suitable wooden handle. They arrived at the area where Xiao Fan had previously noticed many straight trees, and he planned to search thoroughly in this area. This time, Xiao Fan's main target was a tree trunk about wrist-sized, with a vertical branch. After searching for a long time without finding a suitable one, either the trunk was too large or the branch was too small, or at the wrong angle. It seemed Xiao Fan was a bit unrealistic. Trees didn't grow according to his preferences. Considering that this type of tree might not be suitable, Xiao Fan planned to venture deeper into the forest to see if there were any suitable options. The trunk didn't need to be perfectly straight. It just needed a branch that could hold the hoe. After searching a bit longer, Xiao Fan finally found a suitable piece of wood near a cliff. The trunk was not too thick, about wrist size, but the branch closest to the ground was very thick, almost matching the trunk size. And what made Xiao Fan even happier was that the angle was just right. Upon seeing this, Xiao Fan was immediately attracted, almost feeling love at first sight. However, a serious problem now faced Xiao Fan. He didn't know how to chop this wooden handle down. He only had the stone he was using as a hoe in hand, with no other tools. Seeing that the tree was too large to break by hand, Xiao Fan could only use the stone meant for the hoe. He found a suitable round stone to use as a hammer and began chiseling into the trunk according to the length of the hoe's wooden handle. Essentially, he pressed the sharp edge of the hoe against the trunk and used the round stone to pound it, utilizing the force of the round stone to replace the function of the hoe's handle. After trying this, Xiao Fan found it surprisingly efficient. Each strike left a deep cut in the trunk, and after chiseling around the trunk once, he was able to break the trunk with his hands, taking less than 10 minutes in total. The hands holding the round stones became quite sore. After all, the stones were quite large. If they were smaller, the force of the strike would not be enough to effectively transfer power to the blade. After returning to the cave, everyone was waiting for Xiao Fan to have breakfast. After breakfast, everyone suggested they first go dig for cassava and then go fishing. Xiao Fan knew they probably all wanted to try their luck at fishing, and digging for cassava was just a means to get the worms inside. However, Xiao Fan had no choice but to put down his work and set off with everyone to the cassava field. Sure enough, in the cassava field, everyone was more focused on finding worms than on how much cassava they were digging up. And Xiao Fan noticed that each of them had brought a small cup made by Lu Ting, which seemed to be for holding the worms. Alright, it seems everyone has found enough worms. Let's go fishing. Chun Liang was the most enthusiastic about fishing. After digging for about an hour, he was ready to go fishing. Xiao Fan saw that he hadn't dug up much cassava, but his little cup for the worms was nearly full. Seeing everyone walking towards the seaside with their fishing rods and worms, Xiao Fan had no choice but to collect all the cassava and follow them. He realized that he had only dug up about 3 roots of cassava today, not enough for a meal. When they arrived at the fishing spot, they found that the tide was just starting to recede, which was prime fishing time. Chun Liang and the other 3 crowded onto the rock where Xiao Fan had caught fish before, leaving Xiao Fan with no choice but to find a similar spot to start fishing. Although he couldn't see any signs of fish activity with the naked eye, Xiao Fan felt this place should be similar to under the big rock. To attract fish, Xiao Fan boldly broke a worm in half and threw it into the sea as bait, planning to attract the fish first. Chapter 34, Completion of Production. Seeing that everyone had already cast their lines, even the 2 beauties had started fishing with Guohong's help. Xiao Fan quickly attached his bait and prepared to start his fishing work for the day. It was unclear if everyone was having good luck today, as there were frequent bites, but after more than an hour, no one had caught anything. The only time they saw a fish was when Xie Fangmei brought one to the surface, but it quickly got off the hook and broke the fishing hook. It wasn't until the tide was almost completely out that good news came. Guohong had brought up a colorful fish after a perfect cast, which was larger than the one Xiao Fan had caught last time, probably close to 1.5 pounds. Alright, we finally have a catch today, and the tide is nearly out. Let's pack up and then catch some small fish before we retreat. Xiao Fan noticed that everyone still seemed unsatisfied and had to remind them. From now on, leave the fishing to me. I'm a fishing genius. Don't overthink it. Just pull back hard when you get a bite, and you still don't believe it. After Guohong caught the fish, she started to show off. The others probably thought this was just luck. Otherwise, how could someone so clever not catch any fish? All right, you just got lucky. Let us call it a morning. Looking at the tides today, we can come back in the evening and try again. Maybe we'll have some more success. After Xiao Fan finished speaking, he went to the rocks to start his usual fish-catching work. The fish caught around the rocks were small, but even small fish were still meat. Now they could get some protein through fishing, but when divided among everyone, no one actually got much to eat. Picking up a hoe and a hammerstone, Xiao Fan planned to first cut off the branches above the fork, leaving about 3 centimeters of height from the hoe. Then he would cut off the fork, leaving about 5 centimeters in length, which would make it easier to tie. This way, the shape of the hoe would emerge. This was all physical labor without much skill. So Xiao Fan specifically called Guohong over, and the two of them could alternate working to save a lot of energy. Due to a tree knot at the fork, the work did not go smoothly, and the two of them were still busy when lunch was ready. After lunch, everyone began to rest. But Xiao Fan still planned to finish making the hoe before taking a break. Otherwise, he wouldn't keep up with the afternoon cassava digging. Holding the hoe against the tree fork, he found that since the fork was still round, even though there was a cross-shaped block at the back, it was still difficult to tie it securely. The contact area between the hoe and the round tree fork was too small, making it hard to bind tightly with vines. Xiao Fan could only flatten the upper part of the fork. Since the tool was a stone hoe, this work proceeded very slowly. He could only slowly chip away at it bit by bit with the hoe, being especially careful not to break the fork. Otherwise, the entire wooden handle would require starting over. After carefully chiseling for about an hour, he finally got a mostly flat surface. Xiao Fan placed the hoe on top to check, and even without tying it with vines, it could fit on top, so he felt it was good enough. Considering the need for long-term use, Xiao Fan decided to further refine the hoe, especially the grip area, and shave down some unnecessary parts to lighten the overall weight. Xiao Fan knew that when forging iron, it needed to be cooled with cold water after heating to strengthen the hardness of the metal. However, he didn't know if the same method could be used for wooden sticks. Xiao Fan planned to test it first. Taking a fresh tree root that was the same type as the branch used for the hoe, he put it in the fire to roast it, and through roasting it for different times and cooling it at different times, Xiao Fan found the best roasting method. For fresh wood, it was best to place it in charcoal for a short time to rapidly increase the temperature, then take it out quickly and let it air dry naturally. There was no need for rapid cooling with water. After testing, he found that cooling with water could easily cause the wood to crack. He could also use clamps to hold the charcoal and treat the detailed parts of the wooden handle, which would give the fresh wood some tool-like color. Xiao Fan vaguely remembered that if fresh wood was soaked in water at the bottom of a pool for a few months and then air-dried, it would not crack, allowing the treated wood to last for several years without cracking. Xiao Fan was most afraid of the wood cracking. If it cracked, the wood would lose its value. However, this time Xiao Fan was short on time and could only do a preliminary treatment like this. If he needed to make tools again in the future, he could consider this method, even though it took a bit long. The wooden handle was now completed and had taken on the shape of a hoe. Xiao Fan felt that even without the stone hoe, he could still do some work using just the fork on the wooden handle, although it would be prone to damage. The remaining task was to use vine to tie the stone hoe to the wooden handle, and this tying work was something Xiao Fan was not particularly good at, as he didn't know the correct and reasonable tying methods. He could only wrap the vine around continuously and then find a spot to tie a knot. In fact, there are many simple and practical knotting methods, but Xiao Fan didn't know any. Some knots get tighter the more you use them. There are many techniques involved, and Xiao Fan had never systematically learned or practiced them, so he could only use the simplest method to tie a knot. Although the knotting wasn't great, Xiao Fan was still relatively satisfied with the overall hoe. At least it had the appearance of a hoe, and it looked very sturdy. At least when Xiao Fan tested it a couple of times, it was quite practical. These manual tasks took Xiao Fan a considerable amount of time, and everyone had gradually gotten up. Xiao Fan planned to go to the cassava field with everyone to check the results, and then lead them to go fishing, so that today could come to an end. Chapter 35, Recent Plans. Upon arriving at the cassava field, Xiao Fan was eager to test the usability of the newly made tools, while others were more focused on the worms, all planning to redeem themselves, at least in terms of the number of fish caught compared to Guohong. Xiao Fan found a cassava root and began digging with a hoe. At first, he was hesitant to use too much force, but after realizing the firmness was acceptable, he dug in more vigorously. Since the soil wasn't particularly dry, the hoe sank deep into the ground, but when he flipped the soil to pull the hoe out, Xiao Fan noticed some issues. The force of the flip was entirely supported by the vine, unlike when he was digging down, where there was a block that just happened to stop most of the force. During the flip, since there was nothing to block the top of the hoe. Each time he flipped it relied on the vine to relieve the force, causing the vine to show signs of loosening after a few digs. Xiao Ge, how's this hoe? Guohong came over after digging up some worms. It's okay, just can't flip the soil. Cutting down is no problem at all. Xiao Fan felt quite helpless about his first real tool, but it's still much better than using branches. At least it goes down quickly, and the flipping is still passable. But I guess it can't be used too forcefully. After trying it out, Guohong made a suggestion. But this thing is still a lot faster. Xiao Ge, the cassava is up to you. We're going fishing first. We still have to eat dinner tonight. After saying that, Chun Liang went out to fish with the others. Xiao Fan looked around and found that the four of them together hadn't dug up many cassavas, seeing that there wouldn't be enough for dinner. He had no choice but to pick up the hoe and start digging again. This time, Xiao Fan was smarter. He only dug a little bit each time, which reduced the pressure on the vine. Plus, knowing that vines were everywhere and just needed to be tied up again, it wouldn't take long. After a few minutes, Xiao Fan felt less worried. Although there were some flaws, using the hoe was still much faster than using a stick. Xiao Fan estimated it was at least 2 or 3 times faster. After obtaining food for the day, Xiao Fan took 2 worms and walked towards the sea, planning to fish as well and see if he could catch something. Xiao Fan was still in a different position alone, and it was obvious that the frequency of bites was not as high as theirs. He often heard sighs from their side, knowing they had bites but didn't catch anything. However, after being here for a while, Xiao Fan experienced a bite himself, but it was just a light brush, and he couldn't tell if the fish was eating or just passing by. In the end, everyone caught a total of 2 fish. Guohong caught a big one again, similar to the last time, while the other one was caught by Lu Ting, but it was less than half a pound. Although everyone had some work to do every day and had some harvests, the cassava field could ensure they wouldn't starve. But it was now hard for them to make further progress. Xiao Fan had been contemplating this issue that Chen Liang raised these past few days. Although they had food every day, to be honest, it wasn't particularly nutritious. They were eating the same things over and over, and their protein intake was still insufficient. Another bad piece of news was that they might not have fish soup to drink in the future because the chili was all used up as the groups cook. Xiao Mei also expressed her concerns. Maybe we can also improve our living conditions. There are still mosquitoes at night, and while there are fewer bugs on the ground, they are still quite annoying. But I feel the biggest problem is that our living place cannot see the seaside. Even if a boat passes by, we can't see it. And planes have the same issue. Guohong was quite dissatisfied with her sleeping conditions. What about you? Where do you think we can improve? Xiao Fan noticed Lu Ting hadn't spoken and asked her proactively. Our goal is to survive and hope to be discovered. If no one finds us for a while, we need to improve our quality of life. If we want to improve our quality of life, I think we need to consider clothing, food, housing, and transportation. Lu Ting seemed most concerned about clothing. Everyone actually didn't have extra clothes, and there was no good way to solve it for the time being. It looks like we still have a lot of work to do in the next few days. Although we can barely survive, everyone still needs to be a bit more aware of potential issues. Regarding food and water, we should store more. Let's go dig more cassava together tomorrow. Xiao Fan planned to arrange the work for the next few days. As for the fish issue, we should fish whenever we have a suitable opportunity. But everyone shouldn't spend all their time on this, as it's a relatively low-cost method. However, Guohong, since you enjoy fishing and are quite skilled, you can try it more often to supplement everyone's protein. Regarding the chili issue that Xiao Mei mentioned, there's not much we can do for now. But I have saved a few seeds, and I'll see if I can plant them tonight. Tomorrow, I'll take Guohong to thoroughly search this island again. The previous searches were just rough, and this time, we'll see if we can spend a few days to cover every area. Also, Guohong, start teaching everyone how to swim tomorrow. We will definitely need to cross rivers later, and it's too risky not to know how to swim. Plus, everyone can use swimming as a way to strengthen their bodies. Once we finish exploring this island, we'll find a way to cross the river and see if we can find more resources on the other side. Xiao Fan felt it was important for him to learn how to swim. Sometimes, swimming on a deserted island could save lives. By the way, Xiao Mei, spend more time studying new recipes when you have free time. I'm about to get sick of these few dishes. Guohong made a final request. Go to hell. Didn't you say what you eat is what you live on? You complain about it not being tasty, yet you eat the most. When will you be as capable as Xiao Ge? I'll make you delicious food every day. You don't even make me good food every day now. And now I feel a bit nauseous just seeing cassava. Xiao Fan joked. Although what Xiao Mei cooked wasn't bad, eating the same thing every day could make anyone sick, even if it were abalone. Moreover, Xiao Fan was more concerned about the issue of nutritional imbalance. If this continued for a long time, everyone's health might suffer. Chapter 36. Deciding to cross the river. Next, Xiao Fan planned to plant the chili seeds, but he had no experience in this work, and looking at others, they probably didn't know much either. Considering this, Xiao Fan decided to use a portion of the seeds to try first. Although only a few chilies were left, there were plenty of seeds. A single chili could contain dozens of seeds. Xiao Fan took a relatively large and deep water tank from Lu Ting and planned to use this tank to plant the seeds first. If they really sprouted, he would transplant them to suitable land. Anyway, these tanks were everywhere now, and Lu Ting had time to study them. They were all sorts of shapes and sizes. Using a water tank to plant seeds felt easier for Xiao Fan to control. He could place them wherever he wanted and could water and fertilize them at any time. Xiao Fan vaguely remembered that when he was young, his father would scatter seeds on fertile land and then sprinkle a layer of fertilizer on top, which seemed to be made from dried and crushed livestock manure. He also remembered needing to cover it with a thin film, which was probably for insulation at night. But Xiao Fan felt it wasn't necessary on this island. Since Xiao Fan did not prepare livestock manure, in fact, he did not have any livestock, only his own waste. However, Xiao Fan might have felt that the effect was too strong, so he planned to find some fertile soil under the banana tree to use as fertilizer. Taking advantage of the moonlight, Xiao Fan found a jar of soil that looked dark in color and felt nutritious. He placed the chili seeds in it, covered them with a layer of crushed soil, and after watering a little, he put it under a hole at the top of the cave to ensure it would get some sunlight. He thought that putting it inside the cave would prevent it from freezing at night. However, these were just his assumptions without any practical experience. This work was finished, and the rest was left to time. Xiao Fan didn't know what else he could do. At most, he could occasionally water it. After setting this work aside, Xiao Fan planned to consider the itinerary for tomorrow. He intended to explore the river area again starting tomorrow, trying to cover every inch of the place to see if he could find other resources. Currently, the survival status was good enough to ensure everyone could live. But Xiao Fan felt that there might not be a way to improve their quality of life for now. It seemed that everyone had hit a bottleneck regarding improving their living conditions, and there were no better solutions. They were currently too dependent on cassava and fish, and the food was too monotonous. Any problem could lead to hunger. If they couldn't find anything else here, they would have to find a way to cross the river. Letting everyone settle for the status quo could easily lead to issues. Xiao Fan thought that after finishing all the work here, if there was really no other option, they would have to cross the river. Early the next morning, Xiao Fan set off with Guahong after breakfast, intending to take advantage of the cool time before the sun came out to explore the island and see if there were any gains. Lunch was the same as before. Xiao Fan and Guahong, due to their high activity level, ate quite a bit, while the other three just had a little, not much food. Xiao Gu, did you find anything this morning? It would be best if it was food. I can't make anything delicious with just cassava and fish, Xiao Fan said, feeling helpless seeing that everyone hadn't eaten much. No discoveries. We should be able to walk the entire river area this afternoon, but I don't think there's much hope. No resources, replied Xiao Fan. Then what should we do? We can't keep going like this. Everyone is tired of these things every day. Chun Liang complained while lying on the bed. Guahong, why don't you start teaching everyone how to swim this afternoon or tomorrow morning? Let's find a way to cross the river and see if there's anything to eat on the other side. Xiao Fan ultimately decided to cross the river as soon as possible to see the world on the opposite bank. No problem, but I can't guarantee everyone will learn. Guahong replied. Also, it should be easier to find the narrowest spot to cross the river. Guahong was quite proud of his swimming skills, which were proving their worth at this moment. Xiao Fan and Guahong did not rest and set off directly, planning to cover the entire area today. The afternoon sun was very strong, but fortunately, part of the time was spent in the woods, so it wasn't too uncomfortable. Upon returning to the cave, they found everyone there. Xia Fan was preparing dinner. Since they hadn't caught any fish today, they could only make do with cassava, with only a few small fish to supplement the protein. After dinner, everyone looked sullen, likely because they hadn't eaten enough, or perhaps because they hadn't had anything else to eat in the past few days. How's it going? Any discoveries? After dinner, everyone discussed around the campfire, and Chun Liang asked Xiao Fan if he had found anything. Nothing, absolutely nothing. How could that be? A few days ago, we could still hear chickens. And didn't we find very obvious wild boar hoof prints in the cassava field? Didn't you all notice? Chun Liang's emotions were clearly unstable. If not, why don't you go take a look tomorrow? We've all worked hard today, and we really haven't found anything. Xiao Fan was not particularly satisfied with Chun Liang's attitude, and his anger gradually rose. Seeing that two of the main members in the team were starting to argue, everyone began to comfort them and went back to their own tasks. Seeing Chun Liang go out alone, Xiao Fan felt the need to catch up. Liang Zai, I'm sorry. My temper was too bad just now. Please don't take it to heart. No problem, Xiao Gu. I was impulsive, and I didn't find anything today, which made me a bit frustrated. Tomorrow will be fine. The two of us will go with Guahong to cross the river. Chapter 37. Safety measures for crossing the river. Before crossing the river, Xiao Fan planned to process the stones he found today to see if he could make some simple tools. He intended to first grind a chisel. When he saw carpenters working before, he recognized it as the best tool for boring holes in wood. It was similar to a hoe shape, with a width that could be controlled. If made wider, it could remove more wood at once, but it would require more force. and it wouldn't be useful for smaller pieces of wood. If made narrower, it could be struck with less force and could create very small holes. Xiao Fan planned to shape a stone chisel to about 2 centimeters wide based on the stones he collected. The stones he found already resembled a chisel. He just needed to grind down the sides and sharpen the edge. To facilitate hammering, he also planned to flatten the striking face for easier subsequent hammering work. Normal iron chisels usually have a wooden handle, allowing for easy grip and striking. Following the same procedure as making the hoe, he first used a stone to do the preliminary grinding of the chisel, smoothing out some excess edges, and then he proceeded to grind it on a large stone slab, which he referred to as grinding stone. This step was time-consuming and tiring, but it was a simple repetitive task. So Xiao Fan called Guahong over to help with the grinding. In fact, it was easier to damage the entire chisel during the preliminary grinding because this step could shatter the entire structure, ruining its necessary shape. Xiao Fan was particularly careful at this stage, preferring to grind only a little at a time rather than risk ruining his efforts. While Guahong was grinding the stone, Xiao Fan planned to use the leftover wood from making the hoe to create a stone axe. This time, the tool for cutting wood was the stone hoe, and its effect was better than Xiao Fan had imagined. He placed the wood on the ground, pressed down with a large stone, and then struck down with the stone hoe, leaving a very deep cut. The wrist-thick wood snapped off about a third in one hit. To prevent hitting the wrong spot on the second strike, Xiao Fan had to line up the stone hoe in the same place and then hit the back of the hoe with the stone. After a few strikes, he obtained a wooden stick about 50 centimeters long, and the hoe worked surprisingly well for chopping trees. While Guahong was grinding the chisel, Xiao Fan found a suitable stone for making the stone axe and began the preliminary grinding, planning to finish the stone axe tonight. Xiao Ge, how does it look? I think it's almost done, and it's really sharp. I feel like it could draw blood if pressed hard. Guahong handed the chisel to Xiao Fan after about an hour. Xiao Fan was very satisfied with the chisel after testing it on wood. He felt it could already be used as a tool, and it could be sharpened again frequently, becoming increasingly handy. Taking the chisel, Xiao Fan handed the stone axe to Guahong, asking him to grind it according to his requirements, intending to develop Guahong into a grinding apprentice. Xiao Fan planned to carve a hole in the wooden handle according to the size of the stone axe, one side larger and the other smaller, so that the stone axe could fit in but wouldn't come out. He first used a chisel to create a depression on both sides, and after making it through, he further processed it according to the size of the stone. Since the chisel was very effective, this work didn't take much time. He placed the polished stone axe inside, then hammered it tightly, filling in some small branches in the gaps. Essentially, a stone axe was completed. To prevent the stone axe from wobbling up and down, he also simply tied it with vines. Essentially, the stone axe was just a sharpened stone tied to a wooden handle, primarily to reduce the chance of direct hand contact with the stone, thus decreasing the probability of cutting his hand. Additionally, with the wooden handle, the force could be applied more effectively. He tested it in the cave, and since it was sharpened quite well, it was significantly better for cutting wood than just hitting it with his hands. Xiao Fan estimated he could handle a tree with a wrist-sized trunk in just a few minutes. He also tested it on the inner wall of the cave, and the stone axe had no problem cutting through the yellow earth. It was as if the knife fell with the hand. That night, Xiao Fan obtained 2 tools, both very useful, and he decided to bring the stone axe for the river crossing action the next day, not to defend against any large beasts, but just to give himself some comfort. At least having something in hand was better than having nothing at all. The next morning, Xiao Fan didn't go out, planning to rest well before crossing the river. Xiao Ge, even if we start teaching everyone to swim now, they won't learn it right away. Guahong planned to teach everyone to start learning how to swim early in the morning. The goal wasn't to master it, just to familiarize everyone with the water. If they didn't want to go, it was fine. He and Guahong would go out first to take a look. After saying this, Xiao Fan took Guahong to the narrowest part of the river they discovered yesterday, seeing that the narrowest part of the river was still 7 or 8 meters wide. Xiao Fan recalled that Guahong had crossed the river once before and asked him about the depth of the water. At least it's deeper than a person's height, and the place where I crossed before wasn't far from the estuary, so it's probably shallower over there. This place is likely deeper, at least over 2 meters. You don't need to think about it. People who can't swim definitely can't get across. Guahong realized that Xiao Fan might be considering other ways to cross the river. What if we first set up a vine in the middle of the river? Can we, who can't swim, hold onto the vine to get across? That should work. But it seems too risky. Guahong wasn't particularly in favor of this idea. If the vine breaks, do you have confidence in saving me in the water? I don't think that's a big issue. The distance isn't particularly wide, and the water should be shallow in this 1 to 2 meters near the riverbank. If I tie another vine and have Chun Liang and the others pull it, that should be double insurance, right? I think there's not much problem. Then let's not learn to swim for now. Let's find some vines first, and then call everyone to cross the river. Xiao Fan planned to prepare the conditions first and wait until the sun came out to cross the river, so it would be a bit warmer. After returning to the cave and having breakfast, Xiao Fan shared his plan with Chun Liang and the others. After getting everyone's agreement, they set off to find vines. To be safer, Xiao Fan planned to make the vine in the middle of the river a bit thicker, as thick as Guahong could pull. As for the vines tied around Xiao Fan's waist, he intended to find 2 thinner ones to avoid affecting his movement. And tying 2 together could also serve as double insurance. Chapter 38. Successfully crossing the river. The vines on this side of the river were relatively easy to find. Xiao Fan knew where to find suitable ones, but it was always troublesome to cut the vines. Previously, he used stones to cut them. But today Xiao Fan brought the stone axe, intending to try its effectiveness in cutting vines. After locating the source of the vines, Xiao Fan initially planned to find a vine the thickness of his wrist to place in the middle of the river. However, considering that it needed to be carried over by Guahong alone, and if it needed to be tied to trees on both banks, it would require at least 15 meters in length, and there had to be trees near the narrowest part of the river. Ultimately, Xiao Fan found a vine slightly thicker than his thumb, which felt just right and was hard enough, and importantly, it met his length requirement. After finding the source, Xiao Fan used the stone axe to chop down the vine. This process took more time than cutting down a tree. Mainly because the vine didn't bear weight like a tree, the force from the axe didn't concentrate on the trunk like it would with a tree, and the flexible material of the vine slowed down the cutting progress. After cutting one end, Xiao Fan called Guahong to pull it, intending to see if they could directly pull out dozens of meters. Finally, after calling Chun Liang and the other 3, Xiao Fan obtained a vine over 20 meters long. He then found 2 thinner vines as safety ropes and brought these items to the narrowest part of the river. At this point, the sun had come out, and the water temperature began to rise, so Xiao Fan planned to start crossing the river. The first issue was how to get one end of the large vine to the opposite bank. Guahong could swim over with it, but the vine was quite heavy, and it was uncertain whether it would become heavier when wet, so this method had certain drawbacks. Another method was to tie a stone to one end of the vine and throw it over, but after trying, the weight of the vine made it impossible to throw. Ultimately, Xiao Fan thought of a plan. First, throw a safety rope over. Since the safety rope was relatively thin, he quickly rolled up the front part and threw it over, then tied the other end to the large vine. So Guahong could just pull the vine over after swimming across. Because this method was the safest, everyone had no objections. Even though Guahong believed he could swim over with the vine, he didn't insist. Regardless of the time, the river water was still relatively cool, especially since it wasn't yet noon. Guahong first warmed up a bit and then began to cross the river. The river was very calm, and Guahong's swimming skills were quite good. He reached the opposite bank in less than a minute. For someone with this skill, crossing the river took only a moment. But someone like Xiao Fan, who couldn't swim, needed to think of more ways. Once he reached the opposite bank, Guahong planned to pull the vine over. And although it was still quite strenuous, the large vine was slowly pulled over to the opposite bank. Xiaohong, you first tie this vine to that tree. Try to pull it tight. You don't need to worry about anything else. Xiao Fan pointed to the nearest big tree on the opposite side and said to Guahong. After seeing that Guahong had completed the tying work, Xiao Fan and the others pulled the vine tight, first testing whether the tree on the opposite side could withstand their pulling force, while also checking if Guahong had tied it securely. Since it was tied at the base of the tree showed no movement when pulled, and Guahong's tying was also quite solid. At least Xiao Fan and the others couldn't move it. After tying this into a tree, Xiao Fan tied both safety ropes thrown over by Guahong around his waist, while the other end was held by Chun Liang and the other 3. And then he entered the river. To be on the safe side, he also had Guahong ready by the riverbank, so if a crisis occurred, he could jump into the river to save him. Holding onto the vine, Xiao Fan began to swim towards the opposite bank. With the support of the vine, Xiao Fan could barely keep himself afloat, and since there were no waves, under everyone's watch, it took him less than a minute to reach the opposite bank. Liang Zai, come over. There's no risk. As long as you don't let go of the vine, you can pull it over. Xiao Fan called Chun Liang to come over while tossing both safety ropes across. Following the example, Chun Liang arrived in a very short time, but he might have drunk a few sips of river water. These are not big problems. Let's talk about it later. Anyway, both of them have left, and we can just take off our clothes. After saying that, Xiao Fan stripped down to just his underwear. It's probably still a few hours until mealtime, and the area along the river here seems very large, at least a dozen times the size of the opposite bank. Shouldn't we first walk along the river and see if we can discover something all the way to the seaside? Xiao Fan is quite experienced in exploration and plans to search the easy places first, as he is worried about getting stuck deep in the forest. The hope along the riverbank is not too great. My eyesight is still very good, and I have observed the opposite bank for a long time, finding not many usable resources. Guahong's physical fitness is truly commendable. Everything about her is good. Fortunately, all 5 of us have decent eyesight. Otherwise, losing our glasses would render us practically disabled. and there's no place on this island to get new ones. Let us go. We'll walk along the river to the seaside and see if we can find something. It would be even better if we could find a resort. Chunliang still hasn't given up on finding signs of human existence on this island, but others already know that there probably aren't any. Otherwise, there would have been some traces left behind. If someone had existed here, there would definitely be some remnants. At least, there would be trash. Soon, the three of them arrived at the seaside, where they were greeted by a large expanse of very high-quality white sand, and not far away, there were many coconut trees, some of which were quite short, likely within reach. Disappointingly, there were no signs of human activity. If humans existed on this island, there would definitely be people on this beach, which completely dashed Chunliang's hopes. Chapter 39, Making a Raft. Walking along the beach to the coconut trees and seeing the coconuts within reach, Xiao Fan picked one and tried to split it with a stone axe. But he was quite helpless. The stone axe was fine for trees, but it was too dull for the coconut. After striking it, only some white marks were left. With no break, it seems we won't be able to drink coconut juice anytime soon. I haven't had such fresh juice before. Guohong also had no way to deal with the coconut. Let us move further in. The beach ahead is too long, and I estimate it will take a while to reach the end. Let us go through the forest and see if we can get to the riverbank. This time, we will explore this area. Xiao Fan saw that it was getting close to noon and decided to cross the river to have lunch first. The three of them walked into the forest, heading northeast, which would lead them to the riverbank. Along the way, Xiao Fan and the others made some significant discoveries. Finding a banana grove with some yellow bananas hanging, clearly very ripe. Behind the banana grove, there was a thicket that looked a bit like mangroves. And Xiao Fan saw many holes on the ground, which he felt were likely left by crabs. He planned to come back later to search carefully. Further in, they didn't find any other resources. Through these searches, Xiao Fan essentially found a pattern. The closer to the seaside, the more useful survival resources were found. Although there were resources deep in the forest, they weren't as dense. Near the seaside, both animals and plants were relatively abundant. If they figured out the whole island in just a few days, the passion and motivation for survival would diminish. Still using the old method to cross the river, the bananas were left to Guohong to carry over, as his skills were the best. This time, he also used vines to cross the river, which saved a lot of effort. We need to make a raft. Otherwise, every time we cross the river, we have to swim, which is too troublesome, and it's very inconvenient to carry things across. Today, it's okay with one banana, but if it were something heavier, it would be impossible. Xiao Hong made a valid point. This afternoon, let us work together to make a simple raft that just needs to support one person's weight. Xiao Fan planned to pause the search work this afternoon and focus on making the urgent raft first. Otherwise, every river crossing would be a hassle. After returning to the cave and finishing lunch, they unanimously agreed to make a raft first. Since the requirements for the raft weren't high and just needed to support one person's weight, Xiao Fan decided to look for some dead trees and tie them together to form a simple raft. The key issue in making it was what kind of wood to use, since fresh wood needed to be cut down, although it might work better than dry wood. Xiao Fan wanted to try using dry wood first. With no particularly good ideas, he could only find some dead tree trunks and tie them together. Having no confidence that it would float successfully, dead branches were easy to find, and to avoid making the raft too heavy to lift after it was made, Xiao Fan decided to transport all the materials to the river crossing point first before making it. He found about 10 branches, roughly the thickness of an arm. Although they varied in length, this should not affect the outcome. Placing these branches side by side formed the shape of a raft. To secure the branches tightly together, Xiao Fan found 2 slightly smaller branches to place horizontally on the raft, planning to use vines to tie all the branches on top. Since both the vertical and horizontal branches were round, to prevent slipping and to secure them more firmly, Xiao Fan used a stone axe to carve notches into each branch, placing the horizontal branches into these notches for binding, which would prevent them from rolling. Guohong was responsible for carving the notches, while Xiao Fan and Chunliang worked on tying the branches together. The three of them worked energetically under the hot sun, because the branches were relatively thick and heavy. It wasn't a simple task. It was only as evening approached that they finished, mainly because a lot of time was spent finding branches and carving notches. The completed raft was about 1.5 meters wide, and due to the varying lengths of the branches, the entire raft was not uniform. Some places were longer while others were shorter. Xiao Fan considered that if they tried to cut all the branches to the same length, it would likely take more than a day to finish, and having different lengths wouldn't affect the raft's usability. The longest branch reached about 3 meters, while the shortest was also around 2 meters. When looking for branches, they had roughly followed this length, so the overall raft didn't turn out to be particularly ugly. With a width of 1.5 meters, the distance between the 2 horizontal branches was also at least 1.5 meters, giving the raft an area of about 3 square meters, which should be able to support 5 people crossing the river at once, and could even carry some supplies. The three of them tried to lift it, It seemed unlikely they could carry it, but with combined effort, they managed to lift it slightly off the ground. Xiao Fan's decision to make the raft at the river crossing was incredibly wise. If they had made it in the cave, there would have been no way to transport it to the riverbank. Although it was heavy, the three of them could still push it along the beach. And with everyone's efforts, the raft gradually approached the riverbank. To prevent the raft from being swept away by the current before entering the water, they tied one end of a vine to the raft and the other end securely to a tree on the bank, leaving enough length to cross the river. Chapter 40. Discovering Wild Chickens. While chatting at night, Lu Ting specifically mentioned a discovery they made while digging cassava in the afternoon. They actually saw animals near the cassava field. 3 wild chickens. How big were they? How big were they? As soon as Guohong heard about the carnivores, she felt incredibly excited. It was probably several pounds, about the size of a chicken we usually have at home. We even tried to catch one, but we didn't expect that the chickens here could actually fly. Before we could get close, they had already flown away. Soaring a few meters high and landing more than 10 meters away, we couldn't catch them at all. Xiao Fan felt very helpless about not being able to catch any food. It's quite normal, wild chickens can basically fly. However, we only discovered them after being on this island for so many days. I wonder where they usually hide. If we could find their nests, we might even be able to eat some eggs. After not eating meat for so long, everyone was thrilled to hear about the chickens. And Chun Liang even planned to see if he could find some eggs to eat. But let us not get too excited. Our chances of catching them aren't very high. We have no tools, and they can fly. Besides, there shouldn't be too many of them. Otherwise, we would have found their traces much earlier. Xiao Fan planned to stick to the original plan, first exploring the river area before considering the chicken catching issue. Let's proceed step by step. We'll go to the other side of the river tomorrow. As for the chicken issue, we won't force it, but if a good opportunity arises, we won't miss it. The 2 ladies can pay more attention while digging cassava tomorrow, since the 3 men need to go to the other side of the river these days. Lu Ting and the others will have to prepare all the food for the next few days. After dinner, Xiao Fan and Chun Liang updated the map with the places they explored today, marking the resources that could be useful for future reference. The 2 decided to first explore upstream along the river tomorrow, and if there was time, to venture deeper into the forest along the river to see if they could find anything else. Xiao Gu, how large do you think the other side is? How many days do you think it will take us to search it all? I feel it must be at least over 10 square kilometers. I took a look next to the waterfall last time, and it seemed to be that big. If we just walk through it simply, it would take at least 2 days, assuming all the paths are easy to navigate. So it seems this island is quite large. Yes, it's basically square-shaped. Including this side, the side length is probably around 5 or 6 kilometers. It would take us about half a day to walk around the island. Hey Xiao Gu, should we first walk around the coastline? Chun Liang suggested a very good idea. If that's the case, won't we need to prepare for a whole day's time? Plus, walking along the beach would be too sunny. It's best to set off early in the morning. To prepare for the long walk tomorrow, Xiao Fan made another pair of straw sandals. Although the beach wasn't too rough, under the sun, the midday sand felt like a hot iron plate. If we walked barefoot on it, we probably wouldn't make it 100 meters before our feet were in bad shape. You 3 should try to stick together, dig more cassava, and then go fishing together. Guohong, you must not go catch wild chickens alone. If something unexpected happens, the 2 girls will have no way to help. To prevent Guohong from going after the chickens by herself, Xiao Fan had to emphasize again. How long do you plan to be out? Do you need to bring some food? Lu Ting intended to prepare some things for the 2 before they set off. Then you guys should hurry up and leave while it's still cool, she said, handing her handmade backpack to Xiao Fan, which contained fire-starting tools, a stone axe, and all the remaining bananas. The 5 of them arrived at the river crossing again, seeing the raft quietly lying by the riverbank. Xiao Fan planned to test the effectiveness of the wooden raft this time to see if they could cross the river without getting wet. Everyone pushed the raft into the water, and fortunately, it floated successfully. In the end, Xiao Fan stood on it. Although it wasn't particularly stable, it could at least support one person's weight, so it seemed the afternoon wasn't wasted. When Chun Liang was about to cross, he noticed the raft starting to sink before he even got on. After testing, it turned out that the weight of one person was the maximum it could handle. Ultimately, when Guohong stood on it, the raft began to sink, but it could still barely float on the surface. The tow rope made yesterday was still soaking in the water. Xiao Fan initially planned for the others to lift the rope to waist height. Then he would pull the raft across, but the soaking vines were too heavy, and the power provided was insufficient. They exerted a lot of effort, but it wouldn't budge. In the end, they found a branch to use as a support pole to successfully cross the river. This crossing wasn't easy and took more effort than swimming across. The only advantage was that their clothes wouldn't get wet. However, there was no avoiding wet shoes, fortunately. Xiao Fan had taken off his shoes and put them in the backpack beforehand. Upon reaching the other side, Xiao Fan took off the safety rope tied around his waist and tied it to the raft. Chunliang and the others pulled the safety rope to bring the raft over, and then Chunliang successfully crossed to the other side using the raft. Chapter 41, Learning to Swim. There wasn't much worth searching for along the riverbank. So Xiao Fan and the others went directly to the seaside and walked south along the coast. The main goal of this journey was to observe the condition of the beach and the specific situation by the sea to see if they could find suitable resources. They walked south for about an hour from the river's entrance. The sun had already risen, but the beach continued to stretch southward, with the environment remaining consistent. Close to the sea, there were sandy areas, and in some places, there were large boulders. A little further inland, there were coconut trees and some unknown shrubs. But beyond that, visibility was limited. Notably, there were no signs of human civilization at all. Another thing that puzzled Xiao Fan was how exceptionally clean the beach was. There wasn't even a single plastic water bottle, which he found very unusual, even if this island had never been stepped on by humans over such a long time. The waves should have brought some trash to the island, yet so far, not a single piece of garbage had been seen. Not wanting to dwell on it too much. After resting for a while, Xiao Fan and Chunliang set off again. This time, they didn't walk very far before encountering an obstacle. They found that the shoreline was impassable due to a protrusion filled with large rocks. If they wanted to get past, they would have to wade through the water. But Xiao Fan didn't know how deep it was there, at least estimating it to be higher than a person. Climbing over the rocks would pose significant risks, and it would be best to have a ladder. Following the direction of the rocks, Xiao Fan looked into the forest and discovered a small slope. The further they went into the forest, the higher it became, although it wasn't as high as the volcanic crater they had seen before. The trees up there were quite dense. Near the beach, they indeed found quite a few resources. There were many fruit trees that could be eaten, including several papaya trees and a patch of banana trees, not to mention coconut trees everywhere. Liangzai, it seems there's a lot more resources on this side of the river than over there, Xiao Fan remarked. Yeah, but it's such a hassle to get over here. Maybe we can move our shelter here in the future. Let's see if we can find a suitable place. That's a good idea, but there are no volcanoes here, so it might be hard to find large caves. We'll see then. We might have to build a house ourselves. Xiao Fan actually wanted to make a house himself, but it was too big of a project, and he really didn't have the energy to consider it right now. He planned to think about it after they had thoroughly searched the island and had sufficient resources. Yes, Liangzai makes a good point. However, they didn't continue walking straight south. After proceeding, they discovered a mountain range blocking their path, likely a ridge line. They didn't attempt to go around it and planned to search this area first before considering climbing over it, but the mountain wasn't very high, so they should be able to climb over it easily. After Xiao Fan finished speaking, he asked about the gains of the day for the few of them. Forget it. We'll eat later. Let's just have something simple for lunch. Did you guys catch the fish, or are you raising them? Guohong dug a small pit to raise the fish, saying that freshly killed ones are more delicious. After Xia Fangmei finished speaking, Guohong took everyone to see the small fish pond. Our goal from now on is to turn this small fish pond into a big one, filled with big fish. After seeing the small fish pond, Xiao Fan had an idea and planned to raise some fish himself to see the results if possible. After finishing the meal, they updated the map with the places they discovered today, especially the ridge they found, as these obvious markers made the map more practically useful. No one rested. According to Guohong's estimate, the tide had just receded after dinner, so they could go catch some fish. To avoid going hungry and to enrich the resources in the small fish pond, everyone set off to the seaside for fishing activities right after the meal. Since they still had cassava to eat, especially after finding some fruit trees today, plus Guohong caught a fish, they didn't have to worry too much about going hungry in the next few days. Therefore, everyone's fishing activity felt more like a fun game rather than a survival necessity. Brother Fan, I'm not a coach, and I don't know how to teach you. I'll demonstrate once, and then you just imitate. I guess it will depend on your own understanding, Guohong said, taking off his clothes and starting to swim in the deeper water. Although Xiao Fan couldn't swim, he didn't hesitate to take off his clothes and jumped into the sea, having no other good options but to mimic Guohong's movements. Fortunately, the waves weren't too big, and Xiao Fan didn't venture into water deeper than his height, so even though he swallowed a few mouthfuls of water, he was still safe. After struggling for about an hour, under Guohong's guidance, Xiao Fan gradually started to feel it, although he still couldn't do it alone. He was able to paddle a few meters without sinking after Guohong let go. Guohong said that due to the higher density of seawater compared to freshwater, it was easy to float. Chapter 42, Wild Chickens and Ducks. After resting for a while, Xiao Fan took Guohong across the river, intending to see if there were any useful resources upstream, and instructed the others to dig a larger pond inside the cave if they had time. At least enough to hold a dozen fish. Xiao Fan suggested they choose a spot below the hole in the cave, so the fish could bask in the sun. And when it rained, the rainwater falling from the bottom hole wouldn't make the entire cave muddy, just using this small pond to collect rainwater. However, they would need to frequently replenish the seawater, and see fish die very easily, so they couldn't keep them for long. Xiao Fan still used the raft to cross the river, but Guahong said the raft was too heavy and not easy to control. So he chose to swim across instead. Considering they were just two big men, Guahong swam across naked, and after getting dressed on the other side. The time taken was far less than Xiao Fan using the raft. Seeing that swimming could save a lot of energy, Xiao Fan still didn't want to cross the river this way every time. Even though he had learned to swim, he hoped to find another way besides swimming. Xiaohong, do you believe I can build a bridge? In the future, we can cross the river via the bridge, so everyone can come over, Xiao Fan suggested. Previously, two ladies couldn't operate the raft due to their small strength, so Xiao Fan thought of making a bridge. Brother Xiao, you're amazing, but we have no mechanical tools. So building a bridge should be impossible. Guahong obviously didn't believe Xiao Fan could build a bridge without any tools. How about we make a bet? If I can build a bridge that can carry people, then you have to listen to whatever I say from now on, deal? Deal. Guahong replied. If you lose, I won't need you to listen to me. You just have to serve me for 3 days. How about bringing me tea and water? Agreed. They reached an agreement. After this small joke, Guahong never went back on his word to Xiao Fan, no matter the place or time. When they reached the river, the two walked upstream, heading east. As the sun moved, they could roughly know their direction, which was their only compass. Walking upstream, they noticed that the trees on both sides were getting taller, and the gravel by the river was decreasing, turning mostly into soil, resembling an inland river. They didn't find anything particularly notable along the way. Just some fish swimming in the river, but they had no way to catch them. Suddenly, Guahong said he heard animal sounds that resembled duck calls. They slowed down and quietly moved forward. Sure enough, around a bend in the river, Xiao Fan spotted a flock of ducks. While they weren't very big, there were at least 20 of them. However, before Guahong could take off his clothes and jump in, the flock leisurely swam away. Forget it, Xiaohong. Even if you swim the fastest, you can't catch them. You won't be able to grab them in the river. Let's just move on and come back for them later. After saying that, Xiao Fan pulled the sulking Guahong to continue upstream. They used the raft to transport fruits to the opposite bank, and Xiao Fan decided to end today's exploration. Tomorrow, they would make an exploration plan for the forest, methodically exploring the entire island step by step. They discovered that the big fish they caught recently tasted better grilled. Stewing them without any seasoning resulted in a fishy taste, while the small fish could only be stewed. As there wasn't much meat for grilling, we found a flock of chickens, at least a dozen, and each one is quite big, Chun Liang exclaimed after drinking a big bowl of water. Unfortunately, they couldn't catch a single one, as these chickens were practically fighting chickens, running very fast, and even able to fly. Let it go, we can't catch chickens barehanded, they're too fast. Xiao Fan had already known that trying to catch them this way was futile. He wondered why they kept encountering chickens these days when they had never noticed them before. Everyone felt puzzled. They had lived here for a while and often went out, but only in the last 2 days did they discover a large number of chickens. If there were so many chickens, they should have found them long ago. It's simple. These chickens can fly, so maybe they flew over from the opposite bank. And no one knows if they could have come around the volcano since they are much better at overcoming obstacles than we are. Xiao Fan thought of a few possibilities. Regardless of how they got here or whether they had always been here, it didn't matter. What mattered was how to catch them. Honestly, I've had enough of eating fish and cassava every day for over half a month. Guahong bluntly pointed out this crucial issue. Catching them barehanded was unlikely, and running around in the forest was too dangerous. Let me think of a way to see if I can make a trap, so we can wait for them to come, Xiao Fan said, knowing that this would fall on his shoulders. If he could successfully catch a chicken, he was confident he could catch a flock, and then they might even have eggs to eat. Tonight, everyone had eaten quite a bit, and there were many fish. They had consumed several more cassavas than usual, which seemed to be due to the high-energy activities they had engaged in today. After dinner, they all gathered to summarize the day and plan for what they should do tomorrow. Chapter 43, Making a Trap for Wild Chickens. Today's exploration was overall quite successful. We found quite a bit of food, and there's even a crab area that we can check out sometime to see if we can catch some crabs. Both banks of the river and the beach to the west have been thoroughly explored with no major discoveries. Oh right, today we spotted a group of ducks upstream on the river. They aren't as big as chickens, but there were a lot of them, probably over 20. However, we currently have no way to catch these ducks. Just like the chickens, we can only observe them for now. Xiao Fan participated in the searches both in the morning and afternoon and finally summarized today's findings for everyone. There's nothing particularly special on our side. Aside from that group of chickens, there shouldn't be any other places worth searching along the river. The chances of finding anything are basically non-existent. Overall, this area is still quite barren. So, let's set up traps tomorrow morning. Tonight, I'll think of a few methods, and we can all go together tomorrow. The more traps we set, the higher the chance of catching chickens. After the discussion, everyone started their own tasks. Chun Liang and Guahong planned to enlarge and deepen the small fish pond, while Xiao and Lu Ting were called over by Xiao Fan to start making ropes, with a diameter of about 2 millimeters. However, this time Xiao Fan asked them to make the ropes quite detailed and tightly woven, ideally reaching the same quality as those in stores. With just one sentence from Xiao Fan, the two girls immediately sprang into action without any complaints, as he told them that if they wanted to eat chicken, it depended on how well they made the ropes. Upon hearing this, the two girls immediately seemed to be like a train running at full speed, eagerly getting to work. It seems they are also food lovers. Seeing everyone getting busy, Xiao Fan sat down in front of the campfire, deep in thought. He began to think of ways to catch chickens. One idea was to dig a hole in places where chickens often appear, cover it with leaves, and sprinkle some cassava pieces on top. When the chickens come to eat, they would naturally fall into the hole. Xiao Fan quickly came up with this idea in his mind, but immediately rejected it. No, chickens can fly. They wouldn't be caught in the hole, and even if we installed some barbs inside, it wouldn't guarantee capture. Plus, digging a hole is a big project that might not be worth the effort. This reasoning led Xiao Fan to abandon his first idea, but it could still be used later for dealing with wild boars or deer. Today, Chun Liang, realizing he couldn't catch any chickens, tried to hit them with stones from a distance. According to him, the effect was pretty good. If he hit them, it should incapacitate them. Unfortunately, he didn't hit once, as his aim was quite poor, and even if someone else tried, it probably wouldn't be much better. Inspired by this method, Xiao Fan considered whether he could make a bow and arrow. The materials should be easy to find, but since he had never practiced archery before, he figured that even if he managed to make a bow and arrow, he wouldn't be able to hit anything right away. This requires long-term practice. There was another trap method that Xiao Fan had used as a child to catch sparrows. It involved propping up a basket with a branch, tying a rope to the bottom of the branch, and sprinkling some bait under the basket. One would then hide with the other end of the rope. When the chickens came to eat the bait, one could pull the rope to knock the branch down, trapping the chickens in the basket. However, considering that these chickens are relatively large, and this method requires someone to be on guard constantly, it is too inefficient. As soon as he thought of this, Xiao Fan immediately abandoned it. Another similar method would be to use a large stone or a heavy log instead of a basket. There would be no need for a rope, just a small mechanism that would cause the stone to fall when the chicken triggered it, effectively hitting the chicken and incapacitating it. The advantage of this method is that it doesn't require anyone to stand guard, and many traps can be made, increasing the odds of capture. However, there is a significant problem. Xiao Fan didn't know how to make this small mechanism. He only knew it relied on the principle of force balance. If this balance were disrupted, it would destroy the whole system and cause the supporting branch to fall. Using such a small mechanism could allow for a living branch to be bent, providing power. Then, by placing the small mechanism next to the bait and creating a noose, one could efficiently utilize the stored energy from the bent branch to catch the animal that triggered the mechanism. After testing with a few branches, Xiao Fan realized he wouldn't be able to find a method to make this mechanism anytime soon. Although Xiao Fan couldn't make this small mechanism, he thought of using a noose. He decided to create a trap using a rope. He took a piece of rope and tied a knot at one end, which was the same method he used to tie fishing hooks when fishing. He left a small loop in front of the knot, ensuring that the rope could pass through it. At this point, the noose was almost complete. He just needed to pass the other end of the rope through the loop, leaving an appropriately sized opening. The size of the opening could be adjusted. For chickens, a hole the size of a volleyball would suffice. If an animal passed through this hole, whether its leg or head, as long as it didn't go through all at once, the chicken would help tighten the loop, capturing it. The other end of the rope would be tied to a fixed object, allowing for the capture of chickens. This method, although lacking in technical complexity, has proven to be the most cost-effective way, even without the pulling power of a bent branch, relying solely on the chicken's struggle to tighten the rope. This method is very simple. Xiao Fan could make countless such traps on the island, needing only a piece of rope. While digging at the bottom, Xiao Fan also suggested adding some water first to soften the hard soil, which ultimately sped up their progress. The final result was a small pit about 1 square meter in size and approximately half a meter deep. Although it wasn't large, it was more than enough to hold a dozen fish, and the size was larger than the opening at the top, ensuring that rainwater could collect in the pit. To prevent the pond's water from seeping into the ground, requiring constant replenishment with seawater, Xiao Fan suggested first using a large fire to bake the pit to see if it could harden and prevent water seepage. Eventually, Guahong brought part of the fire over and added a lot of firewood. After cooling down, they found that the walls had turned black and the bottom had become very hard, but whether it would leak water would need to be tested tomorrow. All they needed to do was bring some seawater during the day tomorrow, and the pond would be completed, a simple yet convenient design. Shortly after, Xiao Fan and Lu Ting brought over the ropes they had made. There were a total of 8 ropes, perfectly matching the size Xiao Fan needed, each over a meter long. Xiao Fan felt that these ropes would be very suitable for making traps and were sufficient. After testing, they seemed quite sturdy. The chickens wouldn't be able to break free. It took Xiao Fan less than 5 minutes to tie all the ropes into a new structure. Adding the time to grind a cassava, in 10 minutes, Xiao Fan had obtained 8 traps and some bait, just waiting to find a place to install them. Chapter 44, Wild Chicken Trap. They discovered that water was still seeping into the ground. The 5 of them worked hard to fill the pit to 1/3 full, and within the time it took to have breakfast, it had leaked away. In the end, a fairly large crack was found at the bottom of the pond, and most of the water should have leaked out through this crack. It might have been a problem caused by the heat during the firing process, leading to the formation of this crack. Why don't we find some lust to fill this gap? That should reduce the leakage. Ultimately, Xiao Fan didn't want to see this pond go to waste, so he could only come up with this solution. After all, it was Xiao Fan who suggested they use fire for the firing process, and if it failed, he would have to bear a significant responsibility. If they hadn't fired it, perhaps it wouldn't have leaked so much. They could use the pottery I made for fish farming. I made a big piece of pottery these past few days, originally intended for holding water, but it should be enough for keeping fish. After saying this, Lu Ting led everyone to her pottery workshop. Upon seeing the water tank with a diameter and height of over 30 centimeters, everyone was speechless. Sister, if you had said this earlier, we wouldn't have had to dig all night. This pottery is simply perfect. After saying that, Xiao Fan tapped on the pottery wall, and a crisp sound rang out, indicating the high quality of the pottery. I just finished it yesterday. I had tried several times before, but didn't succeed, as there were always cracks. The larger the pottery, the more prone it is to this problem, probably due to insufficient firing temperature and some impurities in the clay. Oh, by the way, didn't you say you would make a professional kiln for firing pottery for me? I'll definitely do it when I have the time. Xiao Fan had forgotten that he had promised her this. Ultimately, the pond was declared unusable and changed to use pottery for holding fish. As for the small pond, it still had some use. At least it could catch rainwater leaking from the top when it rained, preventing the cave from becoming too muddy. After finishing these tasks, the group decided to install traps, with the destination being the place where they discovered the chicken flock yesterday. Xiao Fan planned to set up all 8 traps near the area where the chicken flock was found to increase the chances of capture. Led by Chun Liang, Xiao Fan and the group arrived at the spot where the chicken flock was discovered yesterday. There were still some traces on the ground where the chickens had been active, and due to the large number of chickens, the traces were very obvious. Finding a spot where the chickens often frequented and where the traces were most visible, Xiao Fan installed the first trap. He tied one end of the rope to a tree and used small branches to prop open the other end of the noose on the ground, creating an angle with the ground to facilitate the chickens' feet or heads entering the noose. In fact, Xiao Fan had never made this type of trap before. Everything was installed based on his own random thoughts, and he could only see how effective it would be. If it didn't work well, they could make adjustments later. Brother Xiao, will just this one noose work here? Even if a chicken steps on this trap, the chance of catching it is only about 50%. The most troublesome part is that the chances of a chicken stepping here are too low. There are so many other places nearby. Guohong expressed her reservations about the trap. Then why don't we block the paths nearby? Xiao Fan had already thought of this method. Under his guidance, the group used nearby branches and leaves to create a funnel-shaped wall. The opening of the funnel was the noose trap, so as long as the chickens entered this area, they would only have one path to the trap, while all other paths were blocked by the wall. The more Xiao Fan looked at it, the more satisfied he became. Ultimately, he decided to install all the traps in this area, creating 8 funnel-shaped walls connected together, forming a very large trap wall with a length of about 40 to 50 meters, effectively blocking the path for the chicken flock from the forest to the cassava field. Installing the traps was very simple. They just needed to find a tree to tie it to. If there were no trees, they could tie it to a rock as well. In less than an hour, the entire trap was completed. Before they left, they scattered some cassava scraps on both sides of the trap and tidied up the traces of human activity a bit. Seeing this trap, everyone felt much more confident than before installation. As long as the chicken flock appeared, there was a good chance they could catch them. Moreover, once the trap was set up, it wouldn't require further management. They just needed to come by periodically to check if any chickens had been caught. They could check while digging cassava, and if the trap was damaged, they could quickly fix it, taking only a few minutes. It was also best to reduce the chances of people appearing near the trap, as this would lessen the chicken's wariness. After resting, Xiao Fan started chatting with Guohong. Xiaohong, you're good at fishing. You've been catching some these past few days. What bait are you using? What else could it be? It's just earthworms. I've tried all kinds of bait these days, and earthworms work best. I tried fish chunks before, and the effect was okay. Yesterday, I even tried some sea snail meat, but it had basically no effect. I estimate that shrimp would be the best bait, but we haven't found any yet. Xiao Fan planned to see if he could find a way to catch some shrimp later, mainly for fishing. How about we go fishing together later? Let us see who catches more. Whoever catches less has to dig cassava. Guohong was extremely confident in her fishing skills. No problem. By the way, I made a bet with you, and I need to think about how to build a bridge. That is simple. Just cut down a few big trees and lay them across the river. 2 will do. Although Guohong felt that Xiao Fan was unlikely to succeed, she still offered this suggestion. That is a good idea. Cutting trees should work. The problem is how to transport the cut trees to the river and how to lay them across the river. I estimate that even all 5 of us together wouldn't be able to lift them. Xiao Fan didn't plan to try this flawed idea. What other methods do we have? This is the simplest way. True, without any tools, we might ultimately have to rely on this. Xiao Fan planned to go to the river in the afternoon to see if he could think of a better method. If there was truly no other way, they would have to use this one. Chapter 45, Great Harvest. Since they planned to take a good rest today, fishing was the most suitable option. Fishing while resting not only yielded results, but also allowed for relaxation, especially since Xiao Fan had loved fishing since he was a child. To fish, they went to the cassava field to start digging for earthworms. Although earthworms were not commonly seen, they could catch some while digging cassava, achieving multiple goals at once. Brother Xiao, your hoe is pretty good, but it seems more suitable for cutting trees. I have to say, it's quite sharp. Seeing that Xiao Fan was still using a stone hoe for digging cassava, Guohong also felt that this stone hoe was quite nice. Of course, you don't know who made it. Originally, it was meant for digging cassava, but I didn't expect it to be more suitable for cutting trees. Maybe we can really build a wooden bridge. With this stone hoe, it shouldn't take too long. Hearing this from Guohong and realizing there were no better options, Xiao Fan gradually became intrigued. He had previously thought about using 2 large vines to hang above the river and tying wood underneath to make a bridge similar to a suspension bridge. However, considering the weight of the vines and the swaying of the bridge once built, Xiao Fan thought that directly using a few tree trunks laid across the river might be the simplest method. Xiaohong, do you think we can lift tree trunks about the size of a bowl and around 10 meters long? The most critical issue with building the wooden bridge was how to move the raw materials. That shouldn't be a problem. With 5 of us, we should be able to move them slowly, and we don't need too many tree trunks. About 4 or 5 should suffice. A width of about 50 centimeters would be enough for us to cross the river. Okay, let us measure how long we need, and then go cut one to try. If we can lift it, we should be fine. Xiao Fan ultimately chose this plan, as he believed it should be the simplest. After digging up enough earthworms for a day's use and gathering a basket of cassava, Xiao Fan and Guohong took their fishing rods to the seaside. The tide was just right. Guohong was very clear about the timing, as she came to fish at this time every day. The 2 sat on the rocks, resting while fishing, gazing at the endless sea. They both felt calm, and a gentle breeze passed by, making no one want to break the moment's tranquility. Today, perhaps due to a good mindset or an abundance of fish, they caught one after another, and as long as they hooked a fish, there was a chance to reel it in. By the end of the morning, they had surprisingly caught 5 fish. Guohong was leading with 3 fish. Each weighed about a pound, marking the biggest haul since Xiao Fan and the others arrived on the island. Everyone was quite fortunate today, with a total of 20 fish swimming in the water tank. 2 fish were already grilled, their meat fragrant and firm. It was the first time they had 2 big fish to eat. Although they still weren't full, it was much better than before. If they wanted to be full, they would need about 5 fish of this size for one meal. Today, their luck was particularly good, so if they could eat freely, this meal would be enough to fill them up. However, looking at the weather, it seemed they would have to go hungry at night. Seeing that everyone was still wanting more, Xiao Fan knew he had to advise them. They hadn't eaten their fill since arriving on the island. And according to Xiao Fan's estimate, the 5 of them would need at least 5 fish of this size along with some cassava to be satisfied. Moreover, Xiao Fan was concerned that eating fish every day would pose significant nutritional issues, so it seemed they could only rely on the traps they had set today. Brother Xiao, should we check the traps now? No need. In such a short time, there shouldn't be anything. Besides, it's raining, so the chickens probably won't come out. This rain will likely ruin the traps. Let's wait until it stops before we go. The traps were very fragile, and such heavy rain would definitely damage them. On rainy days, everyone couldn't go out and could only sleep in the cave. Before sleeping, Xiao Fan noticed water continuously flowing down from the cave ceiling, but it was all caught by the pits dug below, and the sleeping area was elevated enough not to affect their rest. When he woke up, he found the sky had cleared. Xiao Fan had concluded that this island often experienced sudden rain, but cleared up quickly afterward, making it a suitable place to live. Arriving at the trap area, he found that it had indeed been washed away by the rain, but all the nooses were still intact, although there were definitely no chickens inside. After reinstalling everything, Xiao Fan took a very small vine and went to the riverbank to measure the river's exact width and check for suitable trees nearby. Previously, he had discovered a grove where the tree trunks were very straight and uniform in size, making them ideal for bridge materials. However, this grove was quite far from the river crossing, making transporting the wood a significant issue. Brother Xiao, why don't we check the trees first? If they're long enough, we can build the bridge right here. No need to go to the narrowest spot. Moving that wood should be quite labor-intensive. Let's walk along the river and see if we can find the most suitable place. It's best if the river isn't too wide and the banks are suitable for placing wood, and we need to find a nearby grove. Xiao Fan decided not to rush into a decision about where to build the bridge, but to first walk along the riverbank. Chapter 46. Cutting down trees. Xiao Fan decided to build the bridge here for several reasons. Firstly, this place wasn't particularly wide, basically similar to the previous crossing, about 8 meters in distance. Most importantly, there was a grove on the opposite bank, identical to the one previously discovered, consisting of the same type of wood. Additionally, the banks of the river here did not have the slope seen downstream. The closer to the downstream area, the flatter the banks became, resembling a beach, with minimal vertical drop between the water surface and the banks. If they placed the wood across the banks, it would end up in the water. To prevent that, they would need very long tree trunks, possibly requiring a base, which would be too labor-intensive. However, the spot Xiao Fan found had banks resembling small cliffs, almost vertical, with a drop of about half a meter between the ground and the water surface. They only needed tree trunks slightly longer than the river's width to create a natural bridge. Finding the spot, Xiao Fan first used a raft to reach the opposite bank and then walked to the intended bridge site. Guohong was still on the other side, throwing over vines to measure the river's width, adding an extra meter for safety. Xiao Fan planned to cut the wood to that length, approximately less than 10 meters. Guohong swam over with a stone axe and a stone hoe. During their time in the cave, Xiao Fan had sharpened both tools very well. Using these two tools, they should be able to fell the trees. Upon entering the grove, Xiao Fan discovered an abundance of trees, all certainly over 10 meters tall, with bases about the size of a volleyball. He estimated that the diameter at 10 meters high wouldn't be much smaller, likely around 10 centimeters. Such wood was perfect for bridge building. Xiao Fan's goal was to cut down 6 trees. A bridge made with them placed side by side should be over half a meter wide. If it proved too difficult to fell that many, 4 trees would suffice. Although the bridge would be narrower, it would still accommodate 1 person. The two chose a tree near the bank and began chopping. Xiao Fan used the stone hoe, positioning himself for maximum leverage at chest height, intending to strike at that level, which significantly reduced the strain on himself. If he had to chop at the roots, it would be nearly impossible to generate sufficient force and properly utilize the hoe. The initial chopping went smoothly. Thanks to the sharpness of the stone hoe and the proper stance, he quickly cut around the tree, achieving a depth of 2 to 3 centimeters. However, as he progressed, it became increasingly difficult, as each chop needed to be at the same spot, and the area to apply force was narrowing, forcing Xiao Fan to crouch lower, striking vertically, which reduced his power and slowed progress. Noticing that Guohong hadn't reached this point yet, Xiao Fan realized that since his axe was more suited for one-handed use, Guohong's progress was much slower. Seeing the axe, Xiao Fan suddenly thought it would be better to swap tools with Guohong. Having already cut so deep, using the axe would be more suitable for applying force and finding a good cutting point. Ultimately, after using the axe for half a day, Xiao Fan managed to reduce the tree to about 5 or 6 centimeters in thickness, but progress was slowing down. Even using the axe made it difficult to cut further. Putting down the axe, Xiao Fan pushed with all his might, causing the trunk to sway but not fall. Calling Guohong over, the two pushed together. But it was still ineffective. At that moment, Chunliang arrived. Earlier, Xiao Fan had sent him to collect some vines to reinforce the tree once it was down. The 3 of them pushed with all their strength but couldn't budge it. "Brother Xiao, let us chop it some more. We really can't push it," Chunliang exclaimed, sitting down on the ground after expending so much energy. "Let's try hanging a rope from a higher point. The issue is that we're pushing too low. If we apply force from the top of the trunk, we should be able to knock it down." There was no good way to climb up this tree. There were too few branches, and it had already been mostly cut down. Xiao Fan had no choice but to tie a stone to one end of a vine and throw it up, hoping it would catch on the tree. Efforts were not in vain, as after several attempts by the 3 of them, they finally succeeded once. They pulled on it and found it was firmly stuck. So the 3 of them exerted force together to pull it down, eventually breaking the trunk. This method saved at least half an hour compared to cutting it directly. In the end, it took about an hour to handle this tree, and that was just cutting it down. To make it suitable for bridge building, they would still need to cut off the branches and trim it to the appropriate length. Although the top was smaller, it would still take a considerable amount of time. Ultimately, the 3 of them first tried moving the entire tree without any issues, and it could be moved slowly. They left Chunliang to handle the branches while Xiao Fan and Guohong started working on the next tree. By dusk, they had finished processing 4 trees, all turned into suitable trunks for bridge building. They unanimously decided to continue the remaining work the next day, as they were too exhausted to do anything else. The grilled fish that night had a unique flavor, Having been hung outside to catch the wind all afternoon, the fish meat became firmer. As it was their first time trying this flavor, everyone praised it endlessly. Thank you, beautiful Sia. Is it possible to make other foods with cassava? Like fries, cassava flour, etc.? Eating grilled cassava and boiled cassava every day is getting a bit tiresome. Xiao Fan had always had high standards for food, and eating the same thing every day was becoming unbearable. I'll look into it, but the biggest problem is still the tools, and we don't have any oil. I really don't know what else we can make. Well, I'll leave that to you. The only tools we can use are stone or pottery. Iron tools are out of the question. As for the oil issue, we can get some chicken fat if we catch a chicken. Although it won't be much, it should be enough to make 1 or 2 dishes. Xiao Fan planned to check the traps early the next morning. Catching a chicken would be perfect, as it would greatly change the menu for the day. Chapter 47. Successfully making a crossing bridge. Early the next morning, without eating breakfast, the group went to where they had set the traps, only to find that all the traps were intact and showed no signs of damage. Moreover, there were no traces of chickens nearby. Although they didn't catch any chickens, at least the traps were still intact. If they hadn't caught a chicken and the traps were damaged, it would have proven that the traps were ineffective for catching chickens, which would have been a major problem. But for now, everything was fine. Xiao Fan remained optimistic, as it at least proved that the traps still had some chance of success. Let us just leave them here. They don't require any maintenance. If we can't catch anything tomorrow, we'll make more snares and cover the entire island. I refuse to believe we can't catch anything like that. Chen Liang's suggestion was indeed worthwhile. If they still didn't catch anything tomorrow, Xiao Fan really planned to add more traps. After breakfast, the 3 men went back to the riverbank to start building the bridge while the others handled routine tasks, preparing cassava, fish, and fruits for their lunch. The 3 of them first went to the forest on the other side of the river, where they found the 4 trees they had cut down yesterday. The distance from the forest to the riverbank for the bridge was about less than 100 meters. Although it wasn't far, it was still quite strenuous to carry such a large tree across. Ultimately, Xiao Fan thought of a way. They tied a vine to one end of the trunk and then dragged it to the riverbank together. After 4 trips, the 3 of them were exhausted, but finally, they saw the 4 trunks by the riverbank, marking a significant step towards successfully building the bridge. They let Guohong swim across the river, and Xiao Fan threw the vine tied to the trunk over for Guohong to pull it across. After several attempts, it was quite difficult. Even though it was on water, there was still considerable resistance. Reluctantly, Xiao Fan had to cross the river again to help Guohong pull the trunk over. Finally, one trunk was spanning across the river, with both ends supported on the banks by about half a meter. It basically formed a natural bridge without needing further operations. They placed all 4 trunks on the river's surface, arranged in alternating sizes, achieving a consistent width of about half a meter, which was more than enough for one person to cross. The trunks were directly positioned across the river without any bindings, and due to the weight of the trunks, the entire bridge was quite stable. They could now begin using the bridge to cross the river, but for added safety and to ensure it would last longer, Xiao Fan planned to optimize and secure it further. First, he tightly bound the 4 trunks together at both ends with vines, then slightly adjusted the riverbank by burying the ends of the trunks in the soil and using large stones to secure them. This way, the entire bridge had a very stable structure. Xiao Fan tested it by walking on the bridge, which felt very stable, with no noticeable shaking. However, it might feel slightly bouncy in the middle due to the size of the trunks not being particularly thick, likely causing some bending. Nevertheless, this did not affect the bridge's normal function. Another issue was that since the bridge was made of joined trunks, there were some gaps between each trunk. But this did not hinder crossing, as no one would be wearing high heels to cross the river. To further stabilize it, Xiao Fan found 3 points in the middle of the river and tied the trunks together again with vines, ensuring that the 4 trunks formed a cohesive structure. At this point, the entire bridge was completed. The 3 of them tested it and felt that it would last for at least a year and a half unless faced with extreme weather. Otherwise, the bridge could be used together, and if necessary, they could reinforce it later. After trying it out, they found that the 3 of them could cross the river without using anything for support. Guohong even ran back and forth on the bridge without any issues, feeling that even a person carrying a load could easily cross. Originally, they planned to set up a safety rope as a precaution, but seeing how stable it was, they deemed it unnecessary. The 2 ladies should also be able to cross safely with company. On the way, they checked the traps again and found that there were still no catches. Moreover, from the scene, it appeared that no flocks of chickens had passed by. Otherwise, there would have been some traces left behind, and even cassava scraps remained on the ground. Even in a survival environment, everyone still maintained regular 3 meals a day, eating on time. Even if food was scarce, they would gather to eat together, having 1 meal in the morning and evening, while the lunchtime was determined by the sun's height. After finishing their meal, Xiao Fan decided that everyone should go to the other side to take a look, not only to see different scenery, especially since the 2 ladies had never been there, but also to let everyone relax a bit. Since it was low tide, they could check the seaside there for any other resources. On both sides of the bridge, Xiao Fan left a vine, so that in case of an emergency, they could quickly rescue someone with the available vine, preventing them from being caught off guard. However, the probability of such incidents was low, as this river usually flowed very calmly with rarely any large waves. This afternoon's goal was clear, to see if there were different resources at the seaside, especially since it was low tide, making it the perfect time to explore. After walking south for a while, they discovered a rocky area. Upon closer inspection, it seemed similar to the place where Xiao Fan and the others had been catching fish, so they should be able to catch something there. However, time was limited, and these small fish weren't worth spending too much time on today. As we traveled further south, we found that the rocks became increasingly dense and larger. After several searches, we finally discovered some surprising resources. Chapter 48, Finding Crabs and Conchs. Guahong discovered a few very small crabs, only the size of a thumb. After flipping over a rock, although they were not edible yet, they at least indicated that this was a good place to find crabs. Sure enough, after a while of searching, Lu Ting found a large crab wedged between some rocks, about the size of a palm. Xiao Fan estimated that the crab weighed around 3 to 4 liang, 150 to 200 grams, which was enough to satisfy everyone's appetite. The only problem was that the crab was stuck in the rock crevice and wouldn't come out. Moreover, everyone lacked the tools to catch it. With no other options, Xiao Fan quickly ran to the nearby woods to break off a few branches, planning to use them to coax the crab out. The method worked quite well. After a few tries, he finally managed to extract the crab from the crevice. He then used the branch to keep the crab pinned down and grabbed it by its pincers from behind. Once in hand, he realized that although its body was small, slightly larger than a ping-pong ball, its pincers and legs were quite long, indicating that there should be some meat inside. Following suit, everyone found some more crabs, and they were all successfully captured. Eventually, when they could no longer catch any more, Xiao Fan had to take off his shirt to carry all the crabs. They worked until the tide came in, leaving the beach with about a dozen crabs, enough for each person to have at least 3. After they could no longer catch crabs, they continued south along the beach, and not long after, they received exciting news. Chun Liang found a conch in the water, the size of a fist. It looked like an oversized apple snail. Although Xiao Fan knew this type of conch didn't have much meat, it was still a considerable find. After Chun Liang spotted one, they all carefully looked around and found that the bottom was covered with them, even in water about half a meter deep. If the tide completely receded, who knows how many more they could find. In the areas visible to him, Xiao Fan alone found several without even having to move his feet, picking up 4 conchs. In the end, everyone took off their clothes to pack the conchs, while the 2 ladies only collected them and didn't help with the packing. Xiao Gu, I didn't expect this place to be so rich. We found so much food on our first visit. If we look more carefully next time, we might strike it rich. It seems I'm going to get fat, Guahong said, almost drooling over the 3 bags of food. Dude, this is the second time, alright? And it's the second time at the beach. As for crossing the river, I've been over several times already. Xiao Ge, how do we eat these? I only know how to stir fry. I've basically never cooked seafood before. And we have no tools to steam the crabs. I've always eaten crabs steamed, but unfortunately, we don't have a steamer now, Xie Fangmei said. Looking at the raw ingredients, clearly unsure of how to cook them. Just throw the conchs directly into the fire. As for the crabs, let's cook them in the pottery. As long as we make sure they're cooked, that's all that matters. These things need to be cooked a bit longer. Otherwise, they might harbor bacteria, Xiao Fan replied. Lacking any particularly good cooking methods, and only able to make simple meals with the available resources. After a quick wash, he tossed the conchs into the charcoal fire. And soon, they heard a sizzling sound, while the crabs were placed in the pottery to cook. However, when Xiao Fan came to the place where the chili seeds were, he unexpectedly found a very small seedling growing in the pottery. It was less than a centimeter tall, and only the size of a needle. But Xiao Fan was still extremely happy. Although he didn't know if it was a chili seedling or just a grass, he at least knew that this method could cultivate seedlings. Carefully, he watered it again and decided to place the pottery in a shady spot, considering its frail appearance. It could not withstand direct sunlight. To help it grow robustly, Xiao Fan also went to the banana grove to find some fertile-looking soil and gently sprinkled it next to the seedling. He dared not use animal or human waste for fertilization, fearing it would be too strong and could harm the fragile seedling. Perhaps it would be better to wait until the seedling was ready to be transplanted before adding fertilizer. That way, the effect would be even better. Xiao Fan felt quite proud, as he had cultivated a seedling on his first try. This gave direction for the sustainable development of vegetables or fruits in the future. However, what Xiao Fan did not know was that it was not because of his exceptional skills, but rather the air and soil in this world were significantly different, allowing various plants and animals to grow rapidly. With a strong fire and Lu Ting placing a lid on the pottery, although it was not completely sealed, It was much better than being opened before. Soon, a rich seafood aroma filled the air, and even though Xiao Fan was not particularly fond of seafood, the long wait made his taste buds tingle. When the water boiled, he opened the lid and found that the crabs had turned bright red, although they were cooked. To avoid bacterial infection, he waited another 10 minutes before using chopsticks to extract the crabs and place them on a prepared pottery dish. Now, the most commonly used item in the cave was pottery, whether for holding things, planting, or storing water. Lu Ting had made various types of pottery, which basically met their daily needs. There were many crabs, and although they were not large, Xiao Fan tried one and found it quite tasty. The meat in the pincers was about the thickness of chopsticks, and each crab could provide at least one bite of meat. However, for someone like Xiao Fan, who didn't like seafood, it could only be considered a small consolation. Others, however, particularly Chun Liang, enjoyed the seafood immensely, continuously praising it and claiming it was even better than the king crabs he had eaten before. Having never tasted king crabs, Xiao Fan couldn't comment on their quality. But judging by Chun Liang's words, it was probably just average. With so many crabs, they were quickly consumed, and everyone ate very cleanly. Xiao Fan himself did not eat too much. After two, he lost interest. Chapter 49, Great Fortune. Tonight we eat chicken. After the conchs had been bubbling for a while, Xiao Fan felt they were done. He took the roasted conchs out, set them aside, and used a pair of small chopsticks to extract the conch meat. The first bite gave Xiao Fan the impression of chewing rubber. It was too chewy. He couldn't bite through it, and he wasn't sure if it was overcooked or if that was just the taste of the conch. Anyway, with his teeth, he couldn't manage it. Others tried it, and most found it equally challenging, with only Guahong able to enjoy it, tearing into it with gusto. Left with no choice, Xiao Fan extracted all the conch meat and threaded it onto a stick, planning to roast it again for further processing. Still, these crabs are delicious. Let us go catch crabs together tomorrow. This free seafood is so fresh. It's my first time eating it. Chun Liang had a particular fondness for crabs, though Xiao Fan wondered why someone from such a wealthy family cared about the price. Remember the last time we went to that mangrove-like place? There were many crab holes, and I estimate the crabs there are even bigger. If you have time tomorrow, you can go check it out. Thinking back to the last time he and Chun Liang found that patch of mangroves, it should be a good hunting spot as well. At this time, the conch had been roasted to a golden color, somewhat resembling grilled chicken gizzards. Xiao Fan estimated that if it cooled down, it would become even harder. While it was still steaming, he tried a small piece. Sure enough, the taste had changed significantly after roasting. It was a bit crispy and had a slight sweetness. Far better than the previous rubbery taste. This basket of conch didn't have much meat. Combined with the crabs, each person basically only had 1 or 2 tails of meat. Although even the smallest mosquito is still meat, after eating so much, there was still no sense of fullness. The change in taste only satisfied everyone's taste buds a bit. To feel full, they still had to rely on cassava, and there wasn't much fish either. Right now, cassava was the only food that could satisfy everyone. Since there was a bridge, let's explore the whole island together tomorrow. See if we can find other food, preferably animal-based, so everyone can have a hearty meal. Alright, listen to you, Xiao Gu. Not to mention, there are still quite a few fruits over there. We can also change our taste. Plus, the two ladies have probably gotten moldy staying in the cave every day. Chun Liang also had this plan, probably influenced by Xie Fangmei, wanting to go out for some fresh air together. Good idea. Anyway, we don't have much to do tomorrow. Let's see if we can find anything else, and also see if we can find something to do. If I had to stay in the cave for a day, I would go crazy. Xiao Fan couldn't stay idle for a day. If he had internet and TV, he could stay in the house for several days. But if he just sat there doing nothing, he would go mad. In the evening, with nothing to do, Xiao Fan started grinding stones again. Over the past few nights, whenever he had time, he would look for some stones to see if he could polish them into tools. Tonight's goal was a stone knife. The target was a knife for cutting meat. Although they hadn't caught any large animals yet, this small knife could be used when killing fish. And if they managed to catch something, it would be convenient for cutting. It was simple. First, find the most suitable stone. If there wasn't one, break a big stone open. They would always find a piece that resembled a stone knife in shape and structure. It didn't have to be beautiful, just practical. Then find a small branch, split it in the middle, insert the polished stone knife, and then tie it up to complete it. Xiao Fan didn't expect this small tool to last long or be used many times. Since it was easy to make, if it broke, he could just make another one immediately. Anyway, Xiao Fan had found the most suitable stone material for making stone tools, and it wouldn't take much time to make. After finishing, he tested it with a vine. The small stone knife was still ineffective against the vine, mainly due to its insufficient sharpness. However, Xiao Fan tested it with his finger. Although it didn't immediately draw blood, he could still feel that it should be able to cut through some small animals. He placed this small stone knife in the designated tool area. This place already had a stone axe, a stone hoe, a small stone knife, and a small chisel. These were all Xiao Fan's treasures, significantly enhancing work efficiency and reducing physical consumption. That night, they were still frozen several times. Although part of the cave entrance had been blocked, cold winds still blew in, and lying directly on the ground made the dampness affect their sleep greatly. Basically, everyone woke up with sore backs and waists. If possible, Xiao Fan really wanted to build a house to leave this cave. If they wanted to improve their quality of life, this was a necessary process. The next morning, the first thing everyone did was go check the traps. Before they reached the traps, they heard faint chicken sounds. This excited everyone, and without hesitation, they all ran over. Sure enough, as soon as they reached the traps, they saw a chicken squatting on the ground. Xiao Ge, you're amazing. You can catch this. Xiao Ge, great fortune. Tonight we're having chicken. Xiao Ge, please take care of me. Awesome. Even Lu Ting couldn't help jumping up. Brother, aren't you impressive? You guys surround the chicken. I'll go catch it. Don't let it run away. After Xiao Fan finished speaking, he directed everyone to encircle the chicken and walk forward. There was no dramatic scene like in TV shows. As Xiao Fan got closer, he clearly saw that the chicken's feet were tightly bound by the vine. Xiao Ge estimated that even if he came back in a few days, this chicken wouldn't have anywhere to run. Directly taking down the trap that was tied to the tree, he installed another prepared rope loop at the opening. When they got back to the cave, he tied both of the chicken's feet to a large piece of wood. Guohong was still uneasy and tied the wings as well, securing them to the wood. With this treatment, the chicken was like a fighting chicken. It probably couldn't fly anymore. Looking at the chicken, everyone was at a loss. They thought about eating it. But in the early morning, it felt a bit wasteful, and this chicken weighed at least 5 or 6 pounds. One meal probably wouldn't be enough. Unlike the wild chickens seen on TV, which were only 1 or 2 pounds. This chicken caught by Xiao Fan and the others weighed around 5 or 6 pounds and was very sturdy, likely having had a long-term supply of food. What should we do with this chicken? This looks like a hen. Guohong's meaning was clear. She wanted to eat the chicken quickly. Let's leave it for today. Let's just eat some cassava. Eating greasy food early in the morning isn't good for the body. Yeah, let's eat it for lunch and dinner. We probably won't finish it in one meal. Chen Liang also disagreed with having greasy food this early. Actually, shouldn't we raise it? This should be a hen. Should we keep it to lay eggs? That way, we can have eggs to eat, and it should be easy to raise. At this point, Lu Ting made a small suggestion. Let's just eat this one first, satisfy our cravings, and then when we catch more hens later, we can raise them. Mainly, we don't have any place to keep this chicken right now. Xiao Fan planned to raise some chickens himself in the future. If possible, he would see if he could hatch some eggs, thus having a continuous source of meat. And these chickens should be relatively easy to raise since there was still plenty of food for chickens on the island. Xiao Ge, do you know how to kill a chicken? At this moment, Chen Liang raised a question that everyone was curious about. Of course not. I'm a civilized person. How could I kill for no reason? But I saw my dad do it when I was a kid, so I should be able to manage it. It was impossible to rely on others. The task of killing the chicken would ultimately fall on Xiao Fan. Xiao Ge, you're incredible. We can only rely on you. Just tell us what we need to do. By the way, 2 beautiful ladies, if you have time, you can go to the beach to collect some sea salt. Now that we have meat, the demand for salt will likely be high. After eating, Xiao Fan planned to search across the shore. Initially, he intended for the 3 big men to set off together, but this time Lu Ting expressed a desire to go for a walk, leaving Chen Liang and Xie Fangmei in the cave. Xiao Ge, what do you mean by that? Guohong asked Xiao Fan with a puzzled expression after stepping out. What do you mean? With just the 2 of them left, we all went out, and looking at them, they probably have something going on. After being together for so long, they probably haven't had the chance. Liangzi is probably bursting with it. No need. If we go out for 2 hours, it should be enough for Liangzi to come a few times. With his physique, he must have been emptied long ago. Hey, can you all pay attention? I'm still here. After that, Lu Ting ran off like the wind. This little lady has a thin skin. Could she still be a virgin? It's hard to find that nowadays. Xiao Ge, you need to seize the opportunity. I think you 2 are quite suitable. You're so talkative, why not focus more on doing things? It's great, anyway. There's no fuss on the island, and with her perfect figure and good looks, to be honest, you wouldn't have many chances in school. But here, your advantages come into play. I feel like you need to make your move quickly. Get lost. Hurry up and go. After crossing the bridge, we walked into the forest where the trees were lower but denser, making it difficult to walk through as we had to push branches aside. However, there were many discoveries along the way, the most surprising being a few lemon trees and orange trees, all laden with fruit. Because the tree branches were numerous, Xiao Fan easily climbed up to pick the fruits he needed. He picked about a dozen lemons, planning to use them when cooking chicken at noon, and as for the oranges, he picked all the yellow ones he could reach, totaling over a dozen large oranges from 4 trees. This way, it was clear where the needed items were, and they could be easily distinguished on the map. However, there wasn't a good way to divide the areas yet. A river separated the entire island into 2 large regions. But further subdivision required finding other geographical markers for easier and clearer differentiation of smaller areas. If manual markers were needed, the workload would be too large. It didn't matter if the areas weren't identical. They just needed to be clearly marked. Enough talk. Come in quickly. Everything is ready. Upon entering the cave, they found Chun Liang and Xiao Fan sitting by the fire, boiling water in a jar. Can't you be a bit more reserved? Seeing Lu Ting say this, everyone stopped teasing and after resting for a while, began preparing for the big chicken project. Chapter 51, Rustic Chicken Killing. Xiaoga, are you sure you can do this? Don't waste such a big chicken. If you mess up, I'll have to eat you instead. The food lover Guohong was clearly still not at ease. Don't worry. I know the general process, and even if I mess up, the chicken won't be wasted. I can always try other methods. Xiao Fan knew that even if his method didn't work, the chicken wouldn't be lost. All he needed to do was pluck the feathers and remove the entrails to finish the job, regardless of the method, as long as the goal was achieved. Look at this knife. How does it seem? It's my first time sharpening something like this. Is it sharp enough? Xiaoga, I've already thought it through. There's enough salt. Just waiting for your chicken. All right, but luckily you didn't say the word it. Otherwise people might misunderstand. Talking about chicken but not saying it. Civilized, you, me, and him. Seeing that everyone didn't understand the meaning, Xiao Fan had to add a comment. Get lost. Hurry. Ting Ting, let's prepare the food. Look, none of the men are any good. Just now you said your husband was quite capable, cheering me on and telling me to put in more effort. Now how come you're scolding him again? Hearing Xiao Fan's words, Chun Liang muttered under his breath. Thankfully no one else noticed, otherwise the embarrassment would have been huge. First, we need to kill the chicken and let the blood out. Chicken blood can't be wasted. If done well, it can be very tasty. Seeing the water boiling, Xiao Fan decided to start. Liangzi, go get a small pot. Guohong, hold the chicken's feet, and then we'll lift the chicken upside down. Pluck the feathers from one spot on the chicken's neck, and when Guohong lifts the chicken, Xiao Fan aimed the chicken's neck at the pot Liang brought and made a swift cut. Although the stone knife was quite sharp, it only cut through the chicken's skin without letting any blood out. Keep your eyes open. Can you hold the legs tighter? I'm grossed out too. Seeing Guohong and Chun Liang closing their eyes, and Xiao Fan and Lu Ting not coming over, Xiao Fan was frustrated, especially since he was also scared. It was his first time treating an animal so cruelly, and he felt a bit reluctant. Guohong held the chicken while Xiao Fan pulled on its neck. And after a vigorous struggle, the chicken gradually stopped moving. The blood trickling from the cut lessened, and when it stopped flowing, Xiao Fan threw the chicken on the ground. This marked the end of the first step of killing the chicken, which was the most disgusting and repulsive part. After this step, the chicken transformed into food. No longer the cute little chick it once was. All that remained was a pile of meat, and no one would recall its appearance when it was alive. Come on. Don't be sad. Soon you'll all enjoy eating more than anyone else. Let us start the second step, Xiao Fan ordered. It was still Guohong who reacted first. Bring over the biggest pot, fill it with hot water, and we'll scald the chicken. The second step is to remove the feathers. After being scalded in hot water, the feathers can be easily plucked. After soaking, they placed the chicken on the prepared banana leaves, and Xiao Fan called everyone to start plucking while it was still warm. Tolerating the heat, within a short time, they managed to pluck most of the feathers, especially the larger ones. Xiao Fan also peeled off the outer layer of skin from the chicken's feet, which was dirty and inedible, akin to a keratin layer. Very rough and still smelling of chicken droppings. After more than 10 minutes of effort from the three of them, only a few tiny feathers remained on the chicken. If they had to pull those off by hand, it would probably take over an hour to completely clean up. During this process, even though they used 2 branches to hold the chicken, they still got burned by the fire several times. The last step, and also the most difficult one. Since we didn't have a knife, we could only use this small stone knife. Xiao Fan sharpened the stone knife again, and since they didn't have a cutting board, he had to lay several layers of banana leaves on a large rock to operate, even though they were surviving on a deserted island. It was still best to pay attention to hygiene if possible. He instructed Guohong to hold the chicken tightly, and while cutting the skin, he encountered the same issue as when bleeding it. Due to the loose skin, he had to use his hands along with the knife to tear it open. Then, he used the stone knife to slowly cut open the breast. Surprisingly, this cut was smoother than during the bleeding, likely because it was held more tightly, ensuring better force applied. After cutting open the breast meat, he found some bones in the chest cavity, which he eventually had to split open with brute force using the stone axe. For more delicate areas, he used the small stone knife, then hammered the stone axe against the knife. Although this caused considerable damage to the stone knife, he ultimately succeeded in removing all the entrails. With this, the chicken killing task was basically done. Next, they just needed to find the edible entrails to process and then cut the whole chicken into pieces. Xiao Fan brought over a few clay pots to process the entrails first, starting with the chicken heart, which didn't require much treatment and could be roasted directly. Although wild chickens are quite active, This one still had a lot of chicken fat, which Xiao Fan carefully removed, planning to use the chicken fat for a few dishes later. Now that they had both oil and salt, they just needed to find suitable ingredients to start cooking properly. Finally, he dealt with the chicken intestines and gizzards, which needed thorough cleaning. Otherwise, they would be dirty and harbor many bacteria. He cut open the gizzards, flipped them inside out, and gave them a preliminary wash with water. As for the intestines, he used a very small twig to turn them inside out and also clean them. Chapter 52, Delicious Chicken Soup. After processing all the chicken waste, he soaked the gizzards and intestines together in boiling water for about 10 minutes, then took them out and washed them again. At this point, they were good to go. Finally, let's deal with the chicken blood. Since Xiao Fan added some salt right after the chicken blood was released, it has already solidified. We just need to cut it into small pieces with a knife. Thank you. Beautiful. The chicken slaughter is finished. You can decide what shape you want it to be, and I'll handle it later. What about the chicken offal? Xiao Gu, the gizzards and hearts can be grilled directly. Just use some charcoal and add a bit of sea salt, and it will be delicious. Xiao Fan quickly solved the problem of the gizzards and hearts. As for the chicken intestines and blood, I don't have many ideas. If possible, we could stir-fry a spicy chicken offal dish, but right now, I don't have a good plan. I'll handle the chicken intestines and blood later, and I'll add some small chicken pieces, a bit of chicken fat, and some chili. That should make a dish. Xiao Fan's plan is to waste nothing from this chicken. The chicken head and neck can also be grilled. Whoever wants to eat can do it themselves. Xiao Gu, you cut these off. After hearing what Xiao Fan said, Xiao Fan picked up the stone axe and cut off the chicken head and neck. Although it was quite bloody, the cutting was effective. It just needed a rinse before grilling. As for the chicken meat, it probably won't be cut well without a good knife, so let's just eat stewed chicken. A rough cut will suffice. Speaking of chickens, let's not dwell on it. Civility is key. Guohan casually remarked this while starting to grill the chicken head and neck. However, the two ladies have adapted to the atmosphere and just rolled their eyes without strong resistance. Looking at such a large chicken, Xiao Fan used the stone axe to cut off the wings and legs, planning to grill them for dinner. Disassembling the chicken with the stone axe was much easier than Xiao Fan had imagined. Following the muscle fibers, he could easily detach the wings and legs. A few quick cuts on the chicken breast also broke it down into suitable sizes. He skewered all the pieces that needed grilling onto sticks and placed them over the charcoal. Xiao Fan brought over a large clay pot, added some clean water, and put the chicken pieces inside to start stewing. The grilling was quickly done, and during the process, some sea salt was added. Xiao Fan wasn't very interested in the chicken head and neck, but he quite liked the gizzards. He also added some lemon juice while grilling, hoping to cut the greasiness and perhaps reduce the fishy smell. After 10 minutes of grilling, Xiao Fan tried a piece. Since there weren't many ingredients, the flavor was naturally not as good as at a barbecue restaurant, but because the ingredients were very fresh and the quality of the chicken was high, it had a sweet taste. Plus, it was the first time in a long while that he had eaten poultry, so the gizzards disappeared in just a few bites. After finishing that, Xiao Fan cut some meat from the chicken legs and then rekindled the fire to stir-fry some chicken offal. Without a pot, he could only find a relatively flat clay pot to stir-fry in. Fortunately, Lu Ting had made many different types of pottery in her spare time, so they could find something suitable for almost any need. First, he added some chicken fat, and when it melted down, he added the chicken meat and intestines. After stirring them with a spoon for a while, he poured in the chicken blood, added salt, stirred again, and then added a little water, covering it with banana leaves. Xiao Fan planned to let it cook a bit longer to ensure the chicken was thoroughly cooked. When the water boiled, he let it simmer for a few minutes and felt it was ready. Upon opening the banana leaves, he found that the dish looked very much like something made at home. He tried the saltiness with chopsticks. It was just right. But due to the lack of other ingredients, there was a strong fishy smell. Reluctantly, Xiao Fan added some dried chili peppers and some lemon juice. After cooking for a while longer, there was hardly any broth left in the pot. When he tried it, he couldn't help but long for a bowl of white rice. The flavor of the chicken offal was very delicious. If he had some white rice, he could probably eat several bowls in one go. The others praised the dish, especially the addition of lemon, which changed the overall flavor qualitatively, eliminating the fishy taste and adding a refreshing aroma. However, these were still appetizers. The main meal was being prepared under Xiao Fan's supervision. After removing the internal organs, legs, and wings, this chicken should still weigh around 2 to 3 pounds. This chicken could easily feed 5 people for a whole day, and if some side dishes were added, they could eat well for an entire day. When the lid was opened, a fragrant aroma wafted out. Looking at the light yellow soup, with a layer of oil floating on top, it was very appetizing. After adding some salt and stirring, Xiao Fan tried the taste. After several rounds of adding salt and tasting, she called for 5 bowls and began to distribute the chicken and soup. Each person received a bowl of chicken with soup, and each bowl contained a large piece of chicken, leaving a small amount of chicken and a few bowls of soup in the pot. At this moment, Everyone was silent, completely focused on the delicious chicken soup and meat. Before long, everyone had finished their bowl of soup. This was the best clear stewed chicken I had ever eaten, and the chicken soup was the best I had ever tasted. This skill is simply amazing. It's not that my skills are good, it's that this chicken is really exceptional. Not like the usual ones we eat. I suggest we stew soup again in the evening. After drinking this, I feel all warm, like I'm going to heaven. Killing the chicken and cooking took several hours, but it took less than 5 minutes for everyone to finish the chicken soup. The pot was left with no residue, and even the bottom was licked clean. After eating and drinking their fill, none of the group wanted to move. They all lay on their beds and started an afternoon nap, not even thinking about going fishing. Everyone's thoughts were solely on how to catch more chickens in the afternoon. Xiao Gu, I think we need to set more traps, ideally spread all over the island. I think we could also check the other side to see if there are any chicken tracks. If there are, we need to set many traps there too. Shun Liang was even more extreme than Guahong, planning to spread out across the entire island to catch chickens. We need to consider sustainable development. No one knows how many chickens are on this island. If we eat them all, there will be no way to sustain ourselves. Xiao Fan still plans to follow a sustainable development route. Yes, Xiao Gu is right. Chicken eggs are also quite tasty. Let's make a chicken coop. If we can catch hens, we can raise them. Chapter 53, Discovering Another Small Island. In the end, everyone reached a consensus to catch as many chickens as possible first and raise a few. If we can catch more, we can eat them later. First, we need to ensure we have a flock of chickens. With a flock, we will have eggs, and then we can have chicks later. There's no need to catch one and eat it right away, or we will likely finish all the chickens in a very short time. After that, if we want to hatch chicks, there won't be any hens left. At least on this island, it's impossible to have eggs before having chickens. Xiao Gu, making a chicken cage isn't a big problem, but where do we put it? We can't just put it in the cave. That would mean living with the chickens. Let's wait until we catch the chickens before worrying about that. There's no rush now. After the nap, there were the usual tasks: digging cassava, fishing, catching fish, and even making a trip to catch crabs. Every day was a hustle for 3 meals. Although they could eat enough, they hadn't really started to change their lives. At best, they were just getting by, not yet achieving a moderately comfortable life. Xiao Fan's goal was common prosperity, for everyone to live richly together. However, if they had a farming industry, their quality of life could greatly improve. Moreover, they wouldn't rely solely on nature. Being able to support their daily consumption with their own farming yields would also be a significant advancement. For dinner, there were roasted chicken legs and stewed fish. Although there weren't many roasted chicken legs, they were very flavorful and chewy. Due to the large size of the chicken legs, after making a few cuts on them, the roasting time was quite long, resulting in the outer part becoming charred. However, with some lemon juice added, the taste was still commendable. The evenings are quite tough, with no entertainment activities, so one has to find things to do by oneself. Nevertheless, it's much better than when Xiao Fan used to be alone. He probably would have collapsed if he had lived alone until now. If he hadn't made a small raft to go out to sea, he might have ended up committing suicide. There wasn't anything special happening that evening. After collecting the chicken feathers, Xiao Fan started sharpening his knife, planning to make a more refined small knife this time, as the previous one had been almost ruined during the chicken slaughter. As for collecting the chicken feathers, Xiao Fan was preparing for some future tasks. The larger feathers could be used for the tails of arrows, while the smaller ones could serve as filling material for something similar to a pillow. Crafting something like a sofa was out of the question. After making the stone knife, he checked the growth of the chili seedlings, which were very promising, now about 3 to 4 centimeters tall, no longer in a state where they seemed likely to die. Xiao Fan estimated that in about 10 days, he could transplant them to the ground, at which point he could use fertilizer to accelerate their growth, leading to an earlier harvest of chilies. If this planting was successful, it would mean there would be no worries about chilies in the future. Early the next morning, before the sky was fully bright, Xiao Fan went to check the traps and found no catches today, indicating it was a persistent process. However, it required no manpower, just waiting. So it didn't waste anyone's energy. If he caught something, it would be a gain. If not, there was no loss. Without chicken meat, they returned to a diet of fish and cassava. After finishing the chicken soup, Xiao Fan had lost much interest in these two foods, but fortunately, he had picked some large oranges yesterday, which were very sweet, providing some vitamin supplementation. Taking a few oranges and a stone axe, Xiao Fan and the others planned to explore the ridge they had previously discovered on the opposite shore. This time, they intended to start from the forest, about 500 meters from the beach, heading south along the river, which should lead them to the ridge found by the sea. If they could go around this ridge, they would see the entire southern part of the island and check if there were any different features, especially at the southernmost point, where they hoped to catch a glimpse of land. Although the chances were slim, as the sun was still rising, it was relatively easy to determine direction, and they basically headed due south. After about 2 hours of travel, they finally discovered the previously mentioned ridge. Upon reaching the bottom of the ridge, they found it wasn't very high, probably less than 100 meters, and soon climbed to the top. During the climb, they also found a small pool in a lower area, which was not large or deep, likely formed by rainwater accumulation. Along the pond was a winding small river, which seemed to flow down to the base of the mountain, either leading to the sea or ending in the forest. Standing at the top of the mountain, their view was somewhat limited due to some trees blocking the sight, so the group decided to follow the small river to see if they could reach the seaside. If they could reach the coast, it would mean they had found their bearings. The river was shallow in some places, less than half a foot deep, while in other areas, there was no water at all, although some bends had deeper water, reaching at least around 1 meter. The path along the river was relatively easy to navigate, although it wound around a bit. It didn't take long before they noticed the river was becoming narrower and the water shallower, with barely any visible flow. They also found traces of fish activity in the river, and during a rest, Guahong discovered some small shrimp. Although they couldn't catch any, it at least indicated that the area had freshwater shrimp. If there was time, Xiao Fan planned to return to the river for a detailed search to see if he could find anything. Although the river was no longer visible, the trees and shrubs became shorter, and most excitingly, they heard the sound of waves, indicating they were close to the seaside, though they didn't know which direction it was. It was easy to determine the direction of the sea. As the sound of the waves grew louder, it indicated they were on the right track. And they could also roughly judge the direction of the coast through the bright areas in the forest. Essentially, the brighter the area, the closer they were to the seaside. In no time, they arrived at the beach, and right before them was an island. A relatively small island. It turned out there was a smaller island to the south of the island where they lived, looking to be about 1 to 2 square kilometers in size. Chapter 54, Naming the Island. They quickly ran to the nearest point to the small island, but it was still about 100 meters away. Brother Xiao, I think I can swim over. Should I go take a look? Guahong, the only one who could swim, volunteered to go check it out. Forget it. It's too dangerous to swim over alone, and it looks like there are definitely no signs of human activity on that side. Plus, the forest is quite dense. It's too risky for you to go alone. Xiao Fan immediately dismissed Guahong's idea of going over by himself. Wait until I learn to swim, then we can go together. Xiao Fan hadn't thought of any other way to cross the 100-meter distance for now, unless they built a boat. He estimated that the previous small raft would fall apart under the waves and couldn't be controlled for direction. All right, we can't go over today anyway. We might as well look for other places to see if we can find something. Chunliang thought he had no hope of crossing, so it was better to explore reachable areas. Liangzi is right, it's getting late today. Let's head west first and see if we can reach the place that was blocked before. The last time they explored the western beach of the island, they found their way blocked by a ridge. Since they had now reached the opposite side of the ridge, they set out to see if they could find the ridge they had encountered before. If they could find it, it would mean that this direction had been explored, and they would have fully walked through the entire western beach of the island. They meandered along the beach, having to wade through water several times. And after about half an hour, they finally discovered the familiar ridge. They still couldn't get around it, but they found plenty of marine resources. Since it was mostly rocky, they discovered quite a few large crabs and an abundance of sea snails, as well as some decent-sized fish on a large rock, making it a natural and excellent fishing port. Not wanting to linger, as everyone was already hungry after just a few oranges in the morning, according to Guahong, they were gone with just 1 pea. Catching crabs and sea snails wouldn't help since eating them raw was still a bit hard for everyone to accept. And who knew if there were any bacteria? Any issues on this deserted island would be unacceptable. Returning to the cave, everyone began preparing lunch, which was practically dinner. Xiao Fan and Xinliang went to the mapping area to draw what they had discovered that day, mainly marking a small peak, a small pond, and a small river. Through this mountain range and river, they had outlined about a kilometer range on the western side of the island. It would be very simple to find specific locations in this area in the future, although they hadn't defined the area with specific numbers. Simply mentioning these places would allow them to easily know the exact locations. Overall, today's exploration was quite successful. At least we roughly checked several areas, got a general understanding of the terrain, and knew what was generally present. According to today's progress, it is estimated that it will take another 2 or 3 days to complete the exploration of the entire island, not including the small island to the south. Everyone ate a lot today and walked all morning, and since it was in the forest or in the bushes, everyone consumed a lot of energy. By the way, Xiao, shouldn't we give our island a name? The small island opposite should also have a name. Liangzi had a point. Everyone should think about it. And then we can pick a suitable one. This will be our home, and a home should have a name. Let's just call it Deserted Island. And the small island opposite can be called Lonely Island. That fits the reality very well. Guahong's suggestion was met with unanimous opposition from everyone. We need to come up with something more artistic. How about Paradise Island? Xiefeng Mei is a bit of an artistic youth. No, Paradise is not very auspicious. It's similar in meaning to hell. How great would it be if the big island is called Paradise and the small island is called Hell? One day we could even have a day trip to Hell. As soon as Guohong said this, everyone canceled his right to continue naming. How about we call it Lucky Island? Without this island, we probably wouldn't be able to survive. With this island, we can live. And it has provided us with many resources. Lu Ting suggested. I think that's good. In fact, we are all very lucky, at least compared to other classmates. In the end, everyone unanimously agreed to this name, symbolizing luck. What about that small island? We'll talk about it later. Let us first check what we have on the island. And right now, we don't have a good name. Xiao Fan planned to learn swimming in the next few days if he had time. And once he learned, he would go over to take a look. Let's go. Guohong, take me swimming and fish while we're at it. Staying cooped up in the cave feels like I'm going to molt. Xiao Fan really wanted to move out and build a house to live in. But he had been considering that life was still quite unstable. So he hadn't thought about it. Staying by the sea for a long time, fishing also provided a chance to rest. Looking at the ocean made him feel very relaxed, although as soon as he stopped, he would start to overthink, missing home, family, and even missing the company a bit. As soon as he stopped, he couldn't help but think of various things. The more he missed, the more fragile he became, which was fatal for someone struggling to survive. I don't know how others usually feel, but thinking about these people, they are still kids. They probably cried a lot at ordinary times. Just that they didn't show it in front of Xiao Fan. Almost a month had passed, and the chances of being rescued were getting slimmer. He didn't have the courage to drift into the sea. He could only live day by day on this island, and everyone would become quite fragile. Xiao Gu, come down and swim. Seeing Xiao Fan alone on the rock, lost in thought, Guohong called for everyone to go into the sea. Xiao Hong, can you open your eyes underwater? Can you see anything? The catch was not much. Xiao Fan felt that it was unlikely to rely on fishing and catching these little fish in the reefs to sustain themselves. The fish meat had been in short supply these days, and it couldn't satisfy everyone's protein needs. Everyone could only eat half full, and the cassava was dwindling day by day. Before finding other substitutes, this was a big problem. Chapter 55. Caught another chick and discovered a group of ducks. Being sentimental was useless. Xiao Fan planned to speed up the progress in the next few days, hastening the exploration of the island. And later he would study how to find more resources. After a makeshift dinner, Xiao Fan and everyone made another dozen snares, planning to enlarge the trap area tomorrow to increase the chances of catching chickens. After trying the taste of chicken soup, everyone became particularly enthusiastic about this matter. And even the two ladies helped make ropes. A group of people completed making at least 30 snares before going to sleep, and after installing them tomorrow. It should increase the chances of catching chickens. The next morning, before they reached the trap, they heard a few chicken calls. Everyone now knew what that sound represented. And sure enough, when they arrived by the trap, they saw a chicken squatting there. Why is this chicken so small? It's much smaller than the one we found the day before yesterday. Seeing that this chicken was only a little over a pound, Guohong was quite dissatisfied. You're still not satisfied? You don't want a few chicks in the chicken flock. Back at the cave, everyone was squatting on the ground looking at the little chicken. Although it was very small, it was still tied up tightly. This thing is too small. It probably only has enough for one bowl of soup. Let us raise this chicken. After all, there aren't many bites to eat, so we can keep it as a pet. Ultimately, everyone agreed to raise this chicken. How should we build a chicken coop? Should it be inside the cave or outside? Inside, the outside would be too much work and also unsafe. Just build it inside the cave and surround that area. Xiao Fan pointed to the area next to Lu Ting, where she was making pottery. Okay, we'll take care of this. Using one wall, we should be able to make one simply with some branches. Just make a fence-like enclosure. And remember not to loosen the vines on the chicken's legs. These things can fly quite high, so don't let it escape. You can rest assured, Xiao Gu, Liang Zai. Your words make me feel awkward. I'm not going to heroically sacrifice myself. Since the main goal was to survey the entire terrain, they hadn't carefully walked every inch of it. This time, apart from some fruit trees, they didn't discover anything else at all. The speed along the beach was relatively fast, but it still took at least over 2 hours to reach the cliff's edge. Above the cliff, they could see the volcanic crater. There was no way to go around it, nor could they climb up. It looked like this was a dead end. But the terrain here was a good place for fishing. Just standing on a rock, they found plenty of big fish. The place where they previously discovered the waterfall couldn't be accessed from here, but if they walked a little further south, they could follow the mountain slope down to the riverside. Along the way, they didn't find anything, including fruit trees. Once they reached the riverbank, they quickly found the group of ducks they had seen before, still plentiful, leisurely swimming in the river. Xiao Gu, your trap can't be used in the river, right? Obviously. There's only one way to do it. You go down to catch them, and I'll cheer you on from here. Forget it. I can't swim faster than them. Let's think of another way. As long as they come ashore, we can catch them. They probably won't fly high. According to Xiao Fan's idea, They should be able to find a place where they roost along the banks of the river. Who knows, they might even find a nest of duck eggs. Back at the cave, both of them were exhausted, but they had a great harvest, having explored about 2/3 of the island, and they walked around the island. Although they didn't connect everything, they got a general idea of the terrain. The entire island is roughly square-shaped, with a volcano in the northeast, which should be the reason for the island's formation. The northeast of the volcano is a cliff, which cannot be crossed, and the subsequent activity range should include all areas except the volcano. Including the area of the volcano, it should be over 20 square kilometers, which is considered a relatively large island. The island is abundant in fruit trees, currently at least having bananas, mangoes, papayas, oranges, lemons, etc. Animals have also been discovered, including chickens and ducks. Although wild boars haven't been seen, they definitely exist. As for fish, there are even more, whether in the sea or the river. There are plenty of fish. In the small river, some shrimp were found, and there were crabs and various sea snails by the seaside. If we go out to look for food every day, we should not starve, and the island's resources should last for a while. The fish in the sea are endless, so this island is quite suitable for survival. Xiao Fan knew that the tropical weather should be divided into rainy and dry seasons. Given the frequency of rain, it should still be in the dry season, with rain falling only every few days, and the rain doesn't last long. The frequency and duration of rain during the rainy season would be incomparable. Chapter 56. Failed to catch wild ducks. Inside the cave, Chunliang had made a simple chicken coop, and the little chicken was lying inside, with a vine tied to its leg. The chicken coop was essentially just a few branches stuck in the ground, simply woven with some banana stems horizontally, supported by a wall, forming an area of about 2 square meters. It was very rudimentary, and if it weren't for the vine tied to the chicken's leg, it would have run away long ago. Liangzi, your chicken coop is a bit too simple, relying entirely on the vine. Otherwise, it would have run away long ago. Where can this little broken chicken go? We'll catch a big chicken next time. Xiao Gu, what does this little chicken eat? We don't have corn or feed for it. Is it too wasteful to feed it cassava? Lu Ting actually liked this new member. What's left to eat isn't enough. We can't let it starve. We'll see later. Everyone can look for good things to feed it these days. Some plants should work too. Let's put a pottery container inside for some water. We can't let it die of thirst. Seeing there was no water source inside, Xiao Fan had to remind them. After dinner, Xiao Fan and the others were exhausted and didn't plan to do anything else that night, just sitting by the fire and chatting. Xiao Gu, what are we doing tomorrow? Should we go explore? Forget it. We probably won't find anything else. Let's look for some other food tomorrow. After drinking the chicken soup, I have no interest in cassava anymore. How about we go catch ducks? Do you have a good plan? No. Anyway, I'm not going down. If you want to go down, Xiao Gu, you go by yourself. At most, I can teach you how to swim. Without a good plan. Let's try to drive them ashore first. That way, we have a chance to catch them, and there shouldn't be too few people, or we won't have any hope. Then let's call everyone to try it out tomorrow. Okay, tomorrow you can help me make a chicken coop. Chunliang's is basically useless. The next day, as usual, they went to check the traps. When they got close to the trap, they hadn't heard any chicken sounds. Just as everyone felt that there would be no harvest today, Lu Ting, with her keen eyes, surprisingly saw a chicken lying on the ground, right at the trap, but it didn't make a sound. Rushing over, they found it was an adult hen, tightly bound by a vine on its leg. Awesome. Tonight's chicken soup won't escape. Just after Guohong said that, they heard another chicken sound, which was clearly not from the one in front of them. There can't be another one, right? Walking to the trap they made yesterday, Xiao Fan indeed discovered another big chicken, a rooster. We struck it rich. We'll have chicken to eat for the next couple of days. Xiao Fan and Guohong each held a chicken, and Chunliang held the vine tied to the chicken's leg. They couldn't be happier. For breakfast today, Xiefeng Mei creatively made a dish, cassava porridge. She cut the cassava very finely and stirred it continuously during the heating process, finally adding some salt. The finished product received unanimous approval from everyone, who thought it was a great food for breakfast. Let's all make a chicken coop together this morning. We can't eat these 2 big chickens at once, and that big hen looks like it can lay eggs. So let's keep it and see if it can hatch some chicks. Xiao Ji's suggestion made sense. There probably wouldn't be any more chickens on this island. And if they wanted to eat for longer, they would have to rely on hatching them themselves. Everyone agreed to raise the big hen, so making a chicken coop became the most urgent task. How should we make this chicken coop? Let us see. It looks pretty good as it is. With the vine tying it up, it can't run away. Chunliang's suggestion was to use his method, making a simple fence, but they should tie the chicken up. Isn't that a bit too cruel? And keeping the chicken tied up all the time isn't good for it to lay eggs or hatch eggs. Lu Ting's compassion overflowed. How about we make the fence tall enough? That way, we can eliminate the need for the vine. But that's quite a lot of work. It might need to be 4 or 5 meters high to reach the top of the cave, and we might not even be able to reach the top. How about we build it with stones and yellow mud? That way, it can last a long time, and if we break the chicken's wings, we won't need such a high wall. Xiao Fan thought using yellow mud to build with stones should be quite stable. That's too complicated. With this time, we might as well build up the living area, giving everyone a greater sense of security. Hearing Chun Liang say this, Xiao Fan also thought it made sense. In the end, Xiao Fan's proposal didn't get a response, and everyone decided to just make it like this for now, tying it up with vines, and during the day, they could take the chicken out to walk around and eat something. Since they had decided on this method, everyone quickly repaired the chicken coop with branches and tied the chicken inside the cave, finishing the work that Xiao Fan originally intended to take half a day or even a whole day to complete in less than 15 minutes. Having finished, Xiao Fan planned to lead everyone to check out the place where they found the ducks. If they could successfully catch a duck, it would add another type of dish for today. In an area where ducks often frequented, they easily found a group of ducks again. It seemed this area was the territory of these ducks, as they usually moved around here. Seeing the ducks in the middle of the river, Xiao Fan had no way to approach them, so the group could only stand on the shore and throw stones to drive the ducks ashore. The river wasn't very wide, and a few times the stones almost hit the ducks. If they did hit them, it would incapacitate the ducks, which would also be a way to catch them. After throwing a few stones, the duck group fled to the opposite bank, and the 5 people had to split into 2 groups. Xiao Fan and Guahong crossed the bridge to the opposite bank to find the ducks resting by the riverside. As they surrounded the ducks, before they could get within 10 meters, the ducks quickly dashed back into the water. No matter how much the people on both banks threw stones, the ducks would not come ashore, swimming upstream along the river instead. Xiao Fan led everyone to chase along the riverbank until they reached the upper reaches of the river. When everyone thought the ducks had nowhere to escape, they turned and fled downstream, occasionally splashing as if mocking these ignorant humans. After running around and achieving nothing, and even being mocked by the duck group, the group decided to go catch crabs instead, as crabs couldn't run faster than people. After all, their legs were short. Chapter 57. A Bountiful Crab Harvest. This time, instead of going to the seaside, they went to a mangrove area near the coast. Previously, Xiao Fan had discovered many small holes there, about the size of a fist. Considering the environment, they were likely crab holes. First, there was a chili tree with small chilies growing on it, pointing towards the sky. This must be a sky chili. It looks quite spicy. What we lack is flavor. Whether spicy or sour, as long as it has flavor, we can add it to the dishes. In a patch of grass, they also found a pineapple, but it looked like it wasn't ripe yet. This was the first time everyone had seen a pineapple growing. I didn't expect this thing to grow on the ground. Having long hair, but short knowledge, rice still grows in water. Hearing Guahong start a lame conversation, everyone ignored her and just walked away. Arriving at the mangrove, everyone carefully searched and found one crab after another, mostly near the tree roots, close to the crab holes. This time, everyone brought a backpack, and within less than an hour, they caught a lot of crabs. Practically every time they bent down, they had a catch. Crabs on the ground could be directly grabbed by pressing down on their backs, and for those in the holes, all it took was inserting a branch into the crab hole, and the crabs would grab onto the branch and come out obediently. The entire backpack was filled, and some were wrapped in clothes. The crabs were very large, much bigger than the ones caught by the seaside, and one crab's claw could yield a small bite of meat. Xiao Gu, we won't catch all the crabs, will we? Will there still be some next time? Should we release a few? No need. Crabs reproduce quickly, and there are endless ones in the sea. Even if the ones on land go extinct, it doesn't matter. These crabs must cost quite a bit if bought. Not much. I've eaten as many Alaska king crabs before. Chun Liang always saw money as just a number. Liang Zai, these crabs would cost more than my month's salary. As for the Alaska king crab you mentioned, I've never eaten one. I'd probably have to work a year just to afford one. Don't. You make it sound like I have to spend my whole life with you. Although you have money, I'm a steel reinforcement man, very straightforward. After cooking the crabs, everyone was unable to eat anymore after finishing 2 clay pots of crabs. Each crab had quite a bit of meat, especially the 2 large claws. The combined meat of both claws could rival that of a small KFC chicken leg. Each person must have eaten about 10 crabs before they couldn't eat anymore. The first 2 crabs were eaten with great gusto, but the later ones were mostly forced down to fill their stomachs. By the end, it felt a bit greasy, and they couldn't eat anymore. What do we do with the leftovers? We shouldn't have caught so many at once. It's a bit wasteful. Anyway, I can't eat anymore. I'd rather eat cassava than crabs now. Yeah, 1 or 2 is fine, but eating too much of this seems a bit nauseating. How about this? Let us take out the uneaten crab meat and see if we can add some to cassava porridge tonight or tomorrow, turning it into crab meat cassava porridge. Xiao Fan felt that even if there were endless crabs in the sea, it shouldn't be wasteful to let the hard-caught crabs go to waste. This was a meticulous job. Everyone used stone knives, stone axes, or just stones, and after tiring themselves out, they ended up with quite a big bowl of crab meat, estimated to be at least 1 to 2 pounds of pure crab meat. Everyone had never seen so much crab meat together before. That is really a lot. Tonight, if we add some cassava, we should be able to make a perfect crab meat cassava porridge. This should be quite nutritious. After storing the crab meat in a cool place, Xiao Fan planned to take 3 chickens out for a stroll. During the chicken walk, he discovered a bunch of ripe bananas, a pleasant surprise. After giving a few rotten ones to the chickens, he found that they were very interested in bananas. And soon they finished them all. Xiao Fan had an idea. He planned to try making some pancakes with cassava tonight since they hadn't had any staple food for the past few days, and everyone was quite unaccustomed to it. In the past, making sweet potato pancakes was easy, but it required grinding the sweet potatoes into flour. There used to be sweet potato flour sold in supermarkets. But now there was no way to make cassava flour. However, Xiao Fan thought of another method. He planned to cook the cassava first, and then mash it into cassava puree. This should also succeed in making pancakes, and even if it didn't succeed, they could eat cassava puree. Moreover, if they could find a suitable stone, preferably bowl-shaped, they could also grind the peas into flour, which might lead to making pea flour pancakes. The first thing was, of course, to dig up enough cassava to have the raw materials for the production. Everyone was already very familiar with the process of digging cassava, and they soon dug up enough cassava together. When Xiao Fan saw that nearly half of the cassava field had disappeared, a sense of crisis immediately arose. Cassava was the most important resource to ensure everyone's activities now. If they ran out of cassava, Xiao Fan didn't know if the food they found daily would satisfy everyone's daily consumption. Wahong, we need to consider planting some cassava ourselves. Or in another half-month, we won't have staple food anymore, let alone cassava pancakes. Xiao Gu, I believe in you. You can do it. I'm not a graduate of an agricultural university, and I've never planted anything. I'm even too lazy to take care of flowers. Just give it a try. If you can't do it, we won't have other options. Xiao Fan didn't know what to say to Guahong's blind faith. Chapter 58, Different Lamb Soup Bread. He took 2 pieces of cassava and boiled them in water, peeled them, and placed them in a clay pot. Then, using a stone he picked up from the river, he mashed the cassava. These steps were very simple, because it was boiled thoroughly. He was able to turn the entire cassava into cassava puree with just one smash. Looking at the sticky cassava puree, it was quite different from what Xiao Fan had imagined. Originally, Xiao Fan planned to knead the cassava puree like flour into a dough and then make pancakes. However, given the current situation, due to too much moisture, it was no longer suitable for kneading. Even if he spent more time, it wouldn't be able to form a dough. Xiao Gu, how about we just bake it like this? Without an oven. We can probably only use a stone slab to bake, but that would be frying. I wonder if it would work. Whatever, let us give it a try. If it doesn't work, we'll find another way. Finding a flat stone slab, he cleaned it and dried it, then placed it in the fire. Once the stone became hot, Xiao Fan placed a spoonful of cassava puree on the stone slab. Soon, a sizzling sound came from the stone slab, and it looked like the pancake was cooking well on the slab. However, when Xiao Fan tried to flip the pancake, a problem arose. Since there was nothing on the slab to stick to, and he placed the cassava puree directly on it, when he tried to flip it, the cassava puree stuck to the stone slab, causing the whole pancake shape to disappear. Xiao Gu, shouldn't you spread a layer of oil on the stone slab first? Xiao Mei quickly spotted the problem. Yeah, putting on oil would definitely solve the problem, but we don't have any. We only have a little chicken fat, which we used up last time. We can't kill a chicken just for these pancakes. Can we imitate an oven and bake it into bread? An oven? Baking bread would be great, but we don't have one. Xiao Gu, making a small oven is easy. It's just a small kiln. Just gather some yellow clay and surround it with some stones. Let us talk about that later because I found a good way. After saying that, Xiao Fan went to find a dry coconut. After crossing the river easily, everyone found some low coconut trees and picked quite a few coconuts. However, since coconuts were hard to open and each coconut didn't have much drinkable water, they only opened 1 or 2 to taste during their free time. Many were placed in the cave, and some had dried out. Although each coconut fruit had only a few bites, they could use a small piece each time they scrubbed the stone slab, enough for dozens of uses. After wiping the stone slab with coconut oil, he then placed a spoonful of cassava puree on the area that had been greased with coconut oil and slowly spread the cassava puree with a spoon. Once he saw one side slightly change color, he flipped it over. This time, due to the addition of some oil, although some still stuck to the stone slab, most of the cassava was flipped over, and it maintained the shape of a pancake. Once again roasted on the other side, a cassava cake was freshly made. Xiao Fan took a bite. Initially, it didn't have a strong flavor, but the more he chewed, the more fragrant it became, somewhat reminiscent of Shandong's big pancakes. Xiao Gu, this thing is pretty good, quite tasty, he said. Moreover, it's easy to preserve. It could probably last half a month without any problems. Just that it makes you a bit thirsty after eating. If we had a bowl of porridge to go with it, that would be a perfect match. After everyone took a bite, the response was quite positive. Although it was a bit dry, it had a unique flavor compared to boiled cassava. Xiao go make some porridge, crab meat cassava porridge. I'll make some more cassava cakes. Tonight's dinner will be crab meat cassava porridge with cassava cakes. And everyone can also refer to the way of eating lamb pao mo. Having made the cakes and porridge, they felt one step closer to civilized society. And their quality of life had slightly improved. Furthermore, cassava cakes are easy to store and can be kept in caves or cabins for a long time, making them a rare survival resource and an emergency food. Xiao Fan planned to make more cassava cakes in the coming days, so that in case of an emergency, they wouldn't have nothing to eat. Both sides were progressing smoothly. Xiao Fan was getting better and faster at making the cakes, baking one in just a minute or two. On the other hand, as the only cook, Xiao Fan didn't disappoint everyone's expectations and quickly made a pot of porridge, with the crab meat clearly visible. Tonight's dinner was outstanding. Everyone praised it, perhaps because it was their first time tasting such food, which brought a sense of freshness. The porridge was a bit thick, otherwise, it would have been a perfect match with the cakes. When we drink chicken soup one day, we can make the cakes then. That will be like soup with cakes, just like lamb pao mo. Both dishes were very filling. After eating 2 cakes and a bowl of porridge, everyone was satisfied. Although they didn't eat much, they used a lot of raw materials. Just the crab meat alone consumed at least a dozen crabs. And they used a whole basket of cassava, finishing nearly all the cassava they had dug today in just one meal. After eating and drinking enough, everyone started to complain. If only we had a cup of tea, that would be perfect, said the elder Xiao Fan. I haven't tea smoked in so long. If you give me a cigarette now, I would trade it for a fish. Chun Liang, as a wealthy college student, had long developed the habit of smoking. This is your best chance to quit smoking, Liangzi, you have to seize it. I hope for some cosmetics too. I haven't drawn my eyebrows in a month. Can you still see my eyebrows? They're as charcoal, a natural cosmetic. Hurry up and use it. Get lost. Chapter 59. Using vines to make fish traps. To be honest, we can basically survive now. Does anyone have any special needs? Let us think of a way to solve them together. For clothing, our only clothes are about to fall apart, with many rips already. We need to come up with a solution quickly, or we'll all be in trouble. I don't mind. Guahong, shut up, let Xiao go finish. Regarding clothes, does anyone have any ideas? There are only these materials on the island. And we haven't found any animal skins, so we can probably only use leaves or vines to make a few pieces of clothing. This task will be left to me and Xiao Mei. As girls, we have an advantage in this area. We should be able to make a few wearable pieces, though they won't be warm. In the past few days, everyone's clothes had gradually worn out, especially the 2 ladies, who had accidentally exposed themselves several times. Making a few pieces of clothing was their biggest wish. In fact, long-term resources are limited. Fish are abundant, but we currently have no way to catch them in bulk. Both the sea and the river have fish that are difficult to catch. Guahong is skilled at fishing but knows that it can't be relied on for long, at least with their current equipment, as there hasn't been much catch in a day. Animals also won't last long. They would be eaten in just a few meals. In the future, they might have to plant their own crops, including cassava, chili, and even some fruit trees. They also need to raise animals to supplement their protein intake. Eventually, everyone unanimously agreed to prioritize planting when they have time, at least starting to research and familiarize themselves with the entire planting process. As for the place to live, they discussed whether it needed repair. The cave might be a good place. They chose it before because it was simple and required no work to live in, though it did cause some back pain. I think we don't need to deal with it for now, Chun Liang said. What we have is still okay. We added some hay under the bed these days. Although it's not very clean, at least it provides some warmth. Everyone was basically satisfied with the cave, except for Xiao Fan, who always wanted to build a seaside villa outside. In terms of drinking, they had enough water and could make some juice. Finding tea trees would be even more perfect. Xiao Fan was always thinking about tea. Xiao Ge, give it up. This place is not suitable for tea tree growth. And at our young age, we should just stick to drinking water. In the end, everyone decided to first address the food problem, leaving that task primarily to the 3 men, while the clothing issue would be handled by the 2 women. Good idea. We'll take some pottery. If we can't catch fish, we'll just pour out the river water. We'll surely find something. Xiao Fan remembered how he often caught things in the small ditch in front of his house as a child. As long as the water was poured out, whether it was loach or small fish, it was easy to catch. That night, Xiao Fan also used a cassava, planning to see how he could grow his own cassava field. He remembered that when planting sweet potatoes, one sweet potato could serve as multiple seedlings, needing just a tuber-like piece to grow a sprout. Since they had already planted chili and cassava, Xiao Fan decided to try planting fruit trees as well, taking the seeds from eaten oranges, putting them in a pottery jar, and watering them to complete the task. The rest depended on time. Xiao Fan knew this planting model. If this didn't succeed, there would be no other way. Thinking about fishing tomorrow, he realized that using pottery jars was heavy and made it easy for fish to jump out. Xiao Fan planned to use vines to make a small fish trap, aiming to catch some shrimp and small fish. The materials were simple. 3 vine sticks about the thickness of a thumb and 80 centimeters long were crossed on the ground. And then small vines were used to start weaving. After weaving a volleyball-sized circle, the larger vines were slowly twisted together, and then more vines were woven upward. The size of the fish trap depended on the angle at which the 6 vines were twisted together, which could be controlled. When weaving to the opening of the trap, the hole was tightened to allow a tennis ball to pass through, which would be just the right size to hold all the fish caught in the small river. At least that was what Xiao Fan thought. The smaller the hole, the harder it would be for the fish to escape. At the opening, he wrapped some rope around it, and basically, a fish trap was completed. Xiao Fan also planned to make a lid for it. He found some small branches and arranged them into a conical shape, ensuring the base of the cone was larger than the opening of the trap, and then used thin vines to weave it together. While making the lid, since there were many branches and he could only use 2 hands, he couldn't shape it into a cone very well. Finally, Xiao Fan thought of a method. He inserted all the branches into the ground and arranged them into a cone shape, making it much easier to weave with vines again. He placed the smaller end of the lid inside the fish trap, with the larger end wedged at the opening, creating a perfect sealed shape. Water could pass through, but the fish couldn't escape. Seeing this structure, Xiao Fan suddenly thought he could make a fish trap, just by leaving a hole in the lid for the fish to enter. Once the fish go into the trap, they should be blocked from getting out. He plans to make one and try it in the river later. Chapter 60. Catching fish and shrimp in the small river. As for the peas he found, Xiao Fan couldn't find a suitable stone to use as a grinding stone, and making one himself wouldn't be quick. For now, he could only try roasting them in pottery, but found they were basically inedible, worse than eating them raw. He plans to find a suitable stone later to consider eating them. Early the next morning, after breakfast, everyone set off to the riverbank to catch shrimp, each carrying jars and baskets. Even if they couldn't find shrimp, at least they could catch a lot of crabs. This time it was treated as a leisure trip, and everyone was very excited to go. They were particularly enthusiastic about their first task. If it were to dig cassava, everyone would be downcast, working just for survival. The journey to the river wasn't short either. This time, they took the opportunity to explore a new area instead of the usual route. Although it was a detour, they could explore some regions again. Xiao Gu, do you know what I want the most right now? On this island. Xiao Fan searched particularly carefully. What? Ginger. If we can find ginger, our fish won't have a fishy smell anymore, and it can also ward off the cold. It's a good thing. This thing grows underground. Although I can probably find it by its above-ground parts, the hope isn't great. But on the island, there's still a chance of finding it. Let's pay more attention to it in the future. Not everyone, just you. Because I don't know this thing at all. I don't know either. Count me in. Get lost. Besides knowing money, what do you know? We know Xiao Gu, that's enough. Hearing this, Xiao Fan thought Xiao Fan was a good kid. He had basically given up on this group. They hardly recognized anything that wasn't from the city. His 20 years of rural experience on this island had become the most valuable asset. Arriving by the small river, everyone planned to first check the shallow water to see if they could find any shrimp or fish. If they couldn't find anything, they would try the deeper parts. The river wasn't very wide, mostly over a meter, with a few slightly wider spots and some small water holes, although the areas were very small. In some shallow areas, the water barely reached their knees, and they could easily see the riverbed, but good finds were rare in this area. In some deeper places, especially where the river curved, the depth might reach 1 or 2 meters, but the water wasn't very clear, so they couldn't see what creatures were inside. Last time we saw a little shrimp. Why can't we see any today? I don't know. They must be hiding in the water, or they swam to the deeper parts. Finding shrimp during the day is tough. If we have a light source and come at night, there might still be hope. Let's go. There's no point in lingering here. The shallow areas are unlikely to yield anything. Basically, apart from the water, it's just grass. Let's check the deeper areas first. If we don't find anything, we can only catch crabs. Eventually, the group decided to check a few deeper spots, and if nothing was found, they would look at the pond at the river's source and some small water holes. At the river's source, they quickly discovered some small fish swimming around the shore, and there were also clear signs of larger fish activity in the pond center. Xiao Gu, should we drain all the water from this pond? Are you crazy? It's obvious this place isn't shallow, and it's quite large. Even if you worked for a month, you probably couldn't finish, and with just one rain, this pond will fill up again. This place can gather all the water from the surrounding terrain. Xiao Fan knew that since there were fish in this pond, it couldn't be too shallow, and its long existence indicated that it couldn't be drained quickly. We don't have a net, and fishing rods probably won't work here. We can't catch the fish here. Let's talk about it later. Let's check other places. The few deeper spots became their last hope, and finally, at a bend in the river, Guohong saw the trace of a fish swimming by. Xiaohong, are you sure you saw a big fish? I didn't see the fish, but that ripple definitely indicates something swam past. Otherwise, it wouldn't leave such a noticeable sign. Should we try it? I think this spot can be easily blocked on both sides. Should we try draining the water? Let's give it a shot. We can't just leave empty-handed. They got to work, finding a shallower spot at both ends to block it off with mud, leaving a length of about 10 meters. Since the water was shallow at the blockage point, it shouldn't take too long. The width of the area to be blocked was less than a meter, with a depth roughly at knee height. Xiao Fan worried that even if there were fish, they might escape from the other end. Xiao Ge, how do we block it? Should we just find some stones or use mud? I'm worried that while we're working, fish will escape from the other side. Even if we work on both sides together, it might still be tough. The goal isn't to prevent every single fish from escaping. There's no need to make it airtight. They found many dead tree trunks on the bank, driving them into the river one by one with stones. Due to silt in the river, they easily sank into the mud. The lengths of the trunks varied, but as long as they were above the water surface, it wasn't a big deal. Fish rarely escaped from the top. Working together on both sides, they quickly formed solid walls in less than half an hour, effectively isolating the central area. Since the trunks were mostly straight, even the gaps were small, they just needed to add some stones and mud to block the water. Without a hoe, they could only use stone axes to chop out some yellow soil from the bank to add to the outside of the stakes. They also scooped up some silt from the river to add in, and placed some stones from the bank outside the stakes, quickly forming a small dam. Considering that the central water would eventually need to be drained, they added the mud and stones to the outside of the stakes, allowing the pressure of the water to act on the stones and mud, so the stakes could prevent erosion. Chapter 61, Discovery of Giant Eels. After completing the dams on both sides, Xiao Fan added some more stones to further secure the dam. As long as the dam was higher than the water surface, it should prevent water from seeping through, not needing to be 100 effective, just enough to block most of the water. If they couldn't find anything in this ditch, today's labor would truly be wasted. After nearly 3 hours of hard work, they hadn't even started to clean the water yet, and considering the time to clear it, the day was nearly over. Since they had already started, Xiao Fan and everyone began to use pottery to gradually pour the water out, standing directly in the river. Even though the pottery was heavy, they didn't need to lift it entirely out of the water, they just needed to get the water out. Both sides began working simultaneously, but water continued to seep through the dam during the process. Eventually, Xiao Fan had to spend some more time on the bank, gathering some drier yellow soil and stones to reinforce it again. Ultimately, the entire dam reached a width of about 30 centimeters. The long task was quite exhausting, and everyone took turns. Even the girls needed to swap out. It took about half an hour, and finally, we could see the water level starting to drop. There was clearly a noticeable difference between the water level and the outside of the dam. After another half hour, the water had dropped by nearly 30 centimeters. At this point, Guahong discovered signs of fish again, and Xiao Fan also sensed that there would be something in the water pit when he splashed, as he could feel some bumps under his feet, which could only be fish or other living things. Xiao Ge, don't worry. I just felt something bump into me again. There must be fish in here. Yeah, it looks like we will have some harvest today, but this method is too tiring. By the end, everyone was exhausted. When we sat down by the shore to rest, the water slowly began to settle, and we could see more things. Several small fish jumped to the surface. On TV, while living on the island, you might encounter 1 or 2 chickens, but they are small. Unlike here where we see a whole group, and they are all big. Moreover, the fish and shellfish by the sea are more abundant than what Xiao Fan has seen before. It feels like the absence of human traces has made this island particularly rich in resources and the ecological environment very stable. After another half hour of hard work, signs of fish activity increased, and now the deepest part was only knee-deep. There was no water about a meter close to the dam, just mud. Xiao Fan turned over the mud and realized there was no hope for loach. It probably doesn't exist in the tropics. Xiao Ge, isn't it about time? Let us see if we can catch some fish. Forget it. As long as there's water, the fish will swim faster than you. This is too tiring. If only we had a fishing net, we wouldn't have to drain all the water. Guahong's words reminded Xiao Fan to plan to use vines to make a fishing tool when he has time, resembling a bucket without a bottom, so that if it's placed down, it could trap a fish easily. Xiao Ge, look. What is that? It looks a bit like a snake. Suddenly, Xiefengmei, standing on the shore, spotted something. In the deeper water, a long, thin black object surfaced, resembling a snake swimming on the water's surface. Upon seeing this, Xiao Fan immediately threw down the pottery jar and lunged at the snake-like object. Xiao Ge, are you crazy? That's a snake, and it might be poisonous. Xiao Ge, being from the south, loves eating snakes and is fond of it. You two stop talking and feel free to grab it. This is definitely an eel, not a snake. It's incredibly delicious. The three of them fumbled around in the water, which became murkier, and they encountered the eel several times. But it was too slippery to catch each time. It's impossible to catch it. If you touch it, see if you can just throw it to the shore. Once it's on land, we can catch it. Seeing that they couldn't catch it in the water, Xiao Fan could only think of this alternative method to see if they could throw the eel directly onto the shore. Guahong, stop it. Let us drain some more water. Everyone, watch the dam. Don't let it flow over. The three of them continued to scoop out some water. And the deepest part was now less than 20 centimeters. I see it again. But it's not the one Xiao Fan caught earlier. This one is smaller. Lu Ting, by the shore, also spotted another smaller one. And during the water scooping process, some small fish floated to the surface. However, everyone's attention was on the eel, and the small fish were overlooked. To speed up the water draining process, Xiao Fan dug a small ditch in the middle of the river, extending to the dam, deepening the original small water pit near the dam. Chapter 62, A Heavy Rain, with nothing to show. Until the water was shallow enough that the eels had nowhere to hide, Xiao Fan called Guohong and Chunliang to start the real eel battle. The eels were too slippery. They could only grab them by hand and throw them to the shore. The water was already quite shallow, and the area near the shore was all mud. Xiao Fan caught the eel for the first time and threw it onto the mud near the shore, then pounced on it and threw it onto the land. Once on land, the eel had nowhere to escape. Xiao Fan carefully put the eel into the fish basket. Since eels are very fierce and have sharp teeth, he had already been bitten several times in the water, and Chunliang even bled from a bite. Using this method, they caught a total of 3 eels, 2 of which were the size of ping-pong balls, while the other was much smaller, less than half that size, along with some small fish and shrimp, adding up to probably less than half a kilogram. Without the eels, today's effort would have been a total failure. Back in the cave, eels were easy to clean, just like eel fish. There were only a few internal organs, and a quick cut with a stone on the abdomen easily removed all the insides at once. How should we cook this? Grill, stew, or something else? Even Chef Xiao Fan had never prepared eel before. Let us grill it. I've seen it on TV, and grilling seems to be the simplest and tastiest method. Plus it won't smell fishy, at least that's how it is when others grill. In the end, Xiao Fan skewered the eels on a branch and began to slowly roast them over the charcoal fire. Xiao Fan had never liked using an open flame for cooking, as it cooks food quickly, but after the flames, all food generally ends up with a layer of black residue, which is actually just the burnt skin. This greatly affects appetite, and the taste is not as wonderful as that cooked over charcoal. Anyway, the nights on this island are the longest, so he took his time. Soon, oil dripped onto the charcoal, making a sizzling sound, and the eels became increasingly golden, looking very tempting, with a rich meaty aroma wafting through the air. Adding some sea salt, and placing the golden eel meat on a banana leaf. Everyone took a pair of well-crafted chopsticks and began to savor this feast as if they were in a restaurant. Tomorrow's task is eels. This was the common sentiment. Now that they could frequently catch some animals and fish, everyone's meals were gradually becoming more sufficient. Even cassava could still hold out. And there were many unexplored resources on the island waiting for everyone to discover. It seemed that the issue of survival was no longer a big problem. This mindset had been developing among everyone for quite some time. Now they were no longer so busy. After eating well, they began to sleep, becoming somewhat complacent and not making better use of their limited resources to improve their living standards. Around the campfire, they chatted back and forth, passing a long night. In the middle of the night, Xiao Fan was startled awake by a loud thunderclap, finding that the others had already woken up and were sitting in front of the fire. Xiao Gu, it's pouring outside, a really heavy rain. I've never seen such heavy rain before. After a day of labor, and not having slept well that night, Guohong looked obviously unwell. Xiao Fan saw the water flowing down from the cave entrance and understood just how heavy the rain was. That small hole was at a high position, and now the ground was completely wet, with water continuously flowing down. After a while, the water began to spread and slowly approached the campfire. Encountering this situation for the first time, everyone was at a loss. Under Xiao Fan's guidance, they moved the fire to a higher ground and gathered the firewood together. Tonight, everyone's task was to keep this fire going. If the fire went out tonight, it wouldn't be just about how to get through the night. Facing the harsh problem of how to rekindle the fire tomorrow would be unavoidable for them. At least Xiao Fan had no way to rekindle the fire after the heavy rain. Suddenly, everyone heard a loud noise and turned to look in the direction of the sound. To their astonishment, the small hole at the top of the cave had now transformed into a large opening over a meter in diameter. They could clearly see flashes of lightning and hear thunder outside through this opening. Just as everyone was in shock, another larger chunk of earth fell from the edge of the opening. At that moment, a phrase flashed through Xiao Fan's mind. Mudslide. Let's go, hurry out. While saying this, Xiao Fan had already pulled Lu Ting to her feet and was running toward the opening. The others, hearing Xiao Fan's voice, also hurried to their feet. Except for Chunliang, who hesitated slightly. However, upon seeing another large chunk of earth fall, he quickly ran outside as well. After Xiao Fan had run a short distance from the opening, a loud crash echoed from behind. The cave had collapsed. Looking back, Guohong and Xiao Fan had successfully escaped, and Chunliang was barely making it out at the last moment, just a step away. Still shaken, Everyone stood in the heavy rain, amidst lightning, thunder, and a fierce storm, which was their situation in this unknown place. After such an experience, both ladies had already burst into tears from fear, while Chen Liang, who had just narrowly escaped, was crouched on the ground, nearly in tears. Based on past experiences, Xiao Fan knew that standing under a large tree was the most dangerous thing to do. Taking advantage of the flashes of lightning, the group struggled to make their way to the beach, finding a larger rock to take shelter under. Although they couldn't avoid getting wet from the rain, huddled together in a small space, they surprisingly felt a bit of the initial fear dissipate. They had become very familiar with this stretch of beach during their fishing activities. Otherwise, it would have been hard to think of this place so quickly, especially at night. The heavy rain continued until dawn. After the night passed, the island was in disarray, with broken branches everywhere. Once the waves calmed down, the five of them emerged from the rocks, exhausted and in disarray, which perhaps was an understatement for their current state. Despair might be a more fitting word. That night, they had come from paradise to hell, from being content to having nothing. At that moment, they found themselves at a loss for where to start, simply because there was so much to do. Returning to the beach, they watched the sunrise in silence. Chapter 63, Rebuilding the Home. Everyone, cheer up. At the beginning, we had nothing. Xiao Fan said. At least we're all still here. Let's think about what we should do first. Reluctantly, Xiao Fan stepped forward. Brother Xiao, just tell us what to do, and we'll do it. Look at the others, they're all stunned. Only Guahong seemed unfazed, as this incident had left a significant shadow on him. First, we need to find a place to sleep tonight. We have plenty of water, and with the fruit trees, we can last for another 2 days. Right now, the most important things are fire and shelter. Let's gather some materials to start a fire, and after drying them in the sun, we'll see if we can get a fire going by evening. For today, we should focus all our efforts on building a shelter. I hope we won't have to sleep on the beach tonight. Xiao Fan led everyone to a place he had already scouted, located near the river southward, close to the sea. When they arrived at the spot Xiao Fan had chosen, everyone was very satisfied and unanimously decided that this would be their future home. First, this place was very close to the river, with the most important freshwater source less than 100 meters to the north. Secondly, the area was rich in resources, surrounded by fruit trees, crabs, and not far from a rocky area suitable for fishing. Additionally, it was also not far from the river's mouth, which could be an important food source later on. There was a very flat clearing in this area, and behind it was a hillside that should block most of the strong winds from the Pacific. Moreover, the hillside was lush with trees, posing no danger of mudslides. Across the hillside was a small stream, with abundant stone and wood resources. About 100 meters in front of the clearing was the beach, with only a few coconut trees and some low shrubs in between. Since there were very few bushes, if they could clear them away, they would have a broad view of the coastline, greatly increasing their chances of spotting a rescue compared to being inside the cave. Xiao Fan had discovered this place during his last exploration. Even if the cave hadn't collapsed, he would have considered moving here in the future. He didn't want to live like a caveman forever. After clearing the surrounding area a bit and collecting some wood and fire-starting materials, including a suitable piece of wood for making a bow drill, he laid them out in the sun to dry, hoping to make starting a fire easier. When Xiao Fan was alone before, he could make a simple shelter with just a few branches and leaves to meet his needs. However, now with so many people, and the chance of rescue in the short term being slim, this time the shelter needed to be well planned. However, there was a significant problem. They had no tools. Without any tools, even making a simple wooden house would likely take more than a week. Under these circumstances, Xiao Fan planned to first build a simple shelter to get through the next few nights. Although it needed to accommodate 5 people, a simple shelter was still quite manageable. Chen Fan found it quite easy to work on it. Near the slope in the clearing, there was a patch of woods with very straight trees that resembled birch trees in Chen Fan's memory. Based on the height of the tree branches, Xiao Fan found 2 very suitable trees to use as pillars. He planned to make a larger version of the house he had lived in before, using these 2 trees, which, although a bit far apart, would suffice for a few days. The 2 trees were about 3 meters apart, with a branch extending above head height, allowing for a horizontal beam. However, there was also a smaller tree in between, about the size of a teacup, which needed to be removed, or else it would create a significant obstacle in the shelter. Unfortunately, any tools like hoes or stone axes had already been buried in the cave. After the rain stopped, they found that everything was beyond saving, including the pottery, chicken, and stone tools they had previously made, all deeply buried in the dirt. Xiao Fan didn't attempt to dig them out, knowing that without machinery, it would take a long time to recover them using just manpower. There were many stones on the slope behind them. After finding a large rock to smash, they obtained some very sharp stone flakes. Xiao Fan felt that a tree the size of a bowl could be managed with some stone flakes. To ensure the floor of the shelter was level, Xiao Fan first removed a layer of soil around the tree, using stone flakes and wooden sticks as a hammer. It took more than 10 minutes to cut down the entire tree, which required the effort of 2 people, leaving them both sweating profusely. After placing the horizontal beam, they laid 4 logs on top, with one end resting on the beam and the other on the ground, forming a triangular shelter. They then tied 7 or 8 smaller branches parallel to the horizontal beam with vines, completing the overall structure. Although none of the trees were perfectly straight, it didn't affect the shelter's functionality. They layered the collected banana leaves from the bottom up. Because banana leaves were large and the banana grove was nearby, Xiao Fan made sure to lay several layers. While it wouldn't withstand last night's torrential rain, it would certainly hold up against a light rain. At this point, the shelter was basically complete, creating a space where all 5 could lie side by side, with even the tallest Xiao Fan able to be fully covered inside the shelter. This time, the floor was not made from banana leaves, but instead from some grass cut from a place that resembled a reed marsh. It looked a bit like reeds, but was much thinner. Collecting it took quite a bit of time, but once laid down, it was found to be very soft, and after being exposed to the sun, it didn't seem very damp. Using leftover tree trunks and some banana leaves, they also enclosed both sides of the shelter. Thanks to the size of the banana leaves, this did not take much time. After finishing the entire shelter, Xiao Fan realized that the sun had not yet set, and it felt like it was only around 4 or 5 o'clock. With the strength of 5 people, including the girls who helped, they solved the problem of where to sleep for the night in just half a day. They also ate some fruit and took several breaks, once again proving the truth that many hands make light work. Chapter 64, Polishing Stone Tools. The shelter was secured, and there should be no issues holding up for a few weeks as long as it didn't rain. Even if it rained, they could patch it up and should be able to last a few nights, though it might not be very comfortable. The next most important task was to start a fire. The materials were all prepared and dried, using the same materials and techniques as before. What remained was luck and perseverance. After making the bow and drill, and without cutting corners, Xiao Fan and Guohong developed a better rapport. As more smoke began to rise, hope grew larger, and finally, after more than 10 minutes, they successfully lit a fire. According to Guohong, as long as they had this set of tools, they would never have to worry about fire again. In fact, Guohong was right. After so many attempts, everyone had found the most suitable method and materials. Starting a fire was no longer that difficult. Next time, Xiao Fan wanted to let others try it too, so everyone could master this skill. They roasted some cassava and bananas and had a meal together. While there was still some light, everyone hurried to gather materials for the evening's work. That day, everyone had a sense of urgency, wanting to collect as many resources as possible for future use. It was a fulfilling day, followed by an equally productive evening. Lu Ting quickly finished making a teacup by the fire and dried it by the flames. But since there was no kiln, she had to set it aside for now. You can just throw the pottery into the fire and stoke it a bit. Xiao Fan suggested when he saw Lu Ting planned to skip firing pottery today. Is this temperature enough? Give it a try. It should be fine. The color might not turn out great, but it should hold water without a problem. By the way, if you have time, make a couple of larger jars for holding water. They should be useful tomorrow. Xiao Fan reminded her before leaving. Today, Xiao Fan's task was to finish making a stone axe, at least polishing the axe head, and find suitable wood for a handle tomorrow. Previously, Xiao Fan had found some very suitable stones for axe heads on the mountain. Considering the stones in the creek, he decided to try the ones from the mountain first. The stones from the creek could be very durable once polished properly, but the polishing process was quite painful, and the results were not very sharp. However, the stones found on the mountain were easier to shape initially, as it was easy to find stones that already resembled axe shapes among the plentiful stones on the hill. During the polishing process, Xiao Fan frequently rinsed the stones with water, a technique he learned from his father when sharpening knives. Since there were no pottery items available, he picked up several large shells to hold water. Fortunately, the amount of water needed was not much. He could refill them from the river as needed. The moonlight still allowed for some simple work outside at night. Xiao Fan found 4 stones on the mountain, 2 of which were very suitable for making axes. One was about the size of a cup of instant noodles, and the other was roughly half that size. This time, he hoped to make 2 axes, the larger one for chopping trees and the smaller one for more delicate tasks. The other 2 stones were meant for making chisels. Though they varied in width, Xiao Fan estimated that such small stones could be polished to completion in about an hour. Seeing that everyone had tasks, Chun Liang and Guohong also wanted to give it a try, which made Xiao Fan's task much easier. He helped them find suitable sharpening stones and, after some effort, managed to move the stones to the fire pit. He assigned the chiseling task to them while he picked up the largest stone, planning to first create a large axe that would be urgently needed tomorrow. They worked busily through the night, stopping only when everyone was very tired. That night yielded great results. Lu Ting had completed 2 water jars and several cups. Chun Liang and Guohong had polished their chisels, and when Xiao Fan checked, he found they were very well done. Not only were the shapes neat, but the sharpness exceeded his expectations. Perhaps because this was their first stone tool, they had polished it with great care. After finishing, Chunliang also helped Xiao Fan polish the large stone axe. By the time they went to sleep, the axe was nearly finished. It just needed a final sharpening to be truly sharp, as the hardest part, shaping, was already done. The actual sharpening process was not very difficult, at least not compared to having to grind down a large stone bit by bit. That night, even the laziest, Xiao Fan completed her first pottery piece under Lu Ting's guidance. Although it wasn't very beautiful, she had at least mastered another survival skill. Chapter 65, Discovering Bamboo. Early in the morning, everyone looked very tired. Although the shelter could block wind and rain, it offered no protection against insects, and lying directly on the ground left everyone feeling sore and damp. After the events of yesterday, everyone felt a sense of awe towards the island. To better adapt and make their lives more comfortable, the group decided to hold a morning meeting every day to discuss the day's tasks, essentially gathering for breakfast to talk about their plans. Any reflections on the previous day could also be shared, to avoid turning the meeting into a mere formality. Xiao Fan proposed a few suggestions. First, each person should briefly introduce the work they plan to do that day, preferably in quantifiable terms, and also explain any unfinished tasks from the previous day. Second, if they encountered special issues, they could collectively discuss and revise the day's plans. I plan to find some materials for making mattresses this morning and leave them out in the sun to dry, then I'll improve the shelter in the afternoon. I hope we can improve our sleeping conditions tonight. Xiao Fan stated his plans first. If I have time, I'd like to explore the island to see if I can find other resources. Then I'll prepare food and firewood with Xiao Fan. Though we might have to stick to cassava and fruit, Chunliang followed his usual routine. I'll just follow Xiao Fan. I'll do whatever he does. Guohong was always the easiest to decide. I'll make a few more pottery pieces and also create some chopsticks for everyone. Then I'll weave a few baskets from banana leaves for storing food to see if we can improve our quality of life, Xiaohong said. You can follow me this morning, and we can explore the island together. It's unlikely we can significantly improve our quality of life with the current resources. If we have time this afternoon, let's go fishing. I see we don't have much food left. So it's best if we can find some food that doesn't require too much physical effort, so we can focus on building the house. In the end, Xiao Fan concluded today's morning meeting, and for the next few days, we might have to work towards the final goal of building the house. By the way, Liang Zai, when you prepare food today, check how much easily obtainable food we have left and see how many days we can last. If it's not much, we'll have to think of other ways. Before setting off, Xiao Fan reminded Chen Liang about this matter again. Xiao Fan found a type of plant in the pond by the creek, which looked a bit like rice, growing to about 80 centimeters tall. The most important thing was that it was abundant. The entire pond was basically covered with this plant, which Xiao Fan called watergrass. He used a stone knife to cut enough watergrass to serve as a mattress, placing it under the sun to dry, estimating it would be fine to use as a mattress by evening. Taking advantage of the relatively cool weather, Xiao Fan planned to search for resources again, bringing Guohong along. Today's goal was to reach a new area. In fact, Xiao Fan intended to set aside some time every day to explore the entire island, wondering how long it would take to have the whole island mapped out in his mind. If he wanted to live better, he had to find everything possible and make good use of it to improve life. This trip had a very clear goal. Xiao Fan wanted to see what was above the waterfall, and surely there must be a way to get up given the height of the cliff. After walking for half a day and arriving at the base of the waterfall, he first took a bath, then began searching along the cliff edges. Eventually, he successfully found a path around the cliff following a beast trail. It was like a narrow passage, just wide enough for one person to pass through. When he reached the other side, he found himself surrounded by mountains. The side near the waterfall, which was close to the volcano, was very high, and the elevation gradually decreased towards the sea. Climbing to a higher peak, the entire volcanic lake came into view. It wasn't large, but it looked very deep, with deep blue water, while the other areas were lush green. Xiaohong, you have good eyesight. Can you check if that area by the lake near the waterfall is a bamboo forest? Xiao Fan seemed to have found something good. It looks like it, and it seems to be quite large. Guohong's eyesight was still reliable. As they approached the bamboo forest, Xiao Fan knew he would be visiting here often in the future. This large area was indeed a bamboo forest, covering at least several hundred square meters, densely packed with bamboo of varying sizes. The larger ones had a diameter of over 10 centimeters, while the smallest ones were about 4 to 5 centimeters. Although Xiao Fan didn't count the exact number, there were definitely over 1,000. Xiaohong, our furniture might come from here in the future. Tools weren't a problem. A stone axe could cut through bamboo, and later processing could be done with a stone knife. However, the issue of transportation was indeed difficult to solve. After walking around the bamboo forest, they didn't find a suitable way down. Xiao Gu, isn't that just the narrow passage we came from? Standing next to a cliff, the two of them found that the bottom of the cliff was indeed the entrance. but the height difference was over 10 meters. Although some areas were relatively flat, it was impossible for a person to go up and down from here. We can throw the bamboo down from here, and then we can carry it out of the forest. The next step is by the river. Xiao Hong, since there's a river, why do we have to carry it? We can just throw it into the river. Xiao Fan started to grin and then walk towards the waterfall. Chapter 66, Another Heavy Rain. No, we only need to carry the shelter about 100 meters, because the bamboo will be thrown down from here. Xiao Fan pointed to a small slope near the waterfall. Throwing it into the lake was not a problem. It was very simple. However, how to ensure the bamboo would reach the bottom of the waterfall? You see, the waterfall only has water flow when it rains. This waterfall only flows after the water level in the lake rises due to rain. Thanks to yesterday's heavy rain, the waterfall still had good flow now. We can throw it near the waterfall. Although the bamboo is heavy, we should be able to carry it to that spot. And then it just depends on the weather. As long as it rains, it should wash down. We can also give it a little push from this side. Taking advantage of the current flow of the waterfall, Xiao Fan found a branch and threw it next to the waterfall. Soon, with the water flow, the branch was successfully washed down the waterfall. Xiao Gu, normally we wouldn't be able to throw bamboo that far, and since it's so long, it can easily be blocked by any obstruction. Well, there's no other way. We can try again next time it rains. I don't think it will be a big problem. If it gets blocked, we can help it along. Without a stone axe in hand, they couldn't conduct an experiment now and could only wait for the next opportunity. After returning to the shelter and informing everyone of this significant discovery, Xiao Fan intended to go cut some bamboo for testing today while the waterfall still had some water flow. Xiao Gu, let's build the house first. The bamboo is just there, we can cut it when we need it. Ultimately, Guohong's suggestion was unanimously accepted by everyone, and Xiao Fan realized he was a bit too impatient. Lunch consisted of cassava and fruit again, and everyone was clearly resistant to it. Although they forced themselves to eat some, it was obvious they weren't very happy. They needed to share the bad news that after today's count, the cassava could only last 3 to 4 days, and there were still some fruits left, which could last about a week. So after a week, they would no longer have easily obtainable food. Shunliang had spent the entire morning compiling all the resources they had discovered, resulting in a shocking conclusion. This afternoon, I can go fishing, but the fishing rod is still in that cave, and we need to remake it. I don't know if we can catch the tide in time. Xiao Hong, you can make a fishing rod today. Although it's not a stable method, catching one fish would be better than nothing. Everyone else can look for other ways. Xiao Fan noticed that everyone needed to supplement their protein intake daily. Just cassava and fruit wouldn't meet their nutritional needs, and these were not very abundant either. In fact, crabs were quite easy to catch, and small fish were also easy to catch during low tide, but the eel they caught yesterday was quite a hassle. Everyone began to suggest their ideas, as this matter seemed to have grown in importance compared to building the house. It seemed they would have to spend some time and labor every day to secure some food. The house could be built slowly, but food had to be resolved immediately. The noon discussion came to an end, and everyone felt the need to obtain some long-term food. They prepared to have Xie Mei and Chunliang take charge, while the other three would do their own tasks, hoping to build the house in a short period. Of course, if food was insufficient, all 5 would have to go out to find food to avoid repeating the mistakes of the first few days after arriving on the island, going hungry. Previously, during lunch, everyone would take a break, but seeing the current harsh living conditions, no one had the habit of sleeping anymore. In just a nap time, Xiao Fan had already sharpened the large axe, and all that was left was to make a wooden handle. This had become a very mature process, but this time it required longer and bigger trees. With a stone axe and chisel in hand, Xiao Fan found suitable wood in the back mountain, and soon found 2 suitable pieces of wood to make axe handles. The remaining work involved making holes and polishing the wooden handles, which progressed smoothly with the very sharp chisels. To make it easier to grip the chisel, Xiao Fan wrapped a vine around the top of the 2 chisels, which also made it a bit easier for his hands to hold onto them, just as he was about to put the charcoal into the hole they had carved out. Intending to use it to widen and clear the opening, thunder rumbled in the distance, and the sky gradually darkened. Quick, you guys hurry up and gather the grass we dried this morning, then put it inside the shelter. Guohong, go move some firewood into the shelter. We can't let it get wet in the rain. Seeing signs of rain, Xiao Fan quickly stopped all his work. Preserving the fire was the most important thing now. Xiao Fan intended to move the fire directly into the shelter, but since the shelter was already very small, if they put the fire inside, there would definitely not be enough space for all 5 people to lie down. If they needed to sleep, at most 3 could lie down, and the others would have to sit. Chapter 67, Days Without a House. It didn't need to be very high or very large, for poles were set up in front of the fire, and some banana leaves were laid on top, completing a simple shelter. The poles were found among the firewood, so it didn't take long. The longest time was spent securing the wooden poles. In less than 20 minutes, a decent-looking shelter was completed. To prevent wind and heavy rain from blowing in from the sides, Xiao Fan also used banana leaves to block 3 sides, leaving just one side open near the shelter for adding firewood. Seeing that it was basically airtight, Xiao Fan felt much more confident about being able to keep the fire going, to prevent rainwater from seeping in from the ground beneath the fire. He also dug a drainage ditch around it. Water flowing from the banana leaves and from the ground should be able to drain through this ditch to other places, which would help protect the fire somewhat. Taking advantage of the fact that it hadn't started raining yet, Xiao Fan also gathered a lot of stones to build a circular base, placing many stones underneath to light the fire on top. This should help avoid some of the moisture from the ground. After finishing the fire pit's protection, Xiao Fan called everyone to help dig a drainage ditch for their shelter, using some sharpened wooden sticks as tools. However, the entire project only completed the backside when the rain began to fall. Seeing that some rain had also fallen into the fire pit, although it hadn't yet affected the fire, Xiao Fan used some banana leaves to reinforce it again, now covering the entire fire pit with a thick layer. Having worked to this point, Xiao Fan was already soaked. Looking at the unfinished drainage ditch and the rainwater continuously flowing into the shelter from the ground, he picked up a wooden spear and continued the work on the drainage ditch. At this moment, seeing Xiao Fan working in the rain, Guohong quietly stepped out, and soon Chen Liang and the others joined him, standing outside with wooden spears. The 3 men silently dug the drainage ditch, rainwater streaming down their faces. Everyone was silent, pouring all their strength into their work. The food they had over the past 2 days couldn't really support such labor, but with sheer willpower, they managed to complete the entire drainage ditch. Back at the shelter, the 2 ladies had already laid all the dried grass on the bedding, forming a thick layer. Now, lying down no longer felt damp, and it was quite comfortable, even though some grass occasionally fell on their faces. The rain on the island passed quickly. Within an hour, the sky began to clear up. The shelter had withstood the test of the heavy rain, remaining relatively dry inside, and the fire had been successfully preserved under everyone's care. For everyone, this rain had actually given them quite a bit of confidence. Xiao Gu, the rain is coming more frequently now. Before, it would only rain once every few days, but now it seems to rain almost every day, Guohong said. Yeah, maybe the rainy season is approaching. I wonder what the island is like during the rainy season and if it will be more suitable for survival. Realizing that the rain was becoming more frequent and that the rainy season might be nearing, they needed to consider follow-up measures. Xiao Gu, it should be low tide now. And since it rained today, we have a great chance of catching fish. Should we go try? Guohong had a knack for fishing, knowing the best conditions for catching them. Sure, let's go catch some fish, then we can cook together. Tonight, we'll also make axes. While repairing the drainage ditch that day, everyone felt more united and cohesive than before. When they arrived at the fishing spot by the sea, it turned out that, just as Guohong said, many fish were waiting for them to catch. Although they had no tools, everyone had rich experience, and before the tide came in, each person managed to catch quite a few fish. They didn't count them closely, but it was definitely more than enough for one meal, leaving some protein for tomorrow as well. The first protein meal in 2 days was savored by everyone. The heavy rain wasn't all bad news, as it at least brought them some protein. Sometimes misfortune can turn into a blessing. That night, they completed 2 axes. After testing, they found that the long-handled axe worked excellently for chopping trees, making deep cuts with just one swing, while the small axe was sharpened to perfection, making it very useful for more delicate woodworking tasks. Xiao Gu, should we start building the house tomorrow? With the axes completed, and although the thatched hut could shield them from wind and rain, the bugs on the ground and the height of the roof were quite unsatisfactory. Moreover, during strong winds, the house would sway a bit, as the entire structure was supported by just a few pieces of wood. Additionally, staying in the hut felt quite cold, especially while sleeping. Sometimes, they would wake up shivering, and they couldn't even make a fire inside. Yes, let's think of a structure for the house, then we'll go gather materials. But let's spend half our time building the house each day, and the other half searching for food. The 3 of us men will handle the house building, and the women can take care of logistics. In the end, Xiao Fan decided to finalize the house structure tonight so they could find the necessary materials accordingly. He found a few wooden sticks and started explaining the house structure he planned to establish. First, we need to cut down 4 larger trees to serve as pillars, placing them at the 4 corners of the house according to its size. These 4 pillars will be the most important structural support for the house. Xiao Fan took 4 small branches and inserted them at the 4 points to form a square. The question is, how can we secure these 4 pieces of wood to the ground? Chen Liang raised an important question. That's easy to solve. First, we'll drive a wooden stake into a deep hole, then put the wood in and reinforce it. It should go at least 50 centimeters deep into the ground to be stable. Chapter 68. Intense discussion on house structure. Xiao Fan took 2 longer wooden sticks and inserted them in the middle of the square's 2 sides. Continuing, on the 2 sides, we'll set up a slightly longer piece of wood, forming our triangular roof. Then we'll tie 3 pieces of wood across the top. This will complete the basic structure of our house. Won't that be a bit unstable? Chen Liang asked. We can add a few more wooden pieces at the front and back of the house, tying the cross beams on top. That should stabilize it. And we can also add a few smaller pieces on the sides. I'm just worried that slightly larger trees might be hard to tie, Chen Liang said. Don't we have axes? We can chop a small notch and tie it with vines. Xiao Fan felt that tying it wouldn't be a big problem. Xiao Gu, you need to consider that if we make the roof triangular, it will be almost impossible to secure it at the very top without nails. Think about it. The highest upright post will need at least 3 wooden beams tied to it, 2 slanted and 1 horizontal. Guohong is very thorough in her considerations. At this point, Xiao Fan also feels that this plan might work for a small house, but if it's a large house for 5 people, we would need some really big trees, which makes it quite difficult to secure the roof. So, let's just make a sloped roof. The 2 front upright posts can be longer, and the 2 at the back can be shorter, creating a slight slope. This roof should also prevent rain from leaking in, and it should be much simpler. Moreover, we could add an upright post in the middle of each of the 4 sides, which would make it easy to tie the horizontal beams on top. And this upright post can be smaller as well. Guohong's suggestion is to make a simple sloped roof. There's no need for it to be triangular. However, we still face the issue of securing it. The connection between the horizontal and upright beams cannot solely rely on vines. But if we place the horizontal beams on top of the upright posts, although that would transfer the load to the uprights, it would be impossible to tie them securely. At this moment, a heavenly voice chimed in. Why not use a branch on top of the upright post? We can place the horizontal beam into the branch and tie the sloped roof to the horizontal beam. We just need to find 6 suitable trees with branches. The speaker was Lu Ting, a city person who offered the best suggestion. Once this method was proposed, it received enthusiastic responses from everyone, and there was unanimous agreement to use this upright post to create a triangular roof. 6 upright posts were inserted into the ground, and 3 horizontal beams were placed into the branches. This way, all the load would be supported by the upright posts, and it would only require simple tying to secure the horizontal beams. As for the slanted tree trunks that would be placed perpendicularly to the horizontal beams, they can be placed on top of the horizontal beams, ensuring that the load is ultimately borne by the 6 upright posts. This structure is easy to tie, and once the roof is added, it will become increasingly stable. Such 6 upright posts should be found on the hillside behind, and if not in the last bridge building location, then surely somewhere else on the island. As for the horizontal beams, any straight trees or bamboo would suffice. Now, what about the roof and walls? Having resolved the structural issues, only the walls and roof remain. The roof is the most important, as it determines whether the house will leak. Let's think about how to make it. The roof's function is to prevent rainwater from dripping down. If it can't block the rain, the house is essentially useless. Let's start with thatch and see if we can weave it simply. Given our current thatched house, the effect is still decent. Ultimately, the proposal by Xiao Fan was unanimously accepted. Considering the horizontal beams are quite large, we can layer multiple layers of thatch on the roof, which should perform much better than the current roof, especially since there are no other resources available. I also have a method for the walls. If we use branches, it will definitely be drafty. This time, let's use clay to make a clay house. We can use some branches or bamboo as the framework and then layer the mud on, which should provide a certain level of effectiveness. Finally, the entire house design was completed, and everyone began discussing the size. For 5 people to lie down, the bed should be at least 2 meters long and 3 to 4 meters wide, so that all 5 of us can fit. After measuring the current house's length, everyone decided the bed's length would be set at 2 meters, and the width would be 3.5 meters. As for how long a meter is, it was defined by Xiao Fan's leg length. Xiao Fan himself said his legs were exactly 1 meter long, and he used a vine to measure it out, ultimately deciding on the final length of 1 meter. After a simple measurement, everyone could accept the size of the bed, so it was decided just like that. Considering that we might also need to start a fire inside the house and place some other items, we finally decided on the house's dimensions: 5 meters wide, 3.5 meters long, with a height of 2 meters at the front and back, and the highest upright post in the middle being around 3 meters tall. This way, a 1 meter slope should ensure that most of the rainwater drains off the roof. After the discussion at night, with the remaining time, everyone also made a few fishing rods, planning to see if they could catch some fish at an appropriate time the next day. This was currently the easiest way to obtain protein, and it would be nice to relax by fishing during the tiring process of building the house. The next day, after breakfast, Xiao Fan set off with Guohong to search for suitable materials for the upright posts, while the others prepared food and firewood at the shelter. Before leaving, Xiao Fan specifically reminded them to see if they could use the fire pit to boil some seawater for salt, as these would be useful later. Making sea salt has no other method. You just put seawater in an open ceramic pot and keep boiling it, adding more seawater as the water level decreases until there is a noticeable layer of salt at the bottom of the pot that can be collected and stored. This is a long-term job, but since the fire is always burning, to avoid wasting wood, It should be kept boiling, only taken down during cooking or boiling water. Xiao Fan suggested collecting as much of this resource as possible to avoid being unprepared when it is needed. When they reached the hillside behind the shelter, they found many trees of various sizes, but not many with branches. Most were straight from the ground to the sky, which would be excellent for other materials. But not for the branched materials Xiao Fan was looking for, specifically those with branches around 3 to 4 meters off the ground. Chapter 69. Preparing materials for the house. Xiao Gu, it seems there are some of these trees near where we caught eels last time, not this kind of tree, but they look a bit like birch trees. When they arrived at the place Guohong mentioned, Xiao Fan knew he could find what he needed. There was a large branch about 3 to 4 meters off the ground, and above this branch, there was no trunk. This is where the tree starts to branch out. Using a vine to measure, the 4 shorter upright posts need a height of 2 meters, plus the underground part, making it about 3 meters high, which should be just right. The length doesn't need to be too precise. It just needs to ensure that the 4 trees are the same length from the branch to where you cut them. If they aren't the same length, slight differences can be adjusted later by changing the underground length to keep the tops of the 4 upright posts on the same level. The other 2 should be about a meter taller. Marking the places where these trees need to be cut took Xiao Fan 2 to 3 hours, mainly due to the measuring time, and he had to climb the trees to reach the branch position. Once he found the cutting spots, Xiao Fan swung the axe and started working. Each swing left a noticeable mark, but the trees found were about the thickness of a bowl, and it took more than 10 minutes of chopping around the trunk to cut in 2 to 3 centimeters. The 2 of them took turns, and it took more than half an hour to fell one tree. After that, they used the axe to cut off the branches, leaving about 5 centimeters at both ends, which took another half hour. This one tree consumed over an hour, and that was with both of them being quite energetic. After felling one tree, both were exhausted, and the axe also needed sharpening again. To prevent insects, Xiao Fan peeled off the bark, considering that the bark might also be useful later, and he carefully removed it in pieces. Perhaps in the future, the bark could be used to make the roof. About a meter away, first use a chisel to cut a circle around the tree bark, then cut along the trunk, and slowly peel off the bark of about 1 meter. In the end, we will have a piece of bark that is about 1 meter long and less than half a meter wide, which can later be used as a mattress or for other purposes. Today's lunch consists of some dried fish and cassava. The dried fish are small fish that weren't finished yesterday, smoked, and saved for today. If we need to preserve food on this island, smoking will be the most likely method, as other methods are difficult to maintain at this temperature. This afternoon, our goal is to cut down 2 standing trees. And if we have time, we will go fishing. By the way, how is Liangzi's cassava field doing now? Luckily, each cassava plant is relatively large, otherwise, we wouldn't have been able to last this many days. We should still be able to hold on for a few more days. And we need to look for other cassava fields as there are still some areas on the island that we haven't explored, and there should be more. Look, this is the sea salt we boiled out this morning, although it's not much. Lu Ting took out a clay pot. Inside was sea salt about the size of a fist. Although it's not much, it's very clean, probably due to Lu Ting's character. Keep going. Our first goal is to fill this pot. This pot is estimated to hold at least 3 to 4 liters. And I really don't know how long it will take to achieve this goal. Seeing the pile of firewood, some fruits, and even the worms prepared for fishing in the afternoon, it seems that after experiencing an accident, everyone has become diligent little bees. During the lunch break, we went fishing for a while, but the results were not ideal. Only Guohong caught 1 fish. We put away our tools, polished the stone axe, and then began the hard work in the forest. We found a place facing the sea and cleared out an area of about 20 square meters according to the size of the house, cleaning up all the stones and some weeds, and the ground is still very flat. Some slightly raised areas were also simply handled, using vines. We marked the places where we need to install the pillars, directly inserting a small stick. Now the length and width are basically the same. Some adjustments may be needed after the pillars are installed, but these problems are not significant. The actual effect is more important than aesthetics. Xiao Gu, we need a tool to dig a hole for the pillars. If we just insert such a long pillar, it will be hard to apply force. Let's first cut a 1 meter long, slightly smaller trunk. We can hammer it in and pull it out. A shorter trunk will also make it easier to apply force. However, after inserting the pillar, we will also need to hammer it down to make it stable, so we will need a working platform. My height is not enough to reach the top, let alone hammer it in with a stone. Ultimately, the idea of starting the house construction in the afternoon was overturned. We decided to first prepare some necessary tools, a working platform at least 1 meter high, preferably movable, and we also need to prepare a tree about 1 meter long, sharpening one end to use as a drilling tool. The drilling tool is easy to solve. We can find a suitable piece of wood in the forest, cut it to 1 meter long, and then sharpen one end with a small axe. The only requirement is that this trunk must be straight. The working platform will be a structure similar to a table. The most challenging part is cutting down trees. Considering the workload, This platform will be about 1 meter high, half a meter wide, and less than 1 meter long, which should meet the majority of our needs, and even if we don't use it elsewhere later, it can still serve as a table. Chapter 70. Alternative Scaffolding. The 4 trees' thickest ends are used by Xiao Fan as the 4 legs of the table, each leg being about 1 meter long. The plan is to first make a simple frame and then place the tabletop on the frame, which will save a lot of the process of securing the tabletop. Without nails or other metal tools, it's hard to secure the tabletop to the legs. If we were to make the legs branched like in house construction, it would first be hard to find materials, and having branches protruding from a platform wouldn't look very good. A tabletop that isn't very heavy should be able to be bound with vines. For the 4 legs, Xiao Fan used an axe to make notches 15 centimeters from the ground and 10 centimeters from the top to facilitate binding the horizontal beams on the sides. He also made notches on the inner side 10 centimeters from these 2 notches, which will be used to tie the front and back beams. These beams serve to provide some stability. The overall idea is a rectangular table structure, with 2 fixed horizontal beams tied to each of the 4 sides, one near the ground and one near the top, to prevent the 2 round wooden sticks from having a small contact area when tied together. An axe was used to make notches, which will make the binding much tighter. However, a big problem arose, since the lengths of the components were not strictly controlled. The resulting frame was wobbly when placed on the ground. The overall structure is very solid, but it can only stand on 3 legs. The 4th leg is uneven in length, causing it to never sit flat no matter how it is moved. Xiao Gu, should we cut that leg down a bit? Guahong pointed to one of the legs that looked longer. No need, that's too difficult. It's hard to control the length precisely with a stone axe. And the issue isn't with just one leg. All the legs are of different lengths. Anyway, we will be using it on the ground, and we can just place something under it later. Xiao Fan thought that the places he would need it wouldn't be too many, and since they could be temporarily solved, there was no need to make adjustments. As for the tabletop, it was even easier to solve. He found some leftover wood and placed it directly on the beams, securing it. After standing on it for a test, the results were very encouraging. As long as he didn't fall, the table would basically not collapse. In fact, during the test, both Xiao Fan and Guahong stood on it, and the whole structure remained very stable. By the time the working platform was completed, it was already late. Most of the work was in cutting down trees. The time spent binding was actually very short. If we had an electric saw, we could probably make a great working platform in just half an hour. The others caught some fish in the afternoon, but the harvest was not good. This fishing activity consumes a lot of physical strength, relying more on stamina. If there's time, Xiao Fan wants to make a few fishing tools or traps to catch more with less physical effort. After a night of silence, we were awakened several times by bugs, leaving everyone feeling quite sluggish. Early in the morning, a rare drizzle began to fall. It started to rain, and with no leftover food, everyone had to go hungry in the morning, not even having fruit to eat. A group of people huddled in the shelter, not wanting to move at all, and it looked like the light rain wouldn't end anytime soon. We waited until the rain stopped before heading out to look for food. Several hours of rain made the paths difficult to navigate, and we had already eaten all the easily obtainable fruits. The cassava fields weren't close, and digging in this weather would only lead to despair. After finally finding some food, the morning was almost over. There was no mention of progress on the house, and the entire morning consumed a lot of resources. The firewood we collected yesterday and the sea salt we boiled out were both significantly depleted. Fangu, we really need to find some other stable food sources, and it would be best to have some preserved food. Otherwise, in this kind of weather, we will be at a loss, with nothing to eat and going hungry. The question raised by Chun Liang was unanimously agreed upon by everyone. The current shelter is manageable, but without a source of food, everyone will only suffer more and may even lose hope for survival. So let's think of a way now. Everyone should bring up any food they can think of. Finally, during lunchtime while eating fruit, Xiao Fan brought up this issue that had troubled everyone for a long time. Although it had been discussed several times, each time they failed to act according to the discussions, resulting in everyone being hungry today. I feel that fish is the most abundant resource on the island. Whether in the sea, rivers, or even some streams, there are plenty of fish resources, but we just don't have a good way to catch them, Guahong said. There are also animals on the island. Although they are not easy to catch, they are an important source of protein. There are chickens, ducks, wild boars. And I even think I saw some wild rabbits last time. There are quite a few of them. We just need to catch them. Chun Liang also expressed his views. There are also some shellfish and crabs. Although they are not much to eat, they are easy to obtain, and we could try to gather them every day. We basically never come back empty-handed. Lu Ting still favored similar easily obtainable food. Fruits and cassava can also be considered as easily obtainable food, but we need to find other sources. The ones we have discovered so far cannot support us for long. Fangu, have you explored the whole island? Xiafang Mei asked Xiao Fan. Of course not. We only walked a rough path and didn't cover every place. After all, This island is at least over 20 square kilometers, and there is a small island across that we haven't visited yet, Xiao Fan affirmed, believing there are still some resources on the island they have not discovered. Given this, the actions we can take now include easily obtainable foods like fruits, cassava, crabs, and shellfish. We need to collect these every day, just like collecting firewood, and ensure that we store some in the shelter to prevent unexpected situations, just like today. Xiao Fan began to summarize. Additionally, I'll set traps for chickens this afternoon to see if I can catch anything. I have a different trap idea that I can try out. Lastly, what ideas do we have for the fish problem? For other food, there might not be any immediate solutions. Regarding catching fish, Xiao Fan had no tools or other methods. Chapter 71 Perfect Building Materials. Would it work to catch eels like before? No, that would be too physically demanding. Don't forget we also have the tough task of building houses. We don't have that much strength, and the cost-effectiveness is too low. Xiao Fan immediately rejected Guohong's suggestion. If we had fishing nets or fish traps, it would be easier. We could put them in the river and harvest them the next day. Hearing Guohong's words, a light bulb went off in Xiao Fan's mind. Xiao Hong, although we don't have fishing nets, we can make a fish trap out of bamboo. Let us try it tonight. Guohong gave Xiao Fan a hint. When he was a child, he often bought fish traps to catch fish. And now he should be able to make one using bamboo. Although rattan could work as well, it might not be as lightweight and reusable as bamboo. By the way, you guys help me make a few rope loops, just like we did before for catching chickens. After I finish cutting the bamboo, I'll set the traps to see if I can catch something tomorrow. Picking up the large and small axes, he reminded Chun Liang before leaving. The waterfall was indeed still flowing, and the flow was quite substantial. It seemed that today's heavy rain was very suitable for cutting bamboo. After passing through a narrow passage and then circling around to the bamboo forest, it took almost half an hour. They even climbed over a small hillside, with dense vegetation making it very difficult to walk. Xiao Gu, we need to think of a way to climb directly up from the narrow passage. That way, we can reach the bamboo forest directly. Yes, you're right. Let us find a rattan later and see if we can go down from the narrow passage. If we can look for an opportunity to make a ladder later, and then we can go up and down from the narrow passage easily. Xiao Fan had already observed that although the drop was about 10 meters, there were some places with gentle platforms, and some areas were not so steep. With some thinking, they should be able to go down from the narrow passage. They found a bamboo at the closest point to the riverbank, planning to test whether it could successfully float down from the waterfall. This was a bamboo about the size of a bowl, which looked like it had been there for some years. After testing it with both the large and small axes, the results were very clear. It only took 5 minutes to cut down a large bamboo, and with trimming the branches and processing the bamboo's end, it took only about 15 minutes for a bamboo to turn into a straight material lying on the ground, although it was very close to the lake. Pushing the bamboo into the lake took all the strength of the two of them, mainly because the bamboo was too long and heavy, at least about 10 meters long, weighing roughly around 100 kilograms. However, it was worth being happy that once the bamboo floated in the lake, it showed significant movement under the water flow, slowly drifting toward the waterfall's mouth. Although it was slow, it was observable to the naked eye, and it was estimated to reach there in a few minutes. While Xiao Fan was cutting the second bamboo, the first one had successfully fallen to the bottom of the waterfall. With a loud crash, the bamboo was no longer visible. At this moment, Guohong said, Xiao Gu, should we go take a look first? I wonder if it was smashed. On the other side of the hillside, they found 2 thick rattan vines, tied them to several bamboos, and then lowered them vertically down the narrow passage. They planned to use one as a safety rope to tie around themselves, and the other as a pulling rope to see if they could lower themselves down from the narrow passage, saving them more than half an hour of climbing. They found the most gentle spot, where only a few places were unsuitable for foot placement, needing to use the rope to swing down, while the rest could be slowly descended with the help of the rope. Given the slope, they could also climb back up with the assistance of the rope. In a couple of spots with a drop of just over a meter, Xiao Fan used an axe to dig out a few footholds, then tested it and found that with the rope, they could slowly climb from the bottom to the slope. Having the rope greatly increased the safety factor, and even if one accidentally fell, the ground was very soft, so there shouldn't be a significant problem. However, to be safe, Xiao Fan made 2 safety ropes and laid a thick layer of bushes in places where they might fall, which should provide sufficient cushioning. This way, going up and down would be very convenient in the future. When they reached the small lake under the waterfall, they found that all 4 bamboos were stuck at the outlet of the small lake. Since the entrance from the lake to the river was only about 5 or 6 meters, the long bamboos got stuck. With the help of Xiao Fan and Guohong, all 4 bamboos successfully floated downstream along the river. Moreover, they had a trend of floating faster and faster, forcing Xiao Fan and Guohong to jog to keep up with their drifting speed, even with the bamboo often being scraped by the bank, slowing down. When they reached the estuary near the sea, because the water flow slowed down, The bamboo's drifting speed also decreased. By the time they got to the area closest to the shelter, Xiao Fan and Guahong had to jump into the river to fish out the bamboos one by one. This process, combined with the journey from the waterfall, was more exhausting than cutting down all 4 bamboos. Xiao Gu, it seems we need to install brakes on the bamboo in the future, or we really can't control it. Luckily, the speed has slowed down. Otherwise, we might have cut them for nothing, and the bamboo might drift out to sea. Guahong said, panting while sitting on the shore. Xiao Gu, the ropes you wanted have been made according to your previous method, and all that's left is for you to install them. Chen Liang took out more than a dozen ropes, all structured as loops, with a small ring on one end and the other end threading through this small ring, reaching about a meter in length. They looked quite sturdy, indicating that Chen Liang had put in a lot of thought into them. Thank you. I'll install them right away. Is there anyone who wants to go with me? With so many rope loops in hand and the sky gradually darkening, Xiao Fan also didn't plan to rest first. He wanted to install them right away. Chapter 72. A delicious feast, Brother Xiao. I suggest you go to the place where we caught chickens last time. In the afternoon when we were digging cassava, we encountered a flock of chickens, both big and small, probably more than 10 of them. Alright, the main task for these traps today is to catch chickens. Xiaohong will go with me, and you guys can stay home to prepare dinner. Taking the rope loops and some cassava as bait, Xiao Fan and Guahong headed to the cassava field across the river. Upon reaching the destination and finding a suitable spot, Xiao Fan planned to start making traps. Previous traps had no triggering mechanism, meaning they relied on animals coincidentally stepping into the loops, and the animals had to struggle enough to tighten the loops. If the animal's struggling force or direction deviated even slightly, the trap would fail, wasting all efforts. This time, Xiao Fan intended to make a trap with a triggering mechanism. First, he found a flexible branch and tied one end of the loop without a knot to the top of the branch. Bending the branch would create a force to pull the loop. Then, he tied a 5-centimeter branch to the end of the loop near the knot to serve as the triggering mechanism. The small branch would provide power to the rope of the branch, and if triggered, it would tighten the entire trap. The next crucial step was to create a small mechanism, placing the 5-centimeter branch inside the trap to balance the forces. The small branch served as a support point, while the triggering mechanism also acted as a balance point. When this balance was disrupted, the top branch would tighten, capturing the animal. This time, Xiao Fan chose a mechanism he had seen on TV before, which was simple in structure but had never been tested. He broke off a small branch, bent it, and inserted it into the ground to form an arch-like shape, which would stabilize the trap and mechanism. He then broke 2 smaller branches about 15 centimeters long to serve as the triggering mechanism. He laid the 5-centimeter branch tied to the loop flat against the arch near the bait, creating a curved gap with the highest point of the arch. He inserted one end of the 2 prepared branches into the ground and placed the other end into the gap formed by the arch and the horizontal branch, ensuring the end near the arch was positioned against the other 2 branches. The remaining task was to find a balance point, which took several tests before he gradually got the hang of it. As long as the 3 interconnected branches could interact, all the forces would be transferred to the bent arch. When a prey stepped on the 2 horizontal thin branches, it would typically step on top, disrupting the balance and causing the bent branch to straighten, pulling the entire trap. He placed the loop under the 2 thin branches and added some bait. As long as an animal walked over it, it would likely trigger the trap. After extensive testing, even Guahong became familiar with the entire process, and together they set up 15 traps. To increase the chances of catching animals, Xiao Fan also blocked the paths beside the traps with branches, leaving only the paths leading to the 15 traps. Even without bait, Xiao Fan felt they could still achieve decent results. Brother Xiao, this looks very effective. I estimate we'll catch at least 3 tomorrow. Yes, whether we can eat eggs in the future depends on them. By the way, I heard you guys discovered wild rabbits? Yes, but they were over by the river, towards the east, quite a distance away. We found a few fat rabbits on a small hillside. Upon returning to the shelter, everyone had already started preparing dinner, and the ingredients were all ready. They hadn't eaten well for the past 2 days, and today's meal had been prepared by Chun Liang and his companions for almost a whole day, including fish, sea snails, shellfish, crabs, and some fruits, all neatly arranged on the platform they had made earlier. It was originally intended to be scaffolding for building a house, but today it turned into a dining table. Lu Ting had even spread a layer of banana leaves on top, making it look very tidy. The appetizer was some fruits, but this time the fruits were like those in a high-end restaurant, already washed and cut into pieces, with wooden toothpicks on top, and several varieties. After finishing half, the rest served as dessert, creating a very romantic atmosphere. Next came the grilled shellfish and sea snails. The taste wasn't as appetizing, but after extracting the meat and re-grilling it over charcoal for a while, it finally produced a pleasant aroma. The main course was crab meat cassava porridge. Although they lacked chili, the flavor was still very appealing. A spoonful of hot porridge made the fatigue in his body feel less intense, bringing a sense of happiness. The meal concluded with some leftover crabs. Considering they couldn't eat them tomorrow and there wasn't too much crab meat left, everyone gathered by the fire to finish off the remaining crabs. There were still some leftovers from today's food. Some small fish they caught were not eaten. After processing them, they were salted and hung in a ventilated place to make salted fish, which should last a few days. That night, Xiao Fan planned to make a fishing trap, which was essentially a bamboo basket with an opening of about 10 centimeters, plus a funnel-shaped entrance. The larger end matched the size of the bamboo basket's opening, while the other end was shaped like an egg. Once fish entered, it would be hard for them to escape through the entrance. He just needed to fix the funnel-shaped entrance to the basket's opening, and a simple trap would be ready. With some bait inside, such as earthworms or some crabs, he fetched a large bamboo and considered the size of the basket, preparing to process the materials accordingly. Xiao Fan's idea was to make the bottom more sturdy, while the other parts could be woven from bamboo. Wider and thinner was fine, as long as the bottom was thick enough. The initial plan was to weave the bottom using bamboo strips the width of a finger, with 5 horizontal and 5 vertical strips. Since it was a fish basket, he could leave some gaps while weaving, with half a centimeter width between 2 bamboo strips, allowing water to flow out easily, while the small gaps would prevent the fish from escaping. Chapter 73. Making a large fish basket. This weaving method should create a bottom with a surface area about the size of a volleyball. After completing the bottom, he would fold 10 bamboo strips vertically and weave them again, leaving some gaps in the middle, forming a bucket shape. At the closing, he would weave the opening more densely, making it smaller to create a complete fish basket. Xiao Fan planned for the height of the fish basket to be around 60 to 70 centimeters. As the height of the basket was easy to weave together after the structure was finished, but considering the overall weight of the basket, he ultimately settled on this height. Including the length of the bottom, he would need 10 bamboo strips about 1.5 meters long, the width of a finger. He found the largest bamboo and selected the straightest part, then proceeded to cut the bamboo to the measured lengths. Being careful not to use a large axe like in the afternoon when cutting bamboo, as a single chop could splinter the bamboo out of shape. Xiao Fan felt that bamboo could greatly enhance their quality of life because it was very easy to process and could be turned into various tools. Using the same method, 10 bamboo strips were obtained, and the next step was to further process each strip. The current thickness of the bamboo strips was still too thick, which would not only increase the weight of the entire bamboo basket, but also make weaving more difficult. Moreover, the inner layer of bamboo did not contribute much to the overall structural stability. The outer green layer was the most effective. Therefore, Xiao Fan planned to shave off some of the white part, leaving a thickness of 2 millimeters on the outside. Xiao Fan found a very thin stone piece, and after polishing it for a long time, he had a sharp edge of about 5 centimeters. After binding it with a rattan strip, it formed a simple stone knife. The most important feature of this stone knife was that the back of the blade was not too thick, which was beneficial for splitting the bamboo. Using the previous method with the new tool, he first cut the bamboo to the desired thickness with the stone knife, and then simply split the bamboo with a little effort. Considering that weaving required some bamboo strips, Xiao Fan processed a lot of bamboo at once, with no specific length requirement this time. He directly split the entire remaining bamboo, and after processing half of it, he felt it should be enough before placing all the materials next to the fire pile to begin the weaving work. First, he wove the 10 bamboo strips together. Xiao Fan had done this many times before. He arranged 5 of the bamboo strips according to the required width, then wove the remaining 5 strips inside one by one. Finally, all the bamboo strips were folded up. Since there were more than 20 strips, Xiao Fan also made a round ring out of bamboo to secure all the bamboo before starting the weaving work. The upper 20 bamboo strips had vertical bottoms, and after folding them up, he found that the density was uneven, especially where the horizontal and vertical bamboo strips were adjacent, leaving larger gaps. Eventually, he solved this problem by weaving all the bamboo strips diagonally. The width of the bamboo strips was about the size of a finger, and there were some gaps in between, allowing the entire weaving process to progress quickly. In no time, he had woven a height of over 60 centimeters. He inserted the approximately 4 centimeters of unwoven height of the upper 20 bamboo strips into the gaps of the woven part, and the entire fish basket was completed. The opening only slightly narrowed, with a diameter of about 15 centimeters. The method for the entrance of the fish basket was the same as before. First, 6 bamboo strips were processed and inserted into the ground to form a funnel shape. He began weaving according to the size of the entrance, and only needed to weave a height of 6 or 7 centimeters. The other end of the entrance did not need further weaving. The first 5 centimeters were left without any weaving, allowing fish to enter but blocking their exit with the protruding bamboo strips. The final size was about the size of an egg, which should be able to catch some decent fish. Xiao Fan tied the entrance to the fish basket with a rattan strip, and the entire tool was ready. He took the leftover worms from fishing and the 2 crabs left from dinner, crushed them together, and mix them with soil. The advantage of this was that the bait would not wash out of the trap with the water flow. The worms and crushed crabs would slowly come out of the trap with the water flow, making the trap unattractive to fish. By mixing them with soil and kneading for a while, all the odors were absorbed into the soil, and after kneading, they would not easily wash away. To increase the chances, Xiao Fan also added some leftovers from dinner. After tying it up with rattan strips, Xiao Fan took the fish basket to the creek. Finding a spot with plenty of water plants, he placed the fish basket down and tied the rattan strip to a nearby tree, leaving the rest to time. Tomorrow morning, he would be able to verify whether the labor from tonight would yield results. Chapter 74, Caught 5 Wild Chickens. This fish basket took a whole night to make, but it was a reusable tool, making it very worthwhile as long as there were catches. Moreover, the subsequent weaving would become smoother as he became more familiar with it, allowing for different sizes and shapes to be woven. The next morning, everyone skipped breakfast and went straight to the river to see the effect of the fish basket. Last night, Xiao Fan had entered the water to place the fish basket, this time to prevent the fish from escaping. He carefully entered the water again and approached the fish basket, slowly lifting the entrance out of the water before moving it to the shore. The entire fish basket was heavy after being soaked, but fortunately, all the water had drained out during the process of moving it. Otherwise, one person would definitely not be able to lift it. Brother Xiao, there are quite a few fish inside. And there's something big. It should be an eel, Chun Liang said excitedly, squatting beside the fish basket. Xiao Fan untied the rattan strip from the entrance, removed the small entrance, and everyone saw the harvest from the night. Wow, so many. Impressive, Brother Xiao. Today I can really show off my cooking skills. Leaders, we might not lack fish in the future. Xiao Fan's first reaction upon seeing the entire harvest was that there would be a source of protein in the future. He placed all the fish on the ground and cleaned them up. There was one eel, although it was not as big as the previous one. It was at least over half a pound. There were 3 larger fish, and together they felt like they could weigh about a pound, along with a dozen small fish, each about the size of a finger. There were also some freshwater shrimp, also finger-sized, but probably not much meat. He placed all the fish into the pottery he had brought, which should be enough for a meal. After placing some bait in again, Xiao Fan put the fish basket back into the river. Let's leave this fish basket here, and we can come every day to collect the catch and replace some bait. This method doesn't require any effort and can yield great rewards. Yes, Brother Xiao, let us make a few more fish baskets tonight and place them in different spots. I feel like we won't have to worry about food anymore. You have a point. Let us all work together to make the fish baskets tonight. We should be able to make a few more, but don't forget, the resources in the creek are limited. We don't know how long it can last. Such a large harvest like today might only happen the first time. If the fish decrease and become more alert, it will be harder to catch them. Although there are some deeper spots in the creek, the water flow is not large, and the fish resources are not abundant. After hearing Xiao Fan's words, Xiao Fan felt it was a good idea to try other places and said, should we try the river and the sea too? Yes. Let us place 1 fish basket in the sea and 1 in the river tonight. The fish in those 2 places are boundless. And there is no need to wait until tomorrow to replace the bait. You can come back in a few hours to see if any fish have bitten, and then replace the bait. After all, we have plenty of bait. Xiao Fan felt that increasing the number of fish baskets could increase the chances of catching fish and prevent them from escaping after entering. Still excited from just catching fish, Xiao Fan took everyone to the place where he had set the chicken traps. Even from several dozen meters away, without seeing the traps, Xiao Fan knew he would not return empty-handed today. Brother Xiao, I hear chickens calling. It seems the traps were successful, Guohong exclaimed, having also heard it. Running to the traps, the first trap did not disappoint, yielding a small wild chicken weighing about half a pound. This is just the first trap. Yesterday, I set up more than a dozen with Brother Xiao. And listen, there are still chicken calls coming from nearby. That is not a sound a chick can make, Guohong said with a grin. Indeed, after searching all the traps, the haul exceeded everyone's expectations, including Xiao Fan himself. Xiao Fan knew he would not return empty-handed today, but he thought he could only catch 1 or 2 chickens at most. When he saw all the results, he was even more excited than he expected. 2 big hens weighing around 3 to 4 pounds each, and 3 small wild chickens about half a pound each. We struck it rich. With these chickens, we can even raise our own flock. Xiao Fan's goal is not to eat chicken meat. If we can have some eggs on this island, that would be incredibly exciting. He shared his goal with everyone. Haha. Our goal from now on is to eat 1 egg every day. They tied the chicken legs together and took them to the shelter. But now everyone faced a new problem. What about the chicken coop? Everyone raised this question. Let's tie some vines to a tree for now. There isn't a particularly good way to make a chicken coop at the moment since the house hasn't even started being built yet. We can't spend time on the chicken coop. Xiao Fan felt that the issue of the house couldn't be delayed any longer. If it doesn't rain and food is secured, he plans to finish building the house in the next few days. He tied all 5 chickens to the trees around the shelter, and after breakfast, he took Chunliang and Guahong to start building the house. The first step was to install 6 upright posts at the locations calculated yesterday. All the tools had already been made, and Xiao Fan believed this step could be completed quickly. He picked up the drilling wood made yesterday, found a relatively flat stone that he could lift to use as a hammer, and located the first spot to drill. He began to pound the drilling wood into the ground with the stone. Xiao Gu, if we keep going like this, the drill might get stuck. This ground feels pretty hard. It's already difficult to pound it down, Guahong said, who was responsible for using the stone to pound the drill into the ground, feeling that it was getting harder to drive in. No, we must go down another 20 centimeters. Otherwise, the foundation of the house will be unstable. And if it collapses later, that would be a big deal. They shook the drill back and forth to see if they could pull it out. After some shaking, the drill was successfully pulled out, but the hole ended up being slightly larger. Chapter 75, the foundation structure of the house. However, by the end, Guahong was completely exhausted. After all, lifting and dropping a stone weighing over 10 kilograms repeatedly left everyone worn out. In the end, the drill only reached a depth of about 50 centimeters. Going deeper was already too difficult. If only we had a hammer, that would save us some effort. Hearing this from Guahong, although Xiao Fan couldn't turn a wooden stick into a stone hammer, he could tie 2 vines around the stone. As long as they left about a meter of length on both ends, with each person holding one end, they could lift and drop the stone, which would save a lot of effort. They spent 15 minutes making the first hole, which should exceed 60 centimeters in depth. They found the upright post and placed it in the dug hole, standing on the working platform to pound the post down as tightly as possible. Then filled some small stones and dirt into the gaps for basic stabilization. After all 4 upright posts were installed, they would adjust their heights and then secure them uniformly. Otherwise, if they needed to adjust the height again, there would be no way to do so. First, they installed the 4 corner upright posts and measured them with vines. Since the positions had already been determined and they measured again before digging, it formed a relatively neat rectangular structure. After some fine-tuning, they found that the heights were also basically consistent, referring to the height from the ground to the branch fork. Once the positions and heights were set, it was time to secure each upright post. Although the entire weight would eventually rest on these posts, they still needed to be handled carefully to prevent tilting. The strong winds on the island are no joke. They gathered some small stones to fill the small gaps, added some dirt, and then used a wooden stick to compact the dirt. At the highest point, they even used stones to secure the ground. The final result was that the upright posts placed in the holes were very stable. They believed that even strong winds wouldn't knock them down. Finally, they installed the 2 middle upright posts on the side in the same manner. This took much longer than Xiao Fan expected. They spent the entire morning on this task. The original plan was to go chop 3 horizontal beams in the morning, but now it seemed they could only do that in the afternoon. Before lunch, seeing Chunliang and the others going out to dig for cassava, Xiao Fan took Guahong and some bait to check the fish traps. They found that the catch wasn't as good as in the evening, but they still gathered about half a pound of fish. Xiao Fan was very satisfied with this catch, as it didn't take much effort. He cleaned the fish with the stone knife by the creek. Since the fish were small, it was a bit cumbersome to handle. Remember to remind me to make a bamboo knife tonight. A knife for killing fish. Xiao Fan asked Guahong to remind him, knowing he usually forgets. Can a bamboo knife be sharp? Don't worry, it will be sharper than a stone knife, just not as hard. Xiao Gu, how many trees do we need to chop this afternoon? Let's see the progress. We definitely need to finish the 3 horizontal roof beams this afternoon, as well as the ones on the sides, which means we need to complete the base of the triangular roof too. We also need to find some vines to tie these beams to the house, so even if there are strong winds at night, the upright posts won't collapse. Ideally, we should finish the roof this afternoon. The connection between the highest horizontal beam and the 2 front and back horizontal beams also requires a sturdier piece of wood. So looking at it, we need 9 pieces. Each piece of wood requires 2 cuts, so we need to chop down 18 trees. What about the sizes? Hearing this number, Guahong felt that this afternoon would be quite challenging. The 3 horizontal beams must be large enough. They can be smaller than the upright posts, but not too small, as they will bear the weight of the entire roof, so they can't be careless. As for the triangular sides of the roof, each side needs 3 pieces of wood. These can be slightly smaller, but should be at least the size of a tennis ball. We'll probably need to call Chunliang to help. Otherwise, the 2 of us will probably be unable to move our arms the next day. They brought several vines, actually. They only needed to measure 3 lengths, the bottom and waist of the triangular side of the roof and the width of the entire house. To ensure that they could tie the vines securely and to facilitate drainage later, Xiao Fan left about 10 centimeters on each end of every length. After all, it didn't have to be too aesthetically pleasing, just functional. From now on, these traps will be your responsibility. No problem, using this method. I want to make some more snares tonight to see if I can find some opportunities near the river. You can try for ducks and the place where we found the wild rabbits last time. The key is to find the right spot, put out some bait, and block off other paths. This will greatly increase your chances. Shunliang was interested in this, so Xiao Fan assigned him this task. Feeling that the animals on this island were quite foolish. Perhaps it was because no humans had ever been involved on this island, so the animals weren't as wary of humans. However, Xiao Fan had always been puzzled. In the past, animals on deserted islands were usually small, but the animals on this island were very fat. A chicken could weigh as much as a domesticated chicken, and the wild rabbits he saw seemed to weigh around 10 pounds. He didn't think too much about it. This had always been Xiao Fan's approach to handling things. For lunch today, everyone had a bowl of fish soup. Although they only added some sea salt, everyone ate happily. A warm bite was very effective in relieving fatigue. Now, they had a regular supply of fish, and with a few more fish traps made tonight, the future challenge might be how to preserve the fish, which would likely require a lot of sea salt. Chapter 76. We will live together. Xiao Gu, we have been making sea salt today as well, but we need to consume quite a bit ourselves each day, so there is not much left. Xia Fan has been using that small pottery to make salt these past few days. This won't do, the pottery is too small. Lu Ting suggested seeing if she could make a larger one tonight. It doesn't need to be very tall, just a larger base would suffice. And it can be made into a conical shape, which would also make it less likely to break. Moreover, we definitely have enough firewood resources now. The forest is full of wood, we just need to gather it ourselves. We can make several more salt-making tools. Xiao Fan has thought a lot about this. If we can catch a lot of fish now, we should try to catch as many as possible, but this will require a lot of sea salt for storage. However, Xiao Fan, you promised me a kiln for pottery, and there has been no progress on that. Lu Ting said to Xiao Fan with a rare mischievous smile. It's because the cave collapsed, otherwise, I would have built it for you long ago. Once the house is built, I will start working on that. It's been so long since I promised, and if I don't do it now, it would be unreasonable. After lunch, carrying 2 axes and all the vines, Xiao Fan, Guahong, and Shunliang went to the back mountain to start cutting down materials needed for the house. In fact, they only needed to cross a small hill, and there were suitable materials less than 100 meters away, straight, and of very appropriate size. The remaining work was to silently chop down the trees. Although they had sharpened the axes as much as possible in the morning, they were still not as good as iron axes. Fortunately, they could take turns, and by chopping around the trees, the 3 of them could push them down with their combined weight. The progress was even faster than they had expected. Xiao Gu, we don't need to chop down 9 trees. From this one alone, we can get at least 2 usable pieces of wood. The size is just over 10 meters, and at least the size of a tennis ball, which will be enough for the sloping roof. Shunliang pointed at the wood on the ground and said to Xiao Fan, in less than 2 hours, 5 pieces of wood, about 10 meters long, were placed in front of the shelter, all of which were very suitable in size. After a short rest, Xiao Fan planned to process these woods. Using the vines to measure the length, they laid the wood on the ground and began to work. Unlike cutting down standing trees, it was easier to apply force on the ground, but after a while, they needed to flip the entire wood over. After chopping to a certain extent, they couldn't use their combined weight to push it down anymore. However, Xiao Fan soon thought of a good method. Using 2 trees that were very close together on the side of the shelter, only about 20 centimeters apart, with just over 10 centimeters of distance from the ground. Genius! We can use this method for bamboo in the future. It should be even simpler. Shunliang thought of this idea. After spending about 2 more hours, they finally cut all the materials to the required lengths and neatly stripped the bark off, which might be useful later. Taking advantage of the remaining time, Xiao Fan planned to tie all the materials to the roof, which would prevent the whole house from collapsing tonight. With the help of the work platform, this task didn't take long. In less than an hour, the 3 of them completed the overall structure of the house. Thanks to the branches, the entire structure was very stable. Xiao Fan believed that even with the strong winds from last time, it shouldn't collapse completely, at most. The roof might have some issues. After finishing today's work, the 3 of them lay in the shelter and didn't want to move. At this moment, Guahong said, Xiao Gu, should we kill one of the big hens to eat? The girls probably want to know how to do it. I have no objections. Everyone has consumed a lot today, so we can replenish. I agree. Who knows if this hen will lay eggs? It's better to eat it. How about this? Xiao Hong has a point. Let us keep them for a few days and see if they lay eggs. If they don't, we'll kill them for food. If they do, we'll keep them. How about that? Okay. Everyone agreed with this suggestion. You guys are making progress quickly. I estimate that in a few days, your house will be built. Seeing the food she was carrying, Xiao Fan said to her, you guys are quite impressive. You've caught quite a bit, and remember, it's not just your house, it's everyone's. Don't worry, we will live together in the future. Hearing this, Lu Ting's face turned slightly red, and she playfully rolled her eyes at Xiao Fan. Xiao Fan felt like he might have said something a bit off. Chapter 77 Seafood until we don't want to eat anymore. Since there was still a lot of work to do in the evening, Everyone had an early dinner, and the menu was the same as before, either meat or seafood. I'm starting to not want to eat seafood, crabs, shellfish, and fish every day. I'm afraid my cholesterol is too high, Xiao Fan joked. Actually, we could gather some wild vegetables to eat. Lu Ting and I discovered some today. Also, the small tender leaves in that lake seem to be edible. You guys go ahead, but don't eat them yet. Let the chickens try them first. If they're fine, then we'll eat them. Eating some greens would be good for all of us. In the evening, under Xiao Fan's guidance, they completed the remaining 3 fish baskets before going to bed. After placing the bait, 2 were put in the river and 1 was placed in the creek. Planning to put 1 in the sea tomorrow during the day and try another small creek for results. The next day, when they went to check, the 2 fish baskets in the creek didn't disappoint. Although each one had less than yesterday, together they exceeded the catch from the previous day, with at least around 2 pounds of fish. In the big river, one of the fish baskets had nothing, while the other had just 1 fish. But it was a big one, weighing at least a pound. It seems that there are still more big fish in this river compared to the creek, where there are many fish, but they're all smaller. However, the overall catch was still substantial. Xiao Fan thought that the placement of the fish baskets might have been an issue. This big fish was probably just unlucky to be caught. The fish baskets should be placed in areas with more aquatic plants. Last night, due to insufficient light, they had directly put them near the shore of the river. After rebaiting, Xiao Fan found a spot rich in aquatic plants, close to where the ducks had been frequenting. The presence of ducks at least proved that there were small fish active in that area, and these fish baskets were targeting small fish. They were ineffective against larger fish. During breakfast, everyone discussed the main tasks for today. The 3 big men would continue to repair the house, since the house was quite wide and long. Xiao Fan hoped to reinforce it further today, planning to tie a horizontal beam at both ground level and about a meter above ground to provide stability. In the end, only the front wall was left without a horizontal beam at a meter above ground, to leave space for a door later. After completing these reinforcement tasks, along with the stability provided by the walls, the house should be able to withstand most strong winds and heavy rain. The next step in Xiao Fan's plan was to complete the roof first, so that when they built the walls, they wouldn't have to worry about the walls getting wet from the rain and having to start over. Moreover, Xiao Fan planned to use clay for the wall construction, which would require building a fire inside the house to dry the walls, making it essential to first construct a roof. Chapter 78: The Beauty Catches a Wild Chicken. Additionally, if the roof is completed first, they would be able to work inside the house even on rainy days, avoiding interruptions whenever it rained. The roof was still planned to be made with some thatch. Initially, there was some consideration between banana leaves and thatch. But considering that banana leaves might easily get damaged once dried, they ultimately chose thatch. There are a lot of weeds over a meter high on both sides of the small lake, which can be dried to make very suitable thatch roofs. The plan is to first tie the thatch together with bamboo strips, making them into strips similar to a mat, and then tie each strip to the roof, which requires some fixed places on the roof. In the end, Xiao Fan tied some branches at the front and back of the roof, attaching them to the top horizontal strip and the front and back horizontal strips, perpendicular to the horizontal strips, with a distance of 20 centimeters between each one. Considering that thick trunks are not needed, this time Xiao Fan planned to use bamboo. One bamboo can be split into at least 4 pieces. So the entire roof won't require too much material. While swimming in the lake, it didn't feel very big, but after catching it, I found that this fish was full of meat, and its size exceeded expectations. Xiao Go, let's put a few fish baskets here at noon. I estimate we can catch quite a few at once. Both Guohong and Xiao Fan agreed. Although it wasn't as clean and tidy as concrete, at least it was flat ground, and subsequent baking with fire should also provide decent hardness. Look, impressive, right? Xiao Mei pointed to the 2 chickens and said, by the way, there's some bad news. That patch of cassava can't be found anymore. We dug for half a day today and only found 3 relatively large ones. The others are hard to find. Chapter 79: Unexpected Discoveries on the Deserted Island. At noon, checking the fish baskets revealed that the harvest from the river wasn't much. Although there were some river shrimp and a few small fish, it couldn't compare to the harvest from the creek. The 2 fish baskets in the creek yielded nearly a pound of fish, and Xiao Fan was very satisfied with such a result after just half a day. In the end, 1 fish basket from the river was placed in the freshly cut lake, and another was placed in the sea, right under the rocks, filled with many crushed crabs as bait, hoping to catch something from the sea. The house would have to wait for rain to gather bamboo, so Xiao Fan planned to explore the island in the afternoon to see if he could find other food sources. Now that cassava was gone, although some had been planted in the original cassava field, no one knew when it could be harvested, so it was necessary to find other food sources. It had been a long time since he wandered around other parts of the island, and Xiao Fan was still full of anticipation, hoping to discover something interesting or useful survival resources in an unfamiliar place, like bamboo or some other food. These all needed to be discovered gradually. In fact, Xiao Fan enjoyed exploring and liked new things. This time, the focus was still on the east side of the island. Apart from a small mountain that hadn't been explored, it seemed less significant because it was barren. Xiao Fan felt it wasn't very meaningful, as he had already explored most of the other places on the west side, although he hadn't stepped into every single area. Compared to the east side, he knew a lot more about the west. On the east side, aside from a general search, many places hadn't been covered, and Xiao Fan hadn't found any useful resources there. With such a vast area, this situation shouldn't have occurred. The only reason was that he hadn't found them. The vegetation on the east side was relatively dense and humid, with taller and thicker trees in the forest. It was noticeably humid and hot, making it difficult for Xiao Fan and his companion to walk and hard to discover anything on the ground. This time, they moved very slowly, and whenever they encountered plants they hadn't seen on the island, they would take a closer look. If they could pull them out of the ground, Xiao Fan would try to do so, as fruits growing on trees were easy to find. But resources buried underground had to be extracted to be discovered. Hard work pays off. Not long after, the ground gave Xiao Fan their first harvest, ginger. Xiao Fan saw a half-meter tall plant that looked like a mini version of bamboo, but it had more branches and leaves. After pulling it out, he discovered it was ginger, and it was a mature ginger the size of a palm. Holding the ginger, Xiao Fan was very happy and said to Guahong, "Xiaohong, quickly identify this ginger sprout and see if there are any around. This thing is a good find." Chapter 80, Cultivating Wasteland for Planting. After searching for a while, Xiao Fan and Guahong found 3 more ginger plants nearby, 2 of which were relatively large and already mature, about the size of a palm, but the other one was only a third of that size. After looking around, they had another delightful discovery, 3 cassava plants, yielding at least over 10 pounds, which was clearly much larger than the harvest from across the river. The largest cassava had 6 tubers, each about 20 centimeters long. Just this one cassava could feed a family of 5. Xiao Fan used a sharp axe to cut down the cassava stem, leaving half a meter at the bottom. "Xiao Gu, what are you doing with this? The stem can't be eaten." Propagation. Cassava reproduces through this stem. I plan to dig out a piece of farmland near the back mountain by the creek. We need to cultivate cassava. Without cassava, we can't last long. This thing won't yield fruit anytime soon, right? It should take about 6 months from planting to harvest. I estimate the planting period for ginger is about the same. "Xiao Gu, do you think we can't be saved?" Back at the shelter, Xiao Fan found a relatively sharp branch and began to cultivate his first piece of farmland on the back mountain. First, he transplanted the ginger to a shady spot, then added some ash from the fire he made, which was just some brush burned down, used as fertilizer. He trimmed off several sprouting spots at the bottom, leaving only the top 2 or 3 sprouting points to concentrate all the nutrients there. He inserted the stem at a 30-degree angle into the soil, ensuring that the soil covered the entire stem, but leaving just a thin layer of soil over the top sprouting points to facilitate sprouting. After watering it, he completed the planting of the cassava. Watching the excitement, Xiao said, "Xiao Gu, you're cultivating cassava, right? But there are some small cassava sprouts on the other side of the river. They just haven't grown cassava yet. We can dig them up when they mature. Is it necessary to plant them here?" "What? There are already cassava sprouts? How many are there?" Xiao Fan quickly asked Xiao. Chapter 81, Striking it Rich on the Deserted Island. However, this time it was Lu Ting who replied to Xiao Fan. "There are quite a few. At least I saw dozens of them. They were still small, so I didn't dig them up. If I had, there probably wouldn't have been any cassava yet. But the plants vary in size, and those over half a meter tall have been dug up to check. The others are still there." Xiao Fan felt very speechless. Had he known, he would have dug up the cassava sprouts early to cultivate them himself. "Xiao Gu, aren't they growing well over there? Why must they be transplanted here?" "Transplanting them is easier to manage, and it's more convenient to fertilize and control soil moisture. Plus, we won't have to run all the way to the other side of the river to dig cassava every time." "That is true. But this isn't something that can be solved quickly. We should focus on getting the house ready first. According to what they said, we probably need to prepare for quite a while before we can transplant, considering it takes several days to handle the farmland." Chun Liang's opinion received Xiao Fan's agreement. Anyway, the cassava sprouts were there, and they could transplant them anytime. The most important thing now was the house. If it doesn't rain, there's nothing to be done. Xiao Fan could only wait. As evening approached, a group of people went to check the fish baskets. First, we arrived at the seaside and pulled up the fish basket that had been placed in the sea. There was no catch from the air, and upon inspection, we found several crabs and 4 fish inside, amounting to about half a pound of catch. Unfortunately, the fish were all too small, roughly the size of a thumb, and the crabs looked small with little meat, which left everyone quite disappointed. Chun Liang, seeing the catch, was very dissatisfied and said to Xiao Fan, "Brother Xiao, let's forget it. We should just put the fish basket in the creek or the lake. There probably isn't much hope in the sea. However, Xiao Fan thought it was better to still put it in the sea, as the fish resources there are infinite, while the fish in the creek would be gone once caught. But seeing this catch and considering the large area of the creek and lake combined, he agreed to everyone's south opinion to place it in the lake. First, we needed to ensure the necessary protein for survival, and we could think of ways to catch fish from the sea later. We placed the fish basket in a small lake and then took out the original fish basket that was in the lake. As soon as we lifted it from the water, we heard a splashing sound from inside. Hearing this sound and feeling the weight of the basket, Xiao Fan happily told everyone, "We hit the jackpot. We have a lot of fish this time." Indeed, upon opening the fish basket, we were pleasantly surprised to find it filled to the brim with fish. The fish, caught by Guahong, were thumb-sized, about 10 centimeters long, although small. They were very plump, with each fish weighing about a tael, and there was a lot of meat. There were a total of 25 fish in that basket. Chunliang took the fish from the basket and placed them into a clay pot, saying, "Today we can indulge in fish meat. Everyone can have several fish. And these look really delicious." Xiafangmei was also very happy to see the fish. "If only we had some oil, these fish would be great for frying. But without oil, we can only stew or grill them, and the taste will be quite similar. Didn't you catch a chicken? We can kill the big rooster tonight. It should have some oil inside." Guahong had been eyeing that big rooster for a while. Chapter 82, Making a Fish-Killing Knife. Xiao Fan thought about it and decided against it, telling Guahong, "Let us just have grilled fish today. That big rooster wouldn't be finished in one meal. We can deal with it tomorrow. Today we have plenty of cassava and other food, so let us conserve a bit." The fish basket in the creek also didn't disappoint, yielding about a pound of fish. Today, thanks to the fish baskets, we had at least 5 or 6 pounds of fish meat, which matched the catch from nearly a week before. It seemed the fish baskets were indeed invaluable. The making of a bamboo knife was quite simple. It involved shaping bamboo strips into the size of a dagger, binding the tail end with some thin vines, and sharpening the front with stones. A simple bamboo knife was completed. Although the bamboo knife was ineffective against trees or other hard objects, it worked well for some fruits, like bananas and oranges, and because the blade was thin, it was even better than a stone knife. Testing it, the bamboo knife easily slit open the fish's belly, and the back of the knife could easily scrape off the scales. However, it was ineffective for cutting off the fish's head, tail, or fins, which still required a stone knife. Nonetheless, for grilled and stewed fish, Xiao Fan didn't mind. The head and tail didn't need to be cut off as they were all edible, and the fish head added flavor to the soup. Xiao Fan made 4 more bamboo knives, so now everyone had a knife, which could also double as a fork. Now we were even equipped for Western dining. In the evening by the campfire, Xiao Fan started making thatch mats, intending to use them to cover the roof later. He took the leftover bamboo from the last time, processed it to the width needed for weaving fish baskets, but didn't shave it down too thin, keeping it relatively thick. He took 2 equal-length bamboo strips, placed them flat on the ground, and then placed bundles of thatch between them, binding them with vines every 10 centimeters. This way, the thatch was secured between the 2 bamboo strips and wouldn't easily fall out. The process was simple but time-consuming, requiring a lot of meticulous work. And since the house was quite long, a lot of bamboo and thatch were needed, which meant it would take a long time to complete a mat. Eventually, with everyone's efforts, we finished weaving all the thatch mats in one evening. If there weren't enough to cover the roof, we would have to go cut more grass and make more, and now all the bamboo resources were used up, so we could only wait for rain. Now, the materials on hand had all been used up and turned into finished products. The next day, there were still no signs of rain. Reluctantly, after breakfast, Xiao Fan went to the waterfall area and found that the waterfall had indeed stopped flowing. He climbed up to the bamboo forest using the vines and tested in the upstream lake, but couldn't send the bamboo down the waterfall. However, this trip wasn't in vain. With the help of Guahong and Chunliang, they cut down a dozen bamboo stalks in the morning and placed them in the lake, waiting for rain. As soon as it rained, they would receive a delivery of bamboo right downstream of the waterfall. Chapter 83, Making Salted Fish. In the afternoon, Xiao Fan planned to make some salted fish. This morning and noon, he checked the fish baskets again, and together they had at least 10 pounds of catch, especially in the small lake, where each basket had at least 2 pounds of thumb-sized fish. There were so many fish that we couldn't eat them all at once, and we saw that the sea salt had accumulated to about a pound. This was thanks to a large pottery vessel made by Lu Ting specifically for making salt, which had a diameter of over 40 centimeters, allowing us to harvest a teacup of sea salt each time. Accumulating this amount should be enough for making salted fish, and salt production was still ongoing, so we didn't need to worry about running out of sea salt later. He took out more than 30 small fish, cleaned them thoroughly, rubbed a layer of sea salt inside and out, and then placed them in the pottery for pickling. Xiao Fan planned to pickle them for at least a day before drying them. The dried fish could be easily preserved, because they would become salted fish. They could be grilled or stir-fried later, both delicious options. The salted fish was quickly prepared, and with the remaining time, Xiao Fan went to explore the source of clay to prepare for the wall plastering later. He found plenty of clay by the creek, which should meet the requirements. But transporting the clay would require some containers. Ultimately, Xiao Fan decided to make a few backpacks, using the same method as the fish baskets. But they needed to be larger. This work would also have to wait for the bamboo to arrive. Another tool needed was for digging the clay. If he used his hands, he'd likely lose his fingernails after a day. And a lot of clay would be needed since they had to seal the entire perimeter of the house. Xiao Fan first thought of using stone tools, making a stone hoe like the previous one, but he needed to find a suitable stone and then grind it down, which could be found in the back mountain. In one afternoon, Xiao Fan completed the hoe, which didn't need to be very sharp. This time, he chose a longer wooden handle. So even if it wasn't sharp, he could still use force to cut the clay. Basically, all the preparation work for building the house was done. They were just waiting for the bamboo. The heavy rain on the island never disappointed anyone, and during dinner, a downpour arrived as expected. As soon as the rain lightened, Xiao Fan took Guahong and Chun Liang to the downstream of the waterfall and saw that a dozen bamboo stalks had been neatly placed in the small lake below the waterfall. After finishing speaking, Xiao Fan, along with 2 companions, used the rattan they brought to divide the bamboo into 3 piles and bind them together, leaving enough length of the rattan for people on the shore to control. They basically spent the entire afternoon resting and eating a lot of nutritious food. And by evening, everyone still had the energy to do some preparation work. Under the light of the campfire, everything could be easily seen. Chapter 84, Weaving the Backpack. Previously, Xiao Fan planned to simply tie some bamboo vertically to the crossbeams on the roof to secure the thatch. However, seeing that the completed thatch mat was quite soft and bamboo was easily obtainable, Xiao Fan decided to tie the roof into a grid pattern, binding bamboo strips both horizontally and vertically for more stable support. The initial plan was to tie a bamboo strip every 30 centimeters, densely and uniformly. Next was the processing of materials. There was no need for these bamboo strips to be too sturdy. One bamboo can be split into 4 pieces, and Xiao Fan estimated that 3 or 4 large bamboo stalks would be enough for the entire roof. After all, a single bamboo stalk is over 10 meters long, which can be considered as 2 pieces, and each can be divided into 4 parts, allowing one bamboo to yield 8 usable segments. The slanted materials were only about 2 meters long, meaning one bamboo could be split into at least 16 pieces. So 3 bamboo stalks would likely suffice for all material needs. This time, Xiao Fan's approach was to split the bamboo first, then cut them to the desired length. This method made it easier to chop, as the already split bamboo strips could be directly cut with an axe without needing to chisel around first and then break them, which would take too long. After splitting, testing showed that chopping down vertically with the axe wouldn't shatter the bamboo, especially if started from the inside. Controlling the angle of the cut would prevent splitting the bamboo into several pieces. With Guahong's help, it took less than an hour to process 3 bamboo stalks. And after spending 2 hours assisting Chun Liang and others with the bamboo for making backpacks, all materials were processed. This was much faster than going up the mountain to chop branches, and the overall quality of the materials was much better. After finishing the materials, they began weaving the backpacks, completing 3 backpacks in one night. The bottom diameter of each backpack reached about 25 centimeters, with the opening nearly 40 centimeters, allowing each backpack to carry at least 50 pounds of clay at once, as long as it could be lifted, making it possible to transport a lot at one time. To ensure reuse, these backpacks were made with ample materials, using thicker bamboo and densely woven, resulting in an overall weight exceeding 10 pounds. However, this weight was still much lighter than that of rattan-woven baskets, and the weight would decrease significantly once the materials dried. 2 ropes made of rattan were tied to the backpacks, resulting in 3 well-made bamboo backpacks, which could be used for collecting various food items and gathering materials without needing to carry a small basket anymore. During the process of weaving the bamboo baskets, Lu Ting and Xie Fan were also busy, crafting several practical small containers from bamboo, including 2 small baskets for washing vegetables and 5 pairs of bamboo chopsticks, which were nearly indistinguishable from those sold in supermarkets. Working around the bamboo, everyone was busy all night, obtaining many materials that could improve their quality of life, making everyone very happy. This led to everyone waking up relatively late the next day. After breakfast, with the sun already high, the tasks of gathering fish and firewood, as well as the burden of food, were handed over to the 2 ladies, while Xiao Fan and the others focused on making the roof. Chapter 85, Getting Rich. Last night, they also made a lot of bamboo ropes. This was something Xiao Fan had seen on TV, using bamboo for binding. Selecting the outer side of the bamboo, with a thickness of less than a millimeter, only needing the green part, the length could be adjusted, but most were around 20 centimeters long, making it very convenient for tying small items. Xiao Fan made a lot and tested them, finding the results to be very good. However, this method was only suitable for small bindings. For larger wooden pieces, rattan was still more reliable. The roof construction began with fixing the prepared bamboo strips to the roof, spaced 30 centimeters apart. This work was relatively simple, requiring multiple bindings, and the three of them finished quickly. Then, they placed the thatch mats onto the roof. At this point, the height of the working platform was insufficient. Reluctantly, Xiao Fan had to stand on the roof, but now the roof could easily support one person. So as long as he was careful, there was no risk. They first tied down the bottom layer of thatch, securing the bamboo strips to the net-like roof. Since the thatch had already been tied into the bamboo strips earlier, it wouldn't fall out. They continued to tie layer by layer upwards, after finishing the first piece. The second was tied above it. Although the thatch was about a meter long, to prevent rain, the second piece was moved up only about 30 centimeters, overlapping by roughly 70 centimeters. This required more thatch, but significantly improved rain protection. Thus, each area had basically 3 layers of thatch coverage, with each layer about 3 centimeters thick, totaling around 10 centimeters of thatch thickness in each area, which should provide excellent rain protection. After using all the thatch, about 50 centimeters at the highest point remained uncovered. Guohong said, "Xiao Gu, let's go get some more thatch. Let's try to finish the entire roof this morning." Xiao Fan agreed, but he was also considering another problem: how to handle the junction where the 2 roof pieces met at the top. This area, if not properly addressed, would leak. The old method of clamping the thatch with bamboo strips was still applicable, but this time they would clamp it in the middle of the thatch, tying the heads and tails of the thatch together. Essentially, a bundle of thatch was split into 2 parts, with the lower ends facing one side and the upper ends facing the other, ensuring both sides were similar and would provide good rain protection. After considering, Xiao Fan concluded this was the best method and proposed an idea. They could tie a half bamboo at the highest point, using its arc to direct rainwater to the sides of the roof, thus preventing leaks. Without tiles, they had to proceed this way. After arriving at the final solution, everyone set off again to cut thatch, and Guohong took the opportunity to check if there were any catches in the fish basket in the lake. Wow! I hit the jackpot. I struck it rich. As soon as they began cutting grass, Guohong's surprised exclamation rang out, and he shouted incredulously while holding up the fish basket. Chapter 86. The Huge Eel. By the time Xiao Fan walked over, Guohong had already pulled out a large eel from the fish basket. Xiao Fan could swear this was the largest eel he had ever seen in his life, with a diameter roughly the size of a tennis ball and a length estimated to exceed 1 meter. This is way too big, right? It must weigh nearly 10 pounds. Chen Liang was a bit scared and hesitant to grab it. Xiao Fan weighed it in his hands and said, "It's almost 10 pounds, give or take." The entire fish basket was practically stuffed full with it, which was incredible. Guohong placed the eel on the ground and quickly dealt with it using a stone, saying, "Who cares? The bigger the better. This one will be enough for us for a day." After saying that, he took a stone knife and bamboo knife and skillfully began to prepare the eel, eventually using an axe to cut it into chunks. In the end, there was enough meat to fill a pottery jar, divided into over a dozen pieces, each weighing about half a pound. Seeing the meat, Xiao Fan knew that they wouldn't be able to finish it all at once, so he instructed Guohong to marinate 2 pieces, intending to try the taste of salted eel. In fact, fish can also be smoked, which Xiao Fan felt would enhance the flavor even more and would be beneficial for preservation, but they didn't have smoking tools for now, so they had to dry it instead. At least the nutrition would be similar. After more than an hour, they finally completed the entire roof. With the roof finished, the whole house felt very cozy and looked quite sturdy. For lunch, they had grilled eel and fruit, and everyone was quite full. Although the eel was large, the grilled meat was very tender and oily, bringing a sense of happiness with every bite. After returning to the shelter, Xiao Fan found Lu Ting and another person weaving something with banana leaves. He walked over and asked, "What are you doing?" Upon seeing Xiao Fan approach, Lu Ting quickly hid what she was weaving behind her, but Xiao Fan generously said, "We're making clothes. Didn't you notice that our clothes are already very worn out? And in some places, there's nothing left? You're lucky, hum." Xiao Fan had already noticed this issue. Everyone's clothes were getting more and more tattered. For the past few days, he had been working with his shirt off, but his pants still had many holes, although the important parts weren't exposed yet. However, the 2 ladies had thicker fabrics, and since they had more important areas than the men, Xiao Fan had been enjoying the view of their long legs every day, especially Lu Ting's, who he was staring at. "If we don't make a few more clothes, you might just kill us with your gaze," Xiao Fan said to Lu Ting while glancing at Xiao Fan. Instantly, Lu Ting's face turned as red as an apple, and she started playfully teasing Xiao Fan, probably cursing this pig teammate. However, during this playful banter, Xiao Fan also caught a glimpse of the clothes they were making, which were strips of banana leaves woven into some clothing. The appearance looked pretty good, and Xiao Fan said, If you have time, help me make a few too. Otherwise, you'll have all the benefits. After saying this, Xiao Fan ran back to the construction site. Chapter 87, Making Sea Salt. Xiao Fan had never realized how thick-skinned he was before. You probably didn't know him before. He has always been like this. However, Lu Ting really took Xiao Fan's joking remark to heart and planned to make him a few clothes in the future. In the afternoon, Xiao Fan planned to prepare all the prerequisites for plastering the walls. Since the adhesion of clay was far inferior to that of cement, he needed to tie many bamboo strips to the plastering areas to provide support, similar to reinforcing bars in cement. Xiao Fan intended to leave a window on each side of the house, with a door and a large window space at the front, which would make the house brighter inside. As for what to use to block the rain later on, that could be considered later. He planned to leave a window of about 1 square meter near the front on both sides. So he first needed to use slightly larger wood to form the shape of the entire window. A horizontal beam would be fixed as the top beam of the window, which was the load-bearing beam, so he used heavy materials made of large wood. The vertical wood on both sides didn't have as obvious a load-bearing effect. It mainly served to fix the window shape and was also tied to the entire structure of the house. The windows and door on the front wall were made using a similar method, but since the window on the front was larger, reaching over 2 square meters, the materials used were thicker. After securing the basic structure of the house, other areas of the walls were woven with smaller bamboo strips. This saved a lot of rope. And the woven gaps of about 10 centimeters were very tight, preventing the mud from falling off the walls. The bamboo strips could provide good support. By the time they finished all this, it was getting late. After taking a bath in the sea, Xiao Fan felt very relaxed, and he watched the sunrise. It would have been even better if he had a fishing rod. Xiao Fan thought this kind of life was quite good, as it eliminated many troublesome matters. Upon returning to the shelter and checking everyone's gains of the day, the biggest achievement was the house, which now had the appearance of a real house and looked quite impressive. This was also the first true house everyone had built. The others could only be considered shelters at most. The fishing haul was also significant, with about 7 to 8 pounds caught today. Although it was slightly less than yesterday, there was still plenty of fish meat left. The remaining larger fish were pickled by Xiao Fan in a clay pot and combined with yesterday's catch. There was nearly 10 pounds of fish stored. They harvested at least a pound of sea salt each day, thanks to that large clay pot. The fire had never stopped, continuously heating the seawater and producing salt. Even though a lot was used for pickling the fish today, there was still a little less than half a jar of sea salt left, which would surely increase in the future. The overall living environment had greatly improved, and they were gradually able to eat their fill every day, although most of it was still fish meat. That night, everyone enjoyed a leisurely rest, chatting by the fire before going to bed early. The next morning, Xiao Fan hung the fish that had been pickled the day before on a vine to dry in the sun, estimating that in a few days, they would have salted fish to eat, which should have its own unique flavor. Chapter 88, Completing the House. Today's task was to apply the clay to all the walls, which was quite a daunting task. Seeing the clay that Chen Liang had made, Xiao Fan added some sun-dried thatch to it and found that the effect improved significantly, with the adhesion greatly enhanced. Therefore, Chen Liang had another job to do, which was to mix the processed thatch into the clay. Xiao Fan ultimately decided that the wall thickness would be around 12 centimeters. Too thick would require too much material, and too thin might not be sturdy enough. So this thickness was determined. Let us get to work. Xiao Fan planned to first plaster all 4 walls up to 20 centimeters and then light a fire inside to aid in drying. Both Xiao Fan and Chen Liang worked quickly, but they gradually had to wait for Guohong's clay, which was also the most labor-intensive task. Although the creek wasn't too far from the shelter, she had to dig the clay herself and carry it back each time, which was exhausting. Eventually, Xiao Fan and Chen Liang took turns helping Guohong, and Lu Ting and the others also assisted in filling the clay during their free time. So everything began to progress smoothly. After finishing lunch without any rest, everyone silently started working, just like when they dug the drainage ditch for the thatch house. This task brought everyone together again. Although they were all tired, no one complained, and they continued until the sun had completely set. By the time they finished dinner, only one part of the front wall remained incomplete, and after working a bit longer, the entire job was completed. The final walls didn't reach the highest point but stopped at the level of the beams. The triangular area above the roof wasn't completely plastered, as it was already covered with plenty of thatch and could provide ventilation. Xiao Fan's intention was to keep this gap, which could be filled later if needed. After taking a bath, Xiao Fan, Chen Liang, and Guohong lay down to sleep. Guohong soon started snoring loudly, clearly exhausted from the day. That day, everyone woke up quite late. After getting up and looking at the clay house they had built with their own hands, everyone was very excited. However, just as they finished celebrating, it started to rain, so they quickly brought the drying salted fish inside the newly built house and didn't worry about the smoked fish spoiling. During the rain, Xiao Fan inspected his house and found a few small leaks inside, but they were resolved after adjusting the thatched roof. Looking outside, there were no major issues with the walls, and there was no collapse, the only flaw being the absence of a drainage ditch, which caused rainwater to continuously wash against the house's foundation. Reluctantly, Xiao Fan had to dig a drainage ditch again in the rain. With everyone's help, the drainage ditch was completed while the rain was still falling, directing all the rainwater away from the house. This rain was quite significant, but the house withstood the test. After subsequent smoking, drying, and exposure to sunlight, it should be even more stable. Chapter 89. Preparing to make a bamboo bed. After the heavy rain, Xiao Fan took an axe and went to cut bamboo. Before he left, Guohong asked, "There is still some bamboo at home, why go cut more?" With nothing else to do, Guohong also came to the bamboo forest, and this time there was no pressure. They could cut as much as they wanted. At noon, since Xiao Fan didn't have much work, he decided to kill the big rooster. Indeed, they collected a good amount of chicken fat, and the gizzards were quite large. He also picked out some edible parts from the entrails, mainly the gizzards, intestines, and heart. The rest would be used as fish bait. For lunch, they had roasted chicken, including the neck, legs, and wings, which weighed 2 to 3 pounds in total. After finishing this meal, they were already quite full, and there was still more than half a chicken left for dinner. Xiao Fan processed the chicken fat, rendering out about half a teacup's worth, which he planned to use for frying fish later, carefully storing it in the shelter. In the afternoon, Xiao Fan wondered if he could make such a large bed. At least 2 meters long and over 3 meters wide, it was quite a project. First, he boiled the vegetables in clean water and sprinkled a little salt on them afterward. Although they weren't particularly tasty, everyone was very happy to have their first vegetables in a month, and there were plenty of them by the lakeside. With careful searching, they could sometimes find more by the creek, so they weren't worried about running out. They all ate quite a bit. For dinner, they had chicken soup, but this time, after finishing the chicken meat, they added some found vegetables to the soup, creating a chicken soup hot pot. The flavor was much better than plain boiled water, and it should help supplement everyone's vitamins. That night, Xiao Fan and everyone discussed the specific manufacturing process for the bed. It had to be very large and sturdy enough to support 5 people. Did anyone have any ideas? There weren't many good solutions, so they could only refer to the process of making a table, adding a few more fixed crossbeams at most. Chen Liang's suggestion was what Xiao Fan was also thinking, although using rattan for weight support with so many people still didn't seem particularly stable. Should they follow the method of building a house? They needed to find 4 trees with branches, which should still be available in the previously found area. But it would require cutting again. The trees seen that afternoon were no longer useful. Chapter 90. Special structure. Not that they were useless. They still needed to be used horizontally. So, Xiao Fan decided to look again tomorrow morning to see if there were any similar woods. If not, they would proceed with the table method. If they found some, they would cut 4 branch trees following the house building method. After saying this, Xiao Fan began sharpening his axe. Before each tree cutting trip, he needed to sharpen the axe very well. Sometimes, if he had cut down many trees, he would find a small creek to sharpen it nearby. The next day, he found the necessary branch trees in the old place, choosing even thicker ones this time, with a diameter of about 15 centimeters. The cutting positions of these trees were generally 4 to 5 meters high, and in suitable cutting positions, the diameter of these trees even reached about 20 centimeters. Xiao Fan thought about what Guohong said and agreed that slightly smaller trees shouldn't significantly affect the bed's stability. He initially planned to choose smaller trees, but suddenly had a bright idea and told Guohong, "What if we insert 2 vertical logs into the ground, with one being a bit taller than the other? If we bind them together, wouldn't that create an artificial branch?" They would place the crossbeam on the shorter log and then bind it. Guohong quickly understood this idea and felt it was worth trying. They dug 2 adjacent holes to allow the 2 logs to go deep into the ground, hammering both logs in, with one slightly higher by 15 centimeters, which would be twice the diameter of the crossbeam since they would need to bind 2 horizontal logs above later. Using another piece of wood on the shorter log, Xiao Fan found that they could securely bind the higher log with rattan and also bind the 2 vertical logs together, making the entire structure very stable. Of course, this structure required the logs to be driven in quite deep, otherwise it could easily collapse. The final design utilized this method. They first drilled 8 holes according to the length of the bed, placing all the vertical logs inside. The height above ground of the shorter logs determined the bed's height, which was temporarily set at about 60 centimeters. As long as the heights of the 4 shorter logs above the ground were equal, the entire bed would be approximately level. They secured all the vertical logs, placed some small stones inside, and compacted the ground, which took up the whole morning. Finally, they achieved 4 stable branches that should support the weight of the entire bed and 5 people. Chapter 91. Desert Island Mattress. The remaining work involved cutting tree trunks according to the bed's length and width. To ensure the bed was even more stable, Xiao Fan also bound 2 horizontal logs at the bottom and middle of the 4 vertical pillars, one near the ground and one in the middle, all based on house construction techniques. This used up all the wood Xiao Fan had cut the previous day. So he went to the back mountain again to cut a few more logs to finish the bed's edges in the afternoon. Essentially, it was an enlarged table. After dinner, Xiao Fan cut many 2-meter-long bamboo pieces. He first placed a whole piece on the bed edge and found it very solid, but he needed too many materials. The bamboo from yesterday was probably insufficient, needing at least 10 more pieces. Moreover, it wasn't very stable. The round bamboo easily slipped. Although there were thousands of bamboo in the forest, each time they cut some, they had to rely on rainy days, which was quite troublesome. So they tried to use as little as possible. Ultimately, after splitting the bamboo in half, they found it wasn't a big problem. The stability was ensured, and the materials from yesterday were sufficient. After binding all the bamboo to the bed edge, they completed the entire bed's surface in one night, and it was now ready for use. However, sleeping on the bamboo was a bit uncomfortable on the back since they were still half logs, and the curvature was too large. The remaining work was left to the 2 ladies. They would lay down some thatch, and Xiao Fan would help them process some bamboo, as they wanted to weave some mats, ensuring everyone would have one in the future. Lu Ting saw that Xiao Fan and the others were almost exhausted and voluntarily took over the next tasks. The following work was not physically demanding, so Xiao Fan didn't refuse and directly helped them process the materials for making the mats. However, there were many tiny thorns on the mats, which caused a prickly sensation when lying down, so they had no choice but to remove all the thorns one by one. First, lay the thatch on the bamboo, and then place the mat on top. The most comfortable and spacious bed since the beginning of survival is completed, and 5 people lying on it do not feel crowded at all, very comfortable. Next, the cleaning of the room is entrusted to Lu Ting, and I believe her meticulousness will greatly beautify the whole house. With that, the house is basically completed. Only the doors and windows remain to be handled. But this does not delay everyone from moving into the new home. That night in the new house, everyone woke up in the early morning. Not because the bed was uncomfortable, but because they were all frozen awake. The temperature on the island dropped sharply in the early morning, causing the perceived temperature inside the room to drop by at least 10 degrees compared to during the day, waking everyone up. It wasn't as obvious when staying in the small thatched cottage, mainly because everyone was huddled together, providing insulation. And the thatched house was not that tall and had no windows, so it didn't feel that cold. Living in the big house is very comfortable, but it is indeed too cold, and everyone got up in the early morning to gather around the fire to warm up. Seeing everyone dozing off around the fire, Xiao Fan said to everyone, "Should we start a fire inside the house?" Chapter 92. The new house is too cold. This seems a bit too dangerous. If the roof catches fire, everyone would turn into roast pigs. Moreover, this house was not easy to build, and it would be a pity to burn it down. After all, it is still a wooden structure, so let's forget it. Everyone just needs to endure until tomorrow when we can finish the windows and doors. In the end, everyone stayed by the fire all night, and the newly built big house was useless all night. Xiao Fan even planned to go sleep in the original thatched cottage for a while, but upon entering, he found that the thatch from the original cottage had already been taken to the bed in the new house. So he had no choice but to lie on the ground for a while. All afternoon, everyone was discussing the issue of windows and doors, and ultimately decided to use bamboo to weave them. The surrounding frame would be made of bamboo, tightly bound with vines, and woven inside using a method similar to that of the mat, to see if it could provide some insulation. After hanging the doors and windows, the temperature increased slightly at night when sleeping, but they still woke up cold, especially from the wind blowing in through the gaps in the doors and windows, which was chilly, resulting in the indoor temperature still not being high. However, compared to yesterday, it was more bearable, allowing them to sleep intermittently through the night. Xiao Fan lay in bed tossing and turning unable to sleep. Next to him was Guohong. Beside Guohong was Chun Liang, followed by Xie Fangmei and Lu Ting, with Lu Ting lying closest to the wall, far away from Xiao Fan. Xiao Fan silently thought to himself, "Tomorrow I must make a fireplace, otherwise it will be impossible to get through the nights later, and I also need to seal the windows better. The wind blowing in is just too cold." After breakfast the next day, Xiao Fan began to figure out how to improve the sealing of the windows. After thinking for a long time, he still couldn't solve the sealing issue. However, he did add a pivoting axis to make the windows easy to open and close. But he couldn't find a solution to the sealing problem. The fireplace issue was relatively easy to solve, in the corner away from the beds. He used clay to create a fireplace shape against the wall, leaving a relatively large opening for heating. Then he dug a hole in the wall and also made a chimney with clay to direct the smoke outside. To prevent rainwater from entering the fireplace through the chimney on rainy days, he placed a tile made by Lu Ting on top of the chimney, allowing the smoke to pass through under the tile. This fireplace has the added benefit of preserving the fire on rainy days. Now, on rainy days, The fire needs to be closely guarded, as it could easily go out. With the fireplace in the house, there is no need to worry about the fire going out on rainy days. Furthermore, Xiao Fan plans to lay firewood under the bed, which serves two purposes. One is to keep a lot of dry firewood, and the second is that the firewood under the bed can provide support for the bed. The bed area is large, and it is all woven with vines for stability, with bamboo laid underneath. Now everyone lying on top doesn't dare to move much. Any movement causes slight shaking of the bed. Having completed these tasks, the thatched cottage is basically a success. Xiao Fan's next construction task is to build a chicken coop, as these chickens need to be tied outside all the time, and yesterday Xiao Fan unexpectedly found an egg where the chickens were tied. So for the time being, these chickens need to live next to the shelter, providing everyone with a continuous supply of eggs, making a chicken coop essential. Chapter 93, Building a Toilet. For the chicken coop, Xiao Fan still chose bamboo. To give the chickens a certain activity range, a lot of materials are needed. And considering that the chickens on this island can fly, the roof of the chicken coop needs to be addressed, which increases the demand for bamboo even more. And this project cannot be completed in a short time. Anyway, the chickens are still tied in the woods, and they haven't run away in such a long time. Xiao Fan is confident that even if they did run away, as long as they are on this island, those chickens still belong to him. Catching a chicken is now very easy for Xiao Fan. Now, Xiao Fan intends to start working on the chicken coop and vegetable garden, both of which require a lot of materials, especially a large amount of bamboo. But these are not urgent tasks and can be done during breaks or early and late in the day. The sun is just too hot during the day. The vegetable garden will be created in a flat area of about 200 square meters close to the back mountain and a small stream. All weeds and some trees will be burned down, then the soil will be loosened, and some branches or bamboo strips will be inserted around to deter wild animals. After which cassava and some other vegetables can be planted. First, he will transplant some cassava seedlings that have sprouted from the previous cassava field, and then consider cultivating some seedlings using cassava stems. If successful, there should be a continuous supply of cassava later on. The chicken coop is planned to be woven with bamboo strips for the walls, keeping the walls around 2 meters high. This will require breaking the chicken's wings to prevent them from flying out of the top of the coop, which is unavoidable if he needs to build a roof. It will consume too much material and time, so he can consider that later. The chicken coop will be controlled at about 100 square meters, and similarly, a flat area will be cleared near the back mountain. To accommodate potential other poultry in the future, the chicken coop shouldn't be too small. 100 square meters should be sufficient. Previously, he would just find a large tree behind the hillside, which not only polluted the environment, but also caused Xiao Fan to almost step in his own waste a few times, nearly disgusted to death. Moreover, the location was very far, and every time he had to climb over the mountain. Choosing a closer place, Xiao Fan was worried that the smell would spread to the house, so he had always dealt with it behind the mountain. This time, Xiao Fan plans to find a secluded corner near the vegetable garden to build a simple toilet. The location is chosen in a corner close to the vegetable patch, away from the small stream, not too far from the shelter, and later he can use the waste for fertilization. The plan is to dig a pit over 1 meter deep and about 1 meter in diameter as a cesspool, then cover it with tree trunks, leaving only a basketball-sized hole. This will help suppress the spread of odor. And Xiao Fan has noticed that the wind blowing at the house location on this island comes from the sea. Placing the toilet downwind should avoid the smell spreading. Chapter 94, Pottery and Smoked Fish. Surrounding it with some branches and banana leaves to make a wall, the roof will be made to prevent rain. And then a drainage ditch will be created, completing a simple toilet. The main task was to dig the cesspool. Using a stone homemade in advance and a backpack to transport the soil, they managed to dig out the required size and depth within a day. Once they reached the lowest point, they used stones to compact the ground as much as possible. Although this could not completely prevent feces from seeping into the soil and affecting the surrounding water quality, it still had some effect. Moreover, everyone sourced their drinking water from the river, so the impact should not be too significant. That evening, Xiao Fan received some bad news. Xiao Fan told him that while feeding the chickens that day, she found that a chick was missing, likely because it had not been tied securely and had escaped. Although it was only one chick, Xiao Fan felt that tying the chickens up in the woods at night was too risky. And since the chicken coop could not be built immediately, a chicken cage was urgently needed. A fixed chicken cage on the ground did not require a bottom material. It was essentially just a simple table. They inserted 4 bamboo poles into the ground and weaved some bamboo strips, mainly dealing with bamboo, while other tasks were quite simple. They completed it in one night. However, after finishing the chicken cage, there were no bamboo resources left in the base, and they would have to wait for the next rain to obtain more materials. According to Chun Liang, he had seen several rabbits on a small hillside, each weighing around 10 pounds. He had been setting traps on that hillside for the past few days, but it seemed he had not succeeded yet. Liangzi, let us go check the traps you set tomorrow morning. If we can catch a rabbit, That would be great. We could try rabbit meat. Yeah, I feel like there is something wrong with my traps. Every day I go check, I find several traps triggered, but I haven't caught any prey. Today, they had already stored the salted fish dried over the past few days into the small hut, hanging them in a basket. They tried cooking the fish and found that the taste when grilled was quite different from normal grilled fish. The meat was firmer, but tasted very salty. There was no choice. If they didn't salt the meat well, it would spoil quickly in the high temperatures on this island. Everyone needed a good bowl, preferably with a spoon, and also some plates for food and fruit. Some could be woven from bamboo. But vessels that needed to retain moisture could only be made from pottery. Previously, all pottery was made using high-temperature heating in a fire pit, which not only had low temperatures, but also only allowed the production of one piece of pottery at a time, consuming a lot of wood each time. This time, Xiao Fan planned to create a multifunctional kiln. It actually had just two functions, firing pottery and smoking meat. Xiao Fan had been wanting to try making smoked fish, unsure if the smoked flavor would be the same as dried fish. Chapter 95, Failed to Catch Wild Rabbits. It was essentially a simple oven. First, the entire structure needed an entrance for firewood, a container for the pottery, and finally, a way to gather all the heat together. Xiao Fan remembered that similar kilns were mostly closed, leaving some vents at the top. The pottery placement and retrieval would have a special door, and during the heating process, bricks would close off the entire entrance, which could be broken open later. However, Xiao Fan felt there was no need for it to be that large this time. And since the pottery was also small, he only needed to create a simple and practical design, directly placing and retrieving the pottery from the top, covering it with a stone slab during the heating process. First, he dug two parallel trenches about 10 centimeters apart. These trenches would facilitate the removal of ash and provide air for the burning firewood. The trenches were about 20 centimeters deep and 10 centimeters wide, each about half a meter long. At one end, he dug a large pit mainly for adding firewood and sweeping out ash. He removed 10 centimeters of the soil between the two trenches, placed some bamboo strips horizontally above them, and covered them with clay, making about 10 holes the size of ping pong balls. These holes would help the ash fall and allow air circulation. During the process of making the holes, he gradually heated the entire structure with firewood, and once all the bamboo strips burned away, the clay material slowly transformed into pottery, ultimately forming a disc with a vent at the bottom and a structure on top for holding firewood. Then, on the support structure between the two trenches, he used clay to extend the support structure from the disc down to the ground, forming a triangular structure again. He laid a layer of bamboo strips on the ground, covered it with clay, and made similar holes on top. After drying, this would form a structure for holding firewood. The final structure consisted of 3 layers, the bottom layer for ventilation and ash drop, the middle layer for heating firewood, and the top layer above ground for placing pottery to be heated. Each layer was made with clay, leaving some holes in between. Once the entire structure was heated, it should have some characteristics of pottery, able to last for a relatively long time. The ground structure was simpler, using clay to build it up layer by layer while continuously heating it. Finally, at half a meter above the ground, it started to narrow down to leave just a hole about 30 centimeters in diameter, essentially creating a large pottery piece. Originally, he planned to find a large and thin stone slab to use as a cover, but it was already evening, and he couldn't find a suitable one. In the end, Xiao Fan felt that even wood could serve a simple purpose, and he could look for a better cover later when he went out. By nightfall, the entire structure was completed. Although it took almost a day, receiving praise from Lu Ting made Xiao Fan feel it was worth it. Lu Ting planned to make several pieces of pottery that night and test the overall effect the next day. The next morning, Xiao Fan and Chun Liang went to check the rabbit traps he set. Upon arriving at the hillside, they found that Chun Liang had set at least over 30 traps. Ultimately, they discovered that 2 traps had been triggered, but the nooses were empty. Chapter 96, Ecological Balance. Xiao Fan noticed that these traps had some minor issues. First, all the traps were based on Xiao Fan's initial design, which lacked any mechanisms. Such traps might not be very effective for larger animals. Additionally, all the traps were not very refined. They basically just hung the nooses on grass, and the surrounding paths were not blocked, leading to poor hunting effectiveness. Another issue was that none of Chun Liang's traps had any bait, which meant they could only rely on luck. Ultimately, Xiao Fan reset all the nooses according to the method of capturing wild chickens, turning those with conditions into traps with trigger mechanisms. Next to each trap, he placed some cooked cassava and blocked the paths nearby. This way, the chances of catching something tomorrow should greatly improve. Returning to the shelter, he saw Chen Ting starting to fire the kiln. Inside, there were some small bowls and a few small plates made last night. To Xiao Fan's surprise, they had found a very suitable stone slab to seal the top opening, leaving only a few gaps. Xiao Fan believed these gaps were necessary. Without air circulation, the fire wouldn't burn from the bottom to the top, heating all the pottery to a high temperature. The effect was excellent, with a small amount of firewood. They could feel a high temperature inside the kiln, much higher than when firing pottery in a pile of firewood. This made Xiao Fan very eager for the pottery they would produce. The color of the fire indicated that the temperature had increased significantly, turning into an orange-red flame, signifying that it was indeed very hot. A new dish was added to lunch, utilizing some chicken oil left over from before. This time, Xiao Fan fried 2 fish and used some leftovers to stir-fry a green vegetable, which consisted of tender leaves from the lake. It was everyone's first time tasting this stir-fried dish, and everyone was enthusiastic, giving it unanimous praise. This was good news for Xiao Fan, as at least the bamboo resources were abundant. During their free time, Xiao Fan and everyone else tidied up the area around the house. Every day, the two ladies would also clean the inside of the house, using cleaning tools that Xiao Fan had crafted from small bamboo branches, which worked very well. Previously, Xiao Fan's family had bought bamboo brooms, which were quite effective. They also tidied up the open space in front of the house, and when they had time, they picked up some small stones to create a pathway. As for Xiao Fan, he would often collect pebbles from the seaside and stack them together, feeling that they might be useful in the future. In the evening, fishing by the sea and watching the sunset felt like a true enjoyment, as if they were on vacation. Early in the morning, Lu Ting opened the kiln and found that the pottery inside had turned out very well. It made a crisp sound when tapped, and the success rate was high, with only one piece damaged. Xiao Fan checked the rabbit traps and fish traps, and there was quite a good harvest in the fish cage, enough protein to meet everyone's needs for the day. However, compared to the first day, the catch had significantly decreased, and it had continued to decline over the past 2 days, as the fish in the stream had basically been caught. After all, resources were limited, which forced Xiao Fan to release some small fish to pursue a sustainable development path. Although they could switch to another stream, the fish there were also scarce, and the probability of catching eels was not high, leading Xiao Fan to worry again about future protein sources. They still needed to find ways to fish from the sea, if they continued to rely solely on the island for protein. Even if they managed to catch all the protein available on the island, the ecological balance of the island would sooner or later be disrupted. Once the ecological balance was broken, the days until Xiao Fan and the others faced extinction would not be far off. Chapter 97 finally caught a wild rabbit. However, the rabbit trap surprised Xiao Fan. After optimizing and updating the trap, he indeed caught a very fat rabbit this time, which he estimated weighed at least 7 or 8 pounds. It was a very large and very plump wild rabbit. The ecological environment on this island was unlike anything Xiao Fan had ever seen. It was truly abundant. This time, Xiao Fan planned to simply enclose it with bamboo pieces, without intending to build a roof, just breaking the wings of all the chickens. He really didn't know how to build a simple roof. Currently, there were still 5 chickens and 1 rabbit. Considering that more rabbits would join later, Xiao Fan planned to make a chicken coop about 4 meters long, 3 meters wide, and approximately 1.5 meters high, just as long as the chickens wouldn't fly out. If it was not enough later, he could expand it. Everyone was already very familiar with this kind of manual work, and this time Xiao Fan planned to complete it all with bamboo. A complete bamboo pole was inserted into the ground at each corner, and a bamboo piece was inserted every 20 centimeters along the sides. The bamboo pieces were only for weaving, so they didn't need to be too large. One bamboo could be split into 4 pieces, and a bamboo piece split in half was added in the middle of each side to provide stability. The final effect was a rectangle, with a bamboo pole inserted into the ground at each corner and along each side, and later they would weave bamboo strips horizontally to form a chicken coop. Of course, leaving an opening of about 1 meter as an entrance. The bamboo pieces used for weaving could be thinner. In the end, Xiao Fan chose to split one bamboo into 8 pieces, each still over 2 centimeters wide, which made for very usable bamboo strips. The processing of the bamboo did not require a fixed length. They could simply split the whole bamboo into 8 pieces, and when weaving, the parts close to the ground were basically connected one after another, with no gaps in between, to prevent the chicks and future baby rabbits from escaping. Ultimately, the 3 men spent an entire day completing the chicken coop, including the door. The door was also woven from some bamboo pieces, similar to the method for making a mat, though it took longer to process the materials. They placed a pottery piece fixed to the ground as a water container, and Lu Ting made a small nest for the rabbit and chickens using some thatch. Finally, all that was left was to move the animals to this newly built small house. The rabbit was easy to handle. They simply picked it up and placed it in the chicken coop, and it immediately started hopping around. The 2 small chicks were also simply placed inside, as everyone felt they were too small to fly out. The problem arose with the 3 larger chickens, which needed their wings to be broken to prevent them from flying away. First, Xiao Fan was unsure how to break the wings and whether it would affect the chicken's survival. Even if he broke the wings, he didn't know if these fighting chickens could still fly away. If they did, it would all be in vain. It was better to keep them tied to the tree as they were now. even though it felt a bit cruel. Chapter 98, Food Crisis. After both wings were broken, Xiao Fan placed the chickens on the ground, though their legs were still tied with rope. Lu Ting and the others found some tinder leaves to use as food and placed them in the chicken coop, but the wild rabbit stayed far away, seemingly not coming to eat anytime soon. They won't starve to death, will they? Xiao Fan asked. Don't worry, they'll eat when they're hungry. In the future, any leftover food we have can be placed in this chicken coop. It's a way to recycle waste, Xiao Fan replied. He also had another plan for this chicken coop. They would definitely establish their own vegetable garden later, planting some cassava, chili peppers, and ginger. By then, the chicken manure in the coop would serve as natural fertilizer, enriching the soil nearby. Ultimately, after checking, Xiao Fan found that the method of breaking the wings was feasible. The wild chickens should not be able to fly out. For future chicken raising, as long as they could tame the wild chickens, they should become domesticated chickens. Even without breaking their wings, they could survive outside. The next day, when checking the traps, they found that, for some reason related to the weather, the fish trap had hardly yielded anything, not enough for the whole group to have one meal, let alone leave some to make salted fish. Seeing Guahong's gaze directed at the chicken coop, Xiao Fan directly said, "Don't even think about it. Unless absolutely necessary, we can't touch anything inside the chicken coop. The 2 hens are for laying eggs, and so far, we have already collected 3 eggs, which is quite good. We definitely can't kill them. We still need that big rooster for hatching the chicks, and as for the rabbit, it is also intended for breeding. It's a female rabbit. However, the dried fish wouldn't last long, and it was also meant as an emergency supply." Xiao Fan believed that if they still had energy later, they needed to create a fish pond, so they could eat fresh fish every day. The daily catch varied, and if they had to process it into dried fish each time, it would waste too much salt, leading to a salt shortage. With a fish pond, they could balance their food supply every day, and they wouldn't have to worry about not having salt for pickling when they caught too many fish. However, creating a fish pond was equivalent to building a reservoir, which normally required cement, but there was no cement to be found on this island, and currently, Xiao Fan did not have any particularly good solutions. The cassava was already finished, and breakfast consisted of just fruit, with nothing else available. And the fruit was also becoming increasingly scarce. Coupled with the small catch of fish today, the food issue once again became the most pressing problem to solve. Seeing that everyone was really not full, at Xiao Fan's suggestion, they all ate the only 3 eggs they had, which were boiled eggs. Each person had an average of half an egg. Although it wasn't much, it was a good nutritional supplement and tasted good. After eating, they went to check the rabbit traps. Indeed, rabbits were much more cunning than wild chickens. Although 2 traps had been triggered, more than 30 traps yielded no rewards. Chapter 99, Discovering Important Resources. The rabbit traps were placed halfway up the mountain, and Xiao Fan had never been to the top of this little hill before. This time, he planned to see if he could find some resources at the peak. However, at that moment, Chun Liang said, "Brother Xiao, there's no need to go up. There's nothing up there. I went up a couple of days ago, and the top is all rocks, with no plants at all." "What kind of rocks?" "They're quite different from those by the stream or the sea. They're mostly white and look like they've fallen off large boulders, varying in size and scattered everywhere." After hearing Chun Liang's words, Xiao Fan felt a silent excitement. Perhaps what he had been looking for was finally within reach. He quickened his pace to the top of the mountain, where he saw a vast expanse of rocks scattered on the ground, of various sizes, with a few boulders that were at least the size of a house. Most of the rocks were white, with some having a slight yellow tint. Xiao Fan excitedly picked up a piece of rock, weighed it in his hand, and then took off his backpack to pack several fist-sized stones into it, only stopping when he had nearly filled the backpack. Quicklime, slaked lime. With these stones, along with yellow earth and sand, Xiao Fan could use these materials to make bricks, which he recalled were called ancient Roman bricks, and he could also use slaked lime as a binder. With these, Xiao Fan knew that for future construction of houses or other living facilities, he would have the best materials. However, Xiao Fan was too greedy this time. He truly couldn't move an entire backpack full of stones. When he returned home, Xiao Fan didn't immediately start putting his ideas into practice. It was a very large project. First, he needed to conduct many experiments to test which materials were most suitable, and he also needed to test various material ratios. Moreover, the firing time would be very long. It wasn't something that could be completed in a day or 2. If the nutrition was unbalanced, everyone would easily get sick. However, it was strange that since coming to this island, neither nutritional issues nor weather problems had caused anyone to fall ill. Although there were times when they didn't eat enough, everyone was still in good health. What Xiao Fan didn't know was that this world was different. To find food, they would have to explore the entire island again, as there weren't many resources left in known areas. This time, Xiao Fan planned to go to the east side of the island to see, as that was the least visited area, and there were still many places by the sea that hadn't been explored. Perhaps they could find something. With the backpack on his back, everyone planned to go out together today. The more people there were, the more hope they had. In the forest, the 5 of them kept a certain distance apart, about 10 meters or so, which allowed them to explore more areas without missing any discoveries. Chapter 100, Discovering Kelp. Xiao Fan also informed everyone that if they encountered unfamiliar plants, they should pull them up to take a look, and since everyone now recognized cassava, they shouldn't miss it when they saw it. Other underground finds would just depend on luck. Xiao Fan knew that if they got poisoned on this island, there would be no way to help, especially since none of the 5 had any medical knowledge. If someone were to get seriously poisoned, they would have to rely solely on their immune systems, which could pose a significant life risk if the poison was severe. The 5 of them searched carefully, and after 2 hours, they finally reached the eastern coast of the island. Although they explored many places along the way, their harvest was minimal. They only found a lemon tree with a sparse dozen lemons, but they were all unripe, and trying one was extremely sour. When they reached the seaside, they found that it was just the right time for low tide, and everyone felt they could find something. Having lived on the island for so long, they all knew that to find food by the sea, they had to go to rocky areas. It was impossible to find food on the beach. Even if there were fish, they couldn't catch them with bare hands, so it was better to look for shellfish in the rocky areas. If they were lucky, they might even catch a small fish or 2 with their hands. They all headed straight for a rocky area, and from a distance, Xiao Fan spotted a very useful resource: kelp. Kelp, whether stir-fried or used in soup, was a very important resource on a deserted island. It was not only delicious, but also didn't require salt for cooking. In the end, Chun Liang effortlessly harvested a large piece of kelp using a stone. Just one piece of kelp nearly filled a backpack. Look, so many fish, and they're all really big. At that moment, Guahong discovered a large school of fish swimming among the kelp. Unfortunately, they hadn't brought fishing rods, otherwise they could catch a lot of fish in no time. This fishing spot was much better than the one on their side. There were so many fish. Guahong almost jumped into the sea to catch fish. Watching so many fish swim right in front of them while feeling utterly helpless, it was too far to come here just for this. But next time they had the chance, they could all come together to fish, just to relax. Xiao Fan knew that relying on this fishing spot as a continuous source of protein wasn't realistic. Even if there were always many fish, it was just too far away. Even if they headed straight for it, it would take at least an hour to get there. Moreover, with their current level of fishing rods, even if they could catch some, it wouldn't be much, and the chances of catching such large fish with a fish trap were low. After a hard trek and some unknown gains, everyone knew how to make choices. However, if they needed to come to this site anyway, they could also try fishing while they were at it. Chapter 101, Black Abalone. Hey, Brother Xiao, what's that black shell on the stone? It looks quite creepy, all bumpy. Guahong pointed at something resembling a turtle shell on the bottom of the water and said to Xiao Fan. Before Xiao Fan could take a look, Chun Liang, nearby, said to everyone, I've seen a lot of these. Just now when I was picking kelp, there were many on that stone, some even bigger than these. Following Guahong's direction, Xiao Fan saw some oval shells about 10 centimeters in diameter attached to the stone. Noting that they weren't too far from the water's surface and that he could probably check them without getting wet, Xiao Fan decided to go down and take a look, feeling that they might be something edible. When Xiao Fan got into the water and reached the large stone, he tried to pry it off with his hand, but found that the shell-like things were tightly attached to the rock and couldn't be removed by hand. However, this at least confirmed one thing: these things were alive, because just now, Xiao Fan had seen it slowly moving. While trying to pull it off, he could clearly feel it retracting inward. With no other way to remove it, Xiao Fan could only say to Guahong, pass me that stone knife. Let me see if I can pry it off. After receiving Guahong's stone knife, he inserted the tip into the gap between it and the rock, pried upwards, and very easily the entire shellfish came off. Xiao Fan grabbed it and brought it to the shore. This thing has a lot of meat. It looks really fat. It's just black. I wonder if it's edible. I think it's some kind of shellfish. The group began discussing what this thing was. Abalone. This is abalone. And it looks very nutritious. I once ate it during a meal, and it seems to be the black abalone that can only be found on some tropical islands. But that time, I thought it was ugly and didn't eat it. After carefully examining it, Chun Liang finally recognized this strange thing. Xiao Fan actually had this idea in his heart already, but he had only eaten abalone once or twice before, and they were only the size of ping-pong balls. Seeing such a large one, he didn't react for a moment. Is this real? This thing is abalone. It's too big. Moreover, this is the first time I've seen abalone of this color. I wonder how it tastes. It seems okay, although I didn't eat it that time. I heard their feedback was good, and considering its size, it should be very nutritious. Xiao Fan was already quite certain that these were abalones. With so many and so large, no matter how it tastes, at least the problem of filling our stomachs shouldn't be too big. In the end, the group searched carefully for a long time and found that many rocks in this area had abalone, and the sizes were quite considerable, initially estimating at least 400 to 500. Everyone called these abalones black abalone. They all jumped into the water, putting one black abalone after another into their backpacks. It seemed that we wouldn't go hungry in the future, and we would have abalone every day. Guohong was very satisfied with these abalones. Not necessarily. If we only eat black abalone, each person would have at least 10 a day, and with 5 people, that would be 50, which would last us about 10 days. There is quite a bit of food, but there are just too many people. If we only eat this type of food, it wouldn't take long before it would be finished. In fact, it's not just these abalones, like the cassava before, which seemed endless. Now there is none left. Chapter 102, Abalone and Kelp Soup. Moreover, almost all the fruits that could be found on this island have been eaten, and the consumption capacity of 5 people is just too strong. Perhaps only the fish in the sea are endless on this island. However, today as harvest is already quite large, there is still a lot of kelp, and we can dry a lot of it. I believe as long as there is the sea, kelp will always be abundant. There are actually quite a few abalones. We found so many around here. And if they were found in this place, there might be abalones in other places as well, which is also a rare resource. It seems that survival still requires constant exploration. The 5 of them carried 3 backpacks, filled with about 40 to 50 abalones and a piece of kelp. Although there was still some space, the weight had already reached its limit. While it was relatively easy to carry at first, considering they still needed to walk for 2 hours, 20-odd pounds per person was already very heavy, especially since the backpacks themselves were quite heavy. When they returned, the first thing Xiao Fan did was to test whether this black abalone was edible. The simplest method was to roast it and mix it with some grass to feed to the chickens. During the roasting process, a particularly fragrant aroma emerged, accompanied by a hint of the sea. The meat was taken out, a whole large piece. This was the largest piece of abalone meat Xiao Fan had ever seen. At least 2 tails, which he cut into small pieces with a stone knife and mixed with some grass before placing it in the chicken coop. Finally, he found that the wild chickens chose to eat the abalone meat and showed no reaction to the grass. He also noticed that the wild rabbits had started eating grass now, probably because they were really hungry. Tonight's dinner was roasted abalone, steamed abalone, and abalone kelp soup. The first bite of the roasted abalone felt very chewy, and it tasted great even without salt. However, after finishing one, no one had the idea of eating a second one. Xiao Fan, who had poor teeth, didn't even finish one. Although the taste wasn't bad, and considering the rich nutrition, everyone should eat more. The roasted meat was a bit too chewy, which might be because it was roasted for too long and had become a bit tough. As for the steamed abalone, there was no issue with chewing, but it had a very obvious seafood flavor, which was a fishy smell. At least Xiao Fan found it a bit unbearable, while Chun Liang and others seemed to enjoy it. In the end, the abalone kelp soup did not disappoint everyone. The broth was still milky white, and a few newly discovered chili peppers were added. The kelp was cut into very small strips, and the abalone was cut into small pieces. Not only was the flavor of the soup delicious, but even the kelp and abalone meat were very tasty. Xiaoxia, we need to study how to make the abalone meat tastier. This soup is good, but I'm not too interested in the others. Under conditions. Xiao Fan was quite picky about food. Don't worry, big brother, there are plenty of abalones. I'll study it. You can just be my taste tester. It shouldn't poison you. Chapter 103, The Vegetable Garden is very rich. Hearing Xie Fangmei's words, Xiao Fan felt that just the abalone soup was already quite good. Unfortunately, it was now very difficult to find cassava. Otherwise, cassava and abalone porridge would be very much anticipated. This made Xiao Fan increasingly look forward to planting cassava. The food problem had temporarily found a solution again, and tomorrow Xiao Fan planned to spend some time exploring the entire island again. The remaining time would be spent building the entire vegetable garden. Xiao Fan estimated that the materials needed wouldn't exceed the chicken coop, and perhaps the biggest workload would be loosening the soil. He made a stone hoe, but the effect might not be particularly good, as the soil was a bit too hard. Today there was also good news. He tested a low-growing plant that could be eaten as a vegetable, which looked similar to dandelion sprouts and had a very special fragrant taste. Moreover, this plant was quite abundant and would be a long-term source of vitamins. The next day at dawn, Xiao Fan began to tidy up the vegetable garden, and the ground was quickly cleared. Considering that small animals were often found nearby, such as lizards and possibly some wild chickens or ducks, building a fence was essential, but that could be added later. First, he needed to loosen all the soil. He found that the stone hoe was not very useful. It was better to use a sharpened stick. He inserted the sharpened end into the soil and then loosened it, achieving decent efficiency. He completed it in one morning. It rained a little at noon, and during this time, Xiao Fan carefully transplanted the cassava seedlings from across the river, watering them a bit. He planned to water them with some manure as fertilizer tomorrow, but only a little at a time. Otherwise, it would easily burn the newly transplanted cassava seedlings. After transplanting all the cassava seedlings, he found that there was still half of the vegetable garden empty. Apart from the part occupied by the previous ginger, He left some space for future chili peppers. The rest he used to plant cassava. The previous cassava planting had not succeeded, but the cassava planted together with ginger last time had sprouted, showing a small green seedling, proving that Xiao Fan's planting method was correct. In fact, he himself didn't know that cassava could sprout so quickly. After planting everything in the vegetable garden, he had time to build the fence before it got dark. Today's catch was still not very satisfying. It was basically not enough to feed everyone. Relying on some abalones barely filled their stomachs. Xiao Fan had to move the fish basket to another place, but suitable spots were becoming fewer. Reluctantly, he placed one back into the sea to see if there was hope of catching something. When he was transplanting cassava today, he also went to the other side of the river to take a look and found that there should be a road to the northernmost beach of the island, especially near the seaside. There were no activities in the evening, and after discussing with everyone, Xiao Fan talked about the main tasks for the future. Chapter 104, Still Missing Home. One day, I brought back some stones from the mountain. These should be capable of being fired into limestone, which can then yield quicklime. In that case, we might be able to produce Roman bricks, and whether we can build better houses depends on these materials. As for what Roman bricks are, Xiao Fan specifically explained to them that this is the perfect brick they can make on this deserted island, and they can use it for anything in the future. They are made by mixing quicklime, soil, and sand in a certain ratio, using a mold to shape them into appropriate sizes, and then drying them in the sun to obtain Roman bricks. Xiao Fan knows that Roman bricks have been a common building material in ancient times, and some ancient city walls were constructed using this method. If successful, all subsequent construction projects won't require clay again. The bonding of Roman bricks can be directly solved using the raw materials produced. Chun Liang also proposed his viewpoint. We haven't been to that small island over there yet. There might be some resources there, but swimming over is quite exhausting. We need a raft to get there. Yes, that's a good idea. What else? Catch wild boars. I am 100% sure there are wild boars on this island. It's just that everyone might not have noticed yet. When it comes to food, Guohong has always been the most proactive. Xiao Fan knows that wild boars are an excellent food source and can also provide the much-needed oil. However, Xiao Fan also knows that catching wild boars is not as simple as catching a wild rabbit. It could be life-threatening. But this is also a way to improve the quality of life. Just imagine if there were a dozen wild boars in the pig pen later on. How wonderful that would be. Perhaps we should think of other ways to see if we can catch some fish from the sea. Right now, we have very little from the sea, and the land area of this island is limited. We should get more resources from the sea in the future. Yes, I agree. And we can prioritize this. Currently, our daily food supply is just enough to eat, with no surplus. If any special situation occurs, we might end up hungry again. Once our living conditions stabilize, let's try to make a boat or a sturdy bamboo raft. We can't stay here forever. Others might have gotten used to life on this island, but Chun Liang can't forget the comfortable living conditions before. If he has the chance to escape this island, he would put in all his efforts, and of course, so would the others. When this topic was mentioned, everyone felt very dejected. Having spent so long with just a few people on this deserted island without going crazy already shows that everyone's mental resilience is quite strong. Our priority task is to catch fish from the sea, so we won't have to worry about food anymore. In the past few days, everyone has been walking along the beach to see if they can find a suitable spot and method. Seeing everyone calm down, Xiao Fan quickly shifted the topic. Chapter 105, Finding a Way to Catch Fish. Yes, at least we can't starve to death, right? Since it's already like this, we might as well live well and try to improve our quality of life. That's right. Tomorrow we will start strolling by the sea to see if we can find a way. In the end, everyone reignited their belief in continuing to strive for survival, hoping that life could keep getting better and that someone might still be searching for them. Other forces might be quite strained, after all. It's not possible to keep spending money and energy to search for everyone. However, there is still hope. Chun Liang's parents will definitely not give up on him. According to Chun Liang, given his family's wealth, they could probably continue the search for a lifetime without worrying about money. Moreover, with technology being so advanced now, Xiao Fan and the others have made many large and obvious markings on the island, which should be detectable from satellites in the sky. Although it might cost a lot of money, Chun Liang's dad could definitely handle that, so everyone believes there is still a very good chance of being rescued. However, a big wave could capsize the whole raft on the way, and if there are no islands nearby, it would be very difficult to survive. The vast sea has a very small area occupied by islands. There are also many other risks, such as a lack of fresh water, insufficient food, and the raft disintegrating, making the risk factor too high. So everyone decided to focus on surviving on this island and work hard to improve their quality of life. The next day, everyone started looking for suitable spots along the beach to see if they could catch some sea fish. Xiao Gu, if we use fishing rods, we can catch some. But it takes a lot of time, and the catch is uncertain. While walking along the beach, everyone began to brainstorm ideas. This method was immediately met with unanimous opposition. Xiao Fan said, This method definitely won't work. Even if 5 people fish all day, they won't be able to meet the daily consumption, let alone save some for later. Fishing can only be a leisure activity. I think we should use fish baskets. We can make several large fish baskets specifically for catching fish in the sea, and they can be as large as 1 cubic meter. We will just leave them in the sea, as long as they are manageable. Chun Liang's method received unanimous approval from everyone. This is indeed a method, but it shouldn't be too large since we need to harvest frequently. We also need to find a suitable place where there are plenty of fish and the water is relatively shallow to make it easy to place the fish baskets. In the end, everyone reached a consensus and found a solution. This method should be able to catch fish, although the yield may not be particularly large. However, it is a very good method and relatively simple to implement. As long as we find a suitable spot, we can make many of these fish baskets. And the combined effect will surely be good, although we may need to spend a lot of time catching bait. Using worms alone is unlikely to suffice. While walking along the beach, Xiao Fan unexpectedly discovered a small bay shaped like a gourd, albeit a rather large gourd. The width of the mouth of the bay is about 7 or 8 meters, and the area inside reaches 30 or 40 square meters. From the overall structure, it seems that this bay is filled with water during high tide. Now, at low tide, there is basically no deep water at the entrance. And when the tide goes out completely, it will expose the entire bay. Chapter 106, Giant Fish Basket. Xiaohong, do you think this terrain is like a natural fish basket? As long as we seal off the entrance, won't we be able to catch all the fish inside? Seeing this terrain, Xiao Fan had a whimsical idea. If we can seal it off, we should definitely be able to catch the fish inside. However, the problem is that during high tide, we need to open this entrance. Otherwise, the fish won't be able to come in. Guohong instantly understood Xiao Fan's intention. Yes, that's a problem. What if we modify this entrance and change its shape to a funnel shape? Just like the opening of a fish basket, this way, the fish can definitely come in, and there is a certain chance they won't be able to get out. This could work, but it would be quite difficult to achieve. And we still don't know if there are any fish. We could come back later when the tide rises to see if there are any fish, and check how high the water level rises. I've seen some fishermen use a net to catch fish. During high tide, they place the net on the seabed, and when the tide starts to go out, they pull the net up, catching a lot of fish. However, we don't have a net right now, so we can only consider this method. We can give it a try, but what should we use to create this entrance? Bamboo. Just use some longer pieces and stick them directly into the sea. They probably don't need to be inserted too deep to be secured. After all, there aren't any major storms in that direction. If bamboo doesn't work, we can bring over some large stones. I estimate that even if there are fish, they will likely be small. And if we insert all the bamboo directly into the sea, the fish can probably escape through the gaps in between. So, following the method of building a house, we can set up a few bamboo poles as a fixed structure and then weave bamboo strips in between. This way, we can save quite a bit of material. Let's first check during high tide to see if there are any fish. If not, all our ideas won't be of much use. And we can also look for a better place to set up this trap. After discussing for a while, the two of us finally decided that if we can find fish during high tide, we can try to make a trap, while also looking for other more suitable locations. Preferably a natural trap, to realize this idea with minimal materials. We wandered along the shore for another hour, but didn't find any better methods. However, we did find quite a few sea snails and crabs, but everyone was not too interested, as the crabs in the mangroves over there are much larger and easier to catch. Back at the shelter, everyone started making the fish basket to be placed in the sea, and the material was still the versatile bamboo. The method was quite simple. We would weave a larger backpack-like basket, but considering the various impacts it would face in the sea and the harsh environment, this time the materials were thicker. Especially the bamboo that serves as the skeleton was wider, and at the points that needed to be bent. We didn't use 2 bamboo strips tied together, but rather bent a single bamboo strip. With the help of fire, this wasn't too difficult. We just needed to apply force to bend it to the desired angle while heating it, and the bamboo that had been heated wouldn't return to its original shape, making it very easy to work with. We kept busy until nightfall, and the entire fish basket finally took shape, with the largest part having a diameter of around 70 to 80 centimeters. And the final height confirmed to be just under a meter, with an opening diameter of over 20 centimeters. Chapter 107, The Natural Trap. We also made a funnel-shaped entrance and tied it to the fish basket, completing the whole basket. Considering that the fish in the sea are generally larger and that we need to control the overall weight of the basket, the weaving wasn't overly dense, leaving about a centimeter of gap in each layer. However, the final weight of the entire fish basket still exceeded at least 20 kilograms, making it quite laborious for one person to lift, and it would likely be even heavier in the water. The last issue we faced was where to place the bait. If we just put the bait directly into the fish basket, whether it's worms or crabs, even if mixed with dirt, the seawater would wash it all around, and the bait might disappear in no time. Normally, we should wrap all the bait in a piece of gauze, but we certainly don't have any gauze now. And putting it directly in the fish basket won't work either. Xiao Fan wanted everyone to come up with ideas. After a while, Lu Ting said to everyone, let's weave a round ball using small bamboo strips, just like the rattan ball we used to make. We'll leave an opening to put the bait in, and after putting it in, we can tie it up. With no other methods available, everyone agreed to use this approach. And Lu Ting took the initiative to accept this task. In no time, she wove a ball-shaped object slightly larger than a tennis ball, essentially just like weaving a mat, and finally sealed the opening. While there was still some time, Xiao Fan placed some crushed crabs inside the bait ball, sealed the opening, and then put the bait into the fish basket, while he and Guahong carried the fish basket to a spot they had already found that morning. Finally, they tied the rattan attached to the fish basket to a large stone, completing the placement of the entire trap. The rest was up to luck. If this method doesn't work, Xiao Fan would have to resort to using that trap method, and when he checked during high tide that afternoon, there were indeed fish in the bay, clearly visible swimming back and forth, although they didn't seem particularly large. However, there seemed to be quite a few, and no bait was needed. We just had to collect the fish after low tide each day, which meant one labor effort could yield free food afterward. Even catching one fish a day would be considered a gain. Holding on to this mindset, Xiao Fan was increasingly eager to finish this trap as soon as possible. The next day, when he came to check the large fish basket, he found that although it wasn't completely empty, the haul was not significant, just one fish and a few crabs. However, the size of the fish was quite considerable, weighing about half a kilogram, which could be considered a big fish, especially compared to those in the creek. But catching this fish might have just been a fluke. This haul further strengthened Xiao Fan's determination to create that trap in the bay. After finishing breakfast, he immediately took Guahong to the seaside to assess its feasibility. Xiao Gu, this method might really work. Look, there are still quite a few fish over there, and the tide is starting to go out now. If we can indeed prevent the fish from escaping, we still have a good chance of success, Guahong said, noticing several fish swimming around in the small bay. Feeling that Xiao Fan's idea was worth trying. Well, it doesn't matter who came up with the idea. In fact, there are quite a few small bays along the coastline, and some places have even more suitable terrain than this one, basically forming a natural trap. We just need to add some bamboo to achieve the trapping effect. But Xiao Fan hasn't seen any fish in those places. Chapter 108, The Final Decision. Xiao Fan had observed so many places, and this spot was the only one with more fish and suitable terrain. He estimated that it would take just half a day to set up the entire trap. Once the tide is fully out, let's get started. It feels promising. In the end, Guahong started to become interested in this trap, feeling that there was still hope. And even if it didn't work out, it would only waste half a day. Yes, let's think about how to do it first, then gather materials, and finally, take advantage of the low tide to get it done. Looking at the width of 7 to 8 meters, we still need to come up with a suitable method. Otherwise, not only would it waste time, but it could also lead to not catching a single fish, rendering our efforts futile. Furthermore, the waves are quite large, and the bamboo might not withstand them, especially since the bamboo might not be able to be inserted very deep into the sand, and it could hit rocks underneath, which are all issues. It's simple. We can just insert some bamboo directly into the sea, ensuring that the exposed height exceeds the highest water level. All the bamboo should be close together so that the fish won't escape. This method is good and easy to implement, but we will need a lot of bamboo. Just think about it. For a distance of at least 8 meters, I estimate we need around 100 pieces of bamboo. Guahong felt that this quantity still warranted further discussion. Then let's set up a few poles and weave bamboo strips around them. That should save a lot of materials. Let's do it this way. We can insert 2 bamboo poles together, leaving a gap of about 2 to 3 centimeters in the middle. Just enough for the bamboo strips to fit through. We'll insert bamboo strips between the 2 poles and tie them up. That should work. Moreover, we don't need to worry about the shape of the entire trap. We can directly make it into a triangular point, leaving about 10 to 20 centimeters of gap at the tip, open towards the sea, with the pointed end facing the bay. If the fish come in, they should be blocked by the bamboo. Xiao Fan was still planning to make the simplest structure for the trap in the sea, but it needed to be very sturdy. Otherwise, one big wave could wash everything away. The first step is to measure the length of the entire trap, so that materials can be prepared according to the size of the trap. The time of low tide is limited, so it's best to complete the trap setup within one low tide period. The remaining task is to prepare materials, mainly bamboo and vines for binding. These materials are very familiar to handle, and I believe a day is enough since the amount of bamboo needed is not much. All the preparation work was completed in one day, and now we just wait for the next low tide to begin the overall work. Since the chicken coop is already built, in the past few days, Xiao Fan and Chun Liang have been keen on catching chickens and rabbits to put into the coop. Every morning they check the traps, and in the evening, they go to refine all the traps and place some bait. Catching wild rabbits and chickens with this trap is a matter of probability. To increase this probability, Liang has been continuously making trap materials these days, and together with Xiao Fan, they have placed them in suitable locations, reaching a basic quantity of over 100 in several places. Chapter 109, Large Trap. As a result, the next morning they harvested a total of 3 chickens and 2 wild rabbits. They placed all the catches into the chicken coop, but soon faced several new problems. The area of the chicken coop needed to be expanded, and a more stable supply channel for food for the rabbits and chickens needed to be found. However, these are not things Xiao Fan needs to consider today. The main task today is to complete the entire fishing trap. As soon as the tide started to recede, Xiao Fan took Guohong and Liang to the intended location for making the trap, planning to do some preparatory work in advance so that they could start working in the sea as soon as conditions allowed. Xiao Gu, you have quite a hope here. Look, this bay may not be large, but there are quite a few fish. Guohong said to Xiao Fan while pointing at a group of fish swimming in the bay. Yes, I've noticed that there have been quite a few fish in this bay these days. However, once the trap is built, the number of fish that can enter the bay will be significantly reduced, as the entire entrance will be less than 20 centimeters. Moreover, even if some fish come in, they might also escape. Liang's pessimism kicked in again. Let's just consider it a huge fish basket. Anyway, after this labor, we won't need to exert much effort later. It's a sure profit. Xiao Fan still decided to persist in completing this trap. Yesterday, they had already marked the water level line after the tide recedes. The position of the bamboo pillars needs to ensure that after the tide recedes, there is less water left in the bay, which will help everyone catch fish from inside. It should also not be too close to the beach, as that would greatly reduce the area of the trap. Xiao Fan first began to drive the bamboo into the beach near the shore, finding that 2 meters of bamboo would definitely be enough, with about 1 meter embedded into the beach. It looked fairly stable, which should be sufficient to withstand general waves and storms. If the weather is particularly bad, these measures may not be able to prevent damage, but at worst, they would just lose some basic materials, and they could make another one later. After all, on this island, continuous labor is necessary to maintain a healthy state. Xiao Gu, at this height, the tide at its highest should not have gone over the bamboo, right? And it shouldn't have gone over by much. Liang thought of a problem when he saw that the distance to the mudflat was less than 1 meter. Let's set up another pillar about 2 centimeters away from this pillar, leaving a gap in the middle to place the bamboo pieces. By the time the tide had mostly receded, Xiao Fan had completed the work of 12 pillars, and on the shore, Guohong had already processed all the bamboo pieces according to the length of the trap, leaving only the task of placing them between the 2 pillars. Chapter 110, Completing the Large Trap. They placed all the bamboo pieces into the trap and used vines to bind them to the pillars. The bottom pieces were tightly bound together to prevent fish from escaping through the gaps between the bamboo. The gaps left higher up became larger, which also helped reduce the impact of the waves, allowing the waves to flow out through the gaps and lessening the impact on the pillars. Otherwise, if a larger wave hit, the trap would likely be destroyed. Ultimately, they completed the entire trap before the tide reached knee height, presenting a structure that resembled a railing formed by 2 bamboo rafts. The 2 bamboo rafts formed an angle of about 120 degrees, leaving a 15-centimeter gap at the connection point, forming a funnel shape that enclosed an area of about a dozen square meters of the bay on the beach. Hoping for a good harvest, Xiao Fan was very satisfied with this trap. It was certain there would be some harvest, but he didn't know exactly how much. The only thing that disappointed Xiao Fan was that this beach was still quite shallow, so it was unlikely that any big fish would enter the trap. Therefore, even if there was a harvest, it wouldn't be too significant, but at least he could check once a day, which granted him an opportunity. After the trap was built, Xiao Fan took his fishing rod and started fishing nearby, intending to see if he could spot any fish entering the trap during the rising tide, while also checking the trap's sturdiness to see if it could withstand the waves. Standing on the sandy beach, the hope of catching fish was slim. He kept watching how the trap performed during the rising tide. One good news and one bad news. The good news was that at least this trap withstood the waves' impact. Although the bamboo rafts swayed somewhat with the waves, the pillars only had slight movements, which shouldn't affect their normal function. However, Xiao Fan decided to stabilize the pillars each time he went to catch prey after the tide recedes, to prevent continuous impacts from affecting the stability of the pillars. The bad news was that after watching for over an hour, he hadn't seen any fish entering through the trap's opening, and there were no signs of fish activity in the surrounding area. It might be that since the tide was just starting to rise, the fish schools hadn't reached the shore yet. Xiao Fan could only think this to comfort himself. There was no hope of harvest during the evening low tide. It was unlikely there would be conditions to check the traps by the seaside at night. Although it didn't look very big, it still made Xiao Fan happy for a long time, proving that the location chosen for this trap was quite suitable, and the trap's entrance design could allow fish to enter. In the end, it depended on whether they could prevent the fish from escaping when the tide recedes. With some time left, Xiao Fan began experimenting with stones he found on the mountain, intending to try to make some limestone through the experiment, ultimately forming some slaked lime. And he would check the effectiveness of the slaked lime when he had time. Chapter 111, Limestone Experiment. The earthen kiln he had built for Lu Ting was now rarely used. Over such a long time, he had basically made all the pottery he needed. From large water containers to various dining utensils, there was already a considerable stock, which made Xiao Fan feel reassured to use this earthen kiln for making limestone. In fact, making limestone is also very simple. It involves heating and drying the moisture in the stones, and once a certain level is reached, limestone can be formed. Xiao Fan was not very clear about the specific theory or the temperature that needed to be reached, nor did he know how long it needed to dry. He could only try through experimentation. Xiao Fan's plan this time was to heat the stones throughout the day, and after letting them cool naturally overnight, he would take out all the stones for testing the next day. As for the heating method, it would be the same as heating pottery, and he could only rely on the firewood added to determine the temperature. Xiao Fan felt it would be sufficient. It should be no problem to dry some stones. Instructing those who stayed at home not to forget to keep the fire going, Xiao Fan went out, planning to use the morning to check out places that had not yet been explored. He estimated that in a few more days, he would be able to step foot on the entire island, taking Guohong with him. They employed the same strategy as before. As long as they could pull something out, they would check underneath for fruits, and for those that couldn't be pulled out, they would try their best as well. Returning to the place where the stones were heated, they found the temperature inside the kiln was very high. Looking through the gap in the lid, they could clearly see the flames were very bright, appearing somewhat flickering, indicating a high temperature inside. Notably, it maintained this temperature without needing to add too much firewood, all thanks to the earthen kiln. The lunch was still quite monotonous. There wasn't much fish or meat, and the fruit situation was gradually revealing itself, especially since the staple food had not yet dropped, leaving everyone in a semi-full state. Not to mention the food preservation issue. The little fish meat stored previously was almost completely consumed. However, there was good news as well. They had found several edible plants in the past few days, selecting the tender parts to make a few vegetable dishes, which somewhat replenished everyone's consumption. The long-term food supply still relied on what was in the sea and their own cultivated land. "Xiao, we've caught quite a few rabbits these days. Let's kill one tonight," said someone. "All right, let's listen to Xiao Hong. Tonight we eat rabbit. We already have 6 big rabbits, right? Let's pick a male and kill it for everyone to supplement," replied Xiao Fan. Chapter 112, Finally Caught Sea Fish. Hearing Xie Fangmei say this, Xiao Fan felt much happier. He realized that although the fish catch had not been much these past 2 days, the snare traps had not disappointed them. These rabbits and wild chickens should slowly form a sustainable source of meat. In the future, they should not waste inedible fruits they find. They could put them in the chicken coop for the chickens to eat. With no other feed, they might need to search for more things the chickens could eat. Otherwise, they probably wouldn't survive long, let alone expand their population. There were some rotten fruits fallen from fruit trees and other inedible fruits, which Xiao Fan planned to collect and use as feed in the chicken coop. The daily fixed tasks were already quite a lot, and raising these animals kept everyone quite busy. Arriving at the seaside, they found the water in the bay was about half a meter deep. However, disappointingly, there were no obvious signs of fish activity. It was unclear whether they had not come in or had escaped after entering. It was estimated that it would take another hour or 2 for the tide to fully recede. So should they fish now? What fish can we catch here? There are no fishing spots at all. Let's just sit by and wait, while also watching if any fish escape from the trap. Ultimately, the two sat on the nearby rocks, enjoying this rare leisure time. "Xiao, look quickly. Isn't that a fish?" Guohong pointed to a fish lingering in the corner of the bay. There really are fish in this bay, and it seems quite foolish, unable to escape. Let us look for more. There might be others. They kept an eye on that fish, wondering if it would run out of the trap. As the tide kept retreating, Xiao Fan and the others discovered 4 fish still in the bay, and it seemed there was no way for them to escape, ultimately getting trapped by the bamboo. Lingering near it, once the water was gone, catching fish became a very simple task. They just needed to wade into the mudflat and could easily grab all the fish. Although the fish looked small from above, once caught, they realized the 4 fish weighed at least over a pound together and were quite plump. Not bad. We caught 4 fish today without doing much. Next, let's look for other spots by the sea to see if we can find suitable places and make a few more traps, so our fish catch will continue to increase. For fish may not be many, but they proved the feasibility of this method, which was incredibly important. More methods meant more opportunities. They directly gutted the fish by the sea, placing the entrails in the bay as bait, hoping for better results the next day, wondering if anything other than fish would enter the trap. Chapter 113, Killing the Cute Rabbit. Back at the house, everyone was very happy to see the success of the traps and decided to directly salt the 4 fish, planning to dry them into salted fish tomorrow. After all, They had more and more salt now, so they shouldn't run out. Today, while firing the limestone, Xiao Fan also had Lu Ting place several pots filled with seawater around the kiln, making quite a bit of sea salt using the heat. If possible, Xiao Fan planned to create equipment for continuous salt production, using residual heat during cooking to make sea salt, but without iron, he wasn't sure how to execute it. Next, Xiao Fan faced a huge challenge, killing a wild rabbit. This was a field Xiao Fan had never ventured into before, and seeing the expressions of those around him, he knew he had to rely on himself. First, he selected a male rabbit from the chicken coop. The characteristics were obvious, making it easy to distinguish males from females. After pulling the rabbit out, he saw that everyone had prepared stone knives, bamboo knives, and even an axe, with a large vat of water nearby. All preparations were complete. You guys are quite well prepared, but who knows how to kill this thing? If you don't know, don't ask us, we've only eaten it. Just refer to the method for killing chickens, they replied. After all, this is everyone's first time. Yeah, just do as you think. Just skin it and take out the entrails. It sounded simple, but Xiao Fan didn't even know how to skin it, and he wanted to keep the fur, so he couldn't just hack away. Xiao Fan recalled seeing his uncle kill frogs before, thinking it should be somewhat similar, and decided to follow that method. The first step was to end the rabbit's life, preferably in a humane way. However, with limited tools, he could only sharpen the stone knife as much as possible, then used it to cut the rabbit's throat, just like killing a chicken. Not knowing if this was the most humane way, he could only proceed given the circumstances. When killing a chicken, he didn't feel much, but killing a relatively cute rabbit made Xiao Fan feel a bit uncomfortable this time. He felt a wave of nausea. But for survival, there was no other choice. Enduring his discomfort, considering that no one would eat the rabbit's head, Xiao Fan directly used the axe to chop off the entire head, which was a very bloody scene. The others kept their distance, and blood splattered all over Xiao Fan, making him feel somewhat perverse. The second step was to skin the entire rabbit. Since the head had already been chopped off, Xiao Fan used the stone knife to make a slit along the neck to free the front legs, then pulled them off with force. He also made a cut under the hind legs, and finally skinned the entire rabbit. The whole process took about half an hour, mainly because the tools weren't sharp enough, requiring a lot of pulling to gradually remove the skin with the stone knife. This should help keep the fur relatively intact and avoid being too bloody. Chapter 114. How to process rabbit fur. Since the rabbit was very large, it must have weighed around 7 to 8 pounds before being killed, making the skin quite large as well. The area is at least as large as 3 or 4 basketballs, roughly the size of a desk, so it should be possible to make quite a few things from it. However, the rabbit skin still has some bloodstains, and the outer skin is also splattered with a lot of rabbit blood, making it look a bit gruesome. I can only set the rabbit skin aside for now and plan to deal with it later. The remaining work is relatively simple. I just need to remove the internal organs. With the help of a stone knife and stone axe, it took some time, but I managed to gut the wild rabbit. Since Xiao Fan noticed there weren't many internal organs, and that if not handled properly they could spoil, he decided not to keep them this time. He placed all the internal organs into a pottery vessel, intending to use them as bait for fishing later. Thus, the entire process of killing the rabbit came to an end. Although it took a long time, most of it was spent overcoming his psychological barriers. And since it was his first time handling it, he believed that in the future it wouldn't take too long to manage. It felt even simpler than killing chickens. There was no need to pluck feathers, just skin it directly. The rabbit meat obtained looked very plentiful. As for the subsequent processing, Xiao Fan left it to others and planned to deal with the rabbit skin himself to see if he could preserve it successfully, as it could be very useful if he could. He used sawdust to repeatedly rub the freshly skinned rabbit skin, cleaning off the proteins and fats left on the inside. Then propped it open with branches to dry in the sun or shade. This way, the skin should be able to be preserved for a long time without a strong odor. Another method of treatment is to soak it in plant ash and then air dry it. It is said that the resulting skin would be softer. But since rabbit skin is already very soft, this method might not be necessary. For now, he couldn't find sawdust. But Xiao Fan found a substitute, some dried plants that, when rubbed together, formed something similar to sawdust. After rubbing for several minutes, it seemed to have a very good effect. The skin had no obvious blood, fat, or meat residues left and looked much cleaner. After washing it by the river, he hung it on a tree fork to air dry, estimating that he would see the results by the next day. Turning back, he saw that Chun Liang and the others had already processed the rabbit meat, with all 4 rabbit legs chopped off and preserved with salt. It seemed they didn't plan to eat it today. Xiao Gu, the rabbit meat is ready. Since the rabbit is quite large, there is a lot of meat. So we saved the 4 legs for tomorrow, and today we'll eat these, all cut into suitable sizes. Xiao Fang, how do you plan to cook this food? Chapter 115. Rabbit cannot be stewed. Rabbits do have ribs, although small. I've marinated these with salt for a while, and we'll just grill them later. The remaining half will be used for soup, mainly the parts with more bones, while the rest I plan to stir-fry with some chili peppers. Although there's no oil, rabbit meat itself should release some fat. Xiao plans to make 3 dishes with this rabbit. Alright, I'll follow your lead. You're the chef. The first attempt was grilled rabbit ribs. Although small, the meat was still considerable and tasted delicious, after all. This was another type of land meat everyone had after chicken on the island. However, the grilled rabbit meat did feel a bit tough. Possibly because it was grilled for too long, or maybe rabbit meat is inherently a bit hard and difficult to chew. The second dish was stir-fried rabbit meat. Although no oil was added, some fatty meat had been fried beforehand, which produced some oil. The meat was cut quite small, and after adding some chili, the flavor was decent. Everyone just longed for a bowl of white rice. The amount of stir-fried rabbit meat was quite a lot, but with 5 people sharing. Each person got only a little, paired with some fruit. This meal was somewhat filling, but there was still the final rabbit soup left for everyone to taste. The soup had some chili and the remaining cassava added, but after trying it, they found it nearly impossible to swallow. Indeed, rabbit meat was not suitable for soup, especially with a piece of cassava in it. I'm not drinking this soup, you all can have it. Xiao Fan didn't taste it again, and the others simply tested it before giving up. Let me try the cassava flavor. After Guahong finished the cassava, the whole pot of soup was thrown into the chicken coop as the flock's dinner. However, the rabbit meat was picked out by Xiao Fan, and after grilling it again, he barely managed to eat it. From now on, let us use chicken for soup, while rabbit meat is better for grilling and stir-frying. Xiao was no longer willing to try her soup. Liang Zai, are there still many rabbits on the mountain? There should still be some, but not too many. We might need to change locations later. If there are still rabbits in other areas, then go ahead and switch places. If not, try catching some ducks. Xiao Fan had been eyeing that group of ducks for a long time, but he hadn't found a good way to catch them. He felt helpless on the water. Okay, I'll give it a try. The chickens on the opposite shore should all be caught by now, and there probably aren't many rabbits left either. I'll set traps for another couple of days to see if I can catch anything. If not, I'll go try catching ducks. Hearing them discuss catching ducks, Lu Ting interjected, you guys might want to consider how to catch wild boars too. What? Wild boars? Have you seen a wild boar? When? Xiao Fan was very sensitive to the term wild boar. He had long known that there would be wild boars on this island, but he had never seen one. It could also be that wild boars rarely moved around Xiao Fan's area and were possibly quite sensitive, fleeing at the sound of human voices. Which was why he had never encountered them, only seen a pile of wild boar droppings. Didn't Xiao Mei tell you? Yesterday, when we went to look for vegetables, we found a big black wild boar lying in the shade, sleeping. There seemed to be some smaller ones around, but I didn't see them clearly, and they ran away as soon as they noticed us. Chapter 116, Discovering Wild Boars. Where was it? Quite far, probably at the southernmost point. There are many tender leaves there that we can eat. During the picking process, we discovered a rather large black wild boar lying in the shade, and there seemed to be some smaller ones around, but I didn't see them clearly, and they ran away as soon as they noticed us. Lu Ting thought Xiao Mei had already shared this news with everyone, but it turned out everyone was surprised to learn about it now. It looks like we can find a way to start catching wild boars now. This seems to be the first time everyone has encountered them. Yeah, it's just that it's too far from us, and we don't often go over there, so it's still our first time seeing them. If they lived nearby, we would have discovered them long ago. Xiao Gu, should we go catch wild boars today? Chun Liang was now extremely enthusiastic about hunting prey. No, wild boars are different from wild rabbits and wild chickens. Catching them carries a significant risk. If we're not careful, people can get hurt. Moreover, according to Lu Ting, that wild boar is quite large, so we mustn't act hastily. Let us first scout the area and then think of a plan. This isn't something we need to rush. Xiao Fan immediately dismissed the plan to catch wild boars, knowing that in the wild boars are considered more fearsome than lions and tigers. Undoubtedly, they are the most dangerous animals on this island. Without adequate preparation, Xiao Fan was not willing to hunt them down, especially since he wasn't starving. He felt that taking such a huge risk wasn't worth it. However, it would be good to scout ahead and see if there are suitable methods. If the method is right, the risk could be minimized, and catching wild boars wouldn't be too difficult. The first thing Xiao Fan did after waking up was to find several large pottery pieces to make quicklime. The earth kiln had already stopped heating last night, and after a night of cooling, both the kiln and the stones inside had cooled down. Opening the lid, Xiao Fan planned to take the stones out. He recalled that the whiter the stones were after firing, the lighter they were, and the better they would be for making quicklime, indicating that the moisture inside had evaporated, leaving behind calcium carbonate, which should be the main material for lime. He remembered this clearly. He filled one of the large pottery jars halfway with water and selected a stone to put inside. As soon as the stone was placed in the water, it made a sizzling sound and quickly began to break apart. After adding a few more stones, he noticed that the water started to boil, indicating a chemical reaction between the limestone and water, releasing a lot of heat. After processing all the stones, 3 jars of quicklime were placed in front of Xiao Fan. Some stones did not fully react, likely due to insufficient heating, leaving some moisture unevaporated. Or perhaps the stone material was not suitable for making lime. Xiao Fan selected these stones and discarded them, noting that they could not be used in the future. What remained was left to time. Once the quicklime settled in the jars, it would be ready to take shape. The next step would be using the quicklime to make stone bricks and simple plastering materials. Chapter 117. Chili Sprouts. However, before making stone bricks, Xiao Fan needed to create several molds. He could only start the subsequent work after making molds according to the required size for the bricks. Since he didn't have the right tools, this wouldn't be completed quickly, so he planned to research it later tonight when he had free time. During the fertilization process, he was pleasantly surprised to find that the chili peppers and ginger he had planted had actually sprouted. Xiao Fan wasn't sure if it was normal for them to sprout so easily, or if the soil was particularly fertile or for other reasons. But it was certainly something to be happy about. As long as they sprouted, Xiao Fan was confident he could cultivate these vegetables, ensuring that they wouldn't run out of food and providing a path for sustainable development. He also found that the transplanted cassava had successfully taken root. He believed that with continuous fertilization and watering, it would grow better than in the wild, avoiding damage from other animals, leading to a much better harvest. However, the buried cassava stems had not sprouted. Xiao Fan didn't know if it was due to improper cultivation methods or if the time was still insufficient. He thought that if they didn't sprout in a few days, he would dig them up to check the viability of this method. Weeding, reinforcing the fence, fertilizing, and other tasks took up Xiao Fan's entire morning. However, looking at the nearly full vegetable garden filled him with a bit of excitement. As long as this vegetable garden succeeded, he would feel confident living on this island. In the afternoon, as usual, he went to check the traps by the seaside. He found 2 decent-sized fish in the fish basket, likely due to the rabbit entrails used as bait yesterday. However, what truly made Xiao Fan happy was the traps in the bay. He caught 8 fish, totaling at least 3 to 4 pounds, and within 10 minutes, he had caught all the fish, almost like going to the market to buy fish. This bounty thrilled Xiao Fan, and combined with the morning's catch from the stream, they would have enough food left over after feeding the 5 people. Not bad. Currently, everyone's food supply was still fish meat, and there were no long-term sources of other food. Everyone felt that while dried fish had a unique flavor, it was indeed a bit too salty for long-term consumption, especially as a staple food. However, if they didn't use more salt, in this island's high temperature and humidity, food would spoil easily. It seemed that the first task for the quicklime would be to create a water reservoir, or rather, a fish pond. Xiao Fan knew that aside from making ancient Roman bricks, quicklime could also be used as cement. If mixed with some yellow soil and sand, it could replace cement, making the construction of a water reservoir feasible. Chapter 118. Cement. Previously, a lot of yellow soil had been consumed, which Xiao Fan had dug from the ground not far from the house. Now, it had formed a depth of about 1 meter and covered an area exceeding 1 square meter, primarily excavated during the house construction. This time, Xiao Fan planned to first test if he could apply a layer of quicklime directly on the surface of the yellow soil, essentially creating a mixture of quicklime, sand, and yellow soil. He wasn't sure if this material would be waterproof, but as long as it could prevent water from seeping through, it could simply form a fish pond. After dinner, Xiao Fan began his trial. He collected some sand from the seaside, which was abundant and right in front of the house, essentially an inexhaustible resource. There was still a portion of yellow soil he had dug out that had dried in the sun, just right for use as a raw material. He first sieved the sand to remove any debris and crushed the yellow soil, then placed it on the ground. He added some quicklime from the pottery jar. The ratio of the 3 materials was roughly controlled at 40, 40, and 20, a ratio Xiao Fan derived from a similar cement-making method he had seen before. When applying it to walls, he could slightly increase the quicklime. If it was for making ancient Roman bricks, the quicklime could be slightly reduced in this ratio, but the exact ratios would need to be determined through experimentation. He piled the 3 raw materials together, mixed them thoroughly, then dug a depression at the top and slowly added water. Xiao Fan wasn't sure how much to add, so he went by feel, starting with a little, knowing he could always add more later. As he mixed all the materials together and gradually added water, the color changed, eventually forming a cement-like color that looked promising. However, when Xiao Fan took the mixture in a pottery jar to test it in the yellow soil pit, he found no issues at the bottom of the pit. It could easily bond together, but when he applied it to the vertical walls, it just fell off. After several attempts with the same result, he sighed, "Xiao Gu. It seems this thing doesn't work. Yeah, I thought we'd be able to live in cement houses soon. Is it the ratio that's off? It feels like there's too little lime and maybe too much water. No, it's not the material's fault. It's that the walls of the pit are yellow soil, which shouldn't adhere well. I should have thought of that earlier. Even with real cement, just applying a layer on yellow soil wouldn't be easy. Xiao Fan realized that for success, he must first build a shape with bricks and then apply a layer of cement on top. He didn't know what to call the material he had made, so he decided to simply refer to it as cement since it served the same purpose. Thus, that night, Xiao Fan's task was to create a mold. Only by making a good mold could he successfully create ancient Roman bricks and proceed with further attempts. Considering the future demand for ancient Roman bricks would be significant, the mold had to be reusable and durable. The only material available was wood, as bamboo had curves and clearly couldn't serve as mold material. Currently, the only option was some timber. In order to conduct relevant tests, Xiao Fan plans to first create a smaller mold, and after confirming the ratios of all raw materials, he will make a larger mold for mass production of ancient Roman bricks. Chapter 119, Making the Mold. This time, Xiao Fan intends to make a mini mold that is 5 centimeters high, 10 centimeters wide, and about 15 centimeters long. Although small, it should be sufficient for testing purposes, and it should also meet the requirements for making a water reservoir. Xiao Fan doesn't have any nails, so to make a long-lasting wooden mold, he must use ancient techniques. He needs to hollow out a hole in the wood, and then sharpen one end of another piece of wood to insert it into the hole. Only by doing this can he later bind it tightly with fines. This is a significant workload without iron tools. And he also needs to ensure that the mold is a rectangular prism, strictly controlling the dimensions. Otherwise, one side may be longer than the other. And the height must also be consistent. Thinking about this work, Xiao Fan realizes that it is not something that can be completed immediately. Moreover, this is just a relatively small mold. He can't imagine how long it will take to make a larger one. The first material Xiao Fan chooses is the firewood stored under his bed, which he has accumulated over a long time and now nearly fills the entire space under the bed. He finds a straight branch about 5 to 6 centimeters in diameter from among the larger trees to use for the mold. Xiao Fan's plan is to first complete the long side of the rectangular mold, which is essentially finding a suitably sized piece of wood, as this size directly determines the height of the mold. He then splits it in half to get one side of the mold. After that, he selects 2 positions to hollow out 2 holes, choosing the middle position. The distance between the 2 holes determines the length of the mold. He will also make 2 convex branches as the shorter parts. As long as the 4 pieces of material are of equal height, he can assemble them together by inserting the convex parts into the holes on the long sides and then binding them externally. The most critical aspect of this mold is to ensure that it can ultimately form a rectangular prism, which requires all 4 pieces of material to be of the same height, and the lengths and widths must also be consistent. He must minimize gaps at the connection points. Considering all this work and the fact that he only has stone tools, Xiao Fan believes it will just take time. The wood he took out is about 1 meter long, with one end being quite straight. Xiao Fan spends over 10 minutes cutting off the excess, leaving a length of less than 30 centimeters. The planned length of the mold is 15 centimeters, and adding some extra length on both sides for binding. He feels that this length is just right and not too large or cumbersome. Next, he needs to split the entire piece of wood in half. Although it doesn't have to be absolutely equal, it can't differ too much, or the heights won't match. Xiao Fan uses a stone knife to mark the middle of the wood, then uses another piece of wood as a hammer to slowly drive the stone knife in. Perhaps due to its short length and suitable size, and the absence of knots in the middle, this step goes very smoothly, and in less than 2 minutes, he achieves a nearly perfect split of the wood. The cut surface is relatively smooth and flat, requiring only simple processing to be considered a finished product. Next, he needs to hollow out a hole in each piece of wood. The holes don't need to be too large, just enough to fit well with the protruding parts of the horizontal wood. Chapter 120, An Expected Failure. To prevent the wood from cracking, Xiao Fan first uses a pre-polished stone chisel to start hollowing out the holes horizontally, under the hammer's force. Although the chisel is not very sharp, the progress is still relatively smooth. He works horizontally a few times and then vertically, controlling the size to about 2 centimeters. Unfortunately, during one slightly heavier strike, the entire piece of wood cracks, and the crack is quite significant. Although it doesn't affect subsequent use, Xiao Fan realizes that if there's already a considerable crack from making just one hole, the cracks will likely be even larger after both holes are done. Reluctantly, Xiao Fan has to abandon this attempt, ultimately ending in failure. Xiao Gu, choose fresh wood. It's less likely to crack and seems easier to work with. Yes, it can only be that way. Let's talk about it tomorrow. Let's leave it at that for today. After working hard all day, Xiao Fan feels quite disheartened by the failure. Xiao Hong, get up early tomorrow. We'll check the traps in the bay first thing in the morning. We should be able to catch the low tide. There's only one low tide during the day for the next 2 days, so calculating. They should be able to make it early tomorrow morning, giving them an extra opportunity for harvest. Okay, the next morning's harvest is minimal, with only less than a pound of catch from the bay, and they are quite small. It should be more in the evening. Why is it so little? Yesterday was a combination of 2 high and low tides, Today's situation is understandable. That's true. Basically, the fish that get into the traps have a certain probability of getting trapped regardless of the number of tides. It seems we can just check once a day. There's no need to come every time. Alright, but last time it didn't taste very good when we cooked it, did it? Yes. Boiling it directly might be too large and not very tasty. This time, I plan to grind it up and then roast it to see if it can be turned into food. Chapter 121. Searching for wild boar. First, they need to search for wild boars, and then gather abalone, kelp, and peas. Today, they will spend a lot of time on the road, and Xiao Fan will take them to explore some places on the island that they haven't been to before, even revisiting areas they have already been to, if possible. Along the way, they continuously make small discoveries. Although there aren't many survival resources worth developing, they find some small, edible things. They finally arrive at the area where Lu Ting and the others found wild boars, but after searching for a long time, the three of them still don't find any wild boars, although they do find very clear tracks. No wonder we didn't find wild boars before. We couldn't find them even when looking carefully now. They must have a fixed lodging or activity area. I feel like we are very close. After searching for a long time without finding any traces of wild boars, Xiao Fan suddenly comes up with a good idea and tells them, don't just look for wild boars. Let us follow the tracks down and see if we can find their activity area, then we can follow the clues. None of them are hunters, and they have no similar experiences, so they can only search slowly on the ground. Fortunately, the weather has been quite good these past few days, and if they look closely, they can still find wild boar tracks. Following one set of tracks, they eventually find a small stream in a relatively remote corner that no one had reached before. On the banks of the stream, there are obviously many tracks, indicating that this is a place where wild boars come to drink water, but the tracks become untraceable at the water's edge. Xiao Ge, what should we do? Should we choose another track to follow, or should we wait by the stream? Guohong quickly comes up with two different, but feasible methods. Chun Liang agrees to hide by the stream and wait for the wild boars to come to them because he feels a bit tired from walking. Xiao Fan thinks this method is also good. Everyone can take a rest first. After all, they have been walking for a long time. Let us rest a bit and hide behind the trees to see if we can observe the wild boars coming here to drink water, and in the meantime, we can eat something. They have lunch there, eating some fruits and pre-roasted small fish. Although it's not particularly abundant, it can still satisfy them somewhat. Moreover, using water carried in bamboo tubes also prevented everyone from drinking from the creek, as who knows how many bacteria are in the unboiled creek water. It's safer to use water that has been treated. After dinner, everyone gradually rested. Guohong and Chun Liang found a place to lie down, leaving Xiao Fan by himself to watch the creek. The three had already agreed to observe for more than half an hour each, resting here for 2 hours before heading out. This way, they could avoid the hottest part of the day. Xiao Fan also considered that the tide should recede around 4 in the afternoon, and at this time, they wouldn't be able to collect abalone and kelp by the sea, so it was better to rest thoroughly here first. When it was Chun Liang's turn to observe, Xiao Fan, still in a dream, was gently called awake by Chun Liang. Xiao Ge, wake up quickly. I saw a wild boar. I saw a wild boar. Xiao Fan's sleep was light outside, and upon hearing this, he immediately got up and looked towards the creek. Sure enough, he soon spotted a wild boar drinking water by the creek, and it wasn't just one, but a very large wild boar with a few piglets. Chapter 122. Giant Wild Boar. A total of 5 wild boars were drinking water by the creek, frolicking around, perhaps unaware that a few drooling people were silently watching them from the shadows. Although the wild boars were not moving fast, Xiao Fan and the others dared not get too close for fear of being discovered. The wild boars were moving through the dense forest, and within 5 minutes, they disappeared from Xiao Fan's sight. Xiao Ge, what should we do? Should we continue following their tracks? Of course, this is a good opportunity. Let us follow their tracks. 5 wild boars' tracks, and they just formed. Even a blind person couldn't go wrong. Xiao Fan was determined to find the wild boar's lair. Only by locating their active areas could they figure out how to capture them. Eventually, they followed the tracks and discovered the wild boars again, and this time, the few boars were resting together under a large tree. Seeing that big wild boar, Guohong exclaimed, "That's really big. It must weigh at least 200 pounds. If we could catch it, we wouldn't have to worry about meat for a long time, and it's pork. Don't even think about it. If you rush out to catch the wild boar, you'll definitely fail, and you might even get hurt. Wild boars are not that easy to deal with." Seeing the wild boar's tusks, Xiao Fan could only be glad that the wild boar hadn't discovered them. If they recklessly tried to catch a wild boar now, they'd most likely be attacked. Did you see those tusks? With the wild boar's impact, the force generated is enormous. Even those small wild boars, which probably weigh less than 10 pounds, wouldn't be easy for us to catch barehanded. Moreover, they are very aggressive and fear no animals, let alone humans. Since they had already found the wild boar's traces, Xiao Fan led them to leave quietly. If they were bitten by a wild boar, Along with the bacteria in its mouth, there was a significant risk of death on this island. During their departure, not far from the wild boar's resting place, they unexpectedly discovered a cassava field, larger than the area across the river, but it had mostly been ravaged by the wild boars, leaving only a few cassava plants standing while the rest lay on the ground. Such a large cassava field. What a pity. Upon seeing the cassava field, Guahong felt despondent and immediately wanted to gather the cassava that hadn't been eaten by the wild boars. Forget it, the wild boars are right there. If they notice us, it would be troublesome. Let us leave first and think of another way later. Xiao Gu, we don't need to be so afraid, right? It's just wild boars. As long as we don't provoke them, we'll be fine. If we can't catch them, we can at least run away. Liang Zai, better safe than sorry. Moreover, the state of this cassava being ravaged doesn't look like it was done by just 1 or 2 wild boars. Xiao Fan was afraid of being surrounded by a group of wild boars, and humans generally couldn't outrun wild boars on this island. As long as it was a larger animal, humans couldn't outrun it. Chapter 123, Peas the size of ping pong balls. If something unexpected happened, it meant death here. If anything happened to the 3 men, it would essentially be the end of them. Reluctantly, they walked to the beach and planned to collect abalone and kelp along the coastline, noticing that it was about time for the tide to recede. Although they could still gather without the tide going out, they would have to enter the water, and it would be very slow. Xiao Gu, look at this bay. Doesn't it seem especially suitable for setting traps? It feels much better than the one we have now. The tide has basically receded, and there are quite a few fish in it. When they hurried to the abalone collection area, Guahong saw many fish while passing a bay. This beach was considerably larger than the bay where Xiao Fan was making traps, but the mouth of the bay was only half the size, probably just 4 or 5 meters wide. Notably, the water in this bay was quite deep, and it had almost completely receded, leaving about half a meter of water. Once the tide fully recedes, the water depth here would likely be around 30 to 40 centimeters. With such depth, even if they managed to trap the fish, would they be able to catch them? This wasn't a problem. Thinking of other methods should work, and deeper water means larger fish. However, this trap was too far from home. Just walking over to check this trap would take at least an hour. Xiao Fan felt it wasn't particularly suitable to only check the trap. Moreover, look at the bottom of the bay. It's all rocks, not soil or gravel. If they wanted to use the same method as before, it definitely wouldn't work. Chen Liang had to bring up this practical issue upon seeing the seabed conditions. Let us go? We'll consider it later when we have a chance. For now, Xiao Fan decided to put aside the things that couldn't be accomplished and wait for the right opportunity to reconsider. Collecting abalone and kelp went smoothly without any surprises. To lighten the weight of the kelp, they first cut it and laid it out on the beach to dry, planning to package it after collecting all the peas. They also followed Chun Liang's suggestion and cut some additional kelp, directly laying it out on the nearby beach, planning to come back for it in a couple of days, which would greatly reduce the weight, to prevent it from being blown away by the wind. They covered it with many stones. They also collected half a basket of abalone, about 20 to 30 of them, which should be enough to last for a few days. The food was gradually increasing, and the abalone was just a source, not their sole reliance. In the end, the group found a place where peas were produced. Xiao Gu, these peas are a bit large. The fruits inside feel almost the size of ping pong balls. Guahong might have exaggerated a bit, but these peas were indeed the largest they had ever seen. Picking up a pea that had already fallen, they found it was at least 15 centimeters long, seemingly containing 5 or 6 seeds. When opened, each seed was about the size of a quail egg and quite heavy. Picking up all the seeds from one pea with one hand was quite a struggle. There weren't many undamaged peas that had fallen to the ground. But after searching for a while, they found about 20 or so peas. Though not many, they were quite large, and when placed in the basket, they felt heavy.